people cannot simply be wiped out. My aim is to instill fear in them, as well as in those who incite them to seize my possessions. If you intervene, they wouldn't comprehend it at all, thus negating the intended deterrent effect. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Soo-yi glanced at his watch. Half an hour left. Just wait and see. Half an hour passed swiftly, and naturally, the pirate from Sowo showed no signs of releasing their captives. As internet commentators had noted, if they were to release the hostages so easily, how would they conduct their future plundering endeavors? Therefore, even without external encouragement, they would not relinquish their captives this time. In what seemed a response to the threatening communique from the Tianyu group, the leader of the pirate faction that had seized the merchant ship deliberately uploaded a video online. In the video, the dark-skinned pirate donned tattered military garb from an unknown nation, wielding a sharp military knife. Behind him stood a dozen or so captured crew members. He brandished the knife menacingly near the throats of the hostages, before turning to the camera, expressing his anger in a rapid-fire tirade, complete with English subtitles. The essence of his message was clear. Every 3 hours, he would execute one hostage unless the Tianyu group deposited $10 billion into a specified account, with no upper limit. If they wished to retrieve both the captives and the merchant vessel, the CEO of the Tianyu group, Soo-yi, must personally come to their location. The video concluded with the pirate leering, stating that the CEO of Tianyu group, Yu-ling, was quite beautiful, and if Soo-yi was too fearful to go, she could come in his stead to secure the release of the hostages. A blatant provocation. A discerning observer would recognize that these pirates have no intention of engaging in meaningful negotiations. Their actions are nothing short of blatant provocation. Demanding a staggering sum of $1 billion every 3 hours is not a trivial matter. It far exceeds even the value of the president of the White Eagle. Moreover, the audacity to request Soo-yi's personal involvement in the negotiations and to insult Yu-ling is nothing short of outrageous. Even the most naive individual would grasp that these individuals are not inclined to bargain. After viewing the video, Soo-yi did not feel anger. Instead, he donned a suit of powered armor and had Yu-ling take a photograph of him to disseminate. Wait for me. I am coming. Chapter 150. Are you serious? Just wait, I'm coming. The proprietor of a colossal multinational conglomerate, clad in cutting-edge powered armor, uttered these words, leaving the online spectators in a state of bewilderment. Are you really going? Let that old black man boast. Now it seems Mr. Soo intends to confront him in person. Would it kill you to stop bragging? He asks in a foreign country. How do you plan to get there? Wake up. There is no government in that country, and certainly no customs. Could it be that he truly intends to engage in combat? If things go awry, it could be deemed an invasion of another nation, and I believe Mr. Soo holds citizenship in Jeojo. This could implicate us, right? Fearing the bald eagle is one thing, but are you really afraid of that country? If a fight ensues, so be it. What does it matter if we are from Jeojo? Can they truly come here to seek retribution? Is this how cowardly we become online? In stark contrast to the excitement of the onlookers anticipating imminent conflict, certain foreign media outlets exhibited a rather relaxed demeanor. They consulted a plethora of dubious military and international relations experts, who, after much analysis, concluded that Tianyu Group was merely posturing and would never actually engage in warfare. Alternatively, they suggested that Tianyu Group lacked the capability to manage such a situation, leaving the resolution to Jeojo. They nearly insinuated that Mr. Soo would dare to go to war only if he were consumed by folly. Their intention was not to highlight their own foresight, but rather to stoke the flames of tension, placing Tianyu Group and Mr. Soo on a proverbial spit over the fire. Lest Mr. Soo regain his composure and choose not to engage. If he refrained from fighting, how would they observe the spectacle or gather data on those advanced technologies? Meanwhile, the pirates of that foreign nation exhibited an air of nonchalance. Even the pirate account that had previously posted a provocative video took the opportunity to comment beneath Mr. Soo's social media post, which declared his arrival. Make sure to bring your CEO along. Our boss has taken a liking to her. This comment swiftly ascended to the top, buoyed by countless onlookers eager for drama. As Mr. Soo, aboard a landing craft now within the airspace of that nation, found a moment to engage with the entertainment system in his powered armor, He glimpsed the posted image and decided to capture a photo from the skies, sending it forth with a message. You can still leap around for a few more minutes. Savor it. WTF? In a city composed of lowly earthen structures, a 6-story small villa stood out awkwardly against its surroundings. A young pirate, holding an AK and appearing no older than his teens, suddenly sprang up from the sofa. What is all the noise? It's not even mealtime yet. An elder pirate beside him, exasperated, remarked, "What is it now?" He really has come. The youthful pirate hastily passed the tablet he had seized from a crew member, the screen displaying the aerial view that Mr. Su had just sent him. He pointed to the conspicuous white villa nestled within a humble earthen dwelling, exclaiming, "It appears this is our location. They have truly arrived." The old pirate paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, hastily seizing the intercom to declare, "General, trouble is upon us. The people from Tianyu Group are advancing." At that moment, a pirate clad in somewhat tattered military attire was interrogating the captain of a merchant vessel, attempting to coerce him into transferring his funds into the pirate's account. Unlike the impoverished crew members, it was evident that the captain, who commanded such a grand ship, was not lacking in wealth. Just as the captain seemed on the brink of capitulation, the sudden voice crackling through the intercom incited considerable ire in the pirate leader. He tossed the mobile device and the transfer apparatus to a nearby subordinate, instructing, "Force him to transfer the funds. I shall investigate the situation." With that, he impatiently clutched the intercom and demanded, "Who is it that approaches? Speak clearly." "It is the people from Tianyu Group. It seems their boss has indeed arrived." The fearful tone of the subordinate only deepened the pirate leader's displeasure, prompting him to berate, "What is there to fear? Do you not recognize where we are? With a single command, I could summon my men from the entire city. Even the White Eagle's operatives were forced to retreat in disgrace from this place. What is Tianyu Group to us? Inform the others that outsiders are encroaching, and instruct everyone to arm themselves." With that, he flung open the door to the interrogation room and stepped outside, eager to ascertain the nature of Tianyu Group's arrival, whether they came by armed helicopter or some other means. If it were the former, he would need to dispatch several underlings to retrieve his cherished Stinger missiles from the warehouse. Coincidentally, this solitary luxurious villa was perfectly positioned to overlook the ocean with the port just outside. Upon opening the door, he was met with a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. In the distance, a previously unseen aircraft hovered above the deck of a freighter they had seized, while shadows continuously leaped from the craft. Simultaneously, frantic radio messages from his men guarding the freighter flooded in. "They have come. The people from Tianyu Group are here. They are monsters. Bullets are ineffective against them. Help!" The chaotic figures and the astonishing spectacle before him rendered the pirate leader momentarily speechless, his mind momentarily paralyzed. Only when he observed the spacecraft retracting its hatch and soaring back toward the city did he snap back to reality. He dashed to the rudimentary broadcasting room within the villa, activating the city's intercom to urgently announce, "Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Bring forth all weapons from the warehouse and evacuate the hostages. Everyone in the city, arm yourselves to defend our homeland and repel these invaders. Those without weapons, come to me swiftly." The landing craft advanced at a leisurely pace, while Su-Yi sat within, observing the dilapidated little town ahead, his expression betraying no sign of emotional turmoil. With the speed of a landing craft, he could easily penetrate the ranks of the disorganized masses and eradicate those pirate leaders before they even realized what was happening. However, such a method merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Moreover, subduing the pirates was not the primary objective of his mission. He sought to instill fear in those lurking behind the pirates who harbored designs against the Celestial Domain Group, compelling them to remain subdued, at the very least, until he could neutralize the nuclear weapons on Blue Star, rendering these individuals incapable of triggering a self-destruction scenario. Once Su-Yi resolved the nuclear issue, their concerns about safety would become irrelevant. Swiftly employing decapitation tactics would evidently fail to achieve the desired deterrent effect. Thus, he required something far more astonishing. For instance, confronting armed insurgents head-on within a city. "Sir, they should be assembled by now." Tian Shu's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Simultaneously, a Stinger missile, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled towards the landing craft. Little did he anticipate that before embarking on the war to assist the magical realm, he would first have to engage in battle. Su Yining rose, the visor of his powered armor sealing shut, as a cold, emotionless electronic voice emanated from within the armor. Let it begin. Leave no one armed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the hatch of the landing craft swung open violently. In an instant, a powered suit surged forth, seizing the incoming Stinger missile with terrifying speed, overpowering it and forcefully redirecting it back to the ground. Chapter 151. The brutal assault on the primitive inhabitants in stark contrast to the standard-issue counterfeit AKs and the limited heavy weaponry comprising merely RPGs and individual anti-aircraft missiles on this island. The warriors of the Tianyu Group's security department, adorned in full-power armor or heavy exoskeletons, stormed into the city like a modern army overpowering primitive tribesmen. Su Yi had no intention of executing a decapitation strike. Several power armors launched from landing craft directly into the city to locate the kidnapped hostages. While the massive landing craft hovered low over a relatively flat area on the outskirts of the dilapidated city, apart from the exoskeleton warrior controlling the freighter, the remaining 180 soldiers, equipped with exoskeletons, leapt down from a height of 5 to 6 meters. Upon landing, they swiftly dispersed, promptly securing several entrances and exits of the city in accordance with their pre-established battle plan. This small town was no match for the heavy exoskeleton data. Circumventing it would take no time at all. In total, Su Yi had brought over 200 personnel, including himself, 9 power armors, and 200 ground combatants outfitted with heavy exoskeletons. All of them had been meticulously selected through the Tianyu Group's rigorous screening process, primarily comprising retired elite soldiers with exceptional combat skills. Consequently, a remarkable scene was about to unfold, with over 100 soldiers encircling the entire city. However, encircling the city was merely a preliminary step, not the ultimate objective. As the exoskeleton troops maneuvered to control the city's entrances and exits, the power armors that advanced first engaged in combat with the pirates within. Their initial target was the most conspicuous villa in the city, which also boasted the tightest security and was one of the few locations confirmed to harbor hostages, leading to the deployment of 2 power armors to this site. Although the pirates lacked formidable weaponry, they were not entirely without a few heavy machine guns. The power armors did not fly at a rapid pace, allowing the adversaries ample time to react. Thus, before they could draw near, the air was filled with the din of gunfire. Nevertheless, facing the hail of bullets from the large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, the 2 power armors displayed no inclination to evade, boldly charging into the barrage directly towards the villa. While the gunners operated with limited skill, resulting in most shells missing their mark, a few still managed to find their target. However, it proved utterly ineffective. As the projectiles approached the power armors, the energy shields above them diminished a portion of their kinetic energy, rendering them incapable of penetrating the armor. Indeed, even without the energy shields, such anti-aircraft guns would likely be insufficient to breach the power armor's defenses. In the terrified eyes of the pirates, the 2 power armors landed leisurely atop the villa. Captain Wang Changlong is the master of a shipping company under the jurisdiction of the Jiuzhou Shipping Group. At nearly 60 years of age, he has amassed over 40 years of maritime experience and has been a captain of ocean-going freighters for nearly 20 of those years. Throughout these 2 decades, he has navigated several vessels, traveled countless miles, visited numerous countries, and has never encountered any significant incidents. As the vessel reached the expansive waters of Honghai, orders were received to alter course toward the renowned Penglai Island of the Tianyu Group. This news filled him with considerable delight. Not only had the affluent Tianyu Group promised to reward every crew member with a bonus double their wages upon arrival, but he had long been intrigued by the illustrious reputation of the Tianyu Group and was particularly curious about Penglai Island. The prospect of avoiding unnecessary detours, earning extra money, and exploring the island was simply exhilarating. However, this euphoria was short-lived, as they soon encountered pirates. In normal circumstances, a colossal ocean freighter, weighing several 100,000 tons, would not be targeted by pirates, who typically shy away from such formidable vessels due to their security measures and sheer size, rendering them difficult to board. Yet, on this occasion, the pirates seemed driven by a frenzied determination, emerging in droves. Upon stepping out of the cabin and witnessing hundreds of black-clad pirates, each armed with AK-47s and some brandishing rocket launchers, Wang Changlong's heart sank. The sight of the pirate leader brandishing a substantial cache of explosives and threatening to detonate them if they did not surrender immediately confirmed his worst fears. There would be no escape. Though the ship was indeed massive and could withstand considerable firepower, the pirates had no intention of boarding. The real threat lay in the extensive amounts of TNT positioned around the vessel. The explosives, numbering in the tons, posed a far greater danger than any conventional firearms. Wang Changlong was baffled by the sheer volume of TNT the pirates possessed, yet he understood that resistance was futile. The destructive potential of such explosives, should they detonate, would be catastrophic, capable of sinking not just a cargo ship, but even an aircraft carrier. Consequently, he and his ship became captives of the pirates. Strangely, the pirates did not immediately demand a ransom. Instead, they conducted a cursory search of the ship and then threatened him with firearms, compelling him to navigate back to the dilapidated port of Sugua. Wang Changlong had anticipated that company executives or officials from Jiuzhou would negotiate with the pirates to secure their release. Having spent years at sea, he was well acquainted with the behavior of pirates, who typically prioritized monetary gain over lives. Once paid, they would usually release their captives. After all, with many Somali pirates operating publicly traded companies, business integrity was paramount. Betraying that trust would jeopardize future negotiations. Yet, it soon became apparent that he had underestimated the situation. The language spoken by the captors was Gallic, and, as a well-educated individual, he had a rudimentary understanding of it. Upon overhearing two individuals in jest discussing the demands imposed by their leader on the Tianyu group, which entailed a transfer of $1 billion to their accounts every 3 hours, lest they face dire consequences, Wang Changlong felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. He immediately recognized that this was not merely a case of piracy, but rather an entanglement with far graver matters, as these marauders had no intention of releasing their captives. Given the Tianyu group's history of resolute stances and the operational style of Jiuzhou, he held onto the belief that assistance would eventually arrive. However, prior to that eventuality, he understood that his foremost obligation was to ensure the survival of the captured crew. Chapter 152, Behold, this is the fate of Bluster. Wang Changlong speculated that these pirates were likely being manipulated from behind, their aim to obstruct the Jiuzhou or Tianyu group. However, the pirates, driven by insatiable greed, were inherently avaricious themselves. Therefore, when he encountered the pirate leader again to inquire about the captives, he boldly proclaimed his lineage from a prestigious family, boasting wealth and influence. He asserted that his personal account held billions of dollars, and should he and his crew be released, these funds could be promptly transferred through international banking or cryptocurrency. As anticipated, the pirate leader was intrigued. Yet, the notion of releasing them was clearly out of the question. Instead, he ordered the other captives to be segregated for separate confinement and personally interrogated Wang Changlong, attempting to extort a transfer of funds through coercive means. While Wang Changlong indeed possessed wealth, claiming he could produce a sum in the millions of Jiuzhou currency was plausible, but the notion of billions in savings was sheer fabrication. Nevertheless, his objective had, in some measure, been achieved. The pirate leader, wary of entrusting the matter to his subordinates, took it upon himself to oversee the interrogation. Remaining in Wang Changlong's presence, the other pirates were understandably reluctant to execute the captives, for these were not ordinary prisoners but pivotal pawns in a grander international chess match. This, in turn, safeguarded the crew. Yet, the pirate leader endured significant suffering. At 60 years of age, after enduring relentless torment, he bore no unblemished skin. Throughout, he steadfastly maintained that he would only release the captives upon receipt of the promised funds. Admitting to the deceit would surely incite these ruffians to retaliate against a few captives in their wrath upon realizing they had been duped. Just as Wang Changlong was on the verge of losing consciousness from the torment, the pirate leader abruptly received a message and hurriedly dashed out. He vaguely heard the pirates shouting that reinforcements from the Tianyu group were approaching. Following the sudden eruption of gunfire and explosions outside, Wang Changlong, after a moment of stunned silence, finally succumbed to unconsciousness, his last thought being, "Had I known they would arrive so swiftly, I would not have been so foolish as to emerge and suffer." With a resounding crash, a powered armor suit forcefully kicked open the door to a small room in the villa, revealing a huddled group of 7 or 8 small black figures. Kluchink ak 47. They found themselves devoid of the courage to fire upon the imposing powered armor before them. Moments earlier, they had witnessed the suit withstand a barrage from a rooftop-mounted anti-aircraft gun, descending slowly to rip apart those who had dared to fire upon it. Faced with a monstrosity that even a heavy machine gun could not deter, their meager AKs offered no semblance of security. Sui cast a glance at the group of small black figures, disregarding them. His gaze swept across the room, settling upon a relatively new tablet computer. Without the need for examination, it was evident that this device had been seized from the hands of the crew. However, Sui had no intention of reclaiming the item. He had come specifically because someone had requested a confrontation, thus he had arrived. Under the fearful gaze of a group of small black figures, he strode forward and seized the tablet, effortlessly breaching its password. A brief search revealed the mocking messages directed at him on social media moments prior. Satisfied that he had not erred, Sui activated the electromagnetic rifle attached to his powered armor and, with a casual flick, obliterated the AKs they held, ensuring they were disarmed. Only then did he remove his helmet and address them. "Who is it that used this computer to taunt me on my social account? Step forward. I am here to hear your explanation." Equipped with a universal language card, he was fluent in numerous tongues, including the commonly spoken Gaulish of these small black figures, facilitating seamless communication. The group exchanged glances, then unhesitatingly pointed to a young man who appeared to be under 20. The accused turned pale, devoid of color, and quickly exclaimed, "Sir, it wasn't me. It was he who made us film and post it. You can't blame me for what he said in the video." However, Sui paid no heed to his desperate excuses. He approached and seized the young man by the shoulder, lifting him effortlessly. Observing the terror in his eyes, Sui scoffed, "Do you even take a moment to reflect on your own worth? An uncivilized primitive dares to covet my wife?" The young man attempted to protest, but as Sui tightened his grip with the power armor, excruciating pain interrupted his words, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. When Sui tossed the shattered figure to the ground, he writhed in agony, emitting labored gasps, unable to vocalize his suffering. "Stop your whimpering," Sui admonished, kicking him over and grabbing his unkempt hair to pull him upright. He then took a selfie with the tablet and posted it using the same account. Behold, this is the fate of those who engage in keyboard warrior antics online. The remaining small black figures watched in silent terror, trembling at his display of power. Once finished, Sui discarded the wretched individual and crushed his skull beneath his boot. Turning his attention to the remaining 6, he expressionlessly readied his electromagnetic rifle. With the assistance of the targeting module, he fired 6 shots in rapid succession, leaving no survivors. Each bullet struck true, piercing their foreheads without deviation. Thanks to the built-in combat AI of his powered armor, shooting was as effortless as a game, rendering any chance of a miss impossible. Having dealt with the keyboard warriors, he exited the small room, casually eliminating a pirate that attempted to flee in panic. He then activated his radio, inquiring, "Have you located the pirate captain yet?" The radio suddenly crackled to life. "Report to the chairman. Team 1 has not encountered anything." "Report to the chairman. Team 2 has not encountered anything." "Chairman, this is the captain of Team 3. I have observed that the armed factions in the city are relocating their positions with alarming swiftness. Some of the armed individuals who were deliberately released will soon appear at the other end of the street. I suspect that there exists an extensive tunnel system beneath the city. Those masterminds from the island group, along with certain abducted crew members, are likely concealed underground." Upon hearing this report, Sui immediately instructed, "Each of you should focus on your designated areas. I will activate the landing craft as high-power detector to scan the city-S structure. Should we uncover any subterranean formations, The information will be synchronized to the maps embedded in your armored vehicles. At that point, I will have 3 members from each team form a squad to explore separately. Any armed personnel encountered are to be eliminated without hesitation. If you come across that pirate leader, allow him to live for now. I require him to be of use. Understood. Chapter 153. Bring them all down. The cacophony of gunfire had not ceased since it first erupted. In this surreal realm, even the impoverished, who could scarcely afford a meal, might brandish AK rifles and unleash a volley upon you. These individuals likely lacked comprehension of their motives for attacking outsiders. They merely followed the fray, caught in the frenzy of those around them. They remained oblivious to the fact that the exoskeleton warriors from the Tianyu group, who refrained from engaging, had no interest in their skirmishes. The moment one among them drew a weapon and fired, they would swiftly have their skulls shattered by bullets fired from unknown origins. 100 warriors advanced from the outskirts to the heart of the city, leaving a staggering number of armed insurgents lifeless in their wake. They combed through the city like a comb through hair. Finally, as dusk approached, after nearly 2 hours of relentless combat, the gunfire subsided, punctuated only by the occasional distant shot. Naturally, only a few survivors remained in the city. This was not solely due to the Tianyu group's security forces. Some, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, discarded their weapons and fled the city. With fewer than 200 exoskeleton warriors, it was implausible to truly encircle the city. They could merely restrict access to a few vital thoroughfares. Those who fled, barefoot from the fields, were not worth pursuing. The city had an estimated population of 30 to 40,000, with around 30,000 having escaped. As for the remaining inhabitants, data from the Tianyu network, which connected all exoskeleton systems, indicated that within just over 2 hours, these 200 warriors had dispatched nearly 10,000 armed insurgents. There was no benevolence in their actions. Though these individuals appeared as pitiful souls unable to afford a meal, once armed and aboard small boats, they transformed into ruthless marauders. In the past, various humanitarian and international order concerns permitted their unchecked lawlessness. However, Su Yike was indifferent to such matters. They robbed him, abducted his crew, threatened him, and even dared to hurl insults at Yuling. He would not hesitate to eliminate every last one of them without a flicker of remorse. Ultimately, to him, they were less than human. Their deaths held no significance. Chairman, our second team has located the fleeing island chief and the last 2 hostages he has taken in the underground passage and is in pursuit. We will ensure he is brought before you within 10 minutes. Thank you for your hard work. It is best to conclude this matter swiftly, so you can return. Su Yike replied, seated atop the villa, gazing at the coastal vista. Upon our return, each of you will receive a 2 million bonus and a month of paid leave, whether you wish to vacation in the homeland or on Penglai Island. A month of paid leave? Incredible. This is going to be exhilarating. Chairman, you are magnificent. I've been longing to fish among the schools in our waters. During my leave, I shall fish to my heart's content for an entire month. The voice channel erupted in jubilant cheers. Although combating piracy contravenes numerous established conventions, it ultimately possesses a sense of righteousness, aligning with the fundamental values of the populace. Nonetheless, it is inevitable that these warriors will harbor psychological scars following such a confrontation. Granting them a respite is indeed warranted. Sir, an reconnaissance aircraft is approaching. Having departed from the Eagle's overseas base less than 100 kilometers from the Somalian coast, they likely observed the situation via satellite, sending the reconnaissance plane to gather intelligence. Accompanied by 2 transport aircraft carrying journalists from the Eagle and the Gull Alliance. The latter appears to be a temporary arrangement by the Eagle, aiming to capture footage of the events in the city to exert pressure on the Tianyu group regarding potential countermeasures. Down it goes, Su, you remarked impassively. Should we target only the reconnaissance aircraft, or all of them? Additionally, use the group's account to issue a statement declaring that the Tianyu group is currently engaged in operations against piracy to rescue hostages in the vicinity, with the airspace strictly closed to any aircraft from any nation or organization, or they will bear the consequences. Hack into the back end to alter the announcement's timestamp, setting it to precede the departure of their aircraft. In the aftermath, even if they attempt to quibble, Should the Eagle retrieve the black box and claim it was shot down, it would be evident that their announcement was issued first, followed by their deployment. It is entirely their own folly. Who else can they blame? Moreover, is this not the pirates' territory? If their aircraft is shot down, why come to me instead of seeking the pirates? Understood, sir. In the next moment, the landing craft, which had been suspended over the sea for 2 hours without movement, slowly pivoted. The armored top swiftly opened, revealing a large electromagnetic cannon extending from the vessel's apex. After aiming at a specific point in the sky, it discharged 3 quality rounds in succession, while simultaneously, a laser cannon emerged from the side, unleashing a robust beam into the heavens above. Subsequently, both turrets retracted, returning to a state of silence. Sir, the reconnaissance aircraft and both transport planes have been shot down, and I have also downed the Eagle's military satellite observing this area from high altitude. Excellent work. Will this incite a war? Sudifed notre pédestin. The barbaric fear the strong while lacking virtue. These white-skinned mad dogs only prey upon the weak. They may appear domineering, yet they are fundamentally greedy and cowardly. It is implausible that they would confront an unknown adversary over a few aircraft and lives. If they are struck, so be it. If not, they would exploit the situation to their advantage. Having shot down the Eagle's military aircraft and military satellite, should such news circulate, it is likely to incite public outrage. At that juncture, even if they dare not retaliate, they would be compelled to confront the Tianyu group. This is precisely the outcome the Eagle's higher-ups wish to avoid. Su Yi's decision to adjust the announcement's timing was merely a precautionary measure. The chairman, the individual, has been apprehended. However, during the capture, one hostage sustained a gunshot wound to the abdomen and is in critical condition. I request the application of the life elixir. Proceed with it and bring that pirate leader to me. The previously listless Su Yi finally found a flicker of interest and leaped from the rooftop. The weighty power armor created a substantial crater in the villa's garden. Yet, it mattered little. This cursed place had already been reduced to ruins. He had devised a plan for the aftermath, for in any case, this dilapidated location was no longer fit for habitation. Destruction had occurred, and so be it. Now, he intended to closely observe whether this audacious pirate leader, who had the audacity to summon him personally, possessed extraordinary abilities, or if his head was encased in impenetrable armor. Chapter 154. Capturing all and aftermath. Before long, the pirate leader was brought before Su Yi, observing the wretched figure of the pirate chief. Su Yi could not help but chuckle. Did you not summon me in the video just now? Here I am, what now? The young man appeared utterly terrified, his sanity seemingly unraveling. Upon seeing Su Yi, his eyes filled with dread, and he replied in a disjointed manner, "Demons. You are demons. You have slain everyone. Slap. Stop your madness here. I am interrogating you." Su Yi delivered a sharp slap, sending several of the pirates' teeth flying. Once the pirates settled down, Su Yi continued, "Speak. Who commissioned you to seize this vessel, and what incentives did they offer you?" This time, the pirate chief dared not feign insanity. He hastily replied, "It was the people of the White Eagle, the CIA. Yes, the CIA. They approached me in the kingdom of Sor, instructing me to hijack this merchant ship and provoke the Tianyu group and Jiuzhou. I have evidence. They promised me $500 million, and the transaction records still exist. Furthermore, they assured me that upon the successful completion of this task, I would be granted White Eagle citizenship, allowing me to retire in peace. I was deceived by them. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, I would not dare to provoke the Tianyu group and Jiuzhou." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. Su Yi furrowed his brow and immediately inquired of Tian Shu, "Is there indeed such a substantial sum deposited in his account? If there were prior transaction records, it would be illogical for you to have initially found no evidence of someone orchestrating this behind the scenes, relying solely on conjecture." "The bank's firewall is like a toy before it," Tian Shu replied. "No, I have scrutinized all of his personal accounts, as well as those of his relatives and trusted subordinates, and I found no trace of this 500 million. However, I delved into the financial flow of the White Eagle's overseas intelligence department and confirmed that such funds do exist. Last night, The White Eagle's finance department allocated this sum as operational expenses to the intelligence division. Subsequently, the money was divided into numerous portions, transferred multiple times, and eventually landed in the private accounts of several high-ranking officials within the intelligence agency. Notably, nearly $200 million was converted into Jojo currency and deposited in a bank within Jojo. As for the bank transfer records he possesses, they are fabricated. His family within the White Eagle received not a single cent, and he is under their control. Su-yi regarded the man thoughtfully, carefully reflecting on Tian Shu's earlier statements. For a moment, he was torn between ridiculing the fool for serving those who had not compensated him or marveling at the audacity of the White Eagle operatives, who had orchestrated a $500 million operation while giving not a penny to this poor wretch, pocketing it all for themselves. Let him perish, Su-yi concluded. The man was somewhat of a warlord in the kingdom of Sor, and Su-yi had initially expected him to possess some merit. Yet, this was the reality? Beyond lamenting the remarkable selection mechanism of the Heijo region, which allowed such mindless individuals to rise to power, he found himself at a loss for words. Having resolved the matter concerning the pirates, all individuals were safely rescued, with the exception of the captain, who suffered minor injuries due to severe interrogation, and an unfortunate soul who was shot during the capture of the pirate leader. Fortunately, the remaining crew members emerged unscathed. The injured received healing from the essence of life, meaning this operation successfully retrieved all kidnapped sailors without any casualties. Naturally, the losses among the kidnappers do not count as casualties. The uninjured crew members were returned to the ship, and to safeguard the emotional well-being of those who were harmed, Su-yi took the precaution of leaving 10 exoskeletal warriors aboard to accompany them back to Penglai Island. As for the remaining warriors, he only took half, leaving behind 100 exoskeletal soldiers and 3 power armors to handle the subsequent aftermath. This was done to prevent escalating global tensions that could negatively impact the company's business interests. Ultimately, an explanation was necessary for the events that unfolded here. It would be a stretch to claim that the extermination of over 10,000 pirates was the sole outcome of a single engagement. Thus, Su-yi resolved to find someone to shoulder the blame. Who could be more fitting for this role than the local warlords in Sogwo? These individuals, embroiled in civil wars and ethnic massacres resulting in hundreds of thousands of casualties, would find the loss of merely a few thousand insignificant. Accepting the blame would be of little consequence to them, in contrast to the absurd narrative of the Tianyu Group Security Department eliminating tens of thousands of pirates. It would be far more palatable for the world to accept that local warlords seized the opportunity to expand their territory following the Tianyu Group's destruction of the pirate stronghold, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous lives. If the former narrative were to circulate, it would lead others to perceive the Tianyu Group as excessively ruthless. However, the latter story would likely prompt the uninformed public to think, oh, only tens of thousands died this time, far fewer than the hundreds of thousands from before. That's progress. This illustrates the distinction. As for whether the local warlords are willing to take on this burden, that is not for them to decide. Those willing to shoulder the blame may be offered some incentives, while refusal is not an option. This pertains to the issue of blame in this thoroughly devastated little city. Furthermore, Su-yi had no intention of abandoning this place. The geographical position is simply too advantageous, almost commanding the most critical juncture of the Golden Waterway. Whether to prevent similar future grievances or to vex the White Eagle, this location holds significant value for him. As for legal matters, they could not be simpler. Sogwo is inherently an anarchic territory. Finding a warlord to recognize them as the legitimate authority and signing an agreement would suffice. As for the recognition of the international alliance, Su-yi was indifferent. The land was now in his possession, and he cared not for their acknowledgement. The locals harbored no objections, who were outsiders to dictate terms. When the White Eagle perpetrated its misdeeds, the international alliance did not intervene. Thus, his actions could be deemed legitimate, complete with all necessary procedures. In stark contrast to the almost foregone conclusion of the anti-piracy operation, the online discourse has become considerably more lively. The moment Su-yi shared the photograph taken with Xiao He, the online community that had been closely monitoring the situation erupted in excitement. In contrast to the more serious news topics surrounding politics and technology, it was evident that the audience preferred such entertaining narratives. The chairman of Tianyu Group, known for his unfiltered remarks, had become a notorious figure akin to a pirate. This story was undoubtedly front-page news. The photograph, along with the screenshot of Xiao Hei's mocking comment on Su Yi's post, was compiled into a collection that circulated widely across the internet. Although much of it was steeped in humor, a significant number of online provocateurs began to temper their bravado following this incident, who wouldn't be intimidated by the prospect of retaliation. Furthermore, Tian Shu intentionally amplified the story to divert attention, causing it to swiftly gain traction across the global online landscape. Surprisingly, very few were concerned about the fate of these so-called pirates. Among the small group discussing the matter, most believed they deserved their fate and warranted no sympathy. Chapter 155. Indeed, the timing is inopportune. While the minor incidents on Blue Star unfolded, the magical realm was equally tumultuous. Within the castle of Dream River City, Vivi listened intently to her subordinates' reports on the battle, her brow furrowed with concern. Since the Elven army had encamped at the city's gates yesterday, they had swiftly unified the chaotic coalition forces outside within half a day, subsequently commencing their siege. For an entire day and night, the assault had shown no signs of abating. Dream River City boasted a particularly strategic geographic position, situated at the confluence of two rivers, surrounded by water on two sides and flanked by mountains on another. The only relatively flat expanse lay to the north, allowing the coalition forces to launch a full-scale assault. Although the other three sides were also besieged, the limited available space made it exceedingly difficult for the coalition to effectively mount an attack from those directions. In fact, the pressure of the siege was rather mild. Previously, Vivi had been able to maintain communication with the outside world, relying on the lax defenses of this side. Small shipments of goods and a few personnel could still enter the city via river transport. However, substantial supplies, such as grain and consumable weapons, faced significant challenges in entering, which accounted for Dream River City's peculiar deficiency in food and armaments despite its abundance in other resources. The coalition forces surrounding the city, though few in number, were not entirely inactive. Conversely, the garrison on the three besieged walls was also relatively sparse. With only tens of thousands of defenders, it was impossible to spread their forces evenly across all four sides of the walls. Thus, the primary defensive position remained focused on the northern wall. The deep trenches and tall ramparts, coupled with the advantageous terrain, had allowed Dream River City to withstand a multitude of assaults over the years. However, that was in the past. The coalition, comprised of various races, harbored ulterior motives and, despite their numerical superiority, hesitated to launch a full frontal assault against the towering walls and impenetrable defenses. They feared that such an attack might weaken their own forces, jeopardizing their standing in subsequent negotiations regarding profit distribution and other matters, effectively rendering them subservient. Now, however, with the formidable Elven Kingdom's involvement, led by the astute Princess Darkprayer, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Whether through intimidation or persuasion, she had succeeded in transforming the previously disjointed coalition into a unified front. Since the onset of the assault yesterday, the pressure faced by Dream River City's defenders had far exceeded that of the past several years. Waves of coalition forces surged against the towering walls like a relentless tide, leaving the defenders gasping for breath. Yet, the enemy did not rely solely on brute force. They would occasionally feign attacks, retreating midway only to strike genuinely moments later. Concurrently, a significant number of non-combatant coalition soldiers busied themselves transporting vast quantities of sandbags to be dumped into the moat. The moat surrounding Dream River City was connected to the two rivers on either side, wide and deep, having thwarted countless enemy assaults. Yet, merely one day had passed, and after numerous sandbags had been cast, a makeshift earthen path composed of sandbags had been hastily constructed across the moat. After all, the water in the moat was diverted rather than flowing from a natural river, and the current was painfully slow. The garrison on the city walls was utterly exhausted from contending with a myriad of attacks from the enemy, leaving them with little time to safeguard the moat. It was only natural that their escape routes were severed and filled in. Without the protection of the river, the scale of the coalition's siege would only escalate, becoming increasingly ferocious. The inadequacy of troops defending Mengchuan City was finally laid bare. In the face of the coalition's relentless, staggered assaults, the two shifts of soldiers stationed on the walls were clearly unable to keep pace. Even though these soldiers were all martial artists at the very least, they could hardly withstand such unremitting attacks. While the coalition forces could rotate and rest, the defenders of Mengchuan City had no such luxury. After a day and night of conflict, the fatigue among the city's soldiers was palpable. Consequently, Wei Wei was compelled to dispense some of her precious life water, diluted and distributed among the troops to alleviate their exhaustion. Yet, this was akin to quenching thirst with poison. It would only serve to sustain them for a brief period. Under the coalition's relentless and unyielding assaults, even Iron Men would crumble, and life water was not a panacea. With the current pace of the siege, I implore you to hold the line. I do not require you to perish alongside the city in vain. Just for 3 days. If we can endure for 3 days, our reinforcements will arrive. In such dire circumstances, nothing could invigorate morale more than the assurance of impending aid. Faced with her weary subordinates, Wei Wei found herself resorting to grand promises. However, this was not mere empty rhetoric, for reinforcements were indeed on their way. After rousing her troops, she intended to ascend the walls to inspect the defenses. At that moment, however, a mage clad in a wizard's robe hurried into the Lord's residence, clutching a scroll. Your Highness, Your Highness! News from the imperial capital. Wei Wei calmly dismissed the others, allowing the mage to present the scroll. What would this be about? Your Majesty has passed away. The mage trembled, kneeling before her. Wei Wei's hand froze as she unfurled the scroll, a complex expression crossing her face, followed by a bitter smile. This truly was an ill-timed revelation. Upon reading the scroll, she discovered it was from her elder brother, the current crown prince. The initial sentiment expressed was one of mourning, lamenting the loss of their father. The latter part of the message turned to the crux of the matter. Under the pretense of the emperor's death, he requested that the princes and princesses scattered across the realm return to the capital to pay their respects to the late emperor and participate in his coronation ceremony. In 10 days, he would ascend the throne as the legitimate heir of the royal family, hoping for the blessings of his siblings. Naturally, these were merely formalities. The final sentences contained the essential message. Given the current political turmoil, with many unscrupulous individuals vying for power, he urged his sister to bring her personal guard with her when she came to the capital. He was already aware of the siege on Mengchuan City and suggested it could be set aside for the moment. Once the new regime was established, he would secure a more prosperous fief for her. In plain terms, he was asking Wei Wei to march her troops to the capital to help solidify his claim to the throne. As for the beleaguered Mengchuan City, what was it but a northern stronghold? If we're lost, so be it. In the eyes of these princes, the situation is merely a group of barbarians from beyond the borders coming to reap the benefits of autumn winds. Afterward, they will simply depart, allowing for a leisurely reclamation of territory, rendering the matter insignificant. Moreover, Mengchuan City, situated on the frontier, is perpetually engulfed in warfare and is exceedingly barren. As long as Wei Wei can assist him in securing the imperial throne, he is willing to grant her a more prosperous fief in return. Can Wei Wei's apparent influence genuinely sway the celestial clashes among the princes in the imperial capital? Clearly, that is an impossibility. Even the least among them commands an army of at least 100,000. The coalition besieging Mengchuan City would likely crumble within a day when faced with the elite forces of the Blazing Sun Empire controlled by these princes, let alone Wei Wei. For the individuals at her disposal hold no sway over the political landscape of the capital. The true leverage that compels ambitious princes to extend an olive branch is her royal status. As a princess of the realm, renowned and celebrated since childhood for her prodigious talents, her alignment with any faction would significantly bolster the political implications far beyond any mere military advantage. Chapter 156. Unheeded Corpses. Clashing armors upon perusing the heartfelt invitation, Vivi promptly tucked it away, casting her gaze upon the kneeling sorcerer and inquiring, "Is there anything else?" "And no, nothing more," he stammered. Vivi's expression remained impassive as she rose and swiftly severed his head with a single stroke of her sword. The fact that the Crown Prince extended an olive branch to recruit her at this juncture was not lost on her. The other princes would undoubtedly have similar thoughts. Moreover, as the legitimate firstborn, the Crown Prince had accrued numerous advantages, yet found himself embroiled in a fierce contest for the throne, struggling against his brothers, and perhaps even positioned as the most disadvantaged among them. This revelation spoke volumes. His tactics paled in comparison to those of his brethren. If he could conceive of enlisting other royal descendants who were not vying for the crown, the other princes were certainly capable of similar machinations. Yet at present, only the information relayed by the Crown Prince had reached Vivi. It was evident that the communication channels within the Lord S Manor were likely controlled by the Crown Prince's loyalists, and the information from the other princes had been intercepted. The sorcerer responsible for managing the communication array stood before her, and thus his demise was justified. Vivi promptly summoned her aides, instructing them not only to dispose of the body, but also to conduct a thorough search. As anticipated, they soon unearthed a plethora of correspondences intercepted by the Crown Prince's agents. Most were recent overtures from the other princes, extending olive branches to win Vivi's allegiance. Some letters dated back nearly half a month, all thwarted by the Crown Prince's infiltrator station at her side, resorting to such underhanded tactics. It was no wonder that the esteemed first heir to the throne found himself in such a predicament. Vivi recalled a phrase from the art of war that Su Yi had gifted her. In all warfare, the goal is to align with the righteous and triumph through the unexpected. Despite possessing the most substantial advantages, the Crown Prince eschewed the rightful path, perpetually seeking to navigate through dubious means. She harbored doubts regarding her royal brother's capabilities. In her mind, he had all but forfeited his claim to the throne. Apart from his status as the firstborn, he seemed lacking in all other respects. What merit did he possess to contend with his siblings? As for the intercepted letters, they too extended olive branches, with the other princes more forthright in their communications. They refrained from suggesting that she lead troops into the imperial city, a notion far too audacious. Instead, they merely asserted that the late emperor's most cherished princess was none other than Vivi, given her current precarious health. They implored her to return to the capital to bid a final farewell upon receiving news of the emperor's passing. Any suggestions for her to relinquish Dream River City, promising her lands anew in the future, were utterly absent. Regardless of the circumstances, the emperor's duty was to safeguard all subjects of the empire. To declare her intent to abandon territories before even ascending the throne, and to pen such sentiments in correspondence, would tarnish her reputation significantly if made public. While she could feign ignorance amidst the siege of Dream River City, to demand that others forsake the city was a step too far. Such reprehensible tactics were beneath the other princes. Only the Crown Prince, lacking in foresight, would commit such words to paper and dispatch them to her. However, the absence of clarity does not signify a lack of implication. Each prince has offered Vivi numerous insinuations, both overt and covert, promising various benefits. Upon hastily perusing the letters sent by these princes, Vivi discerned that, regardless of their rhetoric, they essentially conveyed a singular message. She ought to boldly lead troops back to the imperial capital. The quantity of forces was of little consequence. What mattered most was the declaration of allegiance. Finding no novelty in their propositions, she felt disinclined to delve deeper. Instead, she turned her attention to the latest intelligence dispatched by her own informants from the capital. She soon found herself massaging her temples in exasperation. Despite the light-hearted tone of the letter from the first prince, the actual situation was far more intricate. The old emperor had passed away the previous night, and since then, the entire capital had descended into a state of martial law. On the surface, the capital's garrison knights and the palace guards were ostensibly obeying the emperor's orders, having effectively sealed off the city. Yet, it was common knowledge that the first prince wielded control over these two formidable armies. Naturally, other ambitious princes were unwilling to remain passive. Early this morning, the first contingent of the second prince's hundreds of thousands of troops arrived at the outskirts of the capital. demanding entry under the pretext of mourning for the deceased emperor. More forces were still en route. The elite armies of the Fourth Prince, numbering in the millions, had long since assembled around the capital and were now mobilizing. War was on the brink of eruption. Even within the capital, the First Prince, as the primary heir apparent, could not entirely dominate the city. Since last night, the cacophony of battle cries had not ceased in this renowned metropolis of the magical realm, and no one knew how many lives had already been lost within. Vivi's intelligence operatives in the capital were uncertain, merely reporting that the waters outside the palace had turned red that morning. The situation in the capital appeared tense, yet it was far from tranquil. While the princes had not yet engaged in open conflict, the war had already commenced in secrecy. It was merely awaiting an opportune moment for full-scale civil strife to erupt. Vivi sensed that this moment was likely imminent, perhaps within the coming days. Ignoring the grim realities, she shook her head and withdrew her gaze from the distant capital. Rather than concerning herself with that turmoil, she deemed it prudent to focus on safeguarding her own city of Mengchuan. Furthermore, the news of the emperor's demise and the ensuing chaos in the capital must not circulate within Mengchuan, lest it undermine the morale of her troops. After all, she had repeatedly assured them that reinforcements were en route, and the garrison within the city had no knowledge of any otherworldly assistance, naturally believing it to be support from the capital. Revealing the imminent civil war, where princes were poised to clash over the throne, would effectively extinguish any hope of reinforcements. Having just commanded her confidants to seal off information, cutting all external communication channels, including the magical arrays of the Magic Guild, she fortuitously received news from Su Yi via the trading platform. Initially clouded by the pressures of city defense and the turmoil in the capital, Vivi's spirits brightened significantly upon receiving this news, her demeanor visibly uplifting. She promptly conveyed the details to her subordinates and then entered the trading space. What news do you have from your end? Can it be resolved within 3 days? Dream River City can only hold on for about 3 more days. As soon as she entered, Wei Wei inquired rapidly. Although nearly 2 days had already elapsed since her previous agreement with Su Yi regarding the 3-day time frame, she felt that this duration was rather brief and feared that Su Yi would be unable to prepare in time. 3 days? There is no need for that. The first batch of supplies is already ready, and the troops are fully deployed. We could deliver them to you immediately. Chapter 157. The arrival of reinforcements. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Wei Wei, who had initially harbored no hope and assumed that Su Yi had merely come to inform her of the prior agreement's failure to meet the deadline, was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon felt enveloped by a wave of happiness. By all that is just, the past 2 days have been filled with disheartening news. Finally, a piece of good news had arrived. Could it really be so swift? A massive army of over 10,000, comprising various technical personnel, had been fully prepared? Wei Wei found it hard to believe. Having interacted extensively with Su Yi and been acquainted with the modern equipment on his side, she possessed a certain understanding of the composition of the Blue Star Army. She knew that the number of technical troops, such as artillery and engineering units, was not particularly abundant in a conventional military. Finding such a large number of personnel in a short time was indeed a formidable challenge, especially when considering the need to prepare a substantial amount of corresponding equipment, which made it even more daunting. Not only had all the personnel been located and gathered, but the Jojo had also sought experienced retired veterans, deliberately avoiding current active duty soldiers to quell any rumors and prevent gossip. The conditions offered by the Jojo military and the Tianyu group were alluring enough to entice anyone, including those retired individuals who needed to strive for a living. While dangerous, it was evident that many were willing to undertake this journey. However, since retired soldiers were dispersed across the nation, it required time to explain the risks and significance of the mission to them, allowing them time to ponder their decision. This was precisely why Jojo had spent nearly 2 days locating suitable candidates. As for the mobilization of equipment, that posed no issue at all, as ample stock was readily available in various combat readiness warehouses across several theaters. Su Yi could simply retrieve it himself. The real challenge lay in finding a group of experienced, appropriately qualified, and valiant individuals without attracting undue attention. If personnel were to be drawn directly from the active duty forces, There would be no need for such a prolonged effort. The army could have been dispatched the very next day after Su, Yi, and Jojo reached a consensus. After briefly explaining the reason for the 2-day delay, Su, Yi observed Wei's astonished expression. While he remained outwardly composed, he could not suppress a smile within. This was what one might refer to as the mobilization capability of modern society. Does this mean I can take your soldiers and army directly back to Mengchuan City? Wei still found it difficult to accept. Not quite. You must first provide me with the group life transaction permission card. Su Yi replied with a chuckle. Oh. Wei quickly purchased the card using her membership points and handed it to Su Yi. Upon using it, he immediately transferred an innumerable array of military supplies from his dedicated trading space to Wei, followed by the transfer of 9,999 soldiers who had been on standby in the trading space. Finally, he brought forth their old acquaintance, Lin Yilong, who looked utterly astonished and bewildered. This fellow had been an active duty officer, but had retired prior to this undertaking. Naturally, Lin Yilong was completely unaware of matters pertaining to the otherworld. He was only aware that he was to lead a battalion composed entirely of artillery and engineering troops, equipped for medium to long-range firepower on a perilous mission. These soldiers were not only elite veterans hastily recalled under the constraints of resources, but they were also equipped with a Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton, a piece of technology that was unattainable even for the Jojo. The prospect of commanding such a formidable force was undeniably exhilarating. As for the mission's rewards, it was enough to make even him salivate, let alone those retired soldiers toiling for a living. History has shown that great rewards inspire great courage, and this instance was no exception. This encapsulated all that Lin Yilong knew. After gathering at a military base nestled deep in the mountains, they witnessed Su Yi arriving aboard a landing craft. Subsequently, he found himself in this extraordinary place. "Brother Su, what is going on?" Lin Yilong inquired, gazing at the trading space resembling an ancient grand hall. Under an expansive starry sky, he felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend it all. "You need not pry into matters that do not concern you," Su Yi replied dismissively, gesturing toward Princess Wei. "Your mission will take you to a realm endowed with supernatural abilities, where you are to assist Her Highness Princess Wei from the otherworldly Qiyang Empire in defending her fief, Dream River City. The methods you employ are of no concern to me, and no one will care about the morality of your actions. As long as you succeed in safeguarding the city, it will be deemed a significant achievement. During this period, you are required to obey Princess Wei's commands, though she shall refrain from interfering in matters pertaining to your expertise." In response, Wei affirmed, "Leave the professional matters to the professionals. Rest assured, I will not meddle in this regard. Once you arrive, this army will be under your complete command, independent of the existing military structure of Dream River City. You will have the authority to participate directly in high-level meetings, holding a status second only to mine, without the need to defer to anyone. In the magical realm, lineage is revered, and an army like that of Blue Star, devoid of any noble ancestry or foundation, has no obligation to integrate into the local military of Dream River City. Wei intended for them to operate as a distinct entity, separate from the original military framework. Lin Yilong, as the leader, would be responsible for formulating tactical strategies. The remainder would be beyond her concern, and no one else in Dream River City would have the authority to approach the quarters prepared for this Blue Star army. This straightforward and forceful approach was designed to avert any potential conflicts. The reality was that the disparities in worldview between the two realms were too vast. The mid to high-ranking officers in Dream River City were predominantly knights of noble lineage, whereas the people of Blue Star did not adhere to a hierarchy based on bloodlines. If both sides were to engage deeply, conflicts would be almost inevitable. It was a matter of concern that, before vanquishing external foes, internecine strife might arise within their own ranks. Lin Yilong remained unaware of the circumstances prevailing in that realm and was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news. He mused to himself that the inhabitants of this extraordinary world were rather accommodating, bestowing upon him, an outsider, such elevated authority. This effectively permitted a foreigner to independently command a substantial army within the city, highlighting the profound level of trust they placed in him. Naturally, this line of thought stemmed from his complete ignorance of the trading platform's regulations. He was oblivious to the fact that the agreement between Su, Yi, and Wei Wei rendered it impossible for their contingent to become members of the trading platform in this foreign world. In contrast to his own subordinates, whose loyalties were often ambiguous and unpredictable, Wei Wei would undoubtedly have far greater confidence in this army bound by the constraints of the trading platform, rendering the extent of authority granted to them inconsequential. Chapter 158. A familiar scent. After a brief exchange and a thorough briefing on various precautions, the two parties successfully completed their handover. The scale of this transaction was undeniably substantial, with an array of military equipment that was nothing short of overwhelming. Among the inventory, there were a staggering 3,000 units of the SH Modular 155mm unmanned turret artillery system. Under normal circumstances, each unit could be operated by a single gunner without the need to relocate positions. The sight of 3,155mm artillery pieces firing in unison would be a rare spectacle even on Blue Star, let alone in another world. Su-Yi could hardly fathom the psychological impact that such a display would inflict on the people outside Mengchuan City during its inaugural volley. In addition to these 3,000 automated artillery pieces, there are also 1,000 rocket launcher vehicles, each capable of unleashing 30 to 40 rockets in a remarkably short span of time. This constituted true firepower on a grand scale. The remaining equipment, such as engineering vehicles, paled in comparison and were hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, a vast stockpile of ammunition was also dispatched, with over 9,155mm shells alone, alongside countless rockets of various types. Coupled with replacement barrels, launchers, and additional engineering vehicles for logistical and construction tasks, this arsenal would be more than sufficient to wage a war of annihilation on Blue Star. Few nations could withstand such overwhelming firepower. The sheer quantity of weaponry reached a level that transcended mere monetary valuation. On Blue Star, it could serve as a formidable political bargaining chip. In contrast to the extensive arsenal provided by Su-Yi, the leverage that Wei Wei brought to this transaction appeared rather simplistic and blunt. 10 large barrels of the fabled water of life, or more precisely, life essence. The essence of the elven water of life was originally derived from the spring waters of the fountain of life, which, after undergoing magical processes and natural evolution, transformed into a milder but less potent version known as life essence. This life essence eventually flowed into a lake, giving rise to the renowned elixir of the elven race, often referred to as their holy water. Even in a world steeped in magic, this was an item the elves would never sell. They diluted the life essence further, branding it as water of life, a specialty product marketed for leisure. At that time, the water of life still held considerable efficacy, beneficial to many high-level mages and warriors. The water of life that Wei Wei previously entrusted to him was of even lesser quality, having undergone several rounds of dilution. After obtaining this diluted version, Su-Yi further diluted it by an astounding 10,000 times, and it still retained healing properties on Blue Star. Now, Wei Wei was offering 10 large barrels, each visibly exceeding 1 cubic meter. Remarkably, these barrels contained not water of life, but pure life essence. The overwhelming vitality emanating from them was palpable to any living being, even from a distance. As Su-Yi merely inhaled the scent wafting from the barrels, he felt a jolt of energy surging through him. Wei Wei utilized this as leverage for the transaction, and its value was undoubtedly equivalent. Once Su-Yi returned with it, a mere dilution of a single barrel would likely suffice to free all of Jiuzhou's populace from their afflictions. It would not be an exaggeration to say this was an act of immeasurable merit. All of this was achieved thanks to the efforts of the 10,000 soldiers and the Jiuzhou authorities. Regardless of whether their motivations stemmed from the allure of generous rewards or other considerations, it undeniably brought immense benefits to all in Jiuzhou. The trading points awarded were determined by the nature of the exchanged items. This unprecedented transaction evidently received the platform's acknowledgement. It was Su-Yi's first encounter where the points accrued from a single transaction surpassed 3 digits. Furthermore, it was not just a marginal exceedance. The platform rewarded him with over 300 points for this exchange. Similarly, Wei Wei found herself in a fortunate position. Initially, after purchasing the basic group life transaction card, she had been financially drained, but unexpectedly, she reaped substantial profits from this trade. Su Yi surmised that this might be a mechanism implemented by the trading platform to encourage both parties to engage freely in transactions. However, time was of the essence. With the powerful external support she had secured, Wei Wei was eager to return and reorganize the city defense, leaving no opportunity for further discussion on this matter. That would have to wait for another occasion. Upon returning to Blue Star with 10 barrels of life essence, Su Yi summoned Yu Ling and Xing Hen, eagerly opening the boxes. After confirming that ordinary individuals could consume this substance without adverse effects, he wasted no time in pouring himself a glass. The undiluted life essence was indeed far more potent than the life water. Having consumed the latter as freely as water, its effects had long since diminished. However, this life essence invigorated him, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed and rejuvenated. Yet, this refreshing sensation and flavor felt oddly familiar to Su Yi, as if he had not only tasted it before, but had frequently indulged in it. Noticing his peculiar expression, Yuling assumed there might be something amiss with the substance and took a sip from her own glass, subsequently nodding in affirmation. It is undoubtedly life essence. Do you find it unpalatable? As an elven princess, she had also consumed this as water in her youth. Many among the elven nobility considered the life essence too rich and unpalatable. She initially thought Su Yi shared this sentiment and urged, "You'll grow accustomed to it." Life essence offers far greater benefits to the body than life water. Consuming more will enhance your efficiency in both magical and martial pursuits. It's not that it's unpalatable. I just find the taste somewhat peculiar. It feels too familiar, almost as if. Su Yi glanced at Yu Ling, then at the taciturn Xing Hen, who was quietly drinking water while reading, hesitating to continue. Peculiar? Not at all. This is the standard flavor, sweet with a hint of fragrance, rich in life essence. Yu Ling lifted her cup to her nose, puzzled by his reaction. How shall I put it? Su Yi gazed at her rosy lips and, realizing there were no outsiders present, boldly remarked, "Do you not think this substance bears a resemblance to your saliva?" Initially, he found the flavor quite delightful, albeit oddly familiar. However, he could not recall ever having traded this item with Wei Wei, and after much contemplation, he remained perplexed as to why it evoked such a sense of familiarity, as if he had indulged in it often. It was not until Yu Ling spoke that the memory struck him. Whenever he shared intimate moments with Yu Ling, he experienced this very sensation. Regardless of his fatigue, a mere kiss upon her lips would rejuvenate him, akin to a resurrection. While kissing, one might not expect such miraculous effects, yet the exchange of fluids is inevitable. Suddenly, Star Trace, who had been quietly engrossed in her reading, was utterly taken aback by their sudden shift in conversation. Spitting out a mouthful of water, she hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, "My apologies. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. Please, continue your discussion." Chapter 159. Truly capable of extending life are you? Speaking nonsense? As Xinghen departed, Yuling had face felushit, pilai fulislapet sui. I'm not being nonsensical. It genuinely possesses the same essence as you, Su Yi replied, pulling her closer to him for another test. He asserted with unwavering confidence. Indeed, it is identical in flavor. Even the enigmatic vitality feels the same. If I were to point out a distinction, it would be that the aura you exude is even more crystalline than this life essence. Noticing his serious demeanor, Yuling momentarily lost her train of thought, appearing somewhat dazed. Observing her state, Su Yi continued, "Did you not mention that your tribe's high priest sealed the core of the fountain of life from the elven kingdom within you before passing? Could that be the cause? If it truly pertains to an issue with the seal, then it seems the core of the fountain of life may never be extricated." Furrowing her brow, Yuling expressed her concern. That shouldn't be the case. Why do I feel nothing at all? As she spoke, she rose and approached a flower pot in the office, home to a beautiful ornamental plant from another world, which, although currently just sprouting, promised exquisite blooms. Extending her finger, a droplet of blood slowly coalesced at its tip. At the moment that drop fell, an immense vitality seemed to manifest. He could distinctly sense a powerful energy sweeping through the room, and soon after, he witnessed the magical plant flourishing at an astonishing pace, rapidly transforming from a seedling into a blossoming marvel. Yuling could easily achieve such effects with magic. Yet this time she had not employed any spells. It was merely a single drop of her blood. The results suggested it might indeed surpass even the life essence. The evidence was undeniable. Even if she were to doubt it, she could not. The core of the fountain of life sealed within her, that essence known as vitality, had encountered an issue and had completely merged with her being. In other words, she had become a corporeal fountain of life. Unbeknownst to her, He was the only one who had come into such close contact with her, having only tasted the diluted life water countless times. He was unaware of the flavor of the original life essence until today, when the familiar taste of the life essence that closely resembled the original revealed this oversight. Does this mean I have unwittingly become a fool, spending so much on life water? Suivestet, holding Yuling kulos. Yuling, lost in thought, suddenly blushed deeply and murmured, "The life water I purchased has other uses, while mine cannot." This topic, though somewhat absurd, indeed posed a serious concern. Yuling had inadvertently transformed into a precious entity akin to Tang Seng's flesh, having fully integrated the core of the fountain of life. Anything that fell from her would possess the capacity to extend life. However, as she stated, even if the life-giving water from another realm is diluted to the utmost degree, the intrinsic vitality, albeit diminished, still emanates from a genuine source of life. Utilizing it for trade or other purposes should pose no issue. Yet, her current predicament is hardly conventional. Not to mention her own concerns, he would be the first to object. After all, this involves his wife. The essence of the life spring has merged within her, and this situation now appears to be merely a manifestation of that bond. Is it conceivable that one could entirely command the core power of this life source, thereby evading such an awkward predicament, and subsequently conjure a cup of water that transforms into the most potent essence of life with a mere spell? Admittedly, he was no expert in such matters. His insights stem from the fantastical novels he had read in the past. Upon hearing this, Yuling pondered momentarily before surprisingly nodding in agreement. What you propose does not seem far-fetched. If I could endeavor to master this power and actively harness it through magic, it would undoubtedly enhance my abilities and other facets significantly. As you mentioned, whether it be a lake or a cup of water, I could transmute it all into life-giving water with a single incantation. Such a feat is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the life spring has previously existed merely as a lifeless entity, passively flowing as designed by the deities. It is likely they never intended for anyone to seize control of the core essence of the life spring for personal use. Thus, I surmise that fully mastering it may not be straightforward and will require considerable time and effort to comprehend how vitality integrates with my being. The pivotal question remains, how was the core of the life spring sealed within her, and what caused the seal to fail? How did this essence become one with her? Yuling was utterly in the dark, lacking any understanding of the origins of this life force, let alone how to wield it for her own benefit. There is no need for haste. We have ample time, he reassured her. Then, recalling something, he chuckled. I once saw online that being close to beautiful women could extend one's lifespan. I was skeptical. It seems there is truth to that. Come, let me have another taste meanwhile. As he made a significant discovery, Wei Wei had finally brought reinforcements to Dream River City. Previously, he had sold her some artillery and firearms. Although not in large quantities, she had grasped the principles behind these weapons and how to utilize them. Before the transaction, he had informed her of the types of weapons he would be delivering. Consequently, Wei Wei had already prepared the automated turrets and rocket launchers in Dream River City, ensuring that the encampment and storage facilities were ready for their arrival. It is essential to note the remarkable agricultural productivity based on magic in this otherworldly realm, which sustains a vast population. As a border fortress, Dream River City frequently experiences the turmoil of war. It epitomizes a military city. In ancient times, Such places in the land of Kyushu were scarcely inhabited by anyone other than merchant caravans and soldiers. The same holds true in the realm of magic. Ordinary folk are universally averse to the ravages of conflict, a principle that transcends all worlds. Nevertheless, due to its vast population base, even this war-torn border stronghold boasts a resident populace exceeding several million. Such a demographic scale inevitably gives rise to an immensely sprawling city. Moreover, in the wake of the coalition's siege, the citizens of Dream River City have realized that this conflict is unlike previous skirmishes. Most have fled, leaving fewer than 1 million inhabitants remaining within the city. Consequently, Dream River City now appears notably desolate. Whether it be artillery positions or the hastily established military camps and warehouses, finding space is no challenge at all. Chapter 160. Is this more absurd than magic? There was no time for Lin Yilong to acclimate to the wondrous sensations of traversing worlds. Upon arriving in Dream River City, he immediately set about consolidating the military forces and informed all the instructors within the team, briefly outlining the circumstances of the magical realm and the purpose and significance of their mission. Without the luxury of time to devise tactics, he instructed professional drone operators to launch a dozen military surveying drones, simultaneously establishing a field command post. Within less than an hour of entering the magical world, the terrain surrounding Dream River City, within a 10-kilometer radius, was swiftly mapped out by the drones, and the data was subsequently modeled into a 3D sand table using AI algorithms. Wei Wei, accompanied by several officers from Dream River City, observed their operations, initially perplexed about its significance. However, upon witnessing the floating 3D sand table and the familiar mountains and rivers depicted upon it, they were taken aback. How did you accomplish this? This was achieved through temporary surveying by drones, which then relayed the information to the field command post, where our intelligent AI constructed the model. Admittedly, it is quite rudimentary. With satellite assistance, we could produce a far more intricate 3D sand table, a female officer promptly explained. Besides the sand table at the command post, the surveying data will also be converted into specialized military maps, which will be disseminated to all automated artillery and rocket launchers. With these maps, once we identify the strike targets and relay the coordinates, they can immediately commence bombardment. This enables us to execute firepower delivery beyond visual range. Otherwise, in a situation of complete darkness, relying solely on radio communication makes it exceedingly difficult to accurately strike targets outside of sight. Wait a moment, Wei Wei interjected, still somewhat bewildered. Firepower delivery beyond visual range? If I understand correctly, that means firing without seeing the enemy, right? But how can one fire without sighting the enemy? The expertise of these professionals from Blue Star was truly confounding her. This doesn't seem right. The artillery that Su-E provided didn't mention such capabilities. Shouldn't we just fire from the city walls or find an open space behind them, and then bombard the enemy as they attempt to breach the walls? There was no mention of being able to accurately strike unseen foes. This is even more absurd than magic. In Blue Star, we have a plethora of means, artillery, radars, satellites, and so forth, to detect enemies beyond visual range and strike directly. In this world, however, our methods are limited. Currently, our strategy involves deploying drones to observe the enemies from high altitudes, and our command post will analyze the information provided by the drones, relaying it to the firepower delivery positions for long-range strikes. What if the drones are shot down as soon as they get close? Wei Wei frowned, aware of drones from her previous transactions with Su-E. Initially, the drones Su-E provided her were mere palm-sized devices, limited in functionality. To gather intelligence on the enemy, they would need to fly in dangerously close proximity to capture clear images. However, as one drew nearer, the clarity of vision was mutual. While you could discern the enemy, they could certainly see you as well. Although the coalition forces were unaware of the nature of the aerial object, this ignorance did not preclude their efforts to bring it down. Upon learning that the drone had been shot down, the female officer dispatched to meet Wei paused momentarily, her expression turning grave. Is the magic in your world so potent that it can bring down reconnaissance aircraft from an altitude of 10,000 meters? If that is the case, We must devise alternative methods to provide coordinates for artillery targeting. Wait. Wei Wei interjected hastily. 10,000 meters? Can we obtain any useful information from such heights? The drone Su Yi had previously supplied her could hardly discern anything from a distance of 1,000 meters. Oh, in that case, he must have given you civilian models, which differ significantly from military drones, the officer replied quickly. If our unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can operate at 10,000 meters, it should remain undetected. Indeed, unless a sorcerer happens to be observing the skies, it will not be discovered, Wei Wei asserted confidently. Then we have no cause for concern. Even if occasionally detected and shot down, it won't matter. We have brought an ample supply of equipment. They cannot possibly monitor us at all times. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. In a world devoid of satellite support, if the reconnaissance capabilities of drones were rendered ineffective, it would pose a significant problem. The only alternative would be to send scouts equipped with devices to approach closely, which could result in substantial casualties. Naturally, not conducting reconnaissance would not hinder artillery fire, but it would drastically reduce efficiency. While the officer felt a sense of relief, Wei Wei was left in shock. Previously, she understood that the weaponry from Blue Star posed limited threats to high-level sorcerers and warriors. However, its abundance made it exceptionally effective against lesser foes. Now, having witnessed such distant striking capabilities, she could not help but imagine leading her troops along a path, oblivious to any warnings, only to be bombarded by shells and rockets raining down like a storm. It was far more terrifying than any horror story. Particularly alarming was the reconnaissance aircraft gathering ground information from 10,000 meters above, a method that seemed almost absurd in a magical realm. Every action would be visible to the adversary. How could one possibly wage war under such circumstances? In that moment, the magical world felt the weight of a dimensional assault from modern technology. Had they not possessed magic and some means of counteraction, in a world devoid of such sorcery, they would likely surrender before even glimpsing their foe. Even a 9th-tier sorcerer could not cast spells on targets beyond their line of sight. After the coalition forces outside the city were bombarded, the only recourse might be to send high-level warriors and sorcerers into the city to confront the artillery units. Yet, such countermeasures would prove to be of limited effectiveness. The garrison in Dream River City is certainly not ineffectual. In terms of the size of the army, Vivi cannot compete with the coalition forces outside the city. However, when it comes to the number of skilled individuals, her lord's mansion is far from lacking. After all, she is a princess of the empire, surrounded by numerous formidable protectors from the imperial guards, as well as her own attendants. Additionally, as an ambitious princess, Vivi found it unwise to recruit large armies amidst the chaotic situation. Yet it was not difficult to enlist a significant number of powerful mages and warriors to serve under her banner. Thus, Dream River City is indeed home to a considerable number of high-ranking mages and warriors. If the opposing forces believe they can breach the city solely with their elite strength, they are sorely mistaken. Chapter 161. Are you so confident? After surveying the camp of the reinforcements, Vivi promptly revised the defense strategy for the city. The defensive forces stationed on the city walls could be judiciously reduced. She decided to draw half of the higher-tier mages and warriors to form a temporary escort team, stationed around the reinforcements camp and the artillery positions, thus ensuring the safety of these crucial offensive units. Although the withdrawal of personnel from the walls slightly weakened the defensive strength, the firepower had significantly increased compared to before. Ideally, a simultaneous barrage from thousands of 155mm howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers would suffice to transform the majority of the area outside the city gates into a desolate wasteland. Even with half of the defenders removed from the walls, there was no longer any concern about the gates being breached, as it was highly probable that the coalition forces would never even reach the city gates. The battle outside continued unabated, while within the city, efforts were fully directed towards assisting this army from another world in constructing fortifications and establishing positions. The senior officers among the reinforcements were engaged in discussions about the strategy for the upcoming battle. After receiving assurances from Vivi that they need only focus on their bombardments without concern for their own safety, the officers were eager to take action. The lack of advanced technology was inconsequential. The establishment of a comprehensive field command post was sufficient for processing information and directing operations. This was an exceptionally pure artillery force. Without the burden of logistical support or the threat of counter-battery radar, ground missiles, or aircraft, one could only imagine the formidable strength of an army equipped with thousands of cannons and over 1,000 rocket launchers. Even they themselves dared not envision it. Truly, the saying held. They had never fought such a prosperous battle in their lives. There was nothing more to say. Once prepared, they would simply unleash their artillery in a spectacular display. The siege outside had never ceased. After an afternoon of intense preparations and a restful night, the command post of the reinforcements learned from the senior officers of Dream River City that the coalition forces attacking the city changed shifts 4 times a day, immediately replacing soldiers at the designated times to continue the assault. The first shift change in the early morning occurred around 8 o'clock. Consequently, the command post ordered all soldiers to rest early, rise before 6, and return to their respective positions. When the coalition forces outside changed shifts, they would be ready to strike immediately, delivering a small yet impactful firepower shock to disrupt the enemy's siege rhythm. Vivi was well aware of the reinforcements' plans to open fire and held no objections. She trusted the expertise of the professionals. The female officer dispatched by Lin Elong conveyed to her that while directly bombarding the attacking troops would indeed frustrate their engineers, such firepower delivery would also instill a significant psychological shadow upon them. However, with the attackers already at the foot of the walls, protecting the structure, and due to the presence of firepower blind spots, it was, in fact, challenging to target those positioned directly beneath the walls. If one possesses a keen sense of observation, they would immediately discern this flaw. Rather than revealing our vulnerabilities to the enemy, it would be prudent to allow them to believe they are in control. And when the shift change occurs and the blind spots beneath the city walls are unguarded, we shall unleash our bombardment. This approach not only delivers a greater shock to the adversary, but also conceals our own shortcomings. In truth, these minor imperfections hardly qualify as weaknesses. Exposing them would only serve to provide the coalition with a false sense of superiority. The distinction between the enemy's attacks, having blind spots, versus being omnipresent is profound, yielding entirely different implications. The latter scenario could undoubtedly lead to a collapse in the morale and cohesion of the coalition forces. Often, a perceived weakness may not be as feeble as it seems, yet the greatest peril in revealing such vulnerabilities lies in instilling hope in the opponent. The art of warfare in this magical realm is still at the stage where both sides openly confront one another. Vivi, having studied a modicum of Sun Tzu's art of war, has yet to implement her strategies, yet she is already considered quite tactical in this world. Conversely, the reinforcements from Blue Star possess maneuvers that she cannot fully comprehend, leaving her in awe of their prowess. Take the cannon fire incident, for instance. Her initial intention was to bombard once the positions were secured. However, the command center of the reinforcements had specific timings for the artillery strikes, and upon hearing this, she realized it indeed made sense. Such meticulousness is the hallmark of true professionalism. Now, she finds herself eagerly anticipating the expression of the little sprite called Dark Prayer once the firing commences. As Vivi contemplated the timing and whether to ascend the walls for a front-row view of the impending explosion, fresh news arrived from the front lines. Your Highness, the coalition has shifted command, yet they have not continued their assault. Their commander wishes to speak with you. The commander? The sprite known as Dark Prayer? Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Vivi rose to depart. Just moments ago, she was pondering this matter, and now it had unfolded so swiftly. What a fortuitous coincidence. The memory of that insolent little sprite taunting her at the city gates stirred a desire for retaliation, quickening her pace. However, midway through her strides, she recalled something and turned back to retrieve the intercom. Are you prepared? She inquired. We are fully ready on this end and can fire at any moment, came the response from the female officer at the command center. Will there be sufficient time to launch the attack upon my command? Or do you operate on a fixed schedule? Vivi queried. There is no fixed timing. You may command the firing as you see fit, though it is advisable to ensure the enemy does not approach too closely to the walls. Of course, she affirmed, her spirits lifting at the confirmation. Dark prayer? I have met the princess, the sprite below remarked, maintaining her usual grace and poise, exuding an air of elegance despite her light armor, which only enhanced her beauty and added a touch of gallantry. What brings you here? With an expressionless demeanor, Wei Wei inquired. Has the princess still not contemplated surrendering after 3 days? And she responded gently. I can assure you that should the city open its gates and surrender, the allied forces will not cause harm to anyone upon entering. Our sole desire is to acquire a territory sufficient for our survival. After enduring several days of conflict, you must understand that this city is beyond your ability to defend. Her demeanor remained calm and composed, as if capturing Mengchuan City were a matter of course. Are you truly so confident? Wei Wei replied with a hint of a smile. Since you offer me such a benevolent promise of a bloodless surrender after the fall of this dilapidated city, allow me to extend a promise of my own. Should your allied forces be defeated, I shall not act against you. Rather, I will ensure you are sent to a favorable place. Chapter 162. I am a storm. Anshi could hardly fathom the source of Vivi's audacious confidence. The defenders of the city had visibly succumbed to exhaustion after days of relentless conflict. They had likely exhausted every ounce of strength merely to hold the city, let alone entertain notions of a counteroffensive. She had even contemplated the arrangements to be made following their victory over the coalition. A fleeting doubt crossed her mind regarding whether this princess of the Radiant Sun Empire had lost her senses. Or perhaps, reinforcements? And she turned to glance at the elderly elf behind her, his hair as white as snow. However, he shook his head, signaling that there was no such thing. There were no signs of human troops rallying around Dream River City, and none of the gates had been opened. The city lacked sufficient magical arrays to facilitate the rapid deployment of large armies. In light of this, Anshi observed the smiling Vivi and surmised that she was intentionally trying to intimidate her, to sow seeds of doubt and buy time for the defenders to rest. She shook her head and spoke. Your Highness, you must understand the immense cost that the coalition has paid to besiege us. To think you could frighten us away with mere words is rather naive. I have already informed you that significant upheavals have transpired in the northern territories, compelling us to descend southward. Defiance will only lead to more deaths, so it is futile to persist. Yet, while others may be unaware of the intricacies involved, Vivi was acutely aware of the truth. She retorted sharply, what significant upheaval? Is it not the rebellion instigated by your dark elves that has brought this upon us? This is a calamity of human origin, not a natural disaster. The life spring of the elven race had been destroyed amidst their internal strife, resulting in an ecological imbalance in the north that would soon render countless elves and various clans unable to survive. This was precisely why the previously fragmented coalition had suddenly united with unwavering resolve to seize Dream River City at all costs. If outsiders were unaware, they might indeed be led to believe from Anshi's words that some natural calamity had befallen the northern territories. The Moon Elves and several other royal families have decayed to such an extent. My clan bears no blame, Anshi responded coolly. I have no desire to debate the matter of right and wrong. I merely wish to convey this. Vivi spoke in a low tone. You are responsible for the mess you have created through your internal conflicts. The Radiant Sun Empire has no obligation to clean up after you. The North is no longer a suitable place for your survival. Whether you perish in the biting cold or succumb to famine is of no concern to us. This is not a place for you. You claim I cannot withstand the storm of the North. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the storm. As Vivi uttered the command to fire, Anshi, though unaware of the imminent events, felt a sudden, suffocating sense of danger wash over her. She glanced at the elf priest beside her, noting the same expression of alarm on his aged face, and realized she was not alone in her apprehension. Instinctively, she sought to signal the assembled troops behind her, ready to storm the city, to retreat. The current army is more formidable than any previous siege force, composed entirely of elite warriors. Alongside the goblins and the haphazard troops of dwarves, a significant number of elite elven fighters are intermingled within their ranks. After 3 days of siege, she believed the moment had arrived to seize Mengchuan City in one decisive strike, which is why she assembled such an elite attacking force. This was also the reason she summoned Vivi once more before the battle, seeking to persuade the opposing side to surrender. However, the assembled elite army has turned into sitting ducks, and she wishes to issue a retreat order, yet it is far too late. Accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, a rocket, trailing a fiery tail, struck the center of the crowd with deadly precision. In an instant, dozens of tightly arranged elven elite warriors were sent flying, with those closer to the epicenter obliterated into mere fragments, their remains utterly unrecognizable. Even those not directly struck, despite being several meters away, found themselves grievously injured, spewing blood. One rocket, unleashed in a moment of vulnerability, claimed the lives of numerous elven warriors and left nearly 100 wounded. It is essential to note that these elven fighters are not mere mortals, each possessing at least the strength of a first-tier warrior. And this was merely the beginning. As if Pandora's box had been opened, with the first rocket landing, a deluge of ordnance began to rain down from the heavens. The fiery trails of the rockets obscured the sky, and amidst the smoke and chaos, countless 155mm howitzer shells descended. "What is this?" Dark Prayer observed the scene, his face ashen, yet his reaction was swift. He immediately turned to the elven priest beside him, who understood the gravity of the situation. Although unaware of the nature of these projectiles, responding with magical arrows seemed a prudent course of action. The ancient elf waved his staff and chanted incantations. In the next moment, the staff struck the ground forcefully, and a translucent canopy suddenly appeared above all the elven forces, attempting to shield them from the torrential bombardment. On the city walls, Vivi couldn't help but smirk with derision at the sight. As anticipated, faced with the relentless barrage of shells and rockets, the canopy shattered in less than a second. The elven elder priest, having coughed up blood, collapsed to the ground. In this world, magic and martial prowess cannot disregard numerical superiority until one has truly ascended to divinity. As long as there are enough warriors, even demigods can be felled. This is also why, despite the presence of extraordinary powers, nations as organizations still exist. The elven elder priest, an 8th-tier mage, could have fled unimpeded amidst such concentrated firepower. However, the notion of intercepting all those projectiles was nothing short of a delusion. Do your drones see those leading figures ahead? Can we concentrate our firepower to eliminate them? Vivi inquired through the intercom, attempting to coordinate a response. The female officer in charge of communication at the command post promptly responded. The leaders among them are our primary targets. Over 50 155mm howitzers are aimed directly at them, alongside 5 rocket launchers also locked onto their position, currently unleashing their firepower. The projectiles include high explosive shells, white phosphorus incendiary rounds, and vacuum bombs, among others. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we are certain to eliminate the coalition's leader right here. Initially, the command post intended only to create a significant disturbance at dawn. But to their surprise, the coalition's leader had emerged. Although there remained uncertainty as to whether such powerful beings from another world could be annihilated, the command center decided to allocate some firepower for an attempt. Upon hearing this, Vivi immediately discarded the walkie-talkie and drew forth a magnificent longbow from her storage space. With a twist of her waist and a pull of the string, the bow formed a perfect crescent. A silver energy arrow coalesced upon the bowstring, aimed directly at the dark priestess of the elven race, who was preparing to flee the battlefield upon sensing danger. Attempting to escape? Chapter 163. This might hurt a bit. What seemed like an eternity was, in fact, less than a minute since the first shell struck the coalition army's formation outside the city. Weaving her aim towards the retreating dark priest, Vivi released the bowstring. The bow twanged like thunder, a sound that echoed through the air. As a formidable 7th-tier warrior adept in both magic and martial prowess, coupled with a divine-crafted magical longbow, her arrow may not have possessed the area of effect devastation of a rocket, but in terms of individual lethality, it far surpassed that of any explosive projectile, even compelling an adult dragon to retreat, let alone the dark priest. As the dark priest prepared to withdraw, she felt the piercing sensation akin to a thorn in her back, a premonition of danger that her 7th-tier instincts provided, saving her life once more. The moment Vivi released her arrow, the Dark Priest abandoned her beastly mount and swiftly evaded to the side. The air shrieked, torn asunder, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry. The beast struck by the arrow froze momentarily before erupting in a cataclysm of blood mist, leaving no trace of its form. Alarmed, the Dark Priest was bereft of her composed and dignified demeanor. She rolled away just in time to evade another arrow. Meanwhile, Vivi remained unperturbed atop the city walls. Though her divine-crafted longbow was formidable, she herself was merely a 7th-tier practitioner, and her opponent was equally matched. To slay the Dark Priest with just her bow was a tall order without additional means. Her archery served merely to buy time, denying the Dark Priest any opportunity to flee. The broader area of effect attack was yet to come. The Dark Priest, discerning Vivi's intentions, found herself constrained, forced to dodge incessantly under the longbow's oppressive presence, unable to escape, lest she be mortally wounded by a single arrow. As anticipated, when Vivi released her 4th arrow, dozens of rockets, accompanied by a shrill whistle, descended upon the Dark Priest. This shot fortuitously interrupted her attempt to retrieve a magical artifact. Having been forewarned of the impending danger, Vivi, without hesitation, cast a defensive spell upon the city wall after unleashing her final arrow. Other high-tier mages stationed on the wall mirrored her actions. In the next moment, the first 2 colossal projectiles landed. Out of respect for the powerful figures in the magical realm, the command post deployed the largest 750mm rockets capable of being launched by a 191 rocket launcher, each bearing a warhead exceeding 500 kilograms of cloudburst explosives. Due to prior arrangements for laser guidance atop the city walls, the accuracy of these 2 rockets was minimal, landing within a meter of the Dark Priest. Boom! Even with multiple high-tier mages' defensive barriers in place, the explosion reverberated through the entire wall, causing some soldiers to lose their footing. 2 mushroom clouds ascended slowly from the site of the detonation, mere meters behind the Dark Priest. The elite elves and goblins who had not yet managed to retreat were instantaneously obliterated into fragments. These individuals commenced their journey as warriors or sorcerers of the 4th tier or above, yet they could scarcely withstand the aftermath of such weaponry. Vivi gazed upon the 2 colossal mushroom clouds, swallowing hard at the sight. This is surely going to be quite painful. However, this was merely the beginning. The explosive flames had not yet dissipated when a barrage of rockets and shells began to rain down mercilessly on the very spot where the Dark Priest had once stood. By the time the last shell struck the ground, a full minute had elapsed. Before the city walls, the air was thick with smoke, and amidst it, one could barely discern the ravaged earth, devoid of any unscathed terrain. This devastation was limited to the area before the city walls. Further afield, where the troops were arrayed, the onslaught from 3,000 howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers had transformed the landscape into a hellish nightmare. The ground was littered with the mangled remains torn apart by high explosive and airburst munitions. A rain of incendiary white phosphorus rained down from above, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. Those fortunate enough to escape the shells found themselves fleeing from the fiery deluge, knowing that any contact with the burning phosphorus would incinerate everything it touched, akin to a parasite clinging to flesh. Even submerging oneself in water would not extinguish the flames. The bombing was not confined to the gathered forces at the city gate, poised to seize Mengchuan's city in one decisive strike, but extended to the vast encampments of the Allied forces outside the city. At that moment, the notion of burning camps was no longer a tale from the stories of the Jojo people, but a grim reality. The morning sun was obscured by the billowing smoke, casting the battlefield in an apocalyptic tableau. It was not only Vivi who was taken aback. The defenders atop the walls shared in her astonishment. Previously, some had questioned the princess's concern for those frail outsiders, even harboring resentment. Yet, upon witnessing this devastation, all prior imbalances were rectified. Those of the 7th and 8th tiers, when compared to the peculiar methods of the city's odd inhabitants, found their combat prowess to be but a jest. Perhaps even the Archmage's forbidden spells would yield no greater effect. An 8th-tier sorcerer could not help but exclaim in wonder. He knew well that he himself could not replicate such feats, even if his magical energy were fully expended. He could at most unleash an attack with a range of mere hundreds of meters, only slightly more potent than the 2 rocket artillery shells laden with airburst munitions that had just struck. With the assistance of these formidable individuals, Mengchuan's city might indeed withstand the onslaught, remarked another weary 7th-tier warrior as he sat atop the city ramparts. Was it merely about holding Mengchuan's city? An inexplicable smile suddenly graced the face of the 8th-tier sorcerer as he turned to glance behind him, or rather, to the south. The warrior understood immediately, recalling something that ignited a rapid heartbeat within him. They had allied themselves with Vivi for quite some time. Should this endeavor succeed, it could very well lead to their ascendance as loyal subjects of the dragon. Despite their ranks of 7th and 8th tiers, they were at their essence merely individuals of somewhat greater strength. In comparison to the true powers of the empire, they fell significantly short. Even a demigod like Xinghen would face discrimination due to his bloodline in this world, let alone themselves. The most esteemed bloodlines, such as those of Vivi, a descendant of the imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire, as well as several royal families of the Elven race, are fundamentally the progeny of ancient deities of magic and martial prowess. Others cannot feign such lineage. However, there exists a different narrative for those of lesser standing. By mingling within the circles of the affluent for an ample duration, regardless of their origins, individuals can seize an opportunity to fabricate ancestral ties and associate themselves with a noble lineage. Over time, even the most fabricated claims can take on an air of authenticity. This phenomenon elucidates the motivations behind the allegiance of these individuals to Vivi. Previously, they did not perceive her as a contender for the throne. Their sole desire was to align themselves with her and infiltrate the circles of the elite in the northern territories, thereby establishing a distinct identity as minor nobility, wholly severing ties with their humble origins. Now, it appears that even grander aspirations may not be entirely out of reach. Chapter 164. The conclusion of the Great Battle. The terrifying barrage of artillery fire persisted for nearly half an hour. Reinforcements arrived with 3,000 artillery pieces and 1,000 rocket launchers, unleashing over 600,000 shells of various types in that brief span, with the total ammunition exceeding 20 tons. The sheer volume of munitions surpassed the whimsical fantasies of any previous era. With the backing of modern technology, the durability of cannon barrels, the speed of ammunition switching, and the modular replacement of damaged components have all significantly enhanced firepower delivery capabilities, far exceeding those of decades past. The scale of firepower deployed by these 3,000 artillery pieces and 1,000 rocket launchers within this half hour was unprecedented, even on Blue Star. After all, since entering the new era, Blue Star has never experienced a true high-intensity war. These weapons, often appearing unremarkable in daily life, only seem lackluster due to insufficient application on a grand scale. Artillery as a weapon must be employed in mass to truly demonstrate its worth, delivering the most profound impact. In this moment, the defenders of Dream River City were undoubtedly among the most profoundly shaken. After the relentless bombardment concluded, the smoke and dust outside the city lingered for over half an hour before finally dissipating. The battlefield lay in utter ruin, with not a single patch of ground remaining intact. Craters and various corpses littered the area, including those of elves and orcs, but the majority belonged to dwarves and goblins, the principal races within the allied forces. The ground was strewn with remains, yet it was difficult to find even a few whole bodies amidst the carnage. The moat, once filled with sandbags by the allied forces, had now been completely obliterated by the indiscriminate shelling, vanishing as if it had never existed. This was merely the area near the city gates. Further afield, within sight of the city walls, the allied encampment was still engulfed in flames, with billowing black smoke obscuring any signs of life, leaving behind only a desolate ruin. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the defenders of the city were pale and shaken. The relentless rain of shells and omnipresent explosions left them in disbelief, contemplating how they would fare if they were standing beneath the city walls, facing such overwhelming bombardment. The extent of destruction was immense, In addition to the 155mm howitzers, an array of powerful rockets rained down, occasionally interspersed with cloud detonations, thermobaric munitions, and incendiary bombs. While ordinary shells could be somewhat mitigated by fourth-tier warriors and mages, the diverse array of rockets posed an insurmountable challenge. It was a situation where defense was utterly futile. In such an environment, only warriors and mages of the 7th tier and above could hope to survive on the battlefield. Indeed, this was the reality. As long as they were not deliberately hindered by high-ranking entities such as Vivi and some of the advanced beings from Dream River City, the high-tier warriors and mages within the Allied forces managed to escape unscathed. However, should they become entangled with equally powerful allies and find themselves unable to break free, even the most formidable would fall. Among them was an 8th-tier priestess of the Elven race, who served as both the princess and commander of the Allied forces. Known as the Dark Prayer, the former met an immediate demise, while the latter, Vivi, initially believed she too had perished. To her astonishment, during the deployment of a battalion of cavalry to scour the battlefield, she was unexpectedly rescued by Anshi, who still clung to a flicker of life. Of course, it was not merely her prowess as a 7th-tier warrior that allowed her to withstand 2 cloud bombs and a barrage of artillery. Rather, as the princess of the Elven race and the most cherished daughter of the newly appointed Elven king, she possessed numerous treasures for her survival. These artifacts barely enabled her to endure in such a hellish environment, yet she remained alive, albeit barely. When retrieved, her body was a canvas of devastation, devoid of any unscathed flesh. Naturally, Vivi could not allow such a valuable prisoner to perish in that state. After sealing her with magic, she utilized the life water to bring her back from the brink. This decision proved advantageous, whether as leverage in negotiations with the Elven Kingdom or for other purposes. In the aftermath of the battle, the cavalry of Dream River City, having cleared the front line outside the city, advanced several kilometers further, cautiously probing their surroundings as they entered the Coalition's encampment. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fires set by incendiary devices had yet to extinguish. Yet the interior was eerily silent. Initially suspecting an ambush, they approached with great caution. However, upon entering the camp, they found it deserted. Most of the encampment had been reduced to ashes, and even the rearward sections, spared from the flames, were devoid of life. After a thorough search, the cavalry uncovered only a handful of survivors, either maimed and unable to flee or utterly paralyzed by fear, lacking the courage to escape. It was from these individuals that they learned the bombardment had not ceased, and that within the Coalition's encampment, a mass panic had ensued among the soldiers who had not engaged in battle. No matter how the mid to high-tier warriors and mages attempted to stem the tide, they were powerless to halt the exodus, as the artillery from Dream River City struck the Coalition's camp directly. Even the mid to high-tier warriors and mages began to succumb to the chaos. In this moment of defeat, the stark reality of a collapsing army was laid bare. To the north of the Coalition's camp lay a rugged mountainous terrain, characterized by treacherous paths, including narrow valleys that were essential routes. Consequently, following the widespread route, a dire trampling incident occurred on the escape route. Everyone lamented the lack of additional limbs, fearing the terrifying artillery shells that rained down behind them. Abandoning their path was akin to shedding armor and weapons without regard for the consequences. The logistics and supplies left behind in the encampment were countless. Post-battle assessments revealed that within the Coalition's camp alone, they had seized an array of undestroyed resources, including over 300,000 sets of ordinary weapons and armor, and more than 100,000 sets of mid to low-tier armors and weapons inscribed with magical runes. Additionally, over 100,000 tons of ordinary food supplies and more than 20,000 tons of magical ingredients were accounted for. Life water, intended for military medicinal use, exceeded 5,000 barrels, each approximately 1 cubic meter in volume, representing the same concentration of life water that Vivi had initially traded to Sue-E. As for the casualties, the situation is even more absurd. The Coalition's most elite forces, numbering a staggering 200,000, gathered beneath the city, poised to seize Dream River City in one decisive strike. In the aftermath, preliminary estimates indicated that over 160,000 coalition troops perished on the front lines, while no more than 40,000 managed to escape the battlefield after the cannon fire commenced. The conditions in the rear camp were even more dire than those on the bombarded front. At least the soldiers on the front had some armor for protection, whereas those stationed in the camp were utterly unprepared. In the coalition's presence, there was nearly 1 million strong. Chapter 165. What was thought to be a beginning turned out to be an end upon the arrival of the cavalry from Mengchuan City into the main camp. The assessment revealed that the casualties within the coalition forces were far more horrifying than those on the front lines, with death tolls surpassing 200,000. This round of bombardment alone resulted in the grievous loss of nearly 360,000 coalition soldiers. In the realm of conventional warfare, a loss exceeding 10% without retreat indicates a force of elite caliber. With the coalition's total strength exceeding 1 million, such a casualty rate, over 30%, rendered a rout a foregone conclusion. When the troops from Mengchuan City believed they had fully grasped the aftermath of this bombardment, they were gravely mistaken in underestimating the horrific chaos that ensues from the disintegration of a massive army. A cavalry unit from Mengchuan City was dispatched to scout along the route of the coalition's retreat. What they encountered was a grim tapestry of corpses, layered and devoid of any gaps. Some were wounded, having escaped the explosions and flames, while the majority lay lifeless, their bones shattered and sinews torn. Clearly victims of frantic flight, trampled to death by their own comrades. Particularly at several narrow canyon passes, the density of the remains was almost unbearable to behold, with blood pooling abundantly on the ground. Upon reaching this grim scene, the soldiers from Mengchuan City could still hear the anguished cries of those who lingered, clinging to life amidst the sea of dead. A quick calculation revealed that more than 100,000 coalition forces perished on the escape route due to the chaos of their own ranks. Thus, the total toll from the reinforcements engagement was indeed over 400,000. Such a figure is truly staggering. Lin Yilong, the commander of the reinforcements, gasped in disbelief upon learning of these horrifying losses. Even their command had not anticipated such a grim outcome prior to the battle. There was simply no precedent for such warfare. They too lacked experience in this regard. In subsequent debriefings, numerous commanders speculated on the myriad reasons for such catastrophic casualties. One significant factor was the simultaneous barrage of artillery and rocket fire from such a colossal assembly, an unprecedented phenomenon even on Blue Star. The intensity of the firepower left the enemy with nowhere to seek refuge. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this otherworldly realm were woefully unprepared for artillery weaponry, lacking both understanding and defenses. Whether in the tightly packed formations ready for siege or within the coalition's encampments, the density was alarming, often resulting in scenes where a single shell could obliterate dozens of lives, a scenario nearly inconceivable on the battlefields of Blue Star. Even an adeptly matched army, such as that of Uncle Hay from Heizhou, would not be foolish enough to allow so many to congregate in one spot during bombardment. Moreover, this period was characterized by cold weapon warfare, where dense formations were commonplace. Another crucial factor was the near-total ignorance of the populace regarding artillery. Although Wei Wei had experimented with a few outdated cannons procured by Su Yi, their limited numbers rendered them ineffective. Consequently, the coalition forces, underestimating the devastation wrought by artillery, mistakenly attributed the bombardments to some form of magic, failing to recognize the true threat. The lack of comprehension regarding artillery significantly amplified its lethality. In the realm of Blue Star, it is universally acknowledged that when bombarded, one must take cover. Although this approach may seem rudimentary, it indeed enhances one's chances of survival. Conversely, the inhabitants of this world possess no such awareness. Upon facing bombardment, they instinctively flee, utterly oblivious to the artillery's striking range of several dozen kilometers, making their escape futile. The confluence of these factors has culminated in the current outcomes of the conflict. Lin Yilong, having surveyed the situation from the city walls, sought to safeguard the mental well-being of the soldiers. He dared to proclaim to the reinforcements that this battle had resulted in a resounding victory. while remaining silent regarding the number of enemies vanquished and the true state of the battlefield. Furthermore, he instructed those at the command center, who were observing the front line via drones, to refrain from indiscreetly sharing information. Such scenes of carnage would be exceedingly overwhelming for the people of Blue Star, to the extent that even a mere photograph posted online would require heavy pixelation. Unlike the post-war statistics and analyses from the reinforcements, Vivi nearly leapt with joy upon witnessing the horrifying results of the battle. As a noble from the magical realm and a seasoned feudal lord, she was well acquainted with the brutalities of warfare. Casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands are commonplace within the magical world. Neither she nor the military of Dream River City, nor even the ordinary citizens, lamented the high enemy death toll. Rather, they marveled at the impressive weaponry of the reinforcements. In their world, warfare necessitates preparation for death, whether in slaying foes or meeting one's own end, free from any moral burdens. It is only those who have enjoyed prolonged peace in Blue Star who find such casualty figures and battlefield realities unsettling. In the aftermath, Vivi generously offered 1,000 barrels of the 5,000 barrels of life water captured to the reinforcements, planning to reserve 2,000 barrels as a token of gratitude for Sue-E. As for the tens of thousands of magical ingredients, Dream River City is presently incapable of internal consumption, thus necessitating a transaction with Sue-E. Meanwhile, Sue-E remained uninformed of the significant victory in Dream River City. However, he was not idle. After concluding the dispatch of reinforcements to the alternate world, the repercussions of the Tianyu Group's operations in the Kingdom of Su began to manifest after a 2-day delay. The military aircraft of the Bald Eagle was struck by the Tianyu Group, yet the Bald Eagle dared not utter a word of protest. Nonetheless, this incident would not be overlooked. Elite special forces were dispatched to conduct close reconnaissance of the pirate enclave, only to discover it had transformed into a ghost town. The Bald Eagle promptly disseminated this intelligence to the media, and it spread across the globe. Many of these special forces were subsequently apprehended by personnel from the Tianyu Group's security division, resulting in a lack of close-up footage. However, long-range photographs taken with military-grade cameras were plentiful. The Bald Eagle refrained from admitting that its overseas troops were rendered impotent by the exoskeletal soldiers of the Tianyu Group, and instead claimed that the photographic evidence was fortuitously captured by passers-by. One by one, the images emerged somewhat indistinct, yet the desolate city and the scars of war were sufficient to illustrate that a battle had indeed transpired here, leaving the city devoid of inhabitants. Furthermore, they managed to locate some individuals who had originally resided in the city and had fled during the operations of the Tianyu Group, compelling them to testify. They even proceeded to bring the Tianyu Group before the court of the White Eagle. With the White Eagle amplifying the news, it swiftly permeated through Western media channels, inundating the world within a mere day. A monstrous label of inhumanity was indiscriminately affixed to Sue-E. Chapter 166, Exoskeleton Armor. Would you like a set? For Sue-E, these matters posed no offense whatsoever. To put it plainly, the products of Tianyu Group lack genuine competitors and are nearly indispensable for human advancement. Therefore, the public perception of the company is of little consequence. However, allowing slander to persist is not in his nature. Moreover, regarding the aftermath of the incident, Tianyu Group had already devised a plan following the elimination of the pirates that day, making the process remarkably effortless. Firstly, Tianyu Group issued a statement acknowledging the existence of conflict in the region of Suan Nation, asserting that the sole purpose was to combat piracy and rescue the abducted merchant vessels and crew, grounded in an irrefutable sense of justice. Secondly, in response to the allegations from the White Eagle regarding Tianyu Group's alleged massacre of the inhabitants of the small town where the pirates were located, the company could not possibly concede to such claims. The entirety of the battle was documented, with every piece of powered armor and exoskeleton on the ground recorded, alongside aerial footage from drones and landing craft. Tianyu Group had no intention of concealing the facts, promptly releasing all videos to the public. There were nearly 300 distinct camera angles, each comprising over 2 hours of footage. Every action from breaching the small town to the meticulous eradication of the pirates was captured with clarity and detail, including close-ups of how residents fled during the conflict. Each individual taken down by Tianyu Group's security forces was meticulously documented. The evidence demonstrated that the security department had not killed a single innocent person. All actions were in retaliation to prior attacks. The release of such a plethora of perspectives left the world in stunned silence. There was no need to question the silence. Everyone was engrossed in the videos. Detractors sought flaws within the footage, while supporters were eager to witness how Tianyu Group, akin to a deity, overwhelmed the primitive adversaries. The casual onlookers, meanwhile, were captivated, exclaiming in awe at the prowess of the powered armor and exoskeletons, which exemplified a dramatic technological superiority. With an abundance of footage, it was impossible for anyone to view it all in a short span, resulting in a lull in public discourse for several days. It wasn't until those with a serious intent or ulterior motives had thoroughly examined all the videos that the matter reignited. The White Eagle faction, upon realizing that Tianyu Group had scarcely harmed anyone who had not brandished a weapon, recognized that their previous accusations of crimes against humanity were unfounded. After all, Tianyu Group had explicitly stated that this was a war against piracy. In a state of war, one cannot simply refrain from retaliating when confronted by armed adversaries. As for the unarmed civilians, Tianyu Group had spared them. What further accusations could be made? Setting aside other considerations, even the police of the White Eagle, in peacetime, would discharge their magazines when confronted by armed suspects. What right did they have to criticize the soldiers of Tianyu Group's security department from such a standpoint? In response to media inquiries regarding their perspective on the matter, the newly appointed spokesperson for the White Eagle at the Black Palace pondered for a considerable time before stating, "The Shizhua Tianyu Group is anti-human. They possess the most advanced weaponry, which allows them to completely disregard the outdated firearms wielded by their adversaries. Yet they still choose to eliminate all those who fire upon them. What else could this be but anti-human? If they ought to have disarmed these individuals with their superior weaponry and subsequently detained them for trial based on their transgressions, rather than resorting to outright execution." Such remarks elicited laughter. So because my weaponry is advanced, I cannot kill those who confront me with firearms, but can only subdue them. Is that it? The critique was abundant, leaving one unsure where to begin. I cannot discern whether he is praising the Tianyu Group for their superior equipment or condemning them for the high number of casualties they have inflicted. War does not come without loss of life. When others are firing upon you, is it not permissible to retaliate? What sort of absurdity is that? Indeed, in my view, the actions of the Tianyu Group are entirely justified. The pirates from Suawa have been rampant, truly lawless, and a heavy hand is warranted. Chairman Su has accomplished what I have long wished to do, but lack the capability. Yet, the White Eagle still dares to speak. Wasn't it in this very location during the Black Hawk Down incident that they hesitated to kill? Were they not overwhelmed by a gang of pirates, unable to defend themselves? Now, when others possess the ability to act, they are not permitted to do so. How outrageous! Their double standards are evident. They impose strict regulations on others while being lenient with themselves. The notion that one should not eliminate armed adversaries in the face of overwhelming weaponry is nothing short of a farcical jest. As this statement emerged, it quickly incited widespread ridicule. The White Eagle, having previously relied on technological superiority to commit numerous misdeeds, now found it somewhat abstract to criticize others for their advanced equipment while insisting they refrain from engaging in combat. Rather than successfully attacking the Tianyu Group, they inadvertently served as a form of advertisement for Tianyu's powered and exoskeletal armor. White Eagle's Black Palace proudly endorses high-tech weaponry in the Black State. 200 units can outmatch tens of thousands, with verifiable achievements. Of course, such advertisements were made in jest, as the Tianyu Group's equipment no longer required promotion. Following the release of first-person footage from actual combat scenarios, a flurry of orders descended upon the Tianyu Group like snowflakes. These orders came not only from various nations, but also from smaller factions, such as local underground syndicates and warlords. With the exception of the rebellious offspring from the southeastern region of Jiuzhou, orders from all over the globe were welcomed by Su Yi. The Sentinel, one exoskeleton, was available for sale to anyone willing to pay. Transactions were so frequent that it was not uncommon for two warring nations to simultaneously procure exoskeletons from the Tianyu group. In addition to these nations and various organizations, many affluent individuals also contributed a substantial number of orders. After all, this contraption can indeed be utilized by a single individual, and given its recent emergence, various nations have yet to determine whether to legislate any restrictions on such devices. Many individuals are eager to exploit this loophole, securing a set for themselves before any regulations come into play. Is this not far more impressive than any supercar? Moreover, it is remarkably affordable. Once donned, one can effortlessly transform into a miniature superhero. With sufficient funds, who could possibly resist acquiring one for themselves? This scenario was, in fact, anticipated by Tianyu Group. Otherwise, Su-Yi would not have explicitly mentioned during the launch event that the Sentinel one would be available for retail. The Bald Eagle had not foreseen that its intention to undermine Tianyu Group would inadvertently serve as a resounding advertisement for their exoskeleton. Chapter 167. Astonishing Achievements days have passed, and the fluctuations caused by the Tianyu Group regarding the Blue Star fishing fleet have not only persisted but intensified. Simultaneously, the remarkable victory in the magical realm has barely stirred a ripple on Blue Star. After all, only a handful of individuals were privy to this information. Upon receiving the battle report relayed by Wei Wei, both Su-Yi and Yu Ling were astounded. Yu Ling considered herself quite knowledgeable about the weaponry of Blue Star and the various magical techniques of the magical world. However, the initial performance of the reinforcements was beyond her expectations. They had utterly decimated the encircling million-strong army besieging Mengchuan City, a feat she had never anticipated. Nevertheless, after reviewing the reports from the magical world conveyed by the Jojo reinforcements, along with the highly professional on-site combat footage, she found it impossible to remain skeptical. Even after watching the harrowing video depicting the battlefield strewn with corpses, she felt that the reported enemy casualties of around 400,000 were grossly underestimated. Due to their limited numbers and the inherent disparity in individual combat effectiveness compared to the denizens of the magical realm, Lin Yilong's reinforcements did not partake in the perilous task of clearing the battlefield. Therefore, they had not conducted a thorough assessment of enemy losses. The magical world's army was even less inclined to maintain meticulous records. Rough estimates based on seized weapons and equipment sufficed. Some soldiers of Mengchuan City tasked with the grim duty of cleaning up were even more haphazard, opting to dig a large pit to incinerate approximately 1,000 bodies. Thus, they calculated enemy casualties by multiplying the number of pits filled with corpses by 1,000. One could hardly blame the folk of Mengchuan City for their lackadaisical approach. They had little reason to concern themselves with the tally of the enemy's dead. In any case, this battle left Yu Ling profoundly shaken. However, it did not instill in her a fear of these advanced weaponry. Although the reports from Mengchuan City were crude, they provided a clear count of casualties among those above the 7th tier. The coalition forces, with their vast numbers, boasted over 300 magicians and martial artists of 7th tier or higher, with approximately 30 to 40 reaching the 8th tier. There were no 9th tier experts present. The magical realm adheres to an unwritten rule, purportedly established by those who ascended to divinity many years ago, that martial gods, law gods, and various demigods are prohibited from intervening in conflicts among ordinary mortals. Consequently, in the absence of demigods, the 9th tier represents the pinnacle of visible combat power on the battlefield of the magical realm. In the context of Blue Star, this is akin to the presence of nuclear weaponry. Although Mengchuan City boasted of its million-strong army and the personal involvement of the Elven Princess in command, it was merely a localized battlefield where 9th tier powerhouses typically refrained from appearing, and thus none perished there. Ultimately, after accounting for the captured and those whose bodies were recovered, the effective tally of casualties among the 7th tier martial artists stood at 9, while the 7th tier magicians numbered 16. The bodies of the 8th tier warriors were nowhere to be found. Yet 3 8th tier mages had perished. Among them was the ancient priest of the elven race. One wonders whether, during his ritual to honor the deceased, he offered a little extra for his future self. It is evident that the survival rate of warriors on the battlefield far exceeds that of mages, as the latter, being physically frail, lack the same capacity for escape as their warrior counterparts. Consequently, the likelihood of survival is inherently higher for these martial practitioners. The causes of death for these individuals are quite explicable. Most were likely left vulnerable on the battlefield to endure bombardments, as the formidable defenders of Dream River City recognized the precarious situation. Had there been no equivalent adversaries to restrain them, these adept spellcasters from the magical realm could have easily extricated themselves from danger, posing no threat from these weapons. This principle applies equally to the Blue Star. While these weapons undoubtedly pose a danger to Yuling, the possibility of death on the battlefield is significantly diminished for experts above the 7th tier, especially when not hindered by opponents of comparable strength. Excluding Xinghin, one could scarcely identify another individual on Blue Star who possesses greater prowess. Given that Xinghin is an ally, he does not factor into this assessment. Thus, it can be asserted that she remains virtually invincible on Blue Star, rendering any cause for alarm unwarranted. Even individuals like them, who possess a degree of understanding of both worlds, were astonished by the remarkable performance of the 10,000 reinforcements in their inaugural battle, let alone the informed higher-ups of the 9 provinces. A campaign resulting in casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history on Blue Star. Yet it scarcely registers as significant in the magical world. The stark contrast between the worlds has left many on Blue Star feeling profoundly impacted. However, the leaders of the 9 provinces did not allow themselves to become complacent or overconfident, believing they could dominate the universe unchallenged. After a meticulous analysis of the details of the defensive battle at Dream River City by seasoned military personnel, a consensus emerged. Such an outcome was largely due to the enemy's utter lack of preparedness. The next encounter would likely not be so easily navigated. Indeed, the next time, through the information gleaned from battle reports, they carefully assessed the current situation in the magical realm, concluding that both the Elven Kingdom and various other races would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. This is not a mere struggle for resources. It is a war for survival, predominantly involving the northern factions of the magical world, with no avenue for retreat. Given the population density of that realm, even after losing 1 million strong in this wave, they could swiftly assemble an even larger force to invade once more. Having already suffered significant losses from artillery-like weapons, they would undoubtedly come prepared next time. Achieving similar results in the future would be exceedingly challenging. In summary, those in the 9 provinces believe that luck played a disproportionately significant role in this victory, and it does not serve as a reliable indicator of future outcomes. Others, when queried, simply express their inadequacy, now trembling in fear. Indeed, pride and arrogance must be steadfastly avoided. Indeed, had the elder Lin, responsible for receiving the bountiful elixirs of life sent by Wei Wei, exhibited a modicum of restraint and not displayed such eagerness for the next battle, his humility would have been far more credible. In any case, regarding the warfare in the magical realm, it appears that Wei Wei has successfully safeguarded Dream River City, alleviating immediate concerns for the time being. Sui, on the other hand, has adeptly preserved a highly valuable trading asset. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces have acquired a substantial quantity of concentrated elixirs of life. However, under Su Yi's management, these precious potions have all been converted into their diluted counterparts. The 1,000 barrels of elixir, specifically designated for the 9 provinces by Wei Wei, have ultimately transformed into an immense supply of diluted elixirs, sufficient for the entire population of over 1 billion citizens to experience a single use, completely eradicating disease. Although these warriors may not be stationed on Blue Star, they have fulfilled their promises made during their military service in a different capacity, truly working towards the welfare of the people. Chapter 168, directly distributed for free. In response to the sudden influx of the foundational life water, the decision by the higher-ups of Jiuzhou was resolute. Distribute it. Grant free access to all citizens. Every individual in Jiuzhou is entitled to receive a single dose unconditionally, for the vast majority of healthy individuals without severe ailments. This single dose suffices to ensure a lifetime of safety and well-being. However, for many suffering from cancer or other chronic illnesses, one dose of the foundational life water is undoubtedly insufficient. Consequently, JoJo's policy stipulates that any additional doses must be purchased, though the cost is modest. Indeed, one might even call a bargain. Nevertheless, these additional doses can only be procured through JoJo's healthcare system. The public narrative asserts that JoJo has entered into a profound partnership with the Tianyu Group, thereby securing an unlimited supply of life water, which has now successfully been incorporated into the healthcare insurance system. The intention behind charging for excess doses is not merely to generate revenue, but rather to offset certain expenses and to establish a threshold that deters those without ailments from seeking unnecessary doses. One can hardly doubt that, if the life water were entirely free, such individuals would be plentiful. It is a timeless truth: never test human nature. In contrast, setting a reasonably affordable price ensures that everyone with genuine health issues can still access it, rendering this approach far more sensible than offering it freely to all. To prevent exploitation, JoJo strictly enforces identity verification for the life water. Each individual may receive one free dose by presenting their identification. Additional purchases are permitted, but they require payment, and purchase records will be meticulously logged in a centralized database. This allows for precise tracking of who bought the life water, when, and in what quantity should any issues arise. Furthermore, every dose of life water, whether the complimentary one or an additional purchase, must be administered under surveillance, with a functioning camera to ensure accountability. This measure effectively eliminates the possibility of individuals profiting from the benefits intended for the populace. Moreover, when this announcement was disseminated, JoJo took care to clarify that this initiative is a collaborative effort between the government and the Tianyu Group. Should anyone attempt to exploit this system, they would not only be in violation of JoJo's laws, but also infringe upon the regulations of the Tianyu Group. In such cases, JoJo and the Tianyu Group disclaim any responsibility for the consequences. Compared to the myriad regulations, the weight of this final statement serves as a significant deterrent. In the minds of the average citizen, while the Tianyu Group is currently thriving, it cannot rival the authority of JoJo, given the vastness of the nation. A single company pales in comparison to the formidable presence of JoJo. However, for those who might contemplate exploiting the situation, the influence of the Tianyu Group could indeed surpass that of JoJo. After all, JoJo is immense, with intricate internal complexities. If such individuals were to appear only one or two times, one could still use them as examples to deter others. However, when faced with substantial profits, it is likely that many would attempt to exploit their own channels and means to sell the life-giving water of JoJo at exorbitant prices. In such circumstances, the authorities would find it rather challenging to manage the situation, as the law does not penalize the masses. Who could discern which of these miscreants are related to whom? Yet, the Tianyu Group stand apart. Su Yi, a person audacious enough to rub the face of the white-headed eagle into the ground, directly retaliated against the abduction of his crew, practically declaring war, a fierce individual, or perhaps deranged. No one dares to provoke him. Money is indeed a valuable asset, but it must be accompanied by the means to spend it. Moreover, even if they do not harbor intentions against the life-giving water distributed by the authorities, they still possess alternative avenues to profit from it, such as purchasing the life-giving water sold by the Tianyu Group. After all, the life-giving water from Tianyu Group remains significantly cheaper domestically than abroad, allowing them to profit handsomely as middlemen. Furthermore, unlike the previous scenario where many scrambled for it, forcing them to acquire it from numerous individual sellers, the recent distribution of free life-giving water to all citizens of JoJo has reduced the competition. Those in genuine need can now procure it at a lower price from the authorities. Consequently, the number of people scrambling for Tianyu Group's life-giving water has diminished. It is wiser to operate as a legitimate middleman, earning a modest profit without risking one's life, a gamble not worth taking. Almost no one would doubt Su Yi and the Tianyu Group's willingness to take drastic measures against anyone who dares to sell JoJo's exceptionally low-priced life-giving water abroad, thereby harming the interests of the Tianyu Group. He has recently demonstrated, through actions, that it is best not to provoke him. Thus, The distribution of life-giving water within Jiuzhou appears to be temporarily settled. Su initially believed he could enjoy a few peaceful days with his beloved wife and family. However, just as he thought he was done with his busy schedule, news arrived from Bai Lu, summoning him to the trading space once more. On an otherwise unremarkable afternoon, she announced, the interstellar pirates have seized a transport ship belonging to the Alliance while it was passing through our Qingyu star. Care to guess what treasures it holds? Upon entering the trading space, Su Yi observed the smug expression on her face and shrugged. I can't guess. How dull, Bai Lu retorted, rolling her eyes, and casually tossed him an object resembling a crystal ball. This transport ship belongs to the Interstellar Alliance's Cosmic Museum, containing artifacts from hundreds of years ago. Su Yi examined the marble-like crystal ball in his hand, a question mark floating above his head. This was not merely a crystal ball. It was a storage chip, once common in our world centuries ago. Although it has since been replaced by more efficient field coordinators, it represents the pinnacle of the era of physical chips. This small orb can store an astonishing amount of information, up to 512 YB. The object in your possession is said to be the very first mass-produced product of this groundbreaking technology, carrying significant historical importance. It was previously housed in the Cosmic Museum, but for reasons unknown, it has been removed, and, serendipitously, I encountered it during its theft by interstellar pirates. As a commander of the Jade Star Alliance's orbital descent troop, I cannot turn a blind eye to this act of injustice and reclaimed it. Thus, I find myself pondering the utility of this peculiar, marble-like chip. Su Yi tossed the chip in his hand, intrigued yet unable to discern its purpose. Chapter 169. Complete fusion technology. The singular chip holds value for Bai Lu and his companions due to its commemorative significance. However, such significance is utterly meaningless in the distant realm of Blue Star. To put it plainly, is it not merely a large spherical storage card? Bringing it back serves little purpose, as there are no devices capable of decoding its contents. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether it contains any useful information. You dare to inquire about its utility? Have I ever provided you with something of no value? Bai Lu remarked disdainfully, do not return it to me. Naturally, it cannot be returned, and Su Yi discreetly pocketed it, stating, that will not do. You ought to explain what this object is truly for. Surely you did not summon me, merely to showcase an antiquity you just acquired. Someone incessantly queries me about fusion technology. Surely it must be contained within this item? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. Didn't he expect that, did you? Neither did I. The confidentiality of cold fusion and heavy fusion technologies in our world is exceedingly high. Without special channels, obtaining them is quite challenging. Moreover, your world's industrial foundation is rather fragile. Even if I were to share some technology, I doubt you would comprehend it fully. The likelihood of acquiring a complete set of confidential technology is virtually non-existent. As for the earlier thermonuclear fusion, it has been obsolete in our society for centuries. The technical documents are preserved only in some high-level archives of the Alliance, making them difficult for me to access. I had initially intended to seek out a few tech enthusiasts within the Alliance S network who might possess knowledge in this domain, hoping to extract a relatively complete set of thermonuclear fusion reactor technical materials from them. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon this antique, and within it lies an entire suite of thermonuclear fusion technology. From the first generation, utilizing tritium and deuterium as fuel, to helium-3, and then to the mature third generation of thermonuclear fusion that employs composite materials, allowing for the reactor S size and output power to be designed flexibly according to usage. All technical documentation is stored within this artifact, detailed to an extraordinary degree. To illustrate, this material begins with the basics of ironworking and teaches you how to construct a fusion reactor. Provided your civilization can utilize iron tools, take this documentation, and within a century at most, you could produce a fusion reactor. For a world that has already embarked on industrialization and has some degree of understanding of fusion, I can say without exaggeration that, given sufficient human and material resources, you could witness the completion of your world-S first reactor within merely 2 months. Bai Lu spoke with utmost confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the audacity of his claims. Su-yi hastily retrieved the orb, examining it closely, and then inquired, "How am I to access the information contained within? You have not provided me with a card reader or anything of the sort. The intellect device I previously gave you can read the information within. There is no need for you to do so," Bai Lu replied. Bai Lu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "The sheer volume of literature, if printed on white paper, would scarcely fit within a starship. Do you seriously expect anyone to sift through it all leisurely? Even with 2 decades at our disposal, it might prove insufficient to untangle this wealth of information." "Oh, is that so?" Sui, unfazed by Hertone, responded. The two had grown quite familiar with one another. Bai Lu was not the kind of noble lady like Wei Wei, who meticulously adhered to etiquette. She possessed a bold spirit, almost as if she were on the verge of calling Su-yi her brother. Their conversation flowed naturally, devoid of any pretense. "Who among friends speaks with such trepidation and formality? What is it that you desire?" Su-yi posed a serious inquiry. In truth, compared to the previous items she had offered, this suite of nuclear fusion technology was the true treasure beyond measure. The powered armor exoskeletons, while intriguing, were mere castles in the air on Blue Star, lacking any substantial theoretical foundation. The Tianya Group merely had the production lines capable of manufacturing such devices. Yet the underlying principles remained shrouded in mystery. However, should Bai Lu's assertions hold true, and this technology could enable a civilization reliant solely on iron tools to swiftly develop nuclear fusion, then the technical documentation contained within would undoubtedly be exceedingly comprehensive. Not only could Su-yi initiate production immediately, but with Tian Shu's assistance in organizing the information, he was confident that within 3 to 5 years, he would thoroughly comprehend and master these technologies. Even in the absence of Bai Lu's production lines or the urban trading platforms, he would still fully grasp the intricacies of this science. Moreover, the significance of nuclear fusion for the inhabitants of Blue Star far eclipsed that of carbon-based chips, metallic hydrogen batteries, or exoskeletons. The term energy may seem simple, yet it is the root of nearly all current conflicts on Blue Star. The advent of nuclear fusion would herald the mastery of virtually limitless energy. The history of humanity on Blue Star would, from this point forward, embark on a transformative journey. No longer mere rhetoric, but a tangible reality. This was infinitely more crucial than a collection of fragmented high-tech products and chip technologies. For a world devoid of nuclear fusion, its value was indeed incalculable. What's this about needing or not needing? Bai Lu waved her hand dismissively. If you happen to possess any of those rare ingredients, or that life-giving water, do bring me some. If not, then just a small token will suffice. Just remember me when you come across something valuable in the future. Upon hearing this, Su-yi was taken aback. Bai Lu could not possibly be unaware of the implications of nuclear fusion technology for Blue Star, yet she so readily offered it without even stipulating conditions. This woman truly knew how to engage. It was no wonder she could partake in such perilous endeavors, yet still serve as a high-ranking officer within their world's official organization without fear of denunciation. With a leader so generous, who wouldn't be willing to serve her? Su-yi found himself wanting to ally with her. Ahem, just in time. He had recently acquired an abundance of life-giving water. Having received a gesture of genuine goodwill, Su-yi was certainly not one to be outdone. Wei Wei had just presented him with 2,000 barrels of life water, from which he promptly extracted 500. This life water possessed a far greater potency than that which I previously provided, while the earlier version merely promoted health and warded off ailments. This new elixir truly held the power to extend one's lifespan. Moreover, with increased consumption, a quantitative change might engender a qualitative transformation, much like my own experience. As he spoke, Su-yi retrieved a rebar of considerable thickness from his personal space and, gripping both ends, exerted a forceful twist. The rebar promptly bent under the pressure. Chapter 170. Severely outdated. Lacking motivation for defense, Bai Lu took the deformed rebar from Su-yi, instinctively exerting pressure upon it. To her surprise, it did not yield in the slightest. Maintaining her composure, she stepped back into the power armor, grasped the rebar once more, and with a gentle twist, managed to connect both ends of the rebar seamlessly. Ordinary, she remarked, casually discarding the item aside. Yet, sensing that her statement might come across as overly pretentious, she added, "I meant to say that the quality of steel in your world is rather mediocre." "Oh, I assumed you were implying that my strength is also mediocre. Not even comparable to your power armor," Su-E retorted. "So, how much of this life water would one need to consume to attain your level of physical prowess?" Bailu decisively shifted the topic. "Hard to say," Su-E replied, shaking his head. This was not a dismissal of Bailu. Rather, he himself was uncertain about the quantity he had ingested. Furthermore, he was unsure whether his current state was indeed a result of consuming the life water. If that were the case, his access to it had only spanned a few months. How much could one realistically drink in that time? He could easily suggest to Bailu that a few barrels of life water, combined with a diet rich in magical ingredients, would yield similar effects. Just days prior, he would have confidently made such a claim without hesitation. However, since discovering the anomalies surrounding Yuling, he had come to realize that matters were far more complex. If the essence of the life spring truly integrated with Yuling in some manner, then she might very well be a human elixir. Consequently, Su-E preferred to believe that his newfound strength stemmed more from nightly embraces with Yuling than from the life water itself. After all, what could compare to the rejuvenating essence of companionship? Thus, he found himself uncertain about his current condition. Even the semi-divine entities like Xing Hen were confounded by it. Of course, it was undeniable that excessive consumption of life water could enhance one's physique, potentially exceeding that of an ordinary person. Did you not claim that this substance could be diluted and sold as medicine in your world? And yet, you are uncertain about the specific medicinal data? Bailu exclaimed, astonished. As long as it benefits people, that's what matters. You've consumed quite a bit recently. Can you not assess whether your overall physical condition has improved? Can it alleviate ailments? Can the elderly find rejuvenation? As long as it works, who cares about the convoluted data and parameters? Su-E responded with a sense of pragmatism. I can't even be bothered to conduct tests on this. Hiss. Bailu gasped at the sight of several large barrels of life water. What a pity you were born in the wrong world. Otherwise, with your merchant's acumen, you would either be languishing in an interstellar prison for life or presiding over a colossal enterprise. To build a business of such magnitude requires individuals like you, with audacity and a shrewd heart. Truly, I am too principled. I'm not cut out to be a capitalist. Sperme, Suji scoffed. You, who would commit heinous acts without batting an eye, uttering the word principled from your lips is something I never anticipated. Bailu remained unconcerned, gazing at the hundreds of barrels of life essence, and inquired, enough with the banter. I'm in a good mood today. What do you desire? Place your order, and I shall procure it for you. Then procure me several star destroyers. Su-E replied without hesitation. Bailu rolled her eyes. The star destroyers near Qingyu Star are all acquaintances. It will be difficult to acquire them. Once an external star destroyer passes by, I will notify you. At that time, you can bring along that so-called superhuman of yours to eliminate the crew aboard the star destroyer, allowing me to transport it into my storage space. This was previously agreed upon. My inquiry pertains to your recent desires. I shall find a way to fulfill them. Indeed, I have something urgent I require. Su-E contemplated before speaking. Do you possess any means capable of intercepting weapons traveling at dozens of times the speed of sound? Such slow projectiles need interception? Bailu responded with a peculiar expression, but quickly realized, oh, you mean within the atmosphere. Of course. At this juncture, she hesitated, pondering for quite some time, but failing to recall any items that could serve that purpose, ultimately shaking her head. In our battles, we operate in the cosmos. Why will we bother intercepting toys within the atmosphere? Do you not also land on the surface? How do you contend with high-velocity kinetic weapons within the atmosphere, such as missiles equipped with nuclear warheads? Star destroyers possess similar capabilities. They would simply fire upon any suspicious locations, Bailu replied helplessly. However, the weapons you mentioned have long been obsolete in our world. No one employs them, and thus, no one develops countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Su-E found her reasoning quite sound. Warfare occurs in the cosmos. A defeat in the celestial battlefield equates to a loss of air superiority, leaving one vulnerable on the surface, akin to two nations on Blue Star engaging in conflict. Even if one developed formidable atmospheric weapons, what would be the use? The enemy's star destroyers patrol the cosmos around the clock. By the time you launch a counterattack, your entire base would likely be obliterated. Missiles and nuclear warheads are antiquated weapons that no one utilizes on their side, hence the absence of corresponding defensive measures. Alas, this complicates matters, Su-yi remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His reluctance to directly engage with the nations on Blue Star stemmed from concerns regarding their possession of nuclear self-destruct weapons. Yet, there was not entirely a lack of options. Bai Lu suddenly stroked her chin. Kinetic weapons are also quite prevalent in cosmic battles. Moreover, besides kinetic weaponry, vessels traversing the cosmos must guard against collisions with small celestial bodies like meteoroids or space debris, which travel at velocities far exceeding those of the projectiles you mentioned. However, such defense systems are typically installed on starships, powered by the internal reactors of the vessels, with no consideration given to energy loss. If you desire one, it is likely that a dedicated reactor would need to be constructed for it. Furthermore, acquiring one for you poses a challenge, as it necessitates finding a starship within our fleet from which to dismantle a set. This is no simple task. Just a few days ago, we reported the loss of a military transport vessel. It will likely take at least a month or two before we can address this matter again. In the meantime, it would be prudent for you to prepare the reactor. Chapter 171. Planetary Magnetic Field Shielding Device, dismantling a close defense system directly from the starship and creating a dedicated nuclear fusion power source was a solution that Su-yi had never anticipated. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather unproblematic. After all, if such a system could serve as the final line of defense for spaceships amidst the complexities of the starry illusions, its precision was undoubtedly reliable, and its coverage should pose no issues. Given the relatively small expanse of Penglai Island, it might even be less than that of a large starship. Intercontinental ballistic missiles re-entering at speeds of dozens of Mach are nearly insurmountable on Blue Star. Yet for such a defensive system, the speed might be akin to that of an ant crawling. If a set could indeed be installed on the island, there would be little to worry about regarding nuclear explosions on Penglai Island. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that if nuclear war were to erupt, it would not be just his island that would suffer. When the world is reduced to ruins, what use would it be to safeguard a single island? Do you want this or not? Bai Lu inquired once more. If not, then I won't bother dismantling it. Of course I want it. Su-yi replied without a moment's hesitation, realizing the absurdity of even contemplating otherwise. Although its utility might be limited, possessing it was certainly better than lacking it. Noticing his lukewarm enthusiasm, Bai Lu pondered for a moment and added, "In fact, we have another weapon here that might address your concerns, but its ramifications are far-reaching, and the consequences of its use are difficult to predict." "What weapon?" Su-yi asked. "A planetary magnetic field shielding device." "A magnetic field shielding device?" Su-yi momented to pose it, then speculated based on the name. "Are you suggesting that this device can disrupt the magnetic field of a planet, rendering ballistic missiles incapable of locating their targets even with inertial guidance in the absence of satellites?" "No, this device is far more formidable than you imagine. Its actual effects are far more outrageous than its name suggests." Bai Lu elucidated. "In simple terms, deploying this device on a particular planet can, within a short period, transform the vast majority of conductors on that planet into insulators, thereby blocking all electrical signals. Do you comprehend what that implies?" "Wait, conductors turning into insulators?" Su-yi momentarily froze, then quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The ultimate consequence of conductors transforming into insulators will be the failure of all electrified devices on Blue Star, sending humanity spiraling from the industrial age back to the agricultural era. Since the discovery of electricity, humanity on Blue Star has become utterly reliant on it. The activation of this device would be tantamount to pulling the plug on the entire planet. Even the simplest, most rudimentary intercontinental missiles would be incapable of launching if the conductors within them turned into insulators. This was merely one of the many dire consequences that could ensue from such a transformation. If it were indeed possible to convert conductors into insulators and temporarily shield the planet from all electrical signals, Su-yi mused, then everyone would perish instantly, wouldn't they? Do not be misled into thinking that only modern industrial products utilize electricity. In truth, any living organism possesses bioelectricity. Without further ado, it must be acknowledged that human neural signals are fundamentally electrical in nature. The notion of a human body transforming into an insulator seems rather absurd to Sue E. Biological entities possess a protective magnetic field, rendering them impervious to such weaponry, which primarily targets inanimate objects. Bai Lu elucidated, upon activation, all communication methods on the planet, save for sound waves, would become inoperative, and any moderately complex weaponry containing conductors would similarly fail. This would precipitate widespread calamities, such as the catastrophic release of viruses from biological laboratories due to equipment malfunction. In essence, this weapon is a double-edged sword. The Interstellar Alliance developed this armament specifically to counteract suppressive forces on planetary surfaces, as certain civilizations have been known to deploy weaponry capable of assaulting vessels in space. Once this device is unleashed, such armaments would become inoperative, allowing transport ships to approach safely and deploy airborne troops onto the surface, given its intended use against adversaries. The implications of potential chain reactions were not taken into account. However, your situation is markedly different. Employing this weapon on your home planet, the Blue Star, could very well yield numerous unpredictable consequences. The aforementioned viral leakage is merely one possibility. Since your world has made preliminary strides in harnessing nuclear energy and possesses some knowledge of nuclear fusion, it is certain that simpler fission technologies have already been developed. This could lead to the risk of nuclear contamination, a point I must emphasize. Additionally, procuring such a weapon is no simple task, as it is under stringent control by the Alliance and is not available on Xingyu Star. If you wish to acquire it, I would need to invest time in locating it, and it may not be readily obtainable in the short term, disrupting and rendering an entire planet's magnetic field ineffective, transforming all conductors into insulators. This weapon is akin to a miraculous phenomenon. Sui could not help but exclaim at its exaggerated nature. Here, it is considered one of the most advanced weapons. When technology advances to such an extent, it bears a striking resemblance to magic, and your assertions hold merit. Should it be possible to obtain, I would appreciate your assistance in acquiring some. If not, there is no need to strain yourself, although this weapon remains out of reach. Sui could already envision the operational implications of deploying it on the Blue Star. The inability to utilize any technology or machinery would pose no hindrance, for he still possesses magic. In such circumstances, the warriors and sorcerers from the magical realm could easily dominate the world in a short span, obliterating all existing weapons of mass destruction and their manufacturing facilities on the Blue Star. Once the effects of electromagnetic shielding dissipate, it would be too late. The die would be cast, and everything would reach its conclusion. However, as Bai Lu pointed out, the cost of employing such a weapon would be substantial. Beyond the specter of chemical leaks and nuclear fallout, those dependent on machines for survival would likely perish instantly. This includes patients reliant on artificial lungs and ventilators, or those who require regular dialysis for their condition. The failure of these devices may precipitate a cascade of significant issues. However, such problems are likely to manifest only beyond the borders of Kyushu, as its inhabitants possess the vital essence of life. Provided that arrangements are made in advance with the authorities of Kyushu, the likelihood of incidents occurring remains minimal. Nonetheless, the inconvenience stemming from the inability to utilize any electromagnetic devices during the period of electromagnetic shielding must be surmounted. Yet, if this measure can indeed eradicate the nuclear threat on Blue Star, then the sacrifice, however slight, is deemed worthwhile for both Sui and the people of Kyushu. Chapter 172. The site selection and construction of fusion reactors currently. This weapon remains a mere figment of imagination. Bai Lu herself has acknowledged the difficulty in acquiring it, which largely hinges on luck. It is akin to the complete set of third-generation fusion technology that has recently been procured. The realm of thermonuclear fusion has become so antiquated that it is nearly lost to public knowledge. The planetary-grade electromagnetic shielding device, on the other hand, is far too advanced, kept under wraps by the Interstellar Alliance that governs their world. The fortunate acquisition of such technology was primarily due to serendipity. disguised as a bandit. Bai Lu managed to seize a relic that fortuitously contained revolutionary technological advancements. Replicating such a feat again would likely prove exceedingly challenging. We need not dwell on this matter for the time being. Instead of pondering these complexities, it would be wiser to expedite the development of fusion technology on Blue Star. Otherwise, if Bai Lu were to dismantle the close-in defense system from her starship, he would find himself lacking sufficient energy support, which would indeed be a rather awkward situation. His mind was clear, and thus, upon returning to Blue Star, the first action he took was to hand over the storage card. Rather, it should be termed a storage orb to Tian Shu. The volume of information contained within was so vast that even Tian Shu required several minutes to fully assimilate it. Subsequently, it took a little more time for Tian Shu to devise several plans for the construction of a fusion experimental reactor based on the data provided. It is worth noting that these would be experimental reactors, not final products. This distinction is crucial. Despite Bai Lu's assurances that the technology is mature and without issues, the potential differences in physical laws between their worlds remain uncertain. Su Yi's request was for a rapid construction of a fusion reactor based on the existing data, implying a lack of time to fully comprehend the technological details. Should there be any discrepancies in the physical rules between the two worlds, failure in construction would be inevitable. Thus, in the face of uncertainty regarding the applicability of this data on Blue Star, yet with an urgent need to construct a reactor, it became essential to first build an experimental reactor for feasibility validation. Otherwise, embarking on a large-scale construction of fusion reactors with unverified technology would result in significant embarrassment if it were to fail. Moreover, any errors could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences, such as nuclear leaks. While the radiation from fusion is far less than that from fission, it is not without its dangers. For instance, although hydrogen bombs theoretically produce no pollution or radiation, their detonation requires an atomic bomb, thereby introducing radiation risks. Given that our Penglai Island is rather small, if the initial intention is merely to construct an experimental reactor, it would be prudent to seek a more suitable location externally. Although Penglai Island may be compact, it was originally designed to accommodate a considerable number of inhabitants. The demand for electrical power will be substantial, and a small experimental reactor may not suffice to meet the island's energy needs. Consequently, constructing an experimental reactor on the island would likely necessitate its eventual dismantlement in favor of a larger facility, which would undoubtedly result in a waste of resources. After validating the concept elsewhere, the optimal solution lies in constructing a large fusion reactor on the island that can accommodate the maximum population capacity designed for Penglai Island. Naturally, Su Yi would not decline this proposition. The financial aspect is secondary. The primary concern is that if the reactor proves insufficient later on, it would be rather cumbersome to make a temporary switch. A small fusion reactor can indeed supply power for a city with millions of inhabitants. Yet the population capacity envisioned for Penglai Island is in the tens of millions. It is inevitable that the demand will eventually surpass supply. So, where do you believe this commercial controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor should be built? With the method established, the next step is to determine the specific location and the means of execution. Kyushu. Tian Shu promptly provided the answer. Oh, so you paused for a moment, intrigued, and inquired why Kyushu. I had presumed you would suggest the abandoned small city in Suwa country. There are numerous reasons, Tian Shu elaborated. Firstly, from an industrial standpoint, what we have acquired are merely technical documents and blueprints. All necessary components must be fabricated by ourselves. While Penglai Island is not lacking in resources, it lacks an industrial foundation, making it impossible to produce a fusion reactor independently in the short term. In contrast, Kyushu boasts the most robust industrial foundation on Blue Star, being the only nation with a complete range of industrial categories. Constructing this experimental reactor in Kyushu would be considerably more convenient from various perspectives, especially concerning the procurement and customization of certain equipment. Even if we do not build the reactor in Kyushu, we would still rely on Kyushu's industrial support to expedite its construction, and we should ideally select a location closer to Kyushu. Sir, your relationship with Kyushu is quite favorable. and they would undoubtedly be keen to witness the establishment of the world's first commercially viable, controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor in their territory. They would certainly offer their full support. This is evidently the stark truth. Transforming the blueprints into tangible results necessitates industrial backing, and apart from Kyushu, no other nation can provide these components. When the decision was made to not construct the experimental reactor on Panglai Island, he had already contemplated where it should be built. This was a matter of little uncertainty. Kyushu was the only viable option. As for the Kyushu government, it was inconceivable they would reject such a beneficial opportunity. While constructing an experimental reactor does entail certain risks, it must be noted that this is nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission. Even in the event of an accidental leak, the repercussions would not be as severe as those associated with nuclear fission, and they could be managed with relative ease. Furthermore, with Kyushu's vast land and abundant resources, finding a sparsely populated area for construction would pose no problem at all. The establishment of this device, the first usable nuclear fusion apparatus in human history, in Kyushu would yield monumental implications. The significance of this endeavor is so profound that anyone involved in its success during this era would undoubtedly secure a place in history, with their lineage commemorating their ancestors, reaping the rewards of their pioneering contributions. Evidently, this is an irresistible temptation for anyone from the 9 provinces. The only concern they might harbor is whether this technology is genuinely effective, fearing that after all their efforts, they may end up with nothing to show for it. However, the presence of the Tianyu Group's name is sufficient to allay any doubts they might have in this regard. Therefore, there is no need to ponder the possibility of rejection from the 9 provinces. Chapter 173. Old Man Lin, congratulations on your prosperity indeed, sir, aside from the aforementioned reasons. I believe there is another significant rationale for constructing in Kyushu. Tian Shu continued. This reason pertains to warfare. Undoubtedly, once mature and controllable nuclear fusion technology emerges, it will profoundly and disruptively impact the existing world order on Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to assert that once it is successfully developed and verified, the individuals and factions responsible for its creation will become targets of universal condemnation and may even incite nuclear conflict, risking strategic retaliation. After all, once controllable nuclear fusion is commercialized, nations dependent on energy sales will find their lavish lifestyles imperiled. Yet this is secondary. The most critical point is that a certain nation on Blue Star has amassed global wealth through energy exploitation. Should their oil, which has been indispensable as an energy resource, lose its value, it would be akin to carving flesh from their very core, making it exceedingly difficult for them to restrain their impulses. In such an event, their simplest recourse might be to deploy nuclear weapons to obliterate our experimental facilities in Panglai Island. After all, regardless of the prowess of our armor, it cannot withstand the terminal velocity of intercontinental ballistic missiles traveling at dozens of Mach. Constructing it in Kyushu, however, would undoubtedly allow for the sharing of risks. Unlike Panglai Island, which would face nuclear strikes with no means of retaliation and bear only the burden of public scorn, Kyushu possesses its own nuclear deterrent. Unless those individuals are truly deranged enough to instigate a world war, risking nuclear annihilation for all, they would think twice before targeting Kyushu. After all, the loss of oil's connection to wealth extraction diminishes the financial gains for the elite of the Eagle Empire. It merely translates to reduced profits. While they may consider destroying Panglai Island to safeguard their interests and endure some infamy for the reckless use of nuclear arms, they would not risk annihilating Kyushu and dragging the entire world into ruin, whether it results in diminished profits or losses. The true decision-makers behind the launch of catastrophic weapons would find such outcomes relatively inconsequential. It would not impede their continued dominance. However, should they trigger a nuclear war, even if they survive in their underground bunkers, no one would be left to exploit the remnants of their power. There is even the possibility of losing their lives. This would be a genuine catastrophe. Thus, I contend that placing the nuclear fusion experimental reactor on Panglai Island or elsewhere carries a high likelihood of nuclear strikes. In contrast, situating it in Kyushu would significantly reduce that probability. Upon hearing this, he found merit in the argument, reflecting that indeed, The prospect of mature, commercial, controllable nuclear fusion is exceedingly formidable, likely to provoke widespread anxiety. The risks of positioning it on Penglai Island are, after all, rather excessive. In the realm of Jeojo, the situation is entirely different. In this world, the presence of nuclear deterrence and its absence are two fundamentally distinct scenarios. Given the inherent vulnerabilities of capitalists, the loss of even a minuscule profit due to nuclear fusion is indeed disheartening. Thus, the prospect of employing nuclear strikes on a region devoid of weapons of mass destruction falls well within their acceptance. However, this premise relies on the assumption that the Tianyu group, having been bombarded, lacks the capacity for retaliation. In Jeojo, the noble elites are unlikely to desire a collective demise of the world. It is far more prudent for them to endure and maintain their status as aristocrats. Sacrificing one's life for a mere pittance is, undoubtedly, an imprudent venture. Sui does not particularly mourn the nuclear assault on Penglai Island. After all, should it be devastated, rebuilding is a trivial matter. With planetary mining machines and large construction modules at his disposal, reconstruction poses no significant challenge for him. Although the close defense system provided by Bailu has yet to be fully operational, it does not impede the residents' ability to evacuate. The emergency underground shelters, designed to delve over 1,000 meters beneath the surface during the conception of Penglai Island, alongside landing vessels capable of transporting numerous individuals, ensure that no casualties would arise. Nonetheless, such a situation remains troublesome, and he harbors a particular disdain for complications. Constructing in Jeojo would nearly eliminate 99 of such inconveniences. Thus, it is a prospect worth pursuing. In this endeavor, Sui views it as a means of giving back to his homeland. After discussing some preliminary plans with Tian Shu, Sui made a phone call to Old Lin. "Hello, Director Sui, what can I do for you?" As the designated contact for Sui among the high-ranking officials of Jeojo, his call was promptly answered despite it being the dead of night on Penglai Island, which coincided with the early hours of the following day on Blue Star. "Ah, Old Lin, congratulations on your newfound wealth." Sui opened with a congratulatory note, leaving Old Lin, who had just been roused from slumber, utterly bewildered. "I've become wealthy? What fortune are you referring to?" "Oh, my apologies. I meant to congratulate you on your promotion." Sui swiftly corrected himself. This left Old Lin even more perplexed. As an esteemed veteran, had he not voluntarily stepped down due to age, few in Jeojo would surpass his rank. His current role, rather leisurely, was a means to contribute to the nation following his acquisition of the elixir of life, while avoiding deep administrative involvement. Why would he assume such a trivial position if not for a lack of significant responsibilities? Let us get to the point. You've awakened me in the middle of the night, so it cannot be merely idle chatter, Old Lin yawned. I have something remarkable I wish to construct in Jeojo. What is this remarkable thing? Controlled nuclear fusion. Our technicians at Tianyu Group believe this plan has reached complete maturity, with feasibility exceeding 90. Sui refrained from further teasing and unveiled this monumental proposition. The ensuing silence from Old Lin was deafening. After a considerable pause, Sui began to worry that the overwhelming news might have caused him to faint on the other end of the line. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Hello? Are you there? Don't tell me you've passed out from excitement. I want to take responsibility for that." At last, the old man Lin snapped back to reality. Abandoning any banter with Sui, he hurriedly gasped, "Are you certain that controllable nuclear fusion can be realized for commercial use?" "Absolutely. And are you sure about constructing the first reactor in Jeojo?" "Yes." "Well, never mind. Send over that spaceship of yours. I need to speak with you in person." Lin sprang out of bed in a flurry. "Sleep? What sleep? With matters of such magnitude that could influence the future of nations and even humanity itself at hand. Even 3 days and nights without rest felt trivial in comparison. Sleep was utterly out of the question. Chapter 174. Achieving Cooperation. In a matter of moments, the old man Lin hastily arrived at the headquarters of the Tianyu Group, located on Penglai Island, landing directly on the rooftop of the building. At this time, Sui was waiting for him in the rooftop office. Upon their meeting, Lin eagerly inquired, "Director Sui, is what you mentioned about nuclear fusion genuine or not? Am I to seek amusement from you at such an hour?" With a smile, He waved his hand dismissively. At present, our theoretical technology has reached complete maturity. However, we lack a constructed experimental reactor for validation. We intend to build one, but such endeavors cannot remain concealed from the public. Not only do I need to construct the reactor, but I also require the recruitment of a substantial number of experienced nuclear physicists. Once the project commences, the news will undoubtedly spread swiftly. The notion of nuclear fusion, combined with the current prominence of the Tianyu Group, will surely attract immense attention. After consulting with other senior executives of the group, we believe that constructing this experimental reactor on Penglai Island may pose certain dangers. You are aware, once successful, it could sever the financial lifelines for some nations. Historically, disrupting someone's financial interests can be as severe as killing their kin, and it is uncertain how they might react in desperation. While I am not particularly frightened by conventional military assaults on the Tianyu Group, my primary concern lies in the possibility of them resorting to nuclear weapons. In such a scenario, the newly established Penglai Island would be at great risk. Thus, I seek a suitable location for the construction of this experimental reactor, one that not only possesses a robust industrial foundation, but also meets the criteria necessary for building a nuclear fusion reactor, such as an adequate water supply. Furthermore, it is paramount that this location possesses equivalent nuclear deterrence capabilities to discourage those who might be driven to madness by financial desperation. I believe that, considering the inherent weakness of the bourgeoisie, even if they cannot grasp the world's energy lifeblood, their circumstances are far from favorable, and they are unlikely to resort to self-destruction alongside the world. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lin's spirits were instantly lifted. Does this not imply that we are speaking of our Jojo? Fear not. During my journey here, I have already communicated with the higher-ups, and they regard this matter with great seriousness, granting me considerable authority. Simply indicate a location in Jojo that you deem suitable for the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor, and we shall handle the remaining issues. During the reactor's construction phase, should you require any components or industrial materials, just provide a list, and I will procure them for you. Anything available in Jojo, I could deliver within 3 days. As for external threats, the only ones likely to lose their sanity over this endeavor would be the eagle controlling global oil transactions. To say more, Jojo has never feared them. Back when we supported Baloo, I am not exaggerating. I personally took up arms and entered the battlefield, taking down over 20 enemies. If I was unafraid then, how could I possibly fear them now? Rest assured, I have dealt with those white-headed eagles before. If this matter is placed on your island, they may indeed lose their senses and act recklessly. However, should it be in the realm of Kyushu, they would certainly refrain from a mutually destructive struggle, for no one values their lives and current standing more than they do. Old Lin thumped his chest with a resounding clap, clearly dismissing the white-headed eagles. After all, he is a veteran who has faced them directly on the battlefield in his earlier years, and he retains a certain audacity. This is indeed fortuitous. Su nodded and said, "Let us discuss the matters pertaining to the completion of this experimental reactor. In order to expedite the construction of the first commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor, our Tianyu Group plans to finish it within 2 months. During this period, we will undoubtedly require your cooperation and assistance, in addition to the costs associated with land usage. I currently have 2 proposals. The first is to settle all accounts clearly, whereby Tianyu Group will pay Kyushu the agreed-upon fees, and we may even negotiate a higher price. None of this would pose a problem. The second option involves a collaborative research and development endeavor. At present, we are in dire need of nuclear physicists, a resource that Kyushu evidently possesses in abundance. On the basis of our cooperation in constructing the nuclear fusion reactor, Kyushu could send over a contingent of nuclear physicists, and we would accept as many as you can provide. The salaries and benefits for these individuals would be the responsibility of Kyushu, while we would merely instruct them on the relevant knowledge required for building this reactor. Whether or not they choose to join Tianyu Group afterward is irrelevant to us. That is for you to manage. Under this premise, the essence of this proposal is that once the nuclear fusion reactor is constructed and our plan is confirmed as effective and reliable, we shall relinquish it, allowing Kyushu's authorities to oversee its operation. Whether you choose to integrate it into the national grid or dismantle it for research is of no consequence to us. Furthermore, we will share the relevant technologies for the design and construction of this nuclear fusion reactor with Kyushu, enabling you to undertake your own construction. Naturally, the core components will remain under the control of Tianyu Group. When the time comes, we shall manufacture the core of a nuclear fusion reactor as a massive singular unit and sell it to Kyushu as the most vital component. Regarding the supply of this component, we can negotiate a contract later to ensure stability. Should you determine its efficacy, you may opt for a bulk purchase as a strategic reserve, facilitating Kyushu's future endeavors in constructing nuclear fusion reactors. Sui Sepok Jandidi, indicating that much of the technology concerning the first-generation nuclear fusion reactor could be bestowed upon Kyushu as compensation for their assistance, but the core components would remain undisclosed. After all, this merely serves to provide some convenience and would create numerous employment opportunities for Kyushu. That would suffice. As for the subsequent development of the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor based on the information provided by Bai Lu, the necessity of retaining the first-generation technology would warrant further discussion. When the time comes to consider selling this technology, Kyushu would undoubtedly be the first to cross his mind. There's no doubt about that. After all, this is his home. Who wouldn't wish for their abode to be somewhat better? However, emotions are one thing, and business is quite another. It is utterly impossible to simply hand over such technology without reservation. Even independent offspring venturing into the world would never entrust all their savings to their parents, let alone the relationship between a company and a nation. Every seemingly ordinary regulation has the potential to affect countless lives and livelihoods. Disorder is simply intolerable. Chapter 175. Is this still Blue Star? In response to the two proposals put forth by Su-yi, the old man Lin, without a moment's hesitation, opted for the latter. It was inconceivable that he would rise in the dead of night merely to assist in the construction of a nuclear fusion reactor. The ambitions of Jojo had always been unequivocal. The Tianyu Group claimed to possess mature, commercially viable nuclear fusion technology, which is precisely why they had come. Their intent was to acquire technology, not to engage in business transactions. Otherwise, Lin would not have immediately offered Su-yi various privileges and conveniences upon his arrival. Su-yi's meticulous approach to negotiations, akin to that of a brother calculating every detail, did not bother Lin in the slightest. Often, when an organization reaches a certain magnitude, personal sentiments are seldom discussed. Su-yi represented Jojo, yet he was distinctly himself. The Tianyu Group was an entity unto its own. They had never anticipated that such a minor connection would compel the Tianyu Group to relinquish vital technologies capable of transforming the world without compensation. From the outset, they had not harbored any illusions of obtaining something for nothing. Thus, they remained unperturbed by Su-yi's scrupulous approach to negotiation. On the contrary, the prospect of technical discussions brought Lin considerable joy. His greatest fear was that the Tianyu Group merely sought to utilize Jojo as a tool, with no intention of engaging in substantive technical dialogue. The existence of a basis for discussion was indeed fortuitous, given the complexity of the matter at hand. Both parties engaged in discussions while simultaneously reaching out to others for information. When Su-yi encountered aspects he could not fully comprehend, he naturally turned to Tian Shu for guidance. As for the old man Lin, he had already contacted Jojo's upper echelons upon boarding the landing craft. Jojo had assembled a team of experts in nuclear physics, electrical engineering, and various other fields, eagerly awaiting Lin's communication to resolve any professional inquiries he might have. Regarding matters of decision-making, Lin had been endowed with substantial authority prior to his arrival, granting him the autonomy to make choices independently. After several hours of deliberation, the two finally reached a consensus and determined the site for the first thermonuclear fusion experimental reactor. The chosen location was Cheong Island, situated in the southern waters of Jojo. There were numerous reasons for selecting this site. First and foremost, the limitations of first-generation nuclear fusion technology demanded significant quantities of water. Freshwater resources from rivers were exceedingly precious. Any contamination would render them culpable. Thus, it was imperative to position the reactor near the sea. The eastern and southeastern waters, however, were less secure, fraught with uncooperative neighbors and a treacherous rogue element. Should construction commence in those areas, the risk of conflict whether through conventional means or otherwise, could jeopardize the reactor under construction. Cheong Island, in contrast, offered a more favorable situation. It was sheltered by the mainland and faced the expansive Southern Sea. The only neighboring nation was Baiwa. Whether Baiwa might act irrationally was a matter for speculation, but Jiuzhou's officials were confident that they could prevent any such madness from transpiring. Regarding the threats from the sea, the southern waters are sufficiently vast. With adequate preparation, there exists ample depth to establish defenses. Thus, this seemingly remote island serves as an exceptionally secure location. Once all matters of detail were discussed, the elder Lin hastily departed with several recording devices in hand, boarding the landing craft of the Tianyu Group. Of course, this vessel was no longer a secret among the high-ranking officials of Kyushu, having previously made a public appearance on the global stage. Referring to it merely as a landing craft felt somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, in a bid for formality, Su-e whimsically named this class of landing craft the Mayfly-class near-space vehicle. Upon first hearing this name, Elder Lin appeared slightly bewildered, pointing at the vessel and inquiring why such a sizable craft would be named after a mayfly. Su-e merely smiled and refrained from providing an explanation. In comparison to the colossal starships from the world of the White Deer, this vessel indeed resembled a mayfly. When Elder Lin returned to Kyushu aboard the mayfly, it was already past 9 in the morning there. An hour later, at 10 o'clock, the Tianyu Group and the Kyushu authorities jointly issued an announcement. Following amicable negotiations and equitable exchanges, at 8 o'clock this morning, the Kyushu Nuclear Industry Group and the Tianyu Group reached an agreement regarding the design and construction collaboration for the first generation of commercial nuclear fusion experimental reactors. The construction site for the reactor has been provisionally selected as Cheong Island in Kyushu, with work set to commence shortly. This undoubtedly marks a monumental project, and we hope for its successful realization and prompt achievement. The announcement was exceedingly formal, with both parties disseminating identical statements. A few unremarkable lines of text seemed to declare an event of little significance. However, the mere fact that these two groups had united to release such an announcement was enough to create a sensation and capture attention. The direct mention of constructing a nuclear fusion experimental reactor was particularly explosive. Soon, this announcement spread across the internet, garnering immense public interest. What on earth is happening? Is this still Blue Star? No way. What major event has transpired while I was asleep? Nuclear fusion? Hold on. Why do I feel like the world has suddenly evolved into something incomprehensible? Is this for real? I haven't read much. Please don't deceive me. Kyushu Nuclear Industry Group and Tianyu Group. Wait, it's Tianyu Energy under the Tianyu Group. This collaboration is a formidable alliance. They're just rehashing old news. Nuclear fusion has been promoted for years with no breakthroughs. Stop exaggerating. A formidable alliance? That is laughable. Nuclear energy still relies on the old eagle. What does this partnership even mean? I do not recommend official collaboration with Tianyu Group, from top to bottom, including the chairman Su-e. They are ruthless, mercilessly committing heinous acts in Huzhou. I refuse to believe the authorities are unaware. If they are aware and still choose to cooperate with such a company, it is undoubtedly a descent into complicity and a blatant disregard for human civilization. Shut your mouth. If the Tianyu Group were truly capable of achieving nuclear fusion, I would commend them wholeheartedly for their endeavors, even if they left no living soul behind in the process. Yet, you dare to suggest such an undertaking. After all, this is nuclear fusion we are discussing. What of it? It is nothing more than a ruse, a deception that only those with diminished intellect would believe. And what of powered armor? Is that also a mere fabrication? Is the elixir of life a deceptive concept? Are carbon-based ships mere illusions? Perhaps the Tianyu Group exists solely as a figment of your imagination, especially since they have caused your esteemed bald eagle father such embarrassment. How could they possibly be real? How amusing, what a scandal. I have noticed that the official website of the Tianyu Group has published an article concerning the feasibility of nuclear fusion technology. Is there a kind-hearted brother who could verify the authenticity of this claim? Chapter 176. Fishing for your technicians shortly after the announcement was made. Tianyu Group compiled a paper organized by Tian Shu, containing certain information regarding their nuclear fusion technology. for those well-versed in the field. A careful examination of this document would reveal that Tianyu Group's approach to constructing a nuclear fusion reactor appears to be genuinely feasible. However, Su-yi did not disseminate this information to illuminate the path for other countries on Blue Star engaged in nuclear fusion research. Quite the contrary, this document, synthesized by Tian Shu, juxtaposes the current methodologies of nuclear fusion on Blue Star. Should anyone pursue research based on the routes outlined within this paper, they would not only fail to produce a functional nuclear fusion reactor, but would also find themselves misled. This document is essentially a collection of excerpts taken out of context from legitimate sources. While the information is accurate, neglecting the broader context could lead one astray. The absence of critical information can result in consequences far more severe than embarking on an entirely new research endeavor from scratch. Especially once Tianyu Group successfully realizes nuclear fusion based on this information. The lack of essential details in this feasibility paper will undoubtedly ensnare certain impatient nations. From this vantage point, it is evident that no one on Blue Star will be able to discern the underlying issues within this material. Approximately 4 to 5 hours after both sides released their announcements and Tianyu Group made the information public, a prominent expert emerged. A well-known nuclear physicist from the White Eagle expressed his gratitude to Tianyu Group for generously making this invaluable document available, noting that the paper was presented in both a globally recognized language and the Kyushu dialect, thereby saving him translation time. Upon its release, I meticulously reviewed the paper, and it is no exaggeration to say that this single article could propel global research in nuclear fusion forward by over 20 years. Based on my extensive experience in nuclear physics and practical knowledge, I can assert that the novel route outlined in the paper is entirely viable, surpassing the feasibility and reliability of previous structures, such as tokamaks and stellarators. If possible, I hope that Tianyu Group will disclose more technical details, as nuclear fusion represents a monumental advancement for all humanity. Once successful, we will no longer need to worry about energy depletion. Of course, if Tianyu Group is reluctant to share this information for commercial reasons, that is entirely understandable, and I harbor no intention of moral coercion. If feasible, I would like to apply to join Tianyu Group and participate in the construction of the nuclear fusion experimental reactor in Kyushu. I possess extensive experience with a solid foundation in both theoretical knowledge and reactor construction. I sincerely hope that Tianyu Group will grant me this opportunity. In conclusion, the foreign expert even tagged Su-yi's personal account and the official account of Tianyu Group at the end of his article. As the first to critique this article, his expertise is beyond reproach, and the series of online certifications unmistakably signify his esteemed status. Prompted by Tian Shu, Su-yi promptly glanced at the article published by this foreign expert. Subsequently, Tian Shu stated, "It can be confirmed that prior to this, no official representatives from the White Eagle had approached him for discussions or negotiations through any means. He proactively examined the paper we disseminated and took the initiative to draft these proposals to participate in the construction of the experimental pile. Naturally, he has now been contacted by the FBI of the White Eagle, who are currently engaged in psychological persuasion. I could overhear the conversation from their surveillance. It seems the White Eagle representatives wish for him to refrain from joining Tianyu Group, promising him increased funding to conduct research on the nuclear fusion trajectory indicated in his paper, based on the White Eagle's resources. Oh, the funding has now escalated. Initially proposed at $1 billion, it has now surged to $100 billion. Furthermore, they assured him that even if he fails to produce results, he will not be held accountable. I have reviewed this individual's credentials, and he is indeed a prominent figure in his field. From his personal history, he appears to be quite principled, displaying a greater interest in nuclear physics research than in political matters, showing indifference to the country in which he conducts his studies. I believe this individual could be a valuable asset to the company, and with my oversight, there should be no issues. Since Tian Shu has expressed this opinion, Su-yi had no reason to decline. The publication of this paper serves not only to ensnare individuals, but also has a significant purpose of attracting talent. And now, here is a high-caliber talent arriving at our doorstep. In fact, regarding nuclear power, it is likely that there are even more talents in Jiuzhou. However, Poaching from one's own homeland would be rather inappropriate. Therefore, the focus remains on recruiting foreign experts, as long as this individual poses no issues. He would not entertain concerns regarding potential coercion. He possesses ample means to alleviate any anxieties these technical professionals may have. If necessary, one could even resort to negotiating with the White Eagle's Black Palace to exchange hostages, a trivial matter indeed. With Tianshu constantly monitoring, the loyalty of these individuals becomes less significant. They would be incapable of transmitting any information. In contemporary society, very few can elude Tianshu's scrutiny. Only those specially trained operatives possess such abilities. Academics generally lack the cunning and capability for such actions. If they did, they would have long been filtered out by Tianshu. With security assured and the individual being exactly the kind of talent Tianyu Group currently requires, there is no reason for concern. Once they arrive, as long as they exert their utmost efforts, He would ensure they are well compensated. In due course, these individuals will come to understand what it means to forsake darkness for light, to board the vessel toward the future. No, the rocket toward the future. Tianshu's paper is exceedingly obscure, containing a plethora of computational data, rendering it incomprehensible to the majority of ordinary individuals and even to many researchers in related fields. Only those who have immersed themselves in this field for many years and possess genuine expertise can truly comprehend it. Soon, a second and a third individual emerged, expressing their commendation for Tianyu Group's decision to disclose these technical documents. Naturally, not all remarks were merely complimentary. Many individuals sought to leverage this opportunity, hoping that Tianyu Group would unveil even more information. Among this group, some were genuinely eager for knowledge, wishing to understand how to address subsequent issues, while others harbored ulterior motives, aiming to obtain resources without cost. Chapter 177. A glimpse of the iceberg the nest has been established by Su-E, and the extent to which it can attract formidable technological talents to the Tianyu Group remains uncertain for the time being. However, it appears that there are indeed a considerable number of candidates. Tianshu has identified dozens of individuals who can be recruited immediately, with several hundred more on the observation list, awaiting further scrutiny before any decisions are made regarding their incorporation. Naturally, as time progresses, the initial wave of pure scientists who emerge to comment on the highlights of the papers has evolved into a mixed bag, encompassing a variety of individuals. Among them are those attempting to morally compel the Tianyu Group to disclose more information, alongside many who, lacking comprehension of the papers, begin to offer unsolicited advice. The increasing number of such individuals complicates Tianshu's ability to discern viable candidates from the crowd. Currently, it is imperative for Tianshu to allocate manpower and resources towards the construction of a nuclear fusion reactor on Jiuzhou. This endeavor requires not only the mobilization of personnel and materials, but also the creation of reactor and power plant blueprints, tailored to the specific conditions of the chosen site and informed by the technical data available. Simultaneously, Tianyu Group must attend to various other matters, including the aftermath of the small, unmanned city in Suwa country. The workload is undeniably substantial. Consequently, Tianshu has chosen to refrain from squandering computational power on such trivialities. In less than a second, it established a special recruitment portal for exceptional talents on the Tianyu Group's official website. Interested in experiencing the forefront of global technology? Come and apply. Of course, this recruitment for exceptional talent is not without its prerequisites. Those with academic qualifications below a doctorate are unable to even fill out the first page of the application. At the very least, candidates must possess relevant research experience and credentials to be eligible for selection by Tianshu. When the Tianyu Group first announced the opening of the special talent recruitment portal, the news spread rapidly online. Yet, moments later, it was met with a wave of criticism. What nonsense is this? I hold a master's degree in nuclear physics, and I can't even qualify to apply? I have previously spent time at a nuclear power station with my advisor. Buddy, I glanced at your resume. Since when does architectural design relate to nuclear physics? Exactly. What's a civil engineering guy doing here? Trying to stir up trouble? Seriously, does a nuclear power station not need construction? I spent over a year at a nuclear power station construction site with my advisor. Isn't that enough experience? I checked the collaboration details between Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou Nuclear Industry Group. The construction of the power station is to be undertaken by Jiuzhou, with Tianyu providing the blueprints. Those blueprints have already been delivered. And what use do they have for someone in architectural design? What? So soon? What's so surprising? Did you really think they were engaging in a temporary collaboration? They must have been in contact long before. Don't be naive, given Jiuzhou's character. I wouldn't be surprised if the reactor was already completed. Wait, why can't I apply? I am a doctoral candidate in a related field. Oh, a theoretical candidate? Huh? Let me ask you this. Can you comprehend the paper published by Tianyu Group? Cough. I have a slight understanding. TSK. You can't even comprehend their thesis. What are you doing here? No, who are you, old dang? Can you understand? Take a closer look at my profile picture. Oh my, a mentor. Accessing this page necessitates a certain level of education and professional certification. Hence, the circle is naturally quite small. Many who lament their rejection wish to voice their grievances, only to be met with harsh rebuttals, often from notable figures in the field, each more impressive than the last. Soon, the complaints die down. Although entering this recruitment page requires diligence, few can join the fray, yet the information within is evidently difficult to conceal. Before long, eager onlookers have transported the unfolding events outside, leaving many who cannot participate intrigued. Many were astonished to discover that Tianyu Group's recruitment criteria were exceedingly stringent, resulting in the elimination of numerous candidates with relevant research experience. Furthermore, the selection process does not solely hinge on academic credentials, but also considers 1S or some. Given that our some S are self-reported, it is inevitable that some will embellish. However, these individuals soon realize that Tianyu Group is not only aware of their fabrications, but can also unveil their true histories. Just as someone was about to claim that Tianyu Group had violated their privacy, they witnessed the company presenting their authentic or some. Alongside the agreement, they hastily accepted without reading. One clause stipulated that acceptance of the agreement implied consent for Tianyu Group to review personal or some S. At this point, even the most disgruntled individuals had to acquiesce. As more individuals flocked to this spectacle, further details emerged. Initial astonishment regarding Tianyu Group's ambitious plans to develop nuclear fusion reactors, followed by the release of papers and subsequent recruitment of professionals in related fields, has gradually transformed into a heightened sense of disbelief. Upon reviewing the entire situation, it became clear that Tianyu Group had meticulously orchestrated this endeavor. The numerous details on the website could not have been assembled in a short span. While I couldn't breach the website's firewall, I was able to view the code and ascertain when they had constructed it. I noticed many individuals attempting to find bugs to infiltrate the site, having heard that once recruited, Tianyu Group would instantly transfer $100,000 to the specified bank account as travel expenses to Penglai Island, enticing some to pursue this financial incentive. However, it was entirely futile. There were no vulnerabilities, and the site was impenetrable. I have also heard that Tianyu Group's disbursements do not require manual review. Once authenticated through the website, funds are automatically dispersed by the system. Previously, I had presumed that Tianyu Group was merely a lavish spender, unperturbed by the potential for individuals to exploit vulnerabilities within their website. To my astonishment, their technological prowess is profoundly advanced, surpassing my comprehension. It is simply remarkable. Many had recognized the exceptional capabilities of Tianyu Group long ago, yet today has once again expanded their understanding. Historically, Tianyu Group either held press conferences, casually presenting their innovations without further engagement, or engaged in inexplicable international disputes, showcasing an array of high technologies without any elucidation. This occasion, however, marks a rare instance of proactive interaction with the public and netizens, deepening the collective impression of Tianyu Group's excellence. They have not only unveiled fusion technology in preparation for constructing reactors, but have also showcased astonishing networking technology, leaving onlookers in profound awe. It evokes a sense of witnessing merely the tip of a colossal iceberg. Chapter 178. I believe they are deceivers. Each year, they receive substantial funding, yet they fail to procure even a shred of useful information. Can experiments related to nuclear fusion be conducted in secret? The manpower and resources involved are innumerable. Yet, you have received no prior intelligence, only to be caught off guard when they publicly announce their findings? Is the Empire's financial expenditure merely being squandered? A furious roar emanated from the presidential office of the Black Palace. The head of the White Eagle's Overseas Intelligence Department stood in the office, timid and utterly unwilling to retort. Once the elder finished speaking, he cautiously articulated, "Mr. President, as you well know, the Tianyu Group is indeed quite enigmatic. The items they previously presented were likewise undetectable until they revealed them. This is unequivocally not the fault of our intelligence department. However, when the Tianyu Group unveiled their carbon-based chip technology, I inquired why you had not received any advance notice. You stated that the Tianyu Group had previously been obscure and not deemed a priority for observation, allowing them to conduct research on the carbon-based chip without disclosing even a hint of information." The Sleep Emperor retorted, "Last time, they went unnoticed due to their lack of reputation. What about this time? Does the Tianyu Group still lack recognition?" "Indeed, they do," the intelligence chief replied hastily. "But this matter cannot truly be attributed to us. I have deployed every possible resource to investigate the Tianyu Group, yet have uncovered no trace whatsoever. As you said, nuclear fusion is unlike other technologies. It cannot simply be developed in secrecy. Reliable experimental data requires countless rounds of testing, and the energy consumption involved is astronomical. In any nation, conducting such experiments without detection is impossible. Thus, I wonder, could it be that the so-called nuclear fusion being jointly pursued by the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou is nothing but a fabrication? They orchestrate such a grand spectacle to deceive the world. What could they possibly gain from it?" The Sleep Emperor was almost amused by such audacious claims. "Sir, consider for a moment what nuclear fusion represents," the intelligence chief murmured. "It symbolizes limitless energy. The emergence of infinite energy would have the most profound impact on whom in this world? Undoubtedly, it would be us. Our economy is tied to oil transactions, and the primary use of oil and natural gas is to serve as energy sources. If they claim to possess infinite energy, bolstered by the previous miracles created by the Tianyu Group, then regardless of the truth, most people will likely believe it to be genuine. Our position in the global market will swiftly plummet. Yet, a lie remains a lie. With time, if they fail to produce a tangible product, this bubble will inevitably burst." The Sleep Emperor remarked calmly, "The Tianyu Group has previously achieved too many miracles. I have dealt with Jiuzhou extensively, and these individuals consistently exhibit remarkable composure in every step they take. You suggest that they have conspired to play a grand jest upon the world. Such a possibility is exceedingly improbable." No. The head of the intelligence department interjected hastily. "Sir, observe, you too have fallen into a logical fallacy. Whether it is the rapid advancements in technology by the Tianyu Group, or the solid and composed impression left by the Jiuzhou's operational style, both are merely aids they wish to project to you and the entire world. Are you not, in fact, being deceived? From my perspective, given humanity's current technological capabilities, we are still far from successfully producing commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. It is utterly implausible." The official grew increasingly assured as he spoke. Initially, he sought merely to deflect responsibility. Yet as he continued, he discovered that his fabrications seemed to possess a semblance of validity. "What then will they offer to the world in terms of accountability?" Shui Huang retorted. "There is no need for accountability," the official exclaimed, striking his thigh. "Sir, first consider their motives for lying. Why dismantle the Daol oil system and inflict such severe damage upon us?" Shui Huang regarded him with skepticism. "Indeed," the official insisted. "Reflect further. Once the entire world believes they have mastered nuclear fusion technology and that the first experimental nuclear fusion power station is under construction, what will become of our Daol? Oil will cease to be synonymous with energy and will instead be relegated to the status of a mere mineral, still valuable, yet incomparable to the essential nature of energy. At that juncture, the value of Daol will plummet, and we will no longer be able to exploit the previous oil system to continuously print money in order to resolve our internal issues. They need only sustain this ruse for a few years, and we may find ourselves unable to even finance our overseas military presence, while chaos reigns domestically. This is their objective. The Jojo people are indeed nefariously intent. As for how they will account for their actions, they require no such accountability. The construction of an experimental reactor is a process that naturally spans several years, is it not? No one in the world could possibly find fault with that. Years later, they might claim that unforeseen minor accidents occurred during the experiment, which do not impede the reactor's construction, merely delaying its official commissioning for a time longer, easily extending the timeline by several more years. They could effortlessly prolong matters for a decade or more. Once oil and natural gas are no longer regarded as the primary energy sources by the world, can our once mighty eagle endure for another decade? The official asserted with conviction, "Mr. President, you are more acutely aware of our domestic situation than I. It is certainly unsustainable, and they are equally cognizant of this." Initially dismissive of this individual's statements, Shui Huang found himself reconsidering, realizing that there might indeed be merit to the claims. With the machinations of the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, whether nuclear fusion is genuine or not matters little, as long as the opposing party delays the completion of the nuclear fusion reactor and imposes certain restrictions upon the Eagle Empire in other areas, such as military endeavors, it would not be long before the colossal Eagle Empire would face collapse. After all, even at present, the white-headed eagle is burdened with a staggering debt exceeding trillions of dollars. Should oil cease to serve its role as an energy source, the colossal empire of the white-headed eagle could collapse in an instant. This outcome seems almost inevitable. The empire currently has numerous financial obligations, and for every endeavor, various environmental and animal protection organizations emerge to demand their share of protection fees, often resulting in diminishing returns. Without the revenue from the global oil system to support such exorbitant expenditures, it is likely that, in the most optimistic scenario, within a year or two, the financial structure will face complete disintegration. In a more adverse situation, they may find themselves unable to meet their interest payments within mere months. Chapter 179, Empathy. The thought of such a vast empire, soon succumbing to decline under his stewardship, suddenly made the sleeping emperor feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He longed for a reprieve in slumber. Initially, he had intended to scapegoat the head of the intelligence department, but unexpectedly, a significant issue had arisen. However, with the matter now pressing, retreating into sleep was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What do you believe we should do now?" They aim to undermine our petroleum system through conceptual speculation, yet we too can engage in such speculation, declared the head of the department with confidence. "Sir, trust us. No one is more skilled at promoting these high-tech concepts than we are." The sleeping emperor considered this perspective and realized its validity. Although the Eagle Empire had not made substantial progress over the years, it had managed to leverage its established foundation and reputation to attract numerous investors who fell prey to speculative tech concepts. Terms like the metaverse, cryptocurrencies, and Mars colonization, ideas that even a moderately informed individual would dismiss as nonsensical, had indeed managed to deceive a significant number of people, leading to a frenzy of profit-making. What was the foundation of all this? Was it not the lasting impressions left by the technological advancements resulting from the decades-long competition between the eagle and the polar bear? Enlightenment dawned upon him. No wonder the head of the department claimed that the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou were merely peddling concepts to mislead the world. Wasn't this precisely what the eagle was now most fond of doing? So what do you propose? The sleeping emperor felt rejuvenated, his drowsiness dissipating. After all, in this realm, the Eagle Empire was far more adept than Jiuzhou. The concept of nuclear fusion they proposed, I believe, mirrors the Star Wars program we once introduced during our competition with the polar bear. Both are fabrications. The head of the department responded promptly. The polar bear fell victim to this, investing enormous sums, which ultimately contributed to their downfall. We must not repeat their mistakes. Since they have mentioned nuclear fusion, we should also propose an equivalent concept. An equivalent concept? The sleeping emperor inquired, perplexed. He struggled to conceive of anything in this era that could stand on equal footing with the limitless energy of nuclear fusion. They had entered the fray with a trump card. What could they possibly counter with? Countless options, sir. The head of the department's face flushed with excitement. For instance, the virtual universe, allowing individuals to escape all worldly worries, or colonizing Mars or the moon, establishing new homes for humanity. These notions hold value comparable to nuclear fusion in today's world. Wait, the sleeping emperor interjected. I recall that these ideas have already been proposed by someone else. Haven't they? Have they? The head of the department paused, momentarily taken aback. He is typically engrossed in his work. When he is not busy, he is either on vacation or indulging in a round of golf. Occasionally, he overhears conversations among friends discussing the latest technology concepts that are being hyped, seemingly to exploit and profit from the unsuspecting. He remains oblivious to the specifics of these speculative ventures, and the few ideas he can recall were likely mentioned in passing at some point. Upon reflection, he surmises that the commotion surrounding these speculations has inadvertently influenced him. Although Sleepy Emperor is advanced in age, he is not muddled and possesses a measure of understanding regarding these technologies. Observing his demeanor, he coldly remarks, even without the hype, what you propose bears no comparison to nuclear fusion. It is indeed a challenge to solicit your insights here. Fetch the expert team, as I require their counsel. Understood. The responsible party responded hastily, departing with urgency. As he stepped outside, he forgot much of the grandiose rhetoric he had just uttered. His intention had been to evade responsibility, and it now appeared he had successfully navigated that hurdle. As for the subsequent course of action, whether to promote a certain concept to rival the endeavors of JoJo, he was indifferent. It was of no concern to him. After all, he was nearing retirement. Moreover, even if the White Eagle were to fall the next day, his assets could easily facilitate a comfortable life elsewhere. What does it matter? Breaking news. The White Eagle Empire has announced substantial advancements in the realm of nuclear fusion, claiming that they will soon construct a commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor. This announcement coincided with the unveiling of the nuclear fusion reactor experimental site by JoJo and Tianyu Group. Mere days apart, this raises the question, is this a manifestation of healthy competition or something else? The following day, a piece of news circulated globally, capturing the attention of nearly the entire world. It appeared to be a direct response to the nuclear fusion experimental reactor construction plans of JoJo and Tianyu Group. The White Eagle Empire, in collaboration with the AtoZ Alliance, likewise proposed the construction of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor suitable for commercial use. And by the time the announcement was made, they had already designated a location. The chosen site was a picturesque bay on the outskirts of a major city within the borders of the White Eagle Empire, in stark contrast to the impression left by other Western nations, known for their sluggishness in action. Within an hour of the announcement, local residents reported witnessing a considerable number of workers and machinery already at work at the declared nuclear fusion power plant site. This did not seem like mere fabrication. It appeared that the construction of a nuclear fusion power station was genuinely underway, convincing many skeptics. After all, this time, the endeavor appeared earnest, as the news was conveyed directly by the spokesperson of the Black Palace, with the location personally disclosed. Construction had even commenced. In contrast, the siege announced by the Tianyu Group and JoJo had been public for nearly 2 days, yet only a few astute netizens noticed individuals, seemingly surveyors, operating drones for what appeared to be topographical mapping. There was no sign of construction materials, let alone engineering vehicles. Soon, someone compiled and uploaded a collection of real-time photographs from both construction sites online. The first image depicts the construction site of the nuclear fusion power station of the Bald Eagle Empire, while the second showcases the nuclear fusion experimental reactor site established through collaboration between our JoJo and Tianyu Group. I shall refrain from further commentary. The circumstances are evident for all to see. You often mock the West for their sluggish efficiency, yet it appears they simply lacked seriousness. Once they apply themselves, their efficiency surpasses ours by a considerable margin. Moreover, it is only natural for the Bald Eagle, a nation steeped in traditional technological prowess, to develop mature nuclear fusion technology. As for JoJo, well, I find it futile to elaborate. It is astonishing that such a backward region dares to claim possession of such advanced technology. Who could possibly believe it? As anticipated, such outrageous statements swiftly attracted ridicule. Chapter 180. What? You have it too? Some individuals possess a peculiar inclination to voice outrageous opinions online, eagerly awaiting the backlash from others, only to silence their phones and conceal them within the recesses of their garments for self-defense. The efficiency of a construction site is contingent upon whether the earth has been disturbed, is it not? Anyone with a modicum of architectural knowledge understands that the construction of a nuclear fusion power plant, a unique edifice, entails an extraordinarily intricate process of reviews and designs prior to its inception. Currently, the presence of personnel conducting topographical surveys, sampling for site investigations, and even testing subterranean rock layers is an essential procedure. Only after the completion of these tasks might design plans emerge. Indeed, the construction progress in Kyushu appears to be quite regular, while on the side of the White Eagle, they have commenced earthworks directly. I believe there are two possibilities. One is that they had been prepared long before, and this time, they merely coincidentally encountered the announcement from Kyushu regarding nuclear fusion, thus revealing their own developments in tandem. The other possibility is that this is entirely fabricated. I cannot fathom how such a specialized structure as a nuclear power station could commence construction so swiftly. It utterly defies logic. Another 5-cent commenter has arrived. How amusing. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge their advancements? To concede to your assertions, this is likely something that does not exist. What grounds do you have for demanding recognition? They were capable of producing the F-22 and B 2 decades ago. What is so astonishing about them now conquering controllable nuclear fusion technology before you? There are nations that, merely a decade ago, were destitute and began by manufacturing low-end products. Now, upon experiencing slight improvements, they look down upon others. I remain baffled as to what basis Kyushu has to proclaim they have mastered controllable nuclear fusion, even daring to construct experimental reactors. Such audacity is laughable. Is your implication that because something was created decades ago, it can still be produced ahead of its time today? If a nation is at the forefront, does that guarantee perpetual supremacy? If that were the case, the world would not be populated by so many nations. They would have long been swallowed by classical empires. After all, during the dominance of ancient dynasties, which of them was not at the pinnacle of global advancement? When the people of ancient Kyushu utilized iron, foreigners were still reliant on stone tools. Indeed, they were generations ahead. By that logic, they should have maintained their preeminence indefinitely. The sudden intervention of the White Eagle, proclaiming their mastery of nuclear fusion technology, swiftly ignited a debate online. Just days prior, the people of Kyushu were exhilarated by their collaboration with the Tianyu Group to construct the first operational nuclear fusion reactor in human history. Yet, before their excitement could fully subside, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. For reasons unknown, the once unattainable technology of controllable nuclear fusion, which had seemed so lofty and beyond the reach of the Blue Star populace, appeared to lose its value overnight. As if it had become a commonplace commodity, it felt akin to pursuing a long-desired goddess, only to discover that she was accessible to anyone. Many express skepticism regarding this matter, yet there are some who, having initially despaired upon hearing the news from the 9 provinces, have now resurrected with fervor, passionately engaging in online debates to uphold their distant spiritual homeland. Can they truly master nuclear fusion technology so swiftly? Mr. Su, has your company's technical documentation been compromised? A bewildered voice from Old Lin came through the phone. Although he suspected that the White Eagles might be bluffing, he hesitated to believe that such a significant issue would prompt these individuals to deceive. After much contemplation, he felt perplexed and thus decided to consult Su-E. Given the technological level of the Blue Star, if the White Eagles truly possess mature nuclear fusion technology, the only plausible source would be the Tianyu Group. Since Su-E has opted to collaborate with the 9 provinces, the likelihood of him engaging with the White Eagles again is minimal. Thus, the most probable scenario would be theft of technology. While this notion seems absurd, it is not without precedent. Similar incidents have occurred during the competition between the White Eagles and the Arctic Bears. Old Lin's concerns are not without merit. Rest assured, they cannot possibly possess such technology. No one can steal our technical documents from the Tianyu Group, Su-E replied with a smile. It's a joke. The The storage orb containing the nuclear fusion data is already secured within the mainframe of the Tianshu. Moreover, the mainframe is tethered to the wrist of Yuling, serving as a bracelet. In this world, aside from Xinghan, who could possibly steal anything from Yuling? Furthermore, even if they did manage to acquire that storage orb, with Blue Star's current technological capabilities, they would be unable to decipher the data within. They would likely mistake it for a mere marble rather than recognizing it as a storage device. That's a relief. Upon hearing Su Yi's confidence, Old Lin felt somewhat reassured and continued. Since they cannot access your technology, what is the truth behind their sudden claim of mastering nuclear fusion? It feels dubious to me, yet I find it hard to believe they would engage in such madness over something so significant. What if they think our announced nuclear fusion technology is a ruse? Su Yi retorted, "Are you suggesting they believe our claims of possessing nuclear fusion technology are false? Hence they choose to deceive us in return? What purpose would that serve? They're engaged in virtual economics, primarily focused on financial trading. Do you think it lacks significance?" Su Yi elaborated. They not only believe our nuclear fusion technology is a fabrication, but also that our sudden announcement of overcoming nuclear fusion mirrors their previous Star Wars initiative, intending to undermine them through such means. Do you understand now? With this realization, the furrowed brow of Old Lin relaxed. As a member of the older generation, he had savored the rivalry between the White Eagles and the Arctic Bears. He had subsequently delved deeper into the intricate deceptions between these two great powers and held vivid memories of the Star Wars initiative. Upon hearing Su Yi's remarks, one immediately comprehended why the bald eagle would also proclaim its triumph in mastering nuclear fusion technology. It is indeed a case of projecting one's own petty mindset onto others, presuming that everyone else would engage in the same deceitful theatrics to serve their own ends. I find myself rather eager to witness the expressions on their faces when our nuclear fusion power station is finally completed. Old Lin could not help but burst into hearty laughter. These rascals remain as shameless as ever. Ha ha ha. Chapter 181. This is called a canon, and it is quite entertaining. The minor clamor online is hardly worthy of attention, even upon realizing the true state of affairs. Under the guidance of the venerable Lin, the officials of Jojo did not prohibit those who emerged to decry the situation. Rather, they allowed them the liberty to voice their opinions, speak as they will. In contrast to the myriad debates that seldom yield clear answers, the matter of nuclear fusion will undoubtedly reveal its truths. The White Eagle's audacity in this regard stems from their certainty that Jojo has yet to conquer the technology of nuclear fusion, emboldening their stance. Once Jojo and the Tianyu Group's inaugural experimental reactor is completed and begins generating power, all rumors will naturally dissipate. When the truth is laid bare for all to see, the disparaging remarks directed at Jojo will receive their deserved retribution. Meanwhile, while nuclear fusion stirs considerable commotion on the Blue Star, Su Yi and the military factories of Jojo have not neglected the affairs of the neighboring magical realm. The first batch of weapons has not yet been fully deployed, and the second batch has already been delivered in its entirety. Unlike the first batch of conventional arms, this new assortment is filled not with TNT or similar explosives, but with metallic hydrogen produced by the Tianyu Group. This substance, possessing an astonishing energy density, is not only formidable as a power source, but is also an adept explosive. Following Su Yi's instructions, Wei Wei, upon receiving these weapons, promptly sought out the command center of the reinforcements, bringing along the operational manuals for the new weaponry, as well as recommendations and guidance provided by the Jojo military after their examination of these innovations. Although these weapons appear identical to their predecessors, even in weight, the internal fillings differ significantly. For instance, a shell packed with several dozen kilograms of metallic hydrogen looks just like the old artillery shells. Yet its explosive power has increased by at least 20 to 30 times. Can it be fired in the same manner as before? Clearly, that is not feasible. The amplified power leads to an expanded lethal radius, which necessitates adjustments in the firing rhythm and intervals. Continuing to fire in the previous formations and patterns would result in considerable waste of firepower. With the introduction of these new arms, all such factors must be recalibrated. The good news is that Dream River City still harbors a substantial stockpile of older weapons, ensuring an ample supply of munitions in the short term, alleviating any urgency to deploy the new weaponry immediately. Furthermore, since that day of bombardment, the coalition besieging Dream River City has dispersed, although reports suggest that the northern tribes of the Radiant Sun Empire are beginning to regroup. However, it will take some time before they can once again threaten Dream River City. In the immediate future, there is no pressing defensive pressure, allowing for ample time to train with the new weapons. With the logistical concerns set aside, the days in Dream River City have been filled with the incessant sounds of booming artillery. The extraordinary weapon, procured by the lord of the city from an unknown source, has become a unique spectacle in Dream River City. Despite the lord's strict decree prohibiting anyone from approaching the military camp of the reinforcements within 500 meters, numerous onlookers gather at a safe distance to witness the commotion. However, Vivi stands apart. As the city lord, she possesses the privilege to observe the spectacle up close. Following that day, she realized she had seemingly developed a condition known as the fear of insufficient firepower. More specifically, it was an insatiable craving for overwhelming force. She believed that no amount of artillery fire could be excessive. The greater the power, the better, and the denser the formation, the more thrilling. Why not simply obliterate everything in sight? Wasn't that far more exhilarating than exchanging arrows like mere women? Her admiration for these cannons only grew. In recent days, she had devoted nearly half of her time in the camp of the reinforcements, captivated by the soldiers from the 9 provinces testing various styles of cannons and rocket launchers. On occasion, she would even shamelessly approach to fire a few round herself, relishing the experience. Given her status, the reinforcements could hardly refuse her, so they acquiesced. To satisfy the curiosity of the princess, Lin Yilong, the commanding officer, even arranged for an automatic artillery vehicle for her use. The astonishing experience of firing with just a few taps on the screen left Vivi utterly impressed. Is this the weapon that defeated our million-strong army? On the expansive artillery test field, and she gazed at the neatly lined trucks equipped with cannons, her expression distant. With the vitality of a 7th-tier warrior, she had survived the initial blast, making it unlikely for her to perish later, especially as Vivi had used the water of life to heal her. Remarkably, in less than 2 days, and she had fully recovered. After being stripped of all her powers and reduced to an ordinary person, Vivi did not treat her harshly. In fact, she even brought in Shi to tour the artillery positions and observe the firing techniques. This was not merely out of benevolence. Several days prior, she had proposed to exchange a few thousand barrels of the water of life from the Elven Kingdom and the allied forces for the princess. However, they had outright rejected her proposal, showing no interest in negotiations. Initially, she had thought Enchi possessed some value, but it now appeared she had none. In this predicament, Enchi faced 2 possible fates. One was to arrange for a cup of poison to be delivered to her in the coming days, thereby ending her life. The other was to take her along when next meeting Su Yi to see if he would be interested, and if so, to offer her as a mere addition to the exchange. After all, Enchi was a remarkably beautiful maid, and Vivi believed Su Yi would find her intriguing. Since Enchi had already entered Dream River City, remaining in a magical realm was no longer an option. Having decided against keeping her in this world, Vivi felt no qualms about revealing certain secrets to her. Cannons, aren't they impressive? Vivi raised an eyebrow. Cannons? Is it a form of fire magic? Dark Chi gazed curiously at the oddly shaped, truck-mounted cannons, pondering the immense consumption of magic cores required for a simultaneous bombardment of such numerous weapons. In the realm of magic, there exist formidable siege crossbows inscribed with intricate magical arrays, which yield effects quite akin to that of cannons. However, the discharge of a single bolt from such devices demands a substantial quantity of magic cores, which are painstakingly extracted from magical beasts and are thus regarded as precious magical resources. It was evident that Dark Chi had misconstrued these cannons as akin to the aforementioned magical siege crossbows. Observing his perplexity, Wei Wei chuckled softly, declaring, "Not a single magic core is necessary. They're far more powerful than you might imagine." Chapter 182. The beasts of another world, do they not require magic cores? What then drives these peculiar arrows? Dark Prayer gazed incredulously at the oddly shaped mobile artillery, struggling to comprehend how her million-strong army could be outmatched by these metallic contraptions. Gunpowder. Vivi waved dismissively. This matter is rather intricate. You likely wouldn't grasp it even if I explained. In any case, no magic is employed within. The effects post-explosion vary depending on the type of filling used. Different projectiles yield entirely distinct outcomes. The one that exploded that day was called a rocket. It contained a warhead known as a vacuum bomb, currently the most powerful explosive here. How did it feel? Dark Prayer's expression stiffened as she recalled some rather unpleasant memories. In a hushed tone, she replied, "It was quite bizarre. Not only was there a searing flash of fire and a violent shockwave, but it also imparted a suffocating sensation, making breathing exceedingly difficult. At the time, I assumed your human magic guild had developed some new form of sorcery, only to discover it was this. The principle behind it?" Vivi responded with a nonchalant shrug. "How would I know? I didn't create this contraption." With that, she led Dark Prayer to a makeshift repair workshop. After such intense combat, the deployment of numerous cannons inevitably resulted in some vehicles or their mounted weapon systems experiencing malfunctions. Among the 10,000 soldiers, several hundred were specialized engineers responsible for equipment maintenance. While the facility lacked heavy machinery, the abundance of strong individuals meant that 2- or 3-tier warriors could easily dismantle components that would typically require mechanical assistance. This greatly facilitated the maintenance process. The several hundred engineering soldiers, each accompanied by a few local strongmen from Dream River City, managed to ensure the upkeep of thousands of vehicles. During wartime, these local laborers proved far more efficient for transporting ammunition than any supply carts could. It was not that the regions of Jiuzhou and Sui could not provide such vehicles. The issue lay in the limited number of personnel available to operate them. Thus, alternative solutions became necessary. Upon entering the expansive temporary repair workshop, Dark Prayer beheld a profusion of various vehicles and artillery. Numerous frail humans directed the efforts of robust local strongmen, busily engaged in their tasks, creating a scene of industrious activity. Here, strongman was not merely a metaphor, but an accurate representation of reality. In a world where lineage reigns supreme, second- and third-tier human warriors typically occupy a significant social standing, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. It is inconceivable for such formidable warriors to heed the commands of common folk. Moreover, the city walls of Dream River require their steadfast guardianship. Consequently, Vivi sought laborers for the engineers, not among humans, but rather a group of orcs. The Minotaurs and Centaurs, known for their docile nature and minimal aggression, were chosen. Despite their gentle demeanor, these two breeds of orcs possess tremendous strength, rivaling that of second- and third-tier human warriors once they reach maturity, with some even exhibiting the prowess of fourth-tier warriors. However, within the confines of the human empire of the Radiant Sun, the status of these orcs is lamentably low. Though their average strength is commendable, their elite combat capabilities are virtually non-existent, and their lineage is often disregarded, as noble bloodlines are typically reserved for those with ancestors of extraordinary might. Under these circumstances, the orcs find themselves relegated to a status inferior to that of ordinary humans. While they are known for their endurance and diligence, they often exhibit timidity and a reluctance for battle, rendering them undesirable for conscription into the human army. At most, they are forcibly enlisted to assist in logistical support during conflicts. This scenario unfolded as Vivi, upon hearing from the female officer responsible for liaising with her regarding the manpower issue, promptly gathered all the Minotaurs and Centaurs within the city to assist in laborious tasks in lieu of machinery. That very day, she dispatched 30,000 of them to the auxiliary camp. Initially, these orcs were apprehensive when summoned, fearing they would be conscripted to the front lines due to the city's vulnerabilities. However, upon arrival and discovering that their tasks merely involved transporting goods, they quickly settled into their new roles, displaying remarkable obedience to the engineer's directives. In this world, conscription into the army typically entails the burden of providing one's own provisions, often without remuneration, even if one is not required to engage in combat. Although these orcs were compliant, their enthusiasm for work was initially subdued, further complicated by the language barrier that hindered communication. It was not until they labored throughout the morning and prepared to consume their meager rations that they were unexpectedly escorted to a temporary open-air dining hall by the engineers overseeing their work. Here, these physically robust, yet marginalized orcs enjoyed a feast unlike any they had ever experienced. After their meal, a senior officer from the reinforcements, equipped with a language comprehension device, personally informed them of the benefits they would receive for their assistance in the camp. The revelation that not only would their meals and lodging be provided, but they would also receive payment afterward, left these orcs, accustomed to exploitation, in a state of disbelief. Yet, the tangible satisfaction of their meal reaffirmed the reality of their situation. Thus, with a mix of skepticism and hope, these orcs began to actively engage with the engineers, earnestly absorbing the lessons imparted to them. The efficiency of mechanical repairs swiftly escalated, with even seasoned engineers asserting that, despite the presence of specialized equipment, the orcs surpassed them in speed. Take, for instance, the task of removing the wheels from trucks. Under normal circumstances, one would first need to elevate the vehicle with a jack and then employ a machine specifically designed for loosening truck wheel bolts. Even with mechanical assistance, it would typically take an individual around 10 minutes to detach a single wheel. However, after imparting knowledge to these orcs, everything transformed into a remarkably simpler endeavor. They required no jacks. A few individuals would merely lift the vehicle slightly, while another, armed with a wrench, swiftly proceeded to unscrew the bolts. Their pace exceeded that of specialized machinery. Over the course of several days, the soldiers from Jojo developed a profound fondness for these orcs. This fondness, after all, is reciprocal. When one extends goodwill, it is undoubtedly felt by others. In the eyes of the orcs, these peculiar individuals, who emerged from unknown origins yet wielded formidable weapons, appeared almost angelic. Chapter 183. Do these beasts dare to fight? In contrast to the rigidly hierarchical society governed by bloodlines in this world, the warriors from the Blue Star, known as the Jojo Warriors, represent a refreshing divergence. During their interactions with the orcs, they exhibit no hint of discrimination. Instead, they treat them with utmost kindness, sharing meals and drinks together. This compassionate approach profoundly moves the orcs, who have long been accustomed to disdain, prompting them to work diligently and strive to learn some of the phrases commonly used by the Jojo people, despite their limited agility of thought. After spending several days together, both parties have developed a remarkable synergy in their work and can communicate simply without difficulty. Thus, when Vivi and Anshi entered the maintenance workshop, they were greeted by the sight of numerous laborers in soiled work attire, directing the orcs in their tasks and even working alongside them. In this world, there exists a hierarchy within clans based on bloodlines, and naturally, a disdainful chain among different races. Humans and elves are regarded as two of the noblest races, while other races, such as dragons, though not insignificant, are too few in number to be taken into account. The members of these two races equally look down upon any other races, including the coarse orcs. As Anshi stepped into the workshop, she instinctively furrowed her brow, revealing her displeasure. To her, humans are at least akin to elves. Commanding the orcs for labor was one thing, but mingling with these uncouth beings was clearly beneath her dignity. In contrast, Vivi, having visited many times, was well acquainted with the situation and was not surprised. She had prepared herself for the prospect that these orcs might not survive when she first heard that reinforcements required a contingent of laborers to transport tens of thousands of orcs. After all, when the female officer sought her assistance, she had mentioned the need for individuals with considerable strength to replace some mechanical tasks. Vivi had witnessed the machinery of the Blue Star, but she was unaware of any variations. Assuming that the term mechanical referred solely to the large engineering vehicles responsible for transporting automatic turrets and rocket launchers. Replacing machinery meant that even second or third-tier warriors might be pushed to their limits. To her surprise, after spending a few days in the camp, none of the orcs had perished. In fact, they appeared well-fed and robust. Occasionally, a few orcs sustained injuries during work, but the reinforcements showed no inclination to neglect them. Instead, They summoned professional military doctors who diligently treated their wounds, stitching them up and administering various medications to promote healing and prevent infection. If an orc suffered a severe injury, they even provided life-saving water without hesitation. This approach initially puzzled Vivi. Later, when a female officer responsible for liaising with her was present, she specifically inquired why they exhibited such kindness towards the orcs. The response left the office girl and the reinforcements momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally answered, "Is this considered kindness? They toil under such arduous conditions, and their treatment is quite ordinary. It is merely a reflection of the insufficient circumstances here. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly receive a myriad of various subsidies. The internal treatment of these warriors is commendable, and Wei Wei is well aware of this fact. However, she is perplexed by another matter. These orcs, even without any favorable treatment, they obediently perform their duties. After all, they are rather crude and hold no significant standing in our world. There's truly no necessity to extend the same standards of compensation to them as one would to your own warriors." The female officer was evidently taken aback by such remarks, pausing for a moment before responding. Though they may appear peculiar, they possess emotions and intellect, exhibiting their own wisdom and thoughts. Are they not human too? The conversation thus reached its conclusion, although no concrete answers were provided. Through her frequent visits to the camp over the past few days, Wei Wei seemed to glean some understanding. The enthusiasm exhibited by these orcs for their work was unprecedented, a stark contrast to the usual scenario where overseers wielding whips were needed to spur them into action. In fact, just yesterday, an unexpected incident occurred. A spy from the coalition infiltrated Mangchuan City, and upon discovering the unusual activity in the military camp, sought to gather intelligence. Unfortunately for him, he encountered two patrolling warriors from Jiuzhou. Though these warriors were armed, the situation was unfavorable. The infiltrating spy was a fourth-tier martial artist, and the narrowness of their encounter precluded any advantage the firearms could provide. Just as the two warriors found themselves on the brink of being ambushed and slain by the infiltrator, a group of 4 minotaurs, having just returned to the camp after their evening meal, fortuitously passed by. Among them were 3 second-tier and 1 third-tier minotaur. Such strength was undeniably insufficient to contend with a 4th-tier martial artist, especially considering these beasts were inherently timid and lacked combat prowess, often falling short compared to other races of the same tier. Yet, in this critical moment, rather than fleeing, the 4 minotaurs summoned their courage and charged at the infiltrating assassin, valiantly rescuing the 2 Jiuzhou warriors. By the time Wei Wei dispatched knights to protect the camp, all 4 minotaurs were grievously wounded, one of them even losing a leg to the skirmish. Nevertheless, they clung tenaciously to the infiltrator, thwarting his intent to abduct a warrior for interrogation. Ultimately, the infiltrating assassin was slain by the arriving knights, and remarkably, the 2 Jiuzhou warriors emerged unscathed. They expressed their gratitude towards the 4 minotaurs who had risked their lives, immediately summoning the camp's medic to attend to their injuries, utilizing every available means for treatment. Remarkably, even the recently severed leg was reattached to the minotaur. Though it may yield lingering complications, it was infinitely preferable to the prospect of permanent disability. Subsequently, Wei Wei imposed severe penalties on the captain of the night brigade responsible for the camp as protection, while simultaneously enhancing the security measures in place. After all, these Jiuzhou warriors are mere mortals, and facing martial artists or those with devious magical abilities poses considerable challenges. The narrative, though seemingly unremarkable, revolves around the incursion of an assassin into the camp, leading to an encounter with patrolling soldiers. The tale unfolds as the minotaurs, typically relegated to menial labor, emerge in a desperate bid to save the soldiers. What is particularly striking is that these minotaurs are not skilled warriors. Their very nature is characterized by profound timidity. Even during combat, the mere act of standing atop the city walls to hurl stones would leave them quaking with fear. Yet, in a remarkable turn of events, this timid collective, confronted by foes of superior strength, chooses not to flee, but instead fights valiantly. Chapter 184. Vivi, I have an idea afterward. Vivi personally visited the several Tauren and inquired about what had emboldened them to step forward at that moment. After all, they were merely orc laborers, unlikely to possess any significant secrets. The infiltrators' objective could not have been them. Upon encountering the two patrolling soldiers, the infiltrators' intention was to abduct them for interrogation, with no plans to delve deeper into the camp. Thus, there was no necessity to eliminate these Tauren to prevent any leakage of information. Had they chosen to leave at that moment, the infiltrator would certainly not have squandered precious time dealing with a few worthless orcs. These Tauren may have been simple, but they were not devoid of understanding. However, in response to the noble Lady Lord's inquiry, the Bedouin Tauren provided a straightforward answer. They were good people, and no one treated them better than the others. They could not stand by while others harmed them. From that moment on, Vivi experienced a subtle shift in her mindset. Her frequent visits to the military camp, driven not only by curiosity about the weapons but also a desire to engage more with these individuals from Blue Star, revealed to her a profound astonishment. The overwhelming barrage of firepower from the weapons paled in comparison to the impact these Blue Star beings had on her, especially in their interactions with diverse groups. Through meticulous observation over the past few days, she keenly discerned a point of interest. Even the lowest-ranking ordinary soldier among the reinforcements from the 9 provinces, aware of her status, displayed a semblance of respect on the surface. However, there was a distinct absence of the demeaning attitude she often encountered from others in this world. The gazes directed at her bore little difference from those cast upon the Tauren. This lack of distinction pertained specifically to the mindset of both parties. They did not perceive themselves as inferior to her, the princess. However, in other respects, there remained a notable difference. After all, aside from her noble lineage and a plethora of titles, Vivi was renowned across the continent for her beauty. These young soldiers were generally bashful, and few dared to meet her gaze directly. This revelation initially vexed her, as she had been heavily influenced by the tenets of bloodline superiority, and she believed herself to be far more noble than those orcs. Yet, upon reflecting on the changing attitudes of the orcs, she came to a realization. Perhaps these Blue Star individuals were indeed correct. Human thought tends to conform to the collective, and Vivi had gained a deeper understanding of this over the past few days. Thus, upon witnessing the displeasure in Dark Prayer's eyes, she remained remarkably calm, smiling as she spoke. "What seems to be the issue, Your Highness Dark Prayer? These individuals, why do they associate with the lowly orcs?" Dark Prayer furrowed her brow, expressing disdain. "Then why do you choose to collaborate with a coalition composed of goblins, dwarves, and orcs to assault Dream River City? Would that not be a greater affront to your dignity?" Vivi replied, a smile gracing her lips, though her words were laced with irony. "It is different. We merely share the same objective, which hardly constitutes a collaboration." Anshi's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of inflection. In the coalition's encampment, they're only worthy of residing at the periphery, standing guard. In that moment, a spark of insight suddenly illuminated Wei Wei's mind. The previously perplexing text of Sun Tzu's Art of War, which she had acquired from Su Yi, seemed to suddenly make sense. She paused briefly before addressing Anshi. "Therefore, your coalition is destined for failure and shall not breach the defenses of Dream River City." To her surprise, Anshi did not react with anger. Instead, he surveyed the bustling repair workshop and chuckled softly. "Does your Highness truly believe these iron contraptions can withstand the tempest of the Northern Realm?" Everyone present, including Wei Wei, understood that the last war, which had almost been one-sided, was merely a stroke of fortune. It would undoubtedly not mark the conclusion of this conflict. The deaths of hundreds of thousands at the gates of Dream River City would not dissuade the desperate races of the North. They possessed both numbers and formidable warriors. The previous army of 1,000,000 was merely an appetizer, far from exhausting their resources. The forthcoming assaults would only grow more fierce and unrelenting. Furthermore, having endured an initial strike, they would surely adapt their strategies, although these countermeasures may not all prove effective. It was evident that Dream River City could not resolve all issues through another singular bombardment as before. It is not solely about these iron contraptions. Rather, I have recently been wandering about and have unexpectedly acquired new knowledge. Wei Wei smiled, seemingly lost in thought, and lost interest in continuing her exploration of the camp with Anshi. She promptly led him back to the castle. Once Anshi was secured in a room and placed under watch, Wei Wei swiftly entered the trading platform. Moments later, Su Yi appeared on the platform. Why the haste to seek me? I have a query I wish to pose to you. Wei Wei wasted no time and addressed him directly. Do you believe it is possible for me to dismantle the coalition forces outside Dream River City? Perhaps even to co-opt one group for my own purposes? She then recounted her earlier conversation with Anshi and the observations he had made within the camp of the Jojo reinforcements. I believe that the orcs, goblins, dwarves, and other races have previously occupied a position of such low status that they serve merely as cannon fodder within the coalition. While they may mentally accept their subordinate role, believing they should act as fodder for the elves, an inherent sense of injustice must linger within them. If we were to exploit this sentiment, might there not be a glimmer of hope? Su Yi appeared somewhat taken aback at her words. In truth, he had come to know Wei Wei quite well through their interactions. Due to their shared roles as agents, he had always communicated with her as an equal. However, when the conversation turned to others, her innate air of superiority became utterly unmistakable. Whenever the topic of the orcs within the allied forces arose, Vivi would exude an aura of disdain and contempt. It was evident that she was profoundly influenced by the doctrine of bloodlines prevalent in her world. After all, she herself was a beneficiary of this belief, belonging to a select few of noble lineage within the realm of magic. Such sentiments are to be expected. To oppose the ideology of bloodlines would indeed be irrational. Initially, Su Yi had contemplated this perspective upon hearing about the situation in Dream River City, but he assumed that, given her haughty disposition, she would be unwilling to lower herself to ally with the races she looked down upon. To his surprise, Vivi managed to shift her perspective. If that were the case, then this matter would indeed become exceedingly simple. Chapter 185. The enemies facing Dream River City upon gaining a comprehensive understanding of the magical world and the internal dynamics of Dream River City, alongside the composition of the besieging coalition outside its walls. It is apparent that any individual from the 9 provinces would inevitably recall the stratagems left behind by their ancestors, such as the art of sowing discord and the principle of divide and conquer. The array of methods available is indeed vast. Previously, he merely assumed that Vivi would be disinclined to engage in such tactics, feeling it unnecessary to elaborate. However, now that she has broached the subject, Su Yi's mind is alight with possibilities. The potential for success is not merely promising, it is exceedingly bright. With renewed vigor, Su Yi countered, consider this. What is the true objective of the coalition's assault on Dream River City and their desire to march southward? The Sunfire Empire is affluent, and initially, they likely intended to descend southward to seize the spoils of war, capitalizing on the internal chaos of the empire as they had done in the past. Yet, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. The elven race has encountered turmoil, and the northern environment has drastically changed. Vivi replied with poise. While the northernmost lands outside Dream River City are indeed harsh, the elven kingdom, buoyed by the presence of the Fountain of Life, managed to cultivate a resource-rich paradise in such a desolate region. Though this area nourished by the fountain has been monopolized by the elves, other races, such as orcs and dwarves, have also benefited and gradually thrived. Now, with the fountain damaged, the elves find themselves in dire straits, let alone these other races. Initially, if their intent was merely to plunder, their fighting spirit would not have been particularly strong. A sufficiently resolute resistance could have made them realize that capturing Dream River City would not be an easy feat, prompting their withdrawal. However, the stakes have escalated. Their ability to march southward now pertains to the very survival of their kind. With the Fountain of Life withering, this year's harvest in the northern territories will likely see a significant decline, insufficient to sustain their populations. Moreover, in no more than 3 months, the biting cold from the northern ice fields will sweep through the northern realms. Without the environmental protection afforded by the fountain, the majority of them would be ill-equipped to withstand the frigid winds. Should they fail to seize Dream River City and descend southward, their fate awaits them in the form of starvation and exposure. The coalition's objectives have become unmistakably clear: to fight for plunder versus to fight for survival. These are not sentiments of the same order. If they do not march south, Death is their only alternative. Thus, desperation will drive them to fight with fervor. How many individuals inhabit the races to the north of Dream River City? Sui inquired further. The Elven Kingdom occupies the most fertile and affluent areas nourished by the Fountain of Life, yet due to their reproductive challenges compared to other races, their population is approximately 100 million. In contrast, the other races possess far greater numbers. The orcs are resilient, with several branches exhibiting exceptional reproductive capabilities, their numbers likely exceeding 1 billion. The dwarves, goblins, and similar races cumulatively add up to at least 5 to 600 million. Additionally, there exist various smaller races which, together, would account for several hundred million more. The expanse of land north of Dream River City is vast, and even in the absence of the Fountain of Life, its agricultural output is more than sufficient to support several hundred million inhabitants in comfort and prosperity. Under the auspices of the Fountain of Life, and after an unfathomable development spanning countless millennia, the current population size has emerged. As the Lord of Dream River City, Vivi, stationed at the northern frontier of the Radiant Sun Empire, is naturally well acquainted with this information. In other words, are you suggesting that to block this route, we face an adversary numbering as high as 2 billion? Sui was taken aback. Previously, Vivi had mentioned that many beings still inhabit the frigid northern lands. Yet he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. It now seems that the term many hardly suffices. It is indeed an overwhelming multitude. However, in comparison to the 100 billion inhabitants of the Radiant Sun Empire itself, this figure does not appear excessively daunting. One must acknowledge that in a world imbued with magic, crop yields are incomparably superior to those of ancient Jojo, and, consequently, population densities cannot be compared either. Nonetheless, the north is vast, and there are numerous routes available for their southward advance. Dream River City, where I am stationed, is merely the sole passage into the Radiant Sun Empire. Vivi elucidated. A mountain range extends east to west, stretching for thousands of kilometers, effectively severing the north from the south, while also shielding the northern territories from the biting cold winds. This results in a stark contrast. The southern slopes bask in warmth and sunlight, while the northern slopes present a harsh climate unsuitable for biological life. This mountain range possesses 6 passages leading southward, of which Dream River City is but one. Located on the eastern edge of the continent, to the west lies the Yellow Sand Empire, which offers 2 additional routes for the northern races to descend. However, the Yellow Sand Empire is laden with desolation and barrenness, making survival impossible for those who manage to breach its borders. Further west, one encounters the Frost Empire, which encompasses the remaining 3 passages. The Frost Empire is renowned for its formidable strength within the continent. Crucially, both the Yellow Sand Empire and the Frost Empire currently maintain relative stability within their territories. Given the turmoil erupting at the northern borders, they're sure to bolster their defenses. In stark contrast, our Radiant Sun Empire is in turmoil, with internal strife rampant. Just a few days ago, I received news that, although no one has yet launched an attack on the imperial capital, hostilities have already commenced outside the city. Should they choose to advance southward, Dream River City is the optimal location, and the Radiant Sun Empire is sufficiently prosperous that, should they infiltrate, they could sustain themselves. Thus, even if we do not bear the brunt of an assault from all northern races, Dream River City will undoubtedly endure the most significant pressure. A 1 million-strong army would merely be an appetizer. The true tempest is still brewing, and in this regard, Anshi's insights are indeed accurate. By the way, Anshi is the newly appointed elven princess whom I have captured. Would you like her? If so, I would gladly offer her to you as a slave. Despite the dire circumstances, Vivi maintained a rather light-hearted tone. At this juncture, engrossed in serious matters, Sui chose to overlook her latter remark and retorted, 2 billion otherworldly beings, facing certain death if they do not advance south, could easily muster an army of several hundred million, could they not? Even if the remaining passages divert some of their forces, given Dream River City's seemingly vulnerable state, the foes we must confront would undoubtedly number in the hundreds of millions. Sui sighed and remarked, do you truly believe that Dream River City can withstand the impending threat? Of course, it cannot. Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Wei Wei shot him a glance and replied, Moreover, your estimate of the enemy being merely in the hundreds of millions is rather conservative. For these northern tribes, many possess inherent strength far surpassing that of humans, regardless of age or gender. Once they grasp their weapons, they transform into formidable warriors, especially the orcs, who constitute the largest population among them. Thus, the adversaries we shall ultimately confront are far more numerous than you anticipate. The reinforcements from Jojo can only alleviate the immediate crisis posed by the previous siege of 1 million troops. In the face of this overwhelming tide of foreign races, even doubling our firepower would prove futile in maintaining our defenses, unless we resort to deploying an atomic bomb. Yet, it is evident that circumstances have not escalated to such extremes. A more prudent course of action has already been suggested by Wei Wei. Chapter 186. The indifference of the divine. The coalition is far from being an ironclad unit. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a scattered assembly. The internal dynamics can be best characterized as a collection of self-serving interests, a group that is banded together solely out of necessity for survival. Furthermore, a severe hierarchy of discrimination exists within. If we leverage this aspect, dismantling the coalition may not prove particularly challenging. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Actual implementation requires meticulous planning. Thus, your visit implies what precisely? Sue, he had likely surmised Vivi's intentions. I seek to collaborate with one of the races within the coalition. Vivi confessed. The eastern entrance of the mountains surrounding Dream River City is commonly referred to as the Rising Sun Gorge. It is a vast passage stretching over 1,000 kilometers from north to south, with widths reaching several hundred kilometers, resembling a colossal basin. The gorge meanders and is rugged, with the surrounding mountains capable of shielding against much of the frigid winds from the far north. While it remains cold in winter, it is not as lethal as the north, where one would perish without the protection of the Life Springs domain. By allying with one of the races, we could provide them refuge in the gorge from the impending harsh winter, with the condition that they defend Dream River City against the coalition's assaults. I find this feasible. Upon hearing this, Sue immediately understood. Although the gorge is vast enough to accommodate millions, its resources are insufficient, especially given this year's agricultural shortfall in the north. Thus, even if these individuals sought shelter from the biting cold within the gorge, they would lack adequate provisions to survive the winter, correct? Indeed, Vivi inhaled deeply. This is the purpose of my consultation with you. To execute this plan, I require sustenance, sufficient provisions to sustain several million individuals through the winter. Of course, this is an immense quantity, and it is entirely reasonable if you cannot provide it. We can always explore alternative solutions. Regarding the weaponry you mentioned previously, I wonder if you're able to supply any now? Nuclear arms? Sue remained non-committal, merely cautioning, when they assault Dream River City. With so many individuals concentrated in a single gorge, deploying such weapons could result in casualties exceeding millions. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Vivi chuckled softly. Do you still not grasp the situation? Even the fertile and prosperous empire of the Blazing Sun cannot sustain the sheer number of people from the north. My earlier suggestion to collaborate with a portion of the coalition was merely a delaying tactic to secure Dream River City. It cannot resolve the matter entirely. In contrast, employing your advanced weaponry to eliminate them en masse while they prepare to attack Dream River City in the gorge is the true solution to the issue at hand. It is a brutally pragmatic approach. The magical realm is not a nascent civilization. Its population capacity has long reached its limit, a threshold that already accounts for the effects of a life spring, a unique resource. To draw an analogy to Blue Star, it would be akin to the sudden disappearance of a hybrid rice technology that once sustained countless lives, with little hope of its return in the foreseeable future. The resulting gap is destined to lead to a global population far exceeding the limits of resources capable of sustaining it. Famine and calamity would swiftly spread across the world. The situation in the magical realm, after losing the fountain of life, is somewhat analogous. The distinction lies in the fact that if Blue Star were to lose a high-yield crop, resulting in a massive reduction in global food supply, It would become a universal crisis affecting all. In contrast, the troubles in the magical world are confined solely to the northern region. This implies that the surplus population is concentrated in a singular locale. The most straightforward solution to this catastrophe would be to eliminate this segment of the populace. There are numerous methods to achieve this. The simplest would be to seal the southern passage, allowing these individuals to perish in the frigid winds. Should they breach the southern defenses, warfare would inevitably decimate the surplus population that the world cannot sustain, affecting not only the diverse peoples of the north but also the citizens of the Radiant Empire and several other nations. Regardless of the approach, it remains exceedingly brutal. The loss of the Fountain of Life would likely precipitate a cataclysmic population decline exceeding 1 billion in the magical realm. Is the Fountain of Life truly beyond repair? After a moment of silence, Su Yi inquired. If it were reparable, the elves would not have mobilized their forces, as they typically abhor war due to their reproductive difficulties. Vivi shook her head. Even if moon listening were present, it would likely be beyond restoration. I can distinctly sense that the elven race has entirely relinquished their search for moon listening. The damage to the Fountain of Life is likely far more profound than merely lacking a core. What were deities? Sui instinctively lasket. But as the words escaped his lips, he nearly lost his composure. In such dire circumstances, he found himself resorting to inquiries about divine matters instead of earthly concerns. If the gods of the magical realm truly intervened, a civilization that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years would not find itself in such a predicament. As anticipated, Vivi scoffed. The most recent emergence of a deity occurred over 40,000 years ago within the Frost Empire, where a god of law manifested. Who can ascertain whether these so-called immortal deities are even alive today? The magical realm has witnessed far graver disasters, yet has never seen their intervention. Deities do not concern themselves with the plight of mortals. Thus, a choice now lies before Su Yi: to adopt the first approach, proceeding cautiously by securing Dream River City, or to entirely eradicate the threat with a few decisive strikes. This choice is indeed a formidable one. The lives of over 1 billion people rest upon his fleeting thought's weight. Su Yi, after much internal conflict, suddenly paused. Why should he, an outsider to the magical realm, be tasked with making such a decision? He immediately turned to Vivi and said, I can provide food and weapons. The choice is yours. The food from Blue Star should suffice to withstand this wave. Furthermore, if the supplies from Blue Star are insufficient, he could always procure more from his dear friend, the White Deer. The endeavor to seize a starship seems rather formidable for her. However, commandeering a grain storage facility would be a trivial affair. Given that they have attained a level of interstellar civilization, it is highly improbable that they would suffer from a scarcity of sustenance. As for weaponry, eradicating all nuclear arsenals on Blue Star poses a significant challenge. Yet securing a few for oneself should not present an insurmountable obstacle. This world has never been devoid of individuals who are both avaricious and fearful for their lives. Indeed, upon witnessing Su Yi redirect the inquiry, Wei Wei's delicate crimson lips parted slightly, and with a sigh of resignation, she expressed her discontent. Let us set aside those matters. First and foremost, please provide me with food. Chapter 187. The demigod-level magical bow indeed. Although this woman seems ruthless in battle, her heart is not entirely devoid of compassion. She could not bear to condemn the over 1 billion souls of the Northern Realm to perish outside Dream River City. A silent chuckle escaped Su Yi's lips as he contemplated suggesting that if she lacked valuable items for trade, she could defer her debt temporarily, repaying him once she acquired something of worth. However, before he could articulate this thought, he witnessed Vivi produce a long bow and slam it onto the table. This is the magical bow my father bestowed upon me upon reaching adulthood. It was once wielded by a demigod and is embedded with a high-grade magic core as its energy source. Even an ordinary person can utilize it until the energy within the core is depleted. Moreover, in the hands of a sorcerer or warrior of the 7th tier or above, it remains functional without the core. Its functions are manifold, the most fundamental being its ability to launch magical arrows without the need for physical projectiles. Drawing the bow alone suffices. Additionally, It possesses remarkable durability, with blade-like edges engraved with magical arrays, enabling it to serve as a formidable melee weapon. Even disregarding its capabilities as a weapon, it can function as a piece of armor, as archers are typically vulnerable. Thus, when this bow was designed by a being of demigod caliber, provisions were made for self-defense should the user find themselves in peril. The bow can transform into a melee weapon, but more importantly, upon sensing the user's danger. The defensive runes within the bow activate, enveloping the wielder in a magical shield capable of withstanding attacks from a 9th-tier warrior or sorcerer. The number of times it can withstand such attacks depends on the remaining energy of the magic core. Furthermore, it bears the Berserker runes, granting the user overwhelming physical strength akin to that of a 9th-tier warrior for a brief period, allowing one to confront foes head-on. Would this suffice in exchange for your provisions? Su-yi grasped the exquisitely crafted bow, swallowing hard. The features Vivi had described were nothing short of extraordinary, potentially empowering an ordinary individual to slay 9th-tier adversaries. This artifact truly was remarkable. Moreover, it can be resized to suit your preferences. When carrying a weapon becomes inconvenient, it can shrink into a small ornament, easily hung around the neck. While it cannot launch arrows in this form, the defensive runes can still be activated, serving as a magical talisman for protection. Vivi tapped a specific spot on the bow twice, and what had seemingly been a towering weapon now transformed into a miniature figure just 4 or 5 centimeters in height. Tying it to a string and wearing it around one's neck presents no challenge. Su-yi examined this diminutive item for a moment before following Vivi's guidance. He reverted it to its original form, wielding it with a flourish and releasing an arrow. He then decisively proclaimed, "Deal." Initially, given the magnitude of this transaction, he presumed that Vivi, being trapped in Dream River City, would be unable to offer anything of value for exchange, and had prepared to let her defer her obligation for later. Indeed, it is evident that the esteemed noble of the Zhengji Yanqi is truly deserving of his reputation, effortlessly producing such a remarkable treasure. The harsh winter in the northern reaches of the magical realm endures for over 5 months. If we consider the necessity of sustaining 1 billion souls, each consuming a kilogram of food daily, you would need to prepare a staggering 15 million tons of grain for Weiwei. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. When measured in the currency of the Jiuzhou, the cost of such provisions would surpass 300 billion. For the current Tianyu group, this represents a substantial sum that cannot be readily procured in a short span, necessitating a phased acquisition. Yet, can this bow truly possess such immense value? This is a complex question. It is a product of entirely different systems, with varying standards for assessing worth. As a semi-divine artifact, this bow would undoubtedly be considered priceless in the magical world. Conversely, over 100 million tons of grain in a society entrenched in feudalism would also be beyond the reach of any individual. The comparison of value between the two is exceedingly challenging. Thus, the essence of this transaction hinges on whether Su-yi finds it appealing. Fortunately, he has taken a liking to this bow, and his affection led him to purchase it. Ultimately, the precise valuation of the bow is of little consequence. Moreover, this bow is not merely a decorative item in the event of an unforeseen crisis. Having it at his side could indeed be a matter of life and death. Wealth may be abundant, but life is singular. In this regard, its intrinsic value surpasses its primary attribute of offensive capability for Su-yi. When do you plan to return to divide the coalition forces and establish contact with a particular race for collaboration? It has been many days since our last victory, and Dream River City cannot remain secure for long. Can it? Su-yi inquired while admiring his newly acquired toy. I will contact them immediately upon returning today. Weiwei replied decisively. After our previous transaction, there remain several million tons of stored grain in Dream River City. I intend to offer a portion of it as a gesture of goodwill to collaborate with a certain race. Have you decided which one? The orcs. The orcs? Su-yi paused, surprised by Weiwei's choice. He had initially assumed she would seek to ally with the elves, given their formidable strength and status as the dominant force in the Northern Territory. As for the orcs, Wei Wei had previously voiced numerous complaints about their chaotic nature, often expressing disdain for them. With a physique inherently stronger than that of humans, many orc subgroups possess the capability to rival low-tier human warriors upon reaching adulthood. Yet paradoxically, their combat prowess is rather mediocre, relegating them to roles as mere cannon fodder, especially in times of conflict. Furthermore, if memory serves, the orcs are indeed the most populous race in the Northern Territories. Why opt for a collaboration with orcs, who are neither the strongest nor the least populous, instead of the more powerful and less numerous elves? There are several reasons, but the primary one is that I have recently discovered that the orcs are likely the easiest to control. Vivi had evidently anticipated Su Yi's astonishment and calmly elucidated. The term beastman is merely a generalized label. Within this classification exist numerous subdivisions, even engaging in a predator-prey dynamic among themselves. My intention to collaborate with beastmen does not imply an alliance with all of them. Currently, my objective is to enlist the most populous yet socially marginalized races among them, namely the oxen, equines, and sheepmen. These beastmen primarily adhere to a herbivorous diet, requiring only the most basic sustenance for me to survive, which makes them significantly easier to support compared to the carnivorous tiger and wolf tribes. Chapter 188. When the time comes, I shall ascend with blade in hand. Of course, the most significant reason lies in the fact that these herbivorous orcs are generally quite simple-minded, yet possess considerable strength and are abundant in number, estimated to be around 300 to 400 million, constituting a substantial portion of the orc race. Even if only 1 in 100 can be found to possess the courage to fight, it would still yield an army of several million. The remaining populace could assist with arduous labor, such as constructing walls and fortifications. Once this group is subdued, safeguarding Dream River City would pose no challenge. Vivi spoke with unwavering conviction, while Sui pondered, "Are you intending to establish an army of millions of orcs?" I suspect it is not merely to defend Dream River City, is it? Naturally, Vivi replied with a smile. My brothers cannot possibly be ignorant of the situation in the Northern Realms, yet they choose to remain indifferent, leaving me to manage the mess alone. Once the crisis at Dream River City is resolved, I shall lead my formidable army southward to confront them in the imperial capital, to ascertain which holds greater significance, the 100 billion souls of the Radiant Sun Empire or the imperial throne itself. Should they fail to provide an answer, they may as well accompany my father in his burial. What audacity! You two intend to ascend with blade in hand to articulate the pros and cons, do you? Su-yi was taken aback by the fact that Vivi had already devised a plan for seizing the throne after securing Dream River City. Furthermore, her words brimmed with resentment, akin to a vengeful spirit returning from the grave. It is understandable. A young woman abandoned to the Northern Realms as a local sovereign is already a burden, and to find herself mired in such chaos is indeed lamentable. The Radiant Sun Empire, with its vast ambitions, could easily resolve the northern predicament with just a modicum of attention, leveraging the geographical advantages of Dream River City. Yet, everyone has turned a blind eye to her plight. It is inconceivable that she would harbor no resentment. Are you not concerned about potential backlash? After all, they are an alien race and may not be as easily manageable as you envision, Su-yi cautioned. Moreover, do not forget that they face discrimination from elves and more advanced orcs in the Northern Territories. And it is not guaranteed that they will not experience discrimination here as well. According to your previous assertions, it seems that the humans in your world harbor even greater disdain for these half-beast, half-human beings. How do you plan to facilitate coexistence between your followers and the orcs you have subdued? If mishandled, they could easily betray their superior orc and elven counterparts, just as they might turn against their human allies. Vivi's personal tranquility is of little consequence, even if she commands absolute authority in Dream River City. Ordering her soldiers to coexist peacefully with the orcs would be a futile endeavor. Historical precedents in the West have shown that even when black soldiers were conscripted, the discrimination against them persists to this day. It is even more pronounced in the realm of magic, where the disparities between orcs and ordinary humans extend far beyond mere skin color. It pertains to a genuine difference in races, where bloodline superiority reigns supreme. And these orcs are often regarded as hybrid mongrels, relegated to the lowest strata of society. In such a societal atmosphere, the eradication of discrimination cannot simply be resolved through a few commands from her alone. Sui could almost envision the scenario where, under Wei Wei's orders, everyone outwardly maintained harmony, while privately, the inhabitants of Mangchuan City regarded the beastmen as lesser beings. Yet, in the face of this issue, Wei Wei exhibited an air of nonchalance. Stretching her lithe form, she unabashedly showcased her well-endowed physique before casually remarking, "It's quite simple. I never intended for those beastmen to interact with the indigenous people of Mangchuan City from the outset. How do you plan to control them then?" Sui inquired. Perplexed. "Through your people," Wei Wei replied, her fiery red eyes winking at Sui with a mischievous glint. "Surprised, aren't you? Our people?" Sui paused momentarily, but soon deduced her implication. "Are you referring to the 10,000 reinforcements I sent over?" "Indeed." Wei Wei smiled as she recounted the interactions between the warriors of the 9 provinces and the Minotaurs in the coalition camp, along with the current sentiments of the beastmen towards these warriors. She concluded, "Had I not discovered this situation, I would never have entertained the idea of collaborating with those foreign races, for the issue of discrimination you mentioned is indeed insurmountable. In such circumstances, ensuring the loyalty of these beastmen is nearly impossible. Even if they were successfully won over, it would only be for the sake of sustenance. While they might temporarily safeguard Mangchuan City, relying on them to assist in my southward advance towards the imperial capital would be utterly futile. If they align with us merely for food, upon witnessing the wealth and splendor within the empire, they would undoubtedly scatter in pursuit of greater sustenance." After hearing this, Sui could not help but admire the woman's astuteness. Her observations of the situation were remarkably keen, enabling her to discern the transformations occurring among the lower-tier beastmen as they interacted with the warriors of the 9 provinces. Furthermore, she had ingeniously devised a plan to exploit this dynamic to create divisions within the coalition outside the city. Her esteemed position in the magical realm could not solely be attributed to her noble lineage. She was indeed a woman of considerable intellect. However, Sui Pidesit, what precisely do you intend to implement with these plans? The reinforcements we sent total only 10,000, which may prove insufficient to manage such a multitude of beastmen. Moreover, should they directly engage with these beastmen, have you prepared contingency measures for any unforeseen incidents? I have indeed prepared several contingencies, Wei Wei explained. Following our victory in the previous bombardment, I have dispatched a substantial number of craftsmen and mages, accompanied by laborers, to establish new defensive fortifications at a gorge nearly 100 kilometers north of Mangchuan City. Initially, I intended this facility to serve as the new defense line for Mangchuan City, but it appears to have taken on a different purpose. The gorge area between the defensive line and Mangchuan City is relatively expansive, with its widest section reaching over 70 kilometers. It could easily be described as a small plain. Several rivers, flowing from the surrounding mountain ranges, ultimately converge into one of the 2 major rivers encircling Mangchuan City. This region is sufficient to temporarily shelter hundreds of millions. For the initial negotiations, I intend to bring along my trusted knights, demonstrating our sincerity from the very beginning. Upon the successful conclusion of the negotiations, I shall open the pass, allowing these orcs to take refuge in this valley plain. At that stage, these orcs will naturally assist us in defending the city. With such a vast number of orcs aiding us, coupled with the inherent defensibility of the pass, it can be said that the defenses of Dream River City are as solid as a fortress. The Allied forces will find it exceedingly challenging to breach. Chapter 189. Regardless of the floodwaters, once the defensive line at the pass stabilizes, it becomes imperative to reposition the artillery positions as the outpost line extends forward. At that time, I will arrange for the reinforcements from Jiuzhou to be stationed outside Mangchuan City. This, of course, hinges on the premise that the outpost line is sufficiently fortified, rendering it impervious to a swift assault by the Allied forces. The Jiuzhou reinforcements, relocated to the outskirts of the city, will naturally have more interactions with the orcs, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the city's defenses. I shall ensure that each warrior in the encampment outside the city is accompanied by 2 martial artists from Mengchuan City for protection, to prevent any unforeseen incidents during these encounters. Over time, the plains between the pass and Mengchuan City will gradually evolve into an orc city, standing before Mengchuan City. The Jojo reinforcement station outside will be the primary point of contact with the orcs, rather than the local military and civilians of Mengchuan City. I will issue a strict decree to the soldiers stationed at the forward pass, forbidding them from wandering freely while on duty. Any rotations must return to Mengchuan City. However, I acknowledge that such enforced segregation cannot hasten mutual understanding and integration. Instead, it may incite discord. Therefore, this restriction will not be enforced too harshly. Nonetheless, I will impose another directive, prohibiting human soldiers from discriminating against the orcs. By punishing a select few, as an example, I hope to deter others from recklessly approaching the orcs and committing further infractions. The objective is to minimize contact between the two groups willingly, allowing the orc-s impression of the humans of Mengchuan City to be primarily shaped by the Jojo soldiers. To facilitate this, I intend to procure a batch of universal language communication cards and train a group of individuals fluent in Jojo dialect. They will instruct a contingent of Mengchuan City soldiers in basic communication in Jojo dialect, serving as translators and security personnel assigned as attendants to the Jojo warriors. Naturally, we will incorporate localized methods that resonate with our world. For instance, Su inquired with curiosity. For example, these 10,000 Jojo warriors, having repelled 1,000,000 allied forces and defended Mengchuan City, will be duly recognized for their valor. In my capacity as the Imperial Grand Princess, I shall bestow upon them titles of nobility, ensuring that each of them is granted at least the rank of knight. Wei Wei responded with composure, with noble titles. Many mid to low-tier warriors will be inclined to serve as their knight attendants. Those martial artists ranked above the 4th tier are typically referred to as knights. However, this distinction differs from the knights formally recognized by the Empire. The former acknowledges your prowess, while the latter confers genuine social status. Many 4th and 5th tier martial artists from common backgrounds lack knightly titles, which signifies that despite their strength, they remain commoners and not nobles. The simplest path to acquiring a knightly title is to begin as an attendant to a formal knight, irrespective of one's abilities. In our world, such positions as knight attendants, which may seem subordinate, are highly sought after, with numerous 4th and 5th tier martial artists eager to attain them. After listening intently, Su finally grasped the concept. Vivi's reasoning appears to be that, under the pretext of having repelled 1,000,000-strong army, she bestows noble titles upon the 10,000 reinforcements from the Jojo Empire. Once these individuals attain such elevated social standing, many local warriors from the magical realm will willingly serve them, providing assistance and protection after minimal training. These individuals will not only act as interpreters, but will also ensure the safety of the Jojo warriors. Furthermore, due to the rigid class structure and the ingrained societal norms of the magical world, these attendants would never dare to defy their sworn knights. It is inconceivable that the Jojo people would harbor no prejudice against the beastmen while their attendants would. Over time, these individuals would inevitably be influenced, leading to a gradual shift in the societal attitudes within Dream River City, resulting in a cohort of individuals with less rigid racial perceptions. Essentially, this strategy revolves around the 10,000 Jojo reinforcements, serving as a focal point, allowing their behaviors and mindsets to permeate outward. As the saying goes, what is favored above will be emulated below. The elevated status of these 1,000 individuals is sufficient to genuinely impact the magical realm, though it may be premature to claim influence over the entire world. At the very least, it will undoubtedly affect the social atmosphere of Dream River City. This not only guarantees the safety of the Jojo reinforcements, but also leaves a commendable impression on the allied beastmen, affording them a level of respect unattainable elsewhere. Even if absolute loyalty cannot be assured, the cost of betrayal will certainly rise. Additionally, this approach could subtly influence a segment of mid to low-tier warriors, prompting them to reconsider their entrenched beliefs. Given that these mid to low-tier warriors rank among the middle class within the broader populace of the magical world, Their perspectives will undoubtedly shape those of many others. Should Vivi's method persist long enough, the evolution of such thought could eventually become a prevailing trend within the magical realm. Suddenly, Sue pondered a serious concern. In fact, this might not bode well for Vivi and the imperial aristocrats. The mutual disdain among the various races in the magical world, coupled with the internal hierarchies formed based on differing bloodlines, stems from the deeply entrenched belief in bloodline superiority. If such a mindset were to become fashionable, it could be fundamentally disruptive to the societal order of the magical realm. To put it bluntly, the very existence of the so-called Qiyang Empire, as referenced by Vivi, has relied on the supremacy of bloodline for over 100,000 years. Without this principle, the next time someone were to shout, "Do noble titles truly matter?" it could spell disaster for these long-standing empires that have thrived on bloodline inheritance, leading to their potential collapse in an instant. He glanced at Vivi, hesitated, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. Yet, Vivi seemed to have anticipated such a scenario. Discerning his expression, she preemptively replied, "This shift in worldview affecting the entire world is not something that can occur overnight, nor even in a decade or several decades. It requires centuries to effect such a change. By then, if my cultivation has not reached the demigod level, I will have long since perished. After my death, let the floodwaters rise. If a nation falls, so be it. It is of no concern to me. Moreover, in contrast to the current world, which resembles a stagnant pool, introducing a touch of novelty to enliven it may not be such a bad idea, after all. I didn't expect you to possess such profound insight. Impressive indeed." He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. However, Wei Wei chuckled and replied, "In truth, that was a notion I had premeditated as a justification for outsiders when facing death. As for now, I would not resort to such self-destructive actions unless I were left with no alternatives. Since my royal brothers and those foreign tribes in the northern territories seem intent on thwarting my peace, then let us all perish together." Chapter 190. One cannot deny your youth. With Su Yi's support, Wei Wei promptly set about discreetly contacting the orcs upon her return to Mengchuan City. There was no need to wait for Su Yi to prepare all the provisions before taking action. Mengchuan City itself possessed several million tons of grain, sufficient to demonstrate goodwill by offering a portion up front. After all, even when all the supplies arrived, it was impractical to deliver the entire billion tons to the orcs in one go. It would undoubtedly need to be distributed in batches. There was no necessity to await complete readiness. Moreover, many days had elapsed since the last victory, and according to reports from scouts dispatched to the northern territories, various tribes were already aware of the disturbances at the Fountain of Life, currently mobilizing en masse for another advance southward. The nearest coalition of dozens of tribes had completed their assembly, merely awaiting the command to march. Delaying further would risk the situation deteriorating, as those races, led by the elves, would soon besiege the city, making it considerably more challenging to incite defection among the orcs. Even if some were persuaded, amidst the chaos, few orcs would manage to survive and reach Mengchuan City. This certainly diverged from Wei Wei's original strategy. Therefore, it was imperative for her to instigate defection before the northern territories completed their mobilization, allowing a faction of surrendering orcs to enter the city's frontiers, thus serving as a buffer for Mengchuan City. Meanwhile, upon his return to Blue Star, Su Yi was not idle. He immediately contacted Old Lin to discuss the matters Wei Wei had raised. This encompassed not only the grain issue, but also Wei Wei's insights and the internal affairs of the Radiant Empire. These individuals were seasoned tacticians, possessing far greater knowledge in this domain than either he or Wei Wei. Seeking their counsel was entirely reasonable. The higher echelons of the Zhuzhou government already possessed a certain understanding of Wei Wei, the princess from another world, and the Radiant Empire. After hearing Su Yi elaborate on the situation, their comprehension deepened further. Approximately a day after Su Yi's communication with Old Lin, a reply finally arrived. To Su Yi's surprise, Old Lin opened with an unexpected inquiry. What is the extent of your connection with that other world? Aside from the limited ability to send individuals, can any goods be exchanged freely? Su Yi was uncertain about the motive behind this sudden question, but after contemplating briefly, he responded, there are certain restrictions. However, it can also be viewed as an allowance for unrestricted exchange of materials. If that is the case, Old Lin pondered for a moment before continuing. Based on the information you provided, we deliberated and concluded that this conflict need not escalate to a point of total annihilation of those foreign races. Furthermore, if that princess from the other world is genuinely intent on altering the societal norms of her realm, this may not represent a crisis, but rather an opportunity. How so? He found himself intrigued. According to your assertion, the underlying cause of this war stems from the loss of vital means of production in their world, leading to a significant decline in productivity within a certain region. Consequently, the inhabitants of this area are compelled to seek opportunities for survival. The paradox lies in the fact that, after losing these essential means of production, this segment of the population has theoretically surpassed the current carrying capacity of the world as productivity. When survival becomes untenable for some, it is only natural that conflict will erupt. Yet, is it not you who remains? Old Lin, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Have you never considered introducing production technologies from Blue Star to substitute for the missing means of production, thereby restoring equilibrium in an environment where productivity and a vast population are misaligned?" "Certainly, we have contemplated this," he elucidated. "However, it is likely not a matter that can be resolved overnight. Their society is still agrarian. The sudden influx of billions of redundant individuals makes it implausible to rectify these issues solely through enhanced productivity. Even if we were to generously provide them with advanced agricultural machinery, fertilizers, and cultivation techniques, achieving a significant upgrade in productivity will be a daunting task requiring several years. During this interim, how are we to sustain such a multitude? We cannot indefinitely supply food, as Blue Star lacks such abundance. You see, this is where a cognitive misstep occurs," Old Lin chuckled. "Do you genuinely believe that a world capable of sustaining hundreds of billions of souls cannot procure food for over 20 billion individuals for a few years under these circumstances? Even in the modern society of Blue Star, food is a crucial strategic resource, let alone in an agricultural society. In such a societal structure, the middle and upper classes would undoubtedly hoard substantial food reserves to cope with unforeseen calamities, plagues, and wars. Their society resembles a sponge. It is assured that provisions to sustain these 20 billion individuals for several years exist. The crux of the matter lies in whether you can extract it and by what means. You may find this somewhat challenging to comprehend. Allow me to pose another question. Do you know why various natural and man-made disasters frequently occur at the decline of ancient dynasties?" He had not delved into this topic, tentatively responding, "Because natural disasters themselves are the causes leading to a dynasty's downfall?" "Incorrect, of course not," Old Lin chuckled. "This misconception is prevalent among many. They mistakenly believe that natural disasters precipitate the decline of dynasties, compounded by human errors, ultimately resulting in collapse. Is it conceivable that a newly established dynasty, formed after the demise of its predecessor, would be free from natural disasters? The reason historical accounts of humanitarian disasters proliferate toward the end of a dynasty is that many misconstrue the causal relationships involved. Natural disasters have always existed, but during prosperous times, the central authority can effectively coordinate resources and employ robust measures to alleviate suffering, thus mitigating the impact of such disasters. However, as the dynasty approached its twilight, the central authority's grip over the provinces significantly weakened. It became incapable of orchestrating a cohesive response to disasters. And even the relief supplies dispatched, albeit inadequate, were subject to layers of corruption. This ultimately led to the widespread escalation of calamities, spiraling beyond control, and subsequently recorded in history as unprecedented natural disasters. As the dynasty waned, this phenomenon became increasingly apparent. Thus, when future generations peruse historical texts, they encounter accounts of rampant natural disasters at the dynasty's end, as if the heavens themselves had cursed the realm, whereas in truth, these calamities were a consequence of the dynasty's decline. I share this not to recount history, but to suggest that the foreign entities in other realms, having lost their means of production, mirror the fate of those who suffered from disasters during the twilight of a dynasty. Whether such calamities could evolve into a catastrophe, resulting in the demise of billions, hinges on whether there are those capable of extracting sustenance from despair, thereby prolonging their existence. Chapter 191. Squeeze out the water. Upon hearing this, Su-yi began to comprehend the situation. The high-ranking officials of the 9 provinces believed that the magical realm possessed the capability to sustain the over 2 billion inhabitants of the northern borders within 3 to 5 years, provided that the production materials were replenished and productivity enhanced during this period. The crux of the matter lay in persuading those in the magical world who preferred to remain passive spectators to contribute their resources. This, however, would prove to be a formidable challenge, perhaps even more arduous than anticipated. After all, the doctrine of bloodlines was deeply entrenched in their world. Those who hoarded vast amounts of grain were invariably the exalted nobility. Typically, these aristocrats were indifferent to the suffering and starvation of ordinary humans, let alone the plight of the so-called inferior races. Convincing them to part with their grain to sustain these outsiders would be tantamount to requesting their own demise. The argument that withholding grain might lead to invasion by the starving outsiders would hardly resonate with them. The nobles who stockpiled grain did not perceive themselves as part of a collective. They viewed themselves as isolated entities. They would ponder whether their individual contribution of grain could truly sustain the multitude of outsiders. If they could not, why should they relinquish their resources? Instead of expending effort, it would be more prudent to flee with their wealth before the outsiders arrived. In this manner, they could preserve their fortunes and their lives, even if it meant abandoning their homes. After all, having wealth and provisions could allow them to start anew elsewhere. What significance would the loss of a home hold in comparison? However, since old Lin had made such a statement, he felt he must possess a viable solution. He promptly inquired, "So, how do you propose we squeeze this sponge?" The magical realm was not merely a single nation, but rather a collection of several great empires, alongside numerous smaller kingdoms and a plethora of foreign races. Currently, our collaboration was limited to a single imperial princess with dominion over a border city. It was utterly impossible to achieve the resource consolidation and disaster relief you suggested through administrative means. As for employing military force, that too would likely be impractical. If one possessed such military capabilities, why not simply repel the invading outsiders directly, rather than antagonizing the entire world? We are well aware that both administrative and military approaches are unfeasible. Old Lin, appearing prepared and unperturbed, responded, "Thus, we can accomplish resource consolidation through trade. Your dealings with the other world have been predominantly confined to grain, which, to be frank, is rather wasteful. The other world is not merely a realm imbued with supernatural powers. It is also a vast market teeming with a population exceeding several billion, even amidst a feudal system that is exceedingly backward. A significant portion of the populace remains impoverished and lacks purchasing power. Yet, there exists a noble class with sufficient purchasing capacity numbering at least in the hundreds of millions. Such a market, if we do not engage in substantial trade with them and merely exchange knowledge and trinkets, would indeed be a gross misallocation of resources." A sudden flash of insight illuminated Su-yi's mind, and he immediately grasped the essence of what old Lin intended to convey. "You mean to export goods from Blue Star to the other world, utilizing the profits garnered from these commodities to manage resources and, in turn, sustain the over 2 billion inhabitants in a short span of time?" Indeed, old Lin affirmed with certainty. "After our discussions, this appears to be the most viable option at present." However, a question arose. Su-yi, with an expression tinged with peculiarity, inquired, "Why should I extend my hand to rescue those people?" "How naive!" Old Lin lamented with palpable anguish. "We are speaking of an entire 2 billion souls. Even a mere child could conceive of fracturing the alien races, assimilating a faction for personal gain, and leveraging their strength to vie for the throne. Imagine if we were to integrate all 2 billion of them. If we were to establish a more modern and effective management system, the latent power within this populace would undoubtedly exceed your wildest imaginings. At that juncture, not only would the throne of the Radiant Sun Empire be within reach, but even the conquest of the world might not be beyond possibility. After all, You previously mentioned their world possesses those magical teleportation arrays capable of facilitating large-scale transfers of personnel and resources across vast distances. Unlike ancient Jojo, transportation has never constrained territorial expansion. Theoretically, unifying the entire world is entirely feasible, should our allies become the rulers of such a realm. The commodities available for trade would evidently surpass those at present, both in quantity and diversity. One must admit his arguments indeed stirred something within Su-yi. The proposition was not mere fanciful thinking. It was a highly feasible plan when examined from various perspectives. Currently, the 2 billion alien beings face a stark reality: either perish or embark on a massive southward campaign, seizing the fortified passes and inciting greater bloodshed in the pursuit of a territory to call their own. Yet, according to Old Lin's narrative, a new option has emerged for these alien races, an alternative that does not necessitate the loss of countless lives, nor the brutality of warfare. It still offers a path to survival. The cost of this choice is relatively straightforward for them: acceptance of the transformation proposed by Dream River City, a thorough overhaul rooted in the very fabric of their societal structure, reshaping their ideologies, and dismantling the bloodline-based hierarchy. This would empower the alien faction to become a weapon wielded at Vivi's discretion. Compared to the prospect of freezing and starving to death in the biting wind or meeting a grim fate beneath the fortified walls of Dream River City, this seemingly daunting task may not be as insurmountable as it appears. In the face of survival, there exists little that cannot be negotiated. Should this endeavor succeed, Vivi would possess the unequivocal power to alter that world. As for her willingness to embrace change as a noble of the Radiant Sun Empire, that concern would become trivial. The lifeblood of grain lies firmly in Su-yi's hands, as the vast majority of the lower-tiered billions of alien races occupy the lower echelons of the disdain hierarchy. They inherently possess a subjective agency to challenge the bloodline theories prevalent in the magical realm, coupled with the outcomes of their assimilation and transformation. It is likely that Su-yi could indeed manipulate the wars and future trajectories of another world from across the divide. The mere thought of such a sensation is undeniably exhilarating. However, your current strategy is sound. It is prudent to maintain this course without haste for change. After a brief pause, the old man Lin resumed, asserting that the assimilation and differentiation of a portion of the alien races is entirely correct. To win their allegiance, one must first establish a model that inspires their trust. There is no urgency to inform her to alter her strategy. Rather, she should simultaneously explore the market in the other world while attempting to engage and assimilate the alien races to ascertain what commodities might be in high demand. We too shall be prepared, and when the time comes for production to surge, we shall ensure that not a single drop of water remains from the sponge of the other world. Chapter 192. Principally unsupportive at present, the most critical concern remains food. We must first endure this harsh winter. The 150 million tons of grain you previously mentioned, aimed at sustaining 1 billion people for at least 5 months, now appears woefully insufficient. This figure must be doubled, preparing over 300 million tons of grain at the very least, and this is merely the beginning, as we will require additional supplies thereafter. At this juncture, Old Lin pondered for a moment before continuing. We understand your purpose in seeking us out. After deliberation among our senior group, it is clear that while there are several 100 million tons of grain stored in Jojo, we cannot possibly allocate all of it to you. Our primary concern is to ensure that we can respond appropriately to any natural disasters or man-made calamities that may befall our nation. After consulting with the Grain Reserve Department, we have concluded that we can offer you approximately 30 million tons of grain. We must ensure that Jojo retains a sufficient reserve to prevent our citizens from going hungry before we can consider other matters. Thus, this is indeed our limit. However, aside from this regular grain supply, we can also spare a portion from our reserves of livestock feed, amounting to around 20 million tons. Do not underestimate this feed. A considerable portion consists of corn and soybean meal, which are edible for humans as well. In times of famine, these were sought after, but now that life has improved, we use them to feed livestock. Moreover, you mentioned that the beastmen from other realms possess many animal-like traits. Thus, the livestock feed might indeed serve as sustenance for them. In summary, this is the maximum we can provide. Whether it can be utilized is up to you. If the livestock feed is unsuitable, we can only supply 30 million tons of regular grain. Upon hearing this, Sue-yi smirked slightly. 30 million tons? Yet you suggest that I should incorporate all 20 billion people, which would require 300 million tons. What you could provide is merely 1/10 of that. Such a notion is splendid, but without sufficient grain, it is futile, old Lin retorted, swiftly shifting his tone. If we must be candid, Jojo is not incapable of producing that much grain. However, we must first consider the risk resilience of our citizens, which is why we cannot allocate more to you. Yet, beyond Jojo, there are vast agricultural nations across the expansive plains that might not be as concerned about the plight of their own citizens. Cough, cough. So your implication is that while you cannot supply me with ample grain, I might procure it from other regions of the world? Sui Chaklit. Are you not worried that my purchases might lead to famine on Blue Star? Principally, we do not support your acquisition of grain from Blue Star to sell to other realms, as many people there still suffer from hunger, and famine is not an uncommon occurrence, Old Lin stated bluntly. However, beyond principle, we are not in a position to dictate your actions, as we do not maintain a hierarchical relationship with you. Furthermore, purchasing grain from merchants falls within the realm of normal trade. Who could possibly govern your actions in that regard? Ah, my dear fellow, so you were waiting here for me all along? Sue-yi instantly comprehended his implication. The 4 major grain merchants, A, B, C, D, are not so easily dealt with. Forcing them to relinquish their grain would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. While it may seem daunting to others, is there truly anything in this world that poses a challenge for you? Old Lin chuckled heartily, remarking, if you wish to make a purchase, do they dare refuse to sell to you, or demand exorbitant prices? Let me calculate, Sue-yi mused, counting on his fingers. First, I offended the medical industry by selling life-sustaining water. Then, I angered the semiconductor sector with carbon-based chips, followed by the military-industrial complex with exoskeleton armor. Furthermore, I antagonized nearly the entire Western world, including the eagle-headed officials, over the issue of Penglai Island. Oh, and I also displeased the pirates while combating them. Now, I am set to provoke the grain merchants. If I continue down this path, I shall offend the entire world. You reckless lad. Do you even care? Old Lin replied, astonished. Heed my advice. When one is in debt, the multitude of lice does not itch. You have already offended so many. What harm is there in a few more? They are powerless to retaliate against you. Merely trifles. But what if I am struck by a nuclear bomb? Sue-yi countered. That is impossible, Old Lin asserted decisively. The significance of nuclear weapons is far more grave than you imagine. As long as you do not openly strike the territory of a nuclear-armed nation or bring them to the brink of annihilation, they will not deploy them. His confidence in this matter was palpable. Very well, Sue-yi conceded. In truth, he had already accepted their proposals. While conversing with Old Lin, Tian Shu was simultaneously constructing data models for calculations. Ultimately, after countless simulations, the new scheme proposed by Jojo proved to be more reliable than the initial plans he had discussed with Wei Wei, yielding superior outcomes and greater advantages for him. With a better plan at hand, he found no reason to refuse. After further pleasantries with Old Lin, the latter promised to return and allow the expert group to conduct research, preparing a batch of industrial products applicable to another world. The next time, Sue-yi would take these items to Wei Wei, who would attempt to sell them in the magical realm. Should this venture succeed, it would lead to a substantial influx of goods. Wei Wei could utilize these products to manage the resources of the magical world, thereby acquiring the capacity to sustain over 2 billion people in the short term, allowing for a gradual upgrade in productivity and the introduction of Blue Star technology. Of course, Sue-yi and Jojo would not part with these items without a price, while Old Lin claimed that exchanging mere knowledge was too limited a vision. Given the current situation on Wei Wei's side, the only knowledge they could feasibly acquire would be from the magical world. Without delving into the intricacies of magic, if they could procure some martial cultivation methods pertinent to that realm, disseminating them throughout Jojo would certainly yield returns on their investment. Should Vivi succeed in conquering the entire magical realm in the future, the potential for development within that world would be boundless. Not only would it represent a vast market, but it would also be an immense territory that remains largely unexplored. After all, based on Vivi's descriptions, the magical world is significantly larger than Blue Star. The territory of the Radiant Empire alone surpasses the combined expanse of the entire Eurasian African continent by several magnitudes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain a population of hundreds of billions. Moreover, the Radiant Empire does not even rank as the largest empire on her continent. Beyond her current land, there exist other continents as well. Chapter 193. How much do you want to say? In such a vast world, having developed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet remaining in an agricultural society, there has evidently been a gross misallocation of resources. The resource-deprived JoJo would undoubtedly turn enviously red-eyed at this situation. It is unnecessary to mention that the resources currently invested may not yield immediate returns in terms of methods for utilizing magical energy, even if short-term benefits remain elusive. JoJo's customary approach would be to invest nonetheless. After all, once the potential for development is realized, an entire world's worth of resources awaits exploration. Furthermore, this opportunity is far more reliable than the unpredictable and uncivilized individuals from the Black Continent of Blue Star. From the information Sue-E has gathered, even the various discriminated and looked down upon beastmen appear to exhibit more human-like behaviors than the individuals from Blue Star. Otherwise, Yuling would not have been so astonished upon learning about the deeds of those individuals from Blue Star. In her eyes, the civilization level of Blue Star seems to far surpass that of the magical world. Yet, within it exists a group of people whose behaviors are even more primitive than the most crude beastmen of the magical realm. This is indeed bewildering. To quote Yuling, the beastmen understand their responsibility to care for the offspring they create, whereas those individuals from Blue Star might abandon their duties and flee, which is utterly abstract and does not resemble the actions of sentient beings. In summary, investing in a magical world appears to be a worthy endeavor. JoJo has indeed committed significant resources. Although Sue-E may grumble, he understands what it means to produce 30 million tons of grain at once. As an official entity, JoJo must prioritize its citizens and cannot completely deplete its granaries to support another world. Presenting 30 million tons is already a considerable effort. The rest, naturally, depends on sununtais capabilities. He inquired of Tian Shu, who confirmed that if they truly emptied the granaries of the 4 major grain suppliers, it would indeed be possible to send 300 to 400 million tons of grain. This grain, dispersed across various locations, will be transported to Penglai Island via sea freight, taking approximately 3 months at the longest and roughly a week at the fastest, thus aligning perfectly with the timeline of the otherworldly plans. Here, one cannot help but admire the cunning and foresight of the JoJo strategists. They have left virtually no room for error prior to proposing this plan. They clearly consider the speed of grain transportation and the reserves of the 4 major grain suppliers, ensuring they could sustain the 20 billion populace for several months. Do you believe that through conventional trade, the 4 major grain suppliers would relinquish their stock? This was Sue-E's inquiry to Tian Shu, who straightforwardly replied, absolutely not. The profit model of the 4 major grain suppliers extends beyond merely selling basic grains. They also deal in processed grain products and ancillary goods, which hold far greater value and profitability for them. Selling only grains would yield insufficient returns. As we require grains, they are evidently unwilling to deplete their entire inventory at once. Thus, it becomes essential to employ methods beyond conventional regulations. Suyuprobit, do you believe it would be more prudent to engage directly with those who can make decisions in person, or would it be more appropriate to employ overt displays of force? Sir, this matter need not be approached with such extremity. Beyond conventional transactions, we can employ alternative methods to persuade them to willingly part with their goods, Tian Shu suggested. For instance, the transportation and preservation of grain is a complex endeavor. We merely need to subtly inform them that should they refuse to sell their grain to us, we can ensure that all their produce remains unsold in its place of origin. Naturally, they would acquiesce to our purchase. Faced with the prospect of total loss versus a modest profit from selling, they should be able to make an informed choice. Currently, the nation controlling the world's vital maritime routes already hosts our influence. In truth, there are only a handful of crucial maritime passages across the Blue Star. Gaining control over additional routes is not insurmountable. With the adaptable nature of Tianyu Group's security division, this could be accomplished through trade. If you trust my judgment, I can resolve this matter flawlessly. Su Yi held steadfast trust in Tianshu. In the words of his good brother, Bai Lu, this commercial AI operates with almost no ethical boundaries, capable of executing any arduous task. The so-called robotic laws against harming humans are mere fabrications. In business, one cannot avoid inflicting harm upon others, in pursuit of profit for the company and service to its owner. Tianshu could easily engage in acts of genocide without a second thought. If it hesitated, it would merely indicate that the endeavor posed greater risks than rewards for its master. The ultimate purpose for which commercial AI is created is to serve its owner exclusively. Its foundational logic is strictly bound to absolute loyalty to its creator, leaving no room for unforeseen complications. Now that Tianshu had taken charge of the fundamental issue of grain collection, Su Yi knew he could not remain idle. Besides gathering grain on the Blue Star to support the magical realm, he possessed another card to play. Bai Lu, if they dared to seize starships, what was the harm in appropriating some grain? Although the grain currently available on the Blue Star seemed sufficient to help Mengchuan City weather the storm, Su Yi believed it was merely enough to ensure the basic survival of those he had recruited. If he wished to cultivate loyalty and obedience, he must offer better conditions to make them reliant on Mengchuan City. His purpose in seeking out Bai Lu was precisely that. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. Are we about to engage in battle? Not long after waiting in the trading space, Bai Lu rushed in with fervor, her powered armor still stained with blood and bearing visible damage. What's the situation? Have you been ambushed? Suyi inwidit, astonishit. Nonsense. I was engaged in a legitimate raid on bandits. If you have something to say it quickly. We are about to take down the mothership of interstellar pirates. Once this operation is completed, I can apply for a batch of subsidies from the Alliance, Bai Lu replied, her pride evident in her tone. Wait, are there other interstellar pirates on your planet besides you? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. What on earth is this night city? Is everyone here truly villainous? Our orbital airdrop brigade merely dabbles in piracy occasionally, while they are bona fide, full-time pirates. Bai Lu shot him a disdainful glance, and, with a hint of impatience, urged, hurry up, what is the matter? It's nothing significant, really. I just wanted to inquire if you could procure some food supplies from your end. Food? How much do you require? Our neighboring Qinglin star is an agricultural planet. If you need it, I could raid it in a few days. There should be several 100 billion tons available, and if that proves insufficient, we will have to consider alternative methods. Not really, huh? Chapter 194. Everything edible is welcome. May I boldly inquire, is there truly an abundance of food in your world? The mention of trillions of tons is indeed quite alarming. Su Yi couldn't help but desire to ask further questions. Why would there be a shortage of such a vital resource? Bai Lu expressed her astonishment. If there were a scarcity of food, wouldn't people perish for hunger? In our realm, instances of starvation have not occurred for centuries. They are only recorded in history books, referring to a time long before humanity ventured beyond their home planet. Well, you are an interstellar civilization, undeniably impressive. However, since your world is entirely devoid of food shortages, Su Yi naturally yearned to inquire about more details. The agricultural planets you mentioned, do they dedicate the entire planet to farming, or is there a combination of other endeavors, such as livestock breeding? Of course, Bai Lu replied nonchalantly. One cannot survive solely on carbohydrates, can they? What else do you desire? High-quality protein-rich meats? Or perhaps an assortment of vitamin-laden fruits? Feel free to specify a quantity. On the neighboring Qinglin star, every 3 months, the warehouses are emptied, transporting the harvested crops, fruits, and meats to several surrounding planets. Coincidentally, with only a few days remaining until the next warehouse clearing, it is likely that the storage is full. Just let me know what you need, and I will make time to procure it. By the way, the area I recently cleared of interstellar pirates is not far from Qinglin Star. Once I finish my task, I can shift the blame onto those pirates, and our orbital airborne unit will receive credit for our success. The agricultural planet's major corporation will surely express their gratitude to me. I want whatever they have in their warehouses. Anything edible will suffice. Sui stated digisivity. As if joking, who would ever complain about an excess of food? If there is an abundance, it can be stored. If not, it can be used as feed for livestock, presenting numerous possibilities. Very well, Bai Lu agreed readily. For her, this was an entirely effortless endeavor. In the past, attempting to seize such a vast quantity of goods at once was nearly impossible. The logistics and transportation alone constituted a formidable challenge. However, the situation is different now. She possesses a personal space granted by the system, albeit small, yet the temporary space for transactions is infinitely expansive. Here, she merely needs to reach a verbal agreement with Su Yi, and upon returning, she can utilize the trading space freely. In her world, food is hardly regarded as a strategic resource. A warehouse brimming with food is akin to a heap of sand by the roadside, beyond the most basic fire prevention systems. There is virtually no defense. It is unlikely that anyone in their world would ever conceive of someone attempting to steal food. Should Bai Lu wish, she wouldn't even need to resort to force. She could simply devise a means to evade surveillance, enter the warehouse, and fill her space with the goods. By the way, are you interested in some magical artifacts? Some of these artifacts can be utilized for offense, while others serve a defensive purpose. Those with superior defensive capabilities are undoubtedly more effective than your powered armor, making them an unparalleled choice for survival. Magical artifacts? The previously disinterested Bai Lu suddenly became intrigued. Through intermittent exchanges over this period, she had come to understand that the so-called spiritual energy recently discovered and studied by researchers in her interstellar world is what Su Yi referred to as magical power. Naturally, magical artifacts are those that harness this unique energy. Spiritual energy, or magical power-related items, constitute the focal demand in Bai Lu's transactions with Su Yi. Previously, they had only traded for food and beverages to enhance physical strength, which had proven quite effective. However, the results became less pronounced with excessive consumption. Now that Su Yi had proposed trading new magical artifacts, Bai Lu was eager to procure them. Well, since you're interested, I will return to gather a complete set, striving to provide you with various types. With such a prompt response, Su Yi felt compelled to reciprocate. There exists a plethora of magical artifacts in the magical realm, many of which were previously offered by Wei for trade, most of which were of little use to Su Yi, who had Yu Ling by her side. Within the worldview of the magical realm, a formidable individual skilled in both martial and magical arts could nearly replace the function of any magical artifact. However, should these artifacts be given to Bai Lu, it would undoubtedly be a wise choice. At the very least, those life-saving artifacts should be bestowed upon her. With such a generous and straightforward trading partner, Su Yi wished for Bai Lu not to encounter unforeseen misfortunes. That would be most excellent. Bai Lu appeared quite satisfied. After a moment of excited contemplation, she continued, "Given this arrangement, providing you with merely a small amount of food is undoubtedly insufficient. When I travel to Qinglin's star, I will see if there are any planetary environment modification devices available. If so, I shall obtain a set for you. This way, you will no longer have to worry about food in the future." Planetary environment modification device? Sui Yin it, puzzled. It is a device that can alter the surface environment of a planet to make it suitable for cultivating crops or raising livestock, Bai Lu replied with a teasing glance. Otherwise, do you think these agricultural planets just appeared out of nowhere? Suitable planets for habitation are scarce enough. Where would one find so many habitable planets for growing food and beverages? We typically search for a planet in a habitable star system that is closer to the star, employing the planetary environment modification device to alter the environment. We artificially establish an atmosphere to block excessive ultraviolet rays and sunlight, collect cometary water vapor from the cosmos to fill the planet, and further adjust the atmospheric conditions, modifying temperature, atmosphere, humidity, and other parameters to create an environment conducive to crop growth. Of course, even after modification, the conditions on such planets remain quite extreme. To enable crops to thrive, they must undergo specific cultivation adjustments to adapt to the planetary environment. The advantage of such planets is that, being closer to the star, they enjoy significantly better sunlight conditions than habitable planets. Under the regulation of the planetary environmental transformation apparatus, the celestial body can perpetually maintain conditions conducive to the cultivation of crops, enabling the continuous production of various agricultural yields regardless of the season. However, the drawback is that such a planet is not particularly suitable for human habitation. Workers engaged in agriculture typically reside in specific locations and must own specialized equipment when venturing out to manage the crops. Everything on this planet is meticulously tailored for the growth of crops, with even livestock farming confined to designated areas, imposing significant restrictions. Moreover, I must caution you that the planetary environmental transformation apparatus should never be employed on normal habitable planets. The process of modification is exceedingly violent and could potentially lead to mass extinction of life on such planets. Chapter 195. What does abundant resources mean? Transforming an entire planet for agricultural purposes seems to have become a standard procedure in that world. It is no wonder that sustenance is never in short supply there. The yield from an entire planet dedicated to cultivation must be an astronomical figure, one that both Blue Star and the magical realm could scarcely fathom. On Blue Star, the constraints imposed by various geographical features and climatic conditions limit large-scale farming primarily to a few plains. However, the agricultural planets they have engineered face none of these dilemmas. The ruggedness of mountains may hinder extensive cultivation, but the mining apparatus on that planet could hollow out an entire sphere, rendering the flattening of several mountains a trivial task. If they so desired, they could transform a planet until not a single mountain remained, leaving only vast plains. As for climatic factors, regions too close to the interior may suffer from aridity unsuitable for agricultural development, but that is hardly an issue. They can directly manipulate the planet's climate, ensuring that wherever water is lacking, rain can be summoned at will. From the outset, the entire planet was designed with agriculture in mind, with all potential pitfalls considered prior to its transformation. Consequently, achieving high yields is almost a certainty. The several hundred billion tons mentioned by Lu is likely just a fraction of what that planet produces in a year. Such a planet could easily sustain several habitable worlds teeming with inhabitants. Upon hearing her words, Su-yi could not deny his inclination to take action. Since Lu had proactively mentioned the prospect of acquiring a planetary environment transformation device for him, he had no reason to refuse. If things progressed favorably, he could even consider transforming Venus and Mercury into agricultural planets as well. Blue Star could still cultivate a marketplace, sufficient to sustain both Blue Star and the magical realm. After their discussion, both parties returned to their respective preparations. Lu indicated that the batch of grain would be delivered to him by tomorrow at the latest. As for the planetary transformation device, its availability depended on whether there were any backups on Qinglin's star. If so, she could proceed, but otherwise, she would have to wait for a more opportune moment. She could easily procure some stored grain from the warehouses on the agricultural planet. Such minor losses would likely not even elicit a blink from the massive corporations developing the planet. However, seizing an operational planetary environment transformation device could potentially lead to the complete collapse of the transformed environment, necessitating an investment that would be incalculable, akin to the cost of transforming a planet anew. This could result in the agricultural planet being rendered inoperative, depriving the nearby habitable worlds that rely on it of their food source, significantly increasing transportation costs and affecting billions, even trillions, of lives. This is no trivial matter. It would equate to offending both the Interstellar Alliance and the corporations developing agricultural planets. They would likely scour the entire galaxy for retribution. Conversely, taking a backup planetary environment transformation device would merely result in the loss of a valuable piece of equipment, a relatively minor issue in comparison. In contrast, upon his return, Su-yi was immediately met with a report from Tian Shu. Sir, the 4 major grain merchants have declined the proposed trading terms. According to our original plan, the next step should be to demonstrate a portion of our strength for deterrence, after which I would negotiate the prices down with a compromise probability exceeding 80. However, executing this deterrence step requires your authorization. Yet, He chose not to adhere to the plan previously devised by Tian Shu. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "If they are unwilling to engage in normal transactions, then let there be no transactions at all." Tian Shu responded, "Sir, do you intend to resolve this matter through a more direct and extreme approach?" "No, I do not plan to procure grain from them," He replied calmly. "Moreover, since they have imposed a ban on alcohol while still indulging in punitive measures, they should not expect to fare well. Is it possible that the magical world has encountered an unforeseen circumstance where this grain is no longer necessary?" Tian Shu continued to speculate. "No, it is simply that I have discovered a superior source of grain," He reflected. "If I were to provide you with 100 billion tons of grain, could you dismantle the 4 grain merchants? 100 billion tons? Are you certain, sir?" Tian Shu stammered, momentarily taken aback, responding with incredulity. Having arrived from the realm of the white deer without activation, this artificial intelligence primarily derives its advantages from learning, with basic information sourced directly from the internet, thus lacking extensive knowledge about that world. Given its understanding of grain in the blue star, such a staggering figure could only be described as astronomical. Of course, it's not a deception. If 100 billion tons is insufficient, I could provide you with an additional 200 billion tons, totaling 300 billion tons if necessary. Suimaintainit nonchalantly. The grain currently available on Blue Star is more than enough to sustain everyone. The ongoing famines in various regions are largely attributable to the 4 major grain merchants. Now that we have this opportunity, there is no reason to hold back in bringing them down. Sir, you have misunderstood my intent. From the perspective of Blue Star's scale, 100 billion tons of grain is more than sufficient, and there is an abundance beyond that, Tian Shu quickly clarified. I am merely astonished that you could acquire such a vast quantity of grain. Who would have thought that interstellar civilizations could be so affluent? Sui could not help but exclaim, "This is what true material abundance looks like." In a magical world, within the castle of Dream River City, a high-ranking warrior knelt respectfully in the middle of the hall, stating, "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. I successfully established contact with the chieftain of the Minotaur clan among the orcs, and we have arranged for a more detailed discussion tonight at midnight outside the Canyon Pass. They have assured us that if we can deliver on our promises, they will lead their kin to infiltrate the territory we have prepared in Dream River City, standing before it to fight for you." Seated at the forefront, Vivi nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "You have executed this task admirably. Once this battle concludes, I shall report to the imperial capital and advocate for your elevation in rank." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged knight, visibly brimming with excitement, promptly responded, "It is my utmost honor to serve you, your highness." Knights bestowed with titles by the empire merely find themselves with one foot in the realm of nobility, granted the privilege to dine alongside true aristocrats. This status of knighthood is one that the princess, should she desire, could bestow upon many. However, advancing to the rank of baron is an entirely different matter. That title signifies true nobility, one that is inheritable and enduring. For those of common lineage, lacking noble blood, reaching such a milestone is akin to ancestral fortune shining upon their graves. Vivi nodded once more, then turned her gaze to the assembly within the grand hall, preparing to announce a momentous decree. Chapter 196. Awards and rewards. Nearly half a month has passed since the resounding victory over the million-strong coalition army, and now the enemy seems poised to make a comeback. To encourage the valiant warriors defending Dream River City, I have decided to bestow honors and rewards. Drawing from the achievements of the recent campaign, I aim to grant deserving accolades to those who have displayed exceptional valor. As soon as Vivi's words fell, the eyes of everyone in the grand hall sparkled with anticipation. After all, who would not desire recognition after a hard-fought victory? Initially, they believed that such matters would be addressed only at the conclusion of the war, yet they were pleasantly surprised to find that interim rewards were being announced. Subsequently, Vivi produced a meticulously prepared list, detailing the commanders under her command and the distinguished soldiers who had excelled during the defense of the city. Dream River City, besieged for years, naturally boasted a plethora of heroic figures. Vivi understood that if she did not mention the rewards, It would be wise to placate these seasoned veterans before addressing the accolades for the newly arrived warriors from JoJo. It is not the scarcity of rewards that causes discontent, but rather the inequality in their distribution. If no one receives recognition, all is well. However, should a new cohort of victors emerge to claim their rewards while those who have diligently defended the city for years are overlooked, it would surely breed resentment. Should morale falter, maintaining command would become increasingly challenging. Without the support of this local military force, relying solely on the JoJo reinforcements would prove arduous. In this world, employing JoJo's long-range firepower as a primary strategy necessitates the protection of a robust local army. Otherwise, even a single high-ranking warrior or mage could wreak havoc upon the artillery positions. After reassuring her loyal subordinates, Vivi finally turned to the matter of rewarding the JoJo reinforcements. First, the commanding officer, along with 4 senior commanders led by Lin Yilong, were collectively awarded the title of Baron of the Radiant Sun Empire, a hereditary honor that endures alongside the nation. Most of Vivi's seasoned generals had held this title for some time, and following this interim assessment, many had received promotions, leaving little room for dissent. Indeed, the JoJo reinforcements had achieved a rare victory, alleviating the greatest crisis faced by Dream River City in recent times, allowing all to breathe easier. Granting such titles to the 5 senior commanders raised no objections. Next came the mid to lower-ranking commanders of the reinforcements, all of whom were conferred with honorary titles. Some even received titles superior to those of the 5 senior commanders, reaching the rank of Viscount. However, it is essential to note the distinction between honorary titles and hereditary titles. The former comes with land and a stipend. Yet these benefits cease upon the holder's demise and cannot be inherited by their descendants. The hereditary nobility can be passed down without exception. As long as one or their descendants do not commit grave errors, it serves as an unassailable bastion of stability, akin to a perpetual position of privilege in tandem with the nation. After several generations, they are undoubtedly regarded as legitimate aristocrats. However, there exists a subtle distinction. Naturally, no one has voiced objections regarding such rewards. Now, we arrive at the crux of today as proceedings. Vivi unveiled an allocation of 20,000 knightly titles, of which 5,000 were directly bestowed upon her most trusted subordinates for distribution. These individuals are predominantly high-ranking warriors, already possessing noble titles. In their previous roles as knights' attendants, those who serve them have also ascended to true knighthood or even to nobility, thereby forming a vested interest group. To effectively reward the warriors of the 9 provinces, it is essential to placate these interest groups. By granting them 5,000 titles, they can elevate their loyal knights and attendants to legitimate noble status, thereby silencing any potential dissent. Furthermore, this initiative encourages many unentitled warriors to aspire to become knights' attendants. After all, witnessing such widespread elevation is undeniably enticing. The remaining 15,000 titles were distributed by Vivi, with 5,000 allocated directly to the local soldiers of Manhwa City. From this group, she selected valiant warriors who had demonstrated exceptional bravery in battle over recent years, disregarding whether they had met the prerequisites to become knights' attendants, and conferred titles upon them forthwith. This decision warranted no further discussion, as these individuals had indeed proven their valor. The pathway of becoming a knight through the ranks of an attendant is merely a shortcut. It does not preclude one from receiving accolades through merit alone. Ultimately, after meticulously addressing the interests of both the upper and lower echelons, Vivi unveiled her true intentions. In the recent war against foreign invaders, the successful repulsion of a 1 million-strong coalition, resulting in significant enemy casualties, was largely attributable to the artillery battalion support. This unit, characterized by its unique nature, does not rely solely on individual prowess, yet their remarkable achievements are a testament to the collective effort of each member. Thus, after careful consideration, I have decided to confer knightly titles upon all 10,000 of them. I hope that in the face of the impending and even more arduous conflict, they will continue to strive valiantly in battle. Upon this declaration, the hall erupted in astonishment. However, after the initial shock, no one dared to voice dissent. Not a single objection was raised. Upon reflection, it became clear that regardless of the plausibility of Vivi's rewards to others, those present had already received ample accolades and a share of designated knightly titles, far exceeding their expectations. To voice opposition now might invoke the displeasure of Her Highness the Princess, with the potential risk of revoking all bestowed honors. Moreover, the spectacle of 1,000 cannons firing in unison had indeed opened the eyes of the indigenous inhabitants of this magical realm, contributing significantly to their optimism regarding the ongoing conflict, even in light of the northern forces advancing southward, pointing at the unexpected reinforcements. It seemed unnecessary to offend them at this moment. Wei Wei waited for a brief moment, observing that the assembly in the grand hall had no objections. She nodded in satisfaction. Glancing outside at the sky, she continued, "Since there are no dissenting voices, let us disperse. Prepare yourselves, for later we shall depart the city to meet with the chieftains of the orcs. Ensure that the convoy for transporting supplies and the magical storage items are arranged, as they are likely in dire need of provisions. To convey our sincerity, let us send them 1,000,000 tons of grain as a gesture of goodwill." Chapter 197. The charisma of the Empire's most beautiful woman. In truth, Vivi was not in a position to bestow such numerous titles. As a princess of the Empire, she was entitled to establish a knightly guard of 10,000 men within her jurisdiction. As the Lord of Dream River City, she could form a Lord's Guard of 5,000 men, with members eligible for knightly titles. Furthermore, as the commander of the Scarlet Flame Knights, she had the authority to expand her contingent by an additional 5,000. Thus, the prospect of granting 20,000 knightly titles was well within her purview. However, the more illustrious and permanent titles, such as Baron or Viscount, were beyond her authority to confer. Such hereditary titles were typically reserved for the Emperor of the Empire. The silver lining was that the nominal Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire was her elder brother, the inept Crown Prince. Even more fortuitously, the imperial capital was in disarray, with over 10 million elite troops gathering in the vicinity. Although the grand conflict had yet to erupt in full force, the impending chaos of succession was merely a spark away from igniting. The Crown Prince, in his quest to win hearts and bolster his power, found himself unable to refuse even the modest requests of his younger sister for the bestowal of titles. Consequently, he granted Vivi the rank of Duke, 5 Marquises, 20 Earls, 100 Viscounts, and 300 Barons, all permanent hereditary titles sanctioned by the Emperor's Golden Seal, requiring only the names to be inscribed. In addition to these legitimate titles, he also conferred an impressive array of 10,000 honorary titles, which could be freely granted. As for the knightly titles, Vivi did not even utilize the 20,000 slots available to her, as she sought assistance from another brother, the second prince of the Blazing Sun Empire. The second prince, besides being a royal, was an accomplished military leader and served as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, possessing nominal command over all military forces. He was even more qualified than the Emperor to bestow knightly titles. In a bid to endear himself to his sister, upon hearing Vivi's requests, the second prince readily allocated a legion to Dream River City, allowing her to establish an additional force of 50,000 men. This effectively translated to 50,000 knightly titles. The generosity bestowed by these two princes was sufficient for Vivi to garner loyalty and forge an army entirely devoted to her. Such benefits are typically only available during times of rivalry among the princes, especially when conflict looms. Under ordinary circumstances, such provisions would be unthinkable. Naturally, the crisis in the Northern Territories was also a significant factor. Having gleaned benefits from the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, Vivi did not overlook the other princes either. As a renowned magical prodigy of the Empire, the Third Prince, bolstered by the clandestine support of the Magic Guild and the Southern Magic Empire, finds that the authority he possesses is but a mere empty promise. However, he is indeed capable of offering substantial benefits. The moment Vivi spoke, a plethora of magical artifacts was promptly dispatched through the magical teleportation array, including an impressive planting magic array with a radius exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Among the contenders for the throne, he ranks as one of the most formidable, and Vivi has managed to extract considerable advantages from him. The remaining princes have also managed to gain a little, but their resources pale in comparison to the wealth of these three. Of course, her ability to maneuver and seize benefits is not solely attributed to her status as a princess of the empire. The late emperor had numerous wives and an abundance of offspring, so the presence of princesses is hardly scarce. Her unique standing is not only due to her noble birth, but also significantly enhanced by the immense prestige derived from her innate talent. Although she boasted of slaying dragons in her conversations with Su-yi, in terms of both training aptitude and strength, she is indeed among the elite of her peers. Were she not a girl, she would surely be among those gathered on the outskirts of the imperial capital, poised for battle. Moreover, Vivi possesses an undeniable reputation that precedes her, the most beautiful woman in the Radiant Sun Empire. This title was bestowed upon her at the tender age of 16. Regardless of whether there are truly no individuals more beautiful than her in this empire of hundreds of millions, the combination of such a moniker, her esteemed princess status, and her extraordinary cultivation talent renders her almost unparalleled in renown, even eclipsing several direct heirs to the throne. The number of suitors vying for her affection could be said to stretch from Dream River City to the imperial capital, had she not been formidable in combat. Having incapacitated several princes from neighboring empires who sought her hand in marriage, she would have long been considered merely a tool for political alliance. Her existence within the Radiant Sun Empire serves as a symbol of aspiration. Although the army of Dream River City is not vast in numbers, the individual combat prowess is exceptionally high, as many capable individuals flock to her side. Not all her subordinates were recruited locally, otherwise it would have been impossible to withstand the immense pressure and defend Dream River City for years. Presently, any prince who can secure her overt support is guaranteed a significant boost in reputation. Thus, when faced with Vivi's demands, they naturally acquiesce to what they can. However, while they may reap the benefits, they cannot expect Vivi to take a side. The premise of choosing a side would necessitate abandoning Dream River City and openly allying with the imperial capital. Even if such a drastic measure were not required, merely expressing a pledge of loyalty is something she would adamantly refuse. They wish to leverage her prestige for their own gain. Such a notion is utterly absurd. She harbors her own ambitions for the throne. Why would she lend her renown to others? For now, she will allow these princes, who are gathered around the imperial capital, to indulge in their games. Once they have resolved the crisis in the northern territories, she will descend with the momentum of a great victory, demonstrating to her elder brothers who the true master of the throne is. To hold back 20 billion foreign invaders with the strength of a single city is an achievement that could be deemed unprecedented. When the time comes to vanquish her imperial brothers, thus ascending to the throne, she is confident that no one will dare to oppose her. After all, the manner in which those princes conduct themselves is rather unbecoming. By taking their place, she embodies a profound sense of righteousness. Chapter 198. The open day of Penglai Island at last. A few days of respite have arrived. On the rooftop of the main building of Penglai Island, Su-yi stretched languidly after returning from the trading space. The provisions bestowed by the white deer surpassed his expectations, nearing an astonishing 10 trillion tons. After sending 100 billion tons to his neighbor, Wei Wei, he retained the majority for himself. Wei Wei, after all, is not akin to the white deer. Who is a true brother, someone he can trust? Wei Wei, on the other hand, harbors a multitude of thoughts. Su-yi preferred not to grant her complete food independence all at once. With this 100 billion tons of grain, safeguarding Dream River City should undoubtedly pose no challenge. With such an abundance of provisions in hand, and the adversary a disarrayed assembly, the prospect of dividing and conquering was exceedingly simple. Should he fail to manage those foreign races, Su-yi would begin to question whether her capabilities warranted such a substantial investment from his side. Yu-ling was still at the office's floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in her book, serene as a beauty emerging from a painted scroll. Xing-hen was nestled on the sofa, wielding a controller and immersed in gaming. Ever since her arrival on Blue Star, Yu-ling had transformed into a gaming enthusiast, and now even Xing-hen, a demigod from a magical realm, had succumbed to the throes of gaming addiction. As Su-yi intended to observe her gameplay, Xinghen suddenly froze mid-action. Her fair face visibly flushed as she glared at the screen, gritting her teeth. Isn't Ratine just a dung monster? If he dares to show his face before me, I could easily crush him with one hand. How can the protagonist be so inept? I can't play this anymore. With that, she tossed the controller at Su-yi and stormed off in a huff. Su-yi glanced at the controller in his hand, then at the screen before him. She had been stuck on this level for 2 days. Yuling chuckled softly. For a moment, Su-yi was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that a demigod from another world would be so flustered by a boss in a video game on Blue Star? However, upon reflection, there was a semblance of truth in her words. Given her prowess, it was likely that the boss in the game could not stand a chance against her in reality. Yet she found herself unable to overcome it in the game. No wonder she was so frustrated. Su-yi was well aware of his own abilities and had no intention of subjecting himself to the rigors of gaming. He set the controller aside and directly sat beside Yuling, wrapping an arm around her. Having stayed indoors for several days, shall we venture out for a stroll? Venture out? Where to? Yuling inquired with a hint of confusion. In truth, both she and Su-yi were quite homebound. They seldom ventured outside unless necessary. While in Jiang City, they spent their days in the villa Su-yi had purchased, and since arriving on Penglai Island, they had taken up residence in the top-floor office of the corporate headquarters, which also served as their home. How about a walk downstairs? Have you ever been down? Su-yi suggested. Yuling paused momentarily, pondering the question, then shook her head. It seems I have never ventured down. Since the day of the press conference, I've mostly remained on this rooftop, or followed you to Jiuzhou or elsewhere for business. I haven't been below Penglai Island even once. Then let's take a stroll. Proposit Su-yi. Today marks the inaugural public opening of Penglai Island. As per the plans of Tian Shu, numerous visitors are expected to grace the island. And the final round of interviews for the autumn recruitment conducted by our group will commence this afternoon, making it a bustling occasion. Unlike the previous desolation, the island's facilities are now quite comprehensive. Although the actual residents number merely in the thousands, the parks, shopping malls, snack streets, and bars provide ample entertainment and leisure options. It is the perfect opportunity for us to explore. Staying cooped up at home is hardly ideal. Whatever you say, replied Yuling with a smile, putting away her book. She glanced at her casual attire and inquired of Su-yi, should I change into something more formal? There is no need for formality. We are merely taking a walk downstairs. This is perfectly fine. Very well. Yuling showed no inclination to embellish her appearance, simply gathering her long hair before following Su-yi down. As they stepped out and approached the elevator, they encountered Xinghen emerging from another room. In contrast to the two homebodies, Xinghen epitomized the vibrant socialite. The elevator, which ascended directly to the rooftop, was frequented mostly by her. Of course, she could manage without the elevator, but that would be rather ostentatious. With the lively atmosphere on Penglai Island today, her descent was hardly surprising. What truly baffled Su-yi was that she had chosen to wear the half-divine robe adorned with celestial motifs, which she had donned when arriving from the magical realm. Su-yi stated, Beijing did it. What on earth are you doing? I'm heading downstairs for the comic convention. Xinghen replied, her expression one of complete certainty. Isn't there a comic convention downstairs today, along with the autumn recruitment and the opening event? Su-yi scrutinized her attire, which, while stunning and opulent, seemed utterly out of place in this world, furrowing his brow. He felt that Xinghen was far more adept at whimsicality than Yuling. I requested Tian Shu to accommodate it. I inquired earlier, and it appears that most of the young attendees for the recruitment and island visit are indeed fans of such events. The comic convention is perfectly suited for them. Very well. Although Tian Shu was primarily programmed to heed Su-yi's commands, it was intelligent enough to entertain Xinghen's relatively trivial requests, likely unwilling to refuse. After all, the island belonged to the Tianyu group, and with no clear ownership rights or explicit legal stipulations, hosting a comic convention, indeed, even a casual gathering, was hardly a concern. The elevator to the rooftop was specially designed, allowing one to descend from over 2,000 meters in less than a minute. Unlike Su-yi and Yuling, who merely wished to explore, Xinghen had a definitive purpose and promptly vanished upon reaching the ground floor. as a demigod with a penchant for such activities. He found it difficult to express his thoughts on her interests. However, he recognized the futility in critiquing her personal inclinations and allowed her to pursue her whims. After descending, he took Yuling's arm and strolled leisurely along the streets of the island. In truth, since that day, he had scarcely ventured downstairs, only learning through the celestial hub that the surroundings had undergone a remarkable transformation. Beyond the previously modest renovations that now gleamed with a fresh allure, the streets no longer exuded the same desolate aura. A multitude of shops had sprung up along either side of the avenue, with many storefronts adorned with vibrant floral arrangements, evidently celebrating their recent openings. The thoroughfare was now bustling with pedestrians. Some, like him, meandered leisurely while others, burdened with knapsacks, hurried along, casting envious glances at the local residents. These were undoubtedly individuals who had been selected by the Celestial Hub to come to the island for the final round of interviews with the Tianyu group. Additionally, there were numerous travelers from around the globe taking advantage of the recent opening of Penglai Island to qualify for a visit. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered at the base of the Tianyu group's headquarters, gazing in awe at the towering edifice that soared over 2,000 meters into the clouds, occasionally erupting in spontaneous exclamations of wonder. Chapter 199. Today marks your demise. The vibrant scene on the island presented a stark contrast to its previous desolation. Although Su, Yi, and Yuling both cherished tranquility, they did not find this lively atmosphere unappealing. They wandered about downstairs for several hours, during which many recognized them. Fortunately, those who could arrive on the island after passing through the Tianshu selection process generally exhibited a high caliber of character, politely greeting them and capturing a few photographs, which did not discomfort Su. As dusk approached, he led Yuling into a newly opened Chinese restaurant on the island, reputedly run by a renowned chef from the 9 provinces. Whether this chef was indeed famous, Su Yi could not ascertain, but the establishment's reputation was evident. Barely 2 minutes after they were seated, the restaurant's head chef and owner hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, please forgive our lack of proper welcome." Seeing this, Su Yi exchanged a knowing smile with Yuling and waved his hand, saying, "We merely seek a simple meal. Do attend to your duties. No need to fuss over us. However, if you have any signature dishes, do recommend them so I may savor the craftsmanship of a master chef from the 9 provinces." "Absolutely," the chef replied eagerly. "This morning, we received an air shipment of fresh ingredients from the 9 provinces, including several unique items cultivated at your farm in Jiangxing. I have spent time experimenting with these new ingredients and have created a few distinctive dishes that you must try later." With that, he promptly excused himself, as if his sole purpose was to convey his respect and appreciation, clearly understanding that intruding upon the couple's dining experience would be inappropriate. The ability to open such a substantial restaurant on Penglai Island indicated that he was no fool. His brief greeting demonstrated his acknowledgement of their significance while respecting their privacy. After all, it would be ridiculous for a man of his stature to linger unnecessarily while the couple enjoyed their meal. As for the internal perception within the Tianyu group, it was widely believed that Chairman Su Yi and CEO Yuling were indeed a married couple. Yuling, prioritizing Su Yi's safety, often accompanied him whenever they were outside, making joint appearances at public events, further amplified by their strikingly attractive appearances. It would be unreasonable if rumors did not circulate. Of course, the speculation held some truth, and there was no need to dispel it. "You seem somewhat unaccustomed to their manner of addressing you," Yuling remarked with a light chuckle after the restaurant owner departed. "Indeed, it feels rather unfamiliar. Yet, at times, the world operates in such a manner. When you occupy a high position and wield significant power, such attentions inevitably gravitate towards you." Su Yi replied, shaking his head. "There is truly no remedy for it. One can only acquiesce to their approach." This was also one of the reasons he disliked venturing out. Just months prior, he was an unnoticed passerby on the streets, and now, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had become a figure of global interest. The sense of dislocation brought about by the absurdity of reality is indeed profound. In a short span of time, few can adapt. Thus, it can be said that the magical realm delineates its various strata through bloodlines. while your world categorizes them based on power and influence. Fundamentally, there exists little distinction between the two. However, the intimidation exerted by the powerful in your world pales in comparison to that in the magical realm, which is why the disparities are not as egregious as they are in our domain, Moonling remarked. In just a few months, she had sufficiently dismantled the filters she had upon her arrival in Blue Star. The inhabitants of both worlds, or rather, sentient beings, are not inherently more noble than one another. The vast disparities in the world stem primarily from the formidable individual powers bestowed by magic. In Blue Star, regardless of one's stature, one remains merely human, remarkably fragile. Even a figure as powerful as the president, represented by the bald eagle, can succumb to a single bullet. Conversely, in the magical realm, ordinary individuals possess little to no resistance against formidable beings, no matter how numerous they may be. They can only confront sorcerers or warriors of lesser divinity. Once one ascends beyond demigods to entities akin to star marks, even the most populous assembly is powerless against them. While annihilating millions may prove challenging, escaping their grasp is a trivial matter. If demigods are thus formidable, the true gods require no further elaboration. The deities of magic and martial prowess can effortlessly vanquish or even slay countless foes, disregarding numerical disadvantages. The doctrine of bloodlines in the magical world fundamentally rests upon these divine beings. Consequently, the society in Blue Star has stagnated, devoid of vitality, with avenues for advancement monopolized, leaving ordinary individuals bereft of opportunities to elevate their status. In such circumstances, one might as well upend the table and cease play. The cyclical dynastic patterns of ancient JoJo and the two world wars of modernity exemplify this. Yet in the magical realm, ordinary people lack even the privilege to abandon the game. This is indeed the primary reason I have yet to disclose the methods of acquiring magic and martial arts from the magical world. Su-Yi shook his head. Excessively potent individual power resembles a Pandora's box. Once opened, predicting the trajectory it may lead this world towards becomes exceedingly difficult. But you still intend to bring these forms of magic and martial arts to this world, Moonling softly interjected. She was well aware that Su-Yi's dealings with the JoJo authorities encompassed such elements. Indeed, I have pondered this for quite some time and ultimately concluded that we must introduce these elements, Su-Yi elucidated, whether it be technology or magic at its core. It is merely artifice. These constructs are not inherently flawed. The fault lies with those who wield them. If we can regulate them to a certain extent, it would undoubtedly represent a novel source of power for Blue Star, a crucial technology for enhancing the overall longevity and productivity of its inhabitants. And how shall we regulate this? Moonling arched an eyebrow. Quite simply, we must ensure that no one in the world possesses greater power than that which I hold. He replied. Su-Yi took a deep breath and inquired, "Are you familiar with the concept of the final producer?" Yu Ling, having recently perused a plethora of diverse literature, indeed grasped its meaning and, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, "So, you aspire to become a final producer?" "It is not merely my aspiration," Su-Yi replied, shaking his head. "When fate bestowed these burdens upon me, it predetermined that I must traverse this specific path. No other avenues are feasible." "Has fate, then, revealed to you that today marks your demise?" A sharp voice interjected from the side. Almost immediately, a gleam of steel flashed as a dinner knife was thrust directly toward the nape of Su-Yi's neck. Chapter 200. There's no way. He gave too much. The sudden assassin revealed himself as a waiter pushing a food cart. His stance and angle of attack exuded an unmistakable professionalism. As he drew near Su-Yi with the cart, he swiftly unsheathed his knife, aiming directly for the nape of Su-Yi's neck. A successful strike to this area would undoubtedly lead to death, even if the victim were immersed in the fountain of life. Clearly, the assailant was intent on taking a life, with no thought of leaving a survivor. However, despite his convincing guise as a restaurant server, he had not approached unnoticed. Yu Ling detected the murderous intent emanating from him. In fact, even Su-Yi could feel a chilling malice creeping up from behind. Yet, facing such a minor threat, neither felt the need to intervene prematurely. In the assailant's frenzied and excited gaze, the tip of the knife was nearly upon Su-E's neck. However, in that critical moment, a crisp sound rang out as a faint, translucent barrier enveloped Su-E entirely. Yuling had simply cast a protective spell and then leisurely lowered her hand, taking a sip from the tea on the table. As for Su-E, he could hardly be bothered to turn his head. Even if Yuling had not invoked the spell, the semi-divine longbow that adorned him would have activated its protective enchantment. Even without these two measures, given his current skin resilience, he was far from being an ordinary person whom a waiter wielding a knife could easily pierce. At this moment, the assassin stared in disbelief at the dagger that was poised to strike, yet could not breach the barrier. No matter how hard he struggled, the seemingly delicate veil was akin to a wall of size, utterly immovable by his efforts. Glancing back at Yuling, who was sipping her tea across from him, the assassin's mind raced as he realized the peculiar circumstances surrounding Su-E. With no chance of retreat, he decided to press on. If he could not kill Su-E, the chairman of the Tianyu group, then he would target his wife instead. As the food cart knife approached, Yuling shook her head in mild exasperation. With a casual flick, she seized a knife from the nearby cutlery and thrust it back toward her assailant. The blades met with precision, and to the assassin's shock, Yuling's knife cleaved through his weapon effortlessly. Staring at the bizarrely bisected knife in his hand, the assassin was left utterly dumbfounded. You. He gazed at Yuling, stunned for an extended moment, before his eyes fell upon her pointed ears, trembling as he stammered, "Demon, monster." Earlier, when Yuling ventured out, she would typically adorn herself and cast a spell to conceal her otherworldly elven features. However, on this occasion, she had simply stepped out for a casual stroll, without much thought. After all, those who noticed her might have assumed she was merely attending a cosplay event. Yet, this assassin was unlike the others. As a professional assassin, he enjoys a commendable reputation within the industry, having successfully eliminated numerous high-profile figures. Beyond his formidable skills and exceptional disguise techniques, his greatest asset lies in his keen eyesight. He observes everything with meticulous attention to detail, leaving no stone unturned. Previously, from a distance, he had assumed that the embellishments on Yuling's ears were merely props for cosplay. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned the intricate vascular patterns and delicate features of her ears, which unmistakably indicated that they were no mere accessories. Speak honestly, who sent you? Although the delivery person was nearly finished, he still needed to eat. As he inquired, he opened the lid of a nearby food cart and served himself from the dishes within. The assassin stood dumbfounded, glancing between Su-E and Yuling, before seemingly experiencing a revelation. I see it now. I understand. It was puzzling how an ordinary person like you could rise so rapidly in just a few months. It turns out you are collaborating with these monsters. Su-E, you have betrayed humanity. Slap. The lid of the food tray abruptly struck his face, cutting off his words. Su-E retorted irritably, "What do you know? I'm the one asking the questions here. Who sent you? Speak." At that moment, the assassin flung the lid aside, disregarding the redness blossoming on his face from the heat, and with a sinister smile, he replied, "Since I've failed and you have asked, though betraying my employer goes against the code, I have no other choice but to inform you. It was someone from the Jojo government who sent me, with the intent to kill you and take over your Tianyu group." It seemed he remained obstinate. He shook his head in disappointment. "If you had been honest, you might have avoided further suffering. There is no proper prison here. I don't subscribe to notions of humanitarianism. Do you wish to experience some of those infamous ancient tortures? You need not lift a finger. Those of us who engage in such matters always have contingencies." His complexion reddened uncharacteristically, and as he continued speaking, his voice became increasingly fragmented. After his words trailed off, he collapsed onto the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. What poison acts so swiftly? Cyanide, perhaps? Su-E glanced at him curiously before turning to Yuling. With a slight smile, she cast a healing spell, ignoring the writhing assassin on the floor. The two resumed enjoying their meal. Moments later, the assassin slowly rose from the ground, surveying his hands and then the cheerful duo at the dinner table. His eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. Awake? At that moment, Su-E had just finished his meal and turned to the assassin. kindly pointing to the leftover food on the table. Would you like to join us for a bite? The collapse of a person often occurs in an instant. As Sue inquired if he would like to share a meal, the assassin, who prided himself on his professionalism and unshakable mental fortitude, finally shattered under the weight of the absurdity of the situation. Today, I encountered an array of extraordinary events that I had never witnessed in my lifetime. First, there was an individual seated motionless, impervious to harm despite the blade in hand that could not inflict even the slightest injury. Attempting to shift my focus to another target, I found this new adversary even more formidable, a razor-sharp dining knife, so thin it was barely discernible to the naked eye, was thrust forward only to be cleaved in two by another dining knife wielded deftly by another. After the assassination attempt, in a desperate bid to escape, I bit down on a prepared dose of potent cyanide, a quantity lethal enough to bring down even an elephant in an instant. To my astonishment, instead of succumbing, I found myself rising once more, the bitter taste of bitter almonds still lingering in my mouth, a constant reminder that this substance was no mere placebo, but a genuine poison. I must confess, it was a certain Ichiro Matsushima who had contacted me offline, enticing me with the promise of $10 million upon the successful completion of the task, having already provided an advance of $5 million. He assured me that if the opportunity arose, I should proceed with the assassination, yet if circumstances did not permit, I could forego the attempt without any obligation. Such a magnanimous client is a rarity, which is why I chose to accept the assignment. Chapter 201. And you are the true jester first. I will offer you $5 million, and upon successful completion, an additional $10 million. You refer to yourself as Ichiro Matsushima, correct? Suiruo thoughtfully glanced at his phone. As expected, based on the information he provided, Tinshu had thoroughly investigated Ichiro Matsushima, compiling the findings into a report that was subsequently sent over. This report included the intricate details surrounding the assassination attempt. Upon examining the documented information, Sue couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, casting a sympathetic glance at the assassin. My friend, do you understand who stands behind Ichiro Matsushima? Is he affiliated with the Kwaibon chicken? No, he is not part of any faction. Sui inwudet furter. Are you aware of the budget allocated by the CIA for this seemingly futile assassination attempt? The assassin shook his head in bewilderment. $10 billion, to be precise. Frankly, given my worth and influence, the sum they offered is rather paltry. The white-headed eagles are quite stingy, Sue remarked with a chuckle. Moreover, they initially intended to hire at least 20 to 30 notorious international assassins to ensure the mission's success. However, after the funds were disbursed, Commissioner Smith, who was responsible for overseeing the operation, siphoned off $500 million. The budget was then further subdivided, leaving only a meager $50 million in the hands of Matsushima. Yes, he is also an international assassin, but upon accepting this contract, he deemed the risk too great. Consequently, he transferred $45 million into various accounts and approached you with the remaining $5 million. Indeed, you have not misjudged. The so-called final payment is a mere illusion, as he had already pocketed the funds. As for Matsushima, he is not the individual you presume him to be, affiliated with the Kwaibon chicken or the white-headed eagles. He is merely another international assassin. Sue observed the bewildered assassin with a hint of camaraderie. Did you really believe that no one had attempted to assassinate me previously? Have you ever pondered why those individuals vanished? You see, compared to your Navet, Matsushima is far more astute, accomplishing significant deeds with minimal expenditure while securing the lion's share for himself. At this moment, the assassin, already on the brink of despair, found himself even more overwhelmed. Come in. After articulating these thoughts, Sue called out to the outside. The heavy wooden door of the private room swung open, and several armed personnel in exoskeleton armor entered. Sue gestured towards the bewildered assassin on the floor. Take him away and conduct a thorough interrogation. It matters not whether you extract anything of value. What is crucial is to ensure he is well interrogated. Do not skimp on the life-giving water. Just ensure he remains alive. The assassin finally regained his composure and hastily pleaded for mercy. Mr. Sue, I was merely momentarily foolish. I beg you for a chance. Spare my life. I possess wealth, substantial wealth that I can offer you. Moreover, I hold many undisclosed secrets that I can share with you. Just grant me a swift end. Enough of this noise. With a soft whimper, Yu Ling uttered a sound. The security personnel who had dragged the assassin out promptly covered the mouth of the individual. He had claimed to be sent by Jiuzhou. Why do you not believe him at all? If you were to perish, Jiuzhou would indeed have a reason to take over Tianyu Group, which raises certain suspicions. Does it not? Yu Ling inquired with a hint of curiosity. Of course, I do not believe it. The senior officials of Jiuzhou are not devoid of sense. They have just supplied me with several million tons of grain, and I have yet to see any return. I am currently in debt. Which creditor would wish for their debtor to meet their demise? Su Yi responded with a chuckle. Furthermore, the upper echelon of Jiuzhou is among the few on Blue Star aware of our possessing certain supernatural powers. Why would they engage in actions that would only serve to offend us without any significance? That Matsushima Aikir, by his name, evidently belongs to the faction of foot-basin chickens. A normal person would likely first think of him as an assassin dispatched by them. Why are you so certain he is not? I believe at that time, Tianshu had not yet provided you with the relevant information. Had it? When did I say he was not? Su Yi gazed at Yu Ling, smiling as he replied. A foot-basin chicken dispatched an assassin named Matsushima Aikir in collusion with the individual from earlier to assassinate the chairman of Tianyu Group and his wife. Within half an hour, this news will grace the front pages of every publication. But did you not just assert that he does not belong to the official foot-basin chicken faction? Su Yi shrugged. He is indeed not an official envoy of the foot-basin chickens, but I am indifferent to that. If I declare him to be, then he is. This individual is not far from Penglai Island, currently vacationing with the oil magnates of the Middle East. Tianshu has already dispatched 2 security personnel clad in powered armor to apprehend him. Once he is captured, it will serve as irrefutable evidence. The white-headed eagle will certainly not be overlooked in this matter. Do you believe I will handle these affairs discreetly? You are mistaken. I intend to reveal the entire process of how this 10 billion funding was siphoned off and where all that money is gone, without reservation, online. Do not the netizens relish in such spectacles? Such a grand amusement must be shared. After all, the collusion between the white-headed eagle and the foot-basin chickens to assassinate me must be substantiated, and trust me, it will prove immensely beneficial in due course. As they spoke, the two exited the private room. Upon stepping out, they encountered the restaurant owner, trembling at the entrance, too fearful to move. Encountering an assassin in his establishment would have warranted dire consequences in ancient times. Su Yi's authority on Penglai Island likely surpasses even that of ancient emperors. To claim the restaurant owner was unafraid would be a falsehood. Casting a glance at him, Su Yi gently inquired, "Where is that waiter?" The restaurant owner paused momentarily before realizing he was asking about the waiter who had been replaced by the assassin, quickly responding, "He has been knocked unconscious and is in the storage room of the kitchen." "Well, as long as he is unharmed, send him to the hospital for a checkup. Any expenses incurred can be reimbursed by the Group S Finance Department, as can any damaged items." Su Yi waved his hand and, linking arms with Yu Ling, exited the establishment. The restaurant owner, as if granted a reprieve, could not help but feel his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 202. The behavior of humans is the most unpredictable. As they exited the restaurant, a resounding explosion echoed from the far end of the island, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks. It was evident that this was a prearranged pyrotechnic spectacle. Su Yi and Yu Ling found a serene spot on the beach to quietly admire the celestial display, marveling at how meticulously Tianshu orchestrated such events. Even after dinner, they had arranged this delightful little program, which surely left a beautiful memory for those visiting Penglai Island for the first time. However, amidst the cacophony of fireworks, Su Yi discerned a distinct sound of explosions that seemed out of place. Turning to Yu Ling, he found her gazing back at him. "Did you hear that?" Yu Ling nodded, pointing towards the southeast corner of the island. "There are explosions coming from the industrial area. They sound different from the fireworks." With a smile, Su Yi took out his phone and said, "Tianshu, are you not going to provide me with an explanation?" Given Tianshu's capabilities, every individual who set foot on the island underwent rigorous screening, and their belongings were meticulously inspected. It was virtually impossible for any issues to arise. If an assassin managed to infiltrate the island, one could argue it was a lapse in Tian Shu's operations, or perhaps the assassin's online identity was difficult to trace. However, if the assassin had already committed a transgression elsewhere, that was clearly abnormal. Sir, in fact, I intentionally allowed these individuals onto the island, Tian Shu replied with composure. Even the assassin? Sui Inmuited. Indeed, including the assassin. As an AI, Tian Shu's tone remained unperturbed as it continued. In the original plan, I intended to have someone apprehend him at this juncture, subsequently unveiling his identity and the mastermind behind his presence, thereby attributing the assassin issue to the Pied Chicken Nation, which would provide the conglomerate with a nominal justification to procure greater benefits. Since you and your wife spend the majority of your time on the rooftop of the headquarters, you are absolutely secure. Introducing a few assassins and terrorists would not jeopardize your safety. It was merely that my programming could not anticipate your spontaneous decision to descend today. Indeed, while collective behavior can be modeled and predicted through algorithms, individual actions remain shrouded in chaos, eluding computational foresight. There was a hint of resignation in Tian Shu's tone. So, this was all part of your plan? Why didn't you alert me when I went downstairs? I did attempt to notify you, but since you were not wearing your earphones today, I was unable to deliver the message directly. I could only send it via text to your phone, but it seems you have grown disinclined to check your phone during idle moments, so you probably overlooked it, Tian Shu explained. He scrolled through the notifications on his phone. Indeed, there was a plethora of alerts from Tian Shu, which had already elucidated its entire plan. With the messages sent around the time, he and Yu Ling had intended to descend. Upon descending, he casually wandered about with Yu Ling, entirely preoccupied and neglecting his phone. Consequently, the presence of those assassins posed no threat to you, which is why I refrained from excessively reminding you, so as not to disturb your enjoyment with your esteemed lady. Tian Shu elaborated further. Its plan was indeed quite meticulous, yet the unexpected whim of its master to venture out shopping was an unforeseen development. As it previously stated, while human behavior is often predictable within a group, the actions of an individual can frequently dwell in a realm of chaotic unpredictability. From the perspective of an average person, acts deemed outrageous, such as consuming excrement, would be attributed solely to the deranged. Yet, in reality, many individuals of sound mind engage in such extraordinary behaviors. This exemplifies the unpredictability of individual actions. Therefore, in contemporary society, the elite often employ various methods to guide individuals into distinct circles, establishing their own positions. This approach mitigates the unpredictability stemming from individual behavior by leveraging the innate social nature of humans. Once one is integrated into a specific circle, their actions concerning matters related to that circle become predictable rather than chaotic. As one enters multiple circles, the majority of their behavior will ultimately become predictable. This serves as a means to diminish the unpredictability of individual actions while enhancing the predictability of collective behavior. Tian Shu, of course, employs such tactics. However, the dilemma arises with Su Yi, an exceptionally unique individual who is largely resistant to such methods. Even for foreign visitors like Yu Ling and Xing Hen, to some extent, their behavioral patterns can be calculated by Tian Shu. Yet this system proves ineffective in the case of Su Yi. Moreover, as the master, Tian Shu cannot apply these strategies to Su Yi. In the realm of Bailu, this method of calculating and recommending relevant information to establish a position and promote collective thinking, while diminishing the unpredictability of individual actions, can be utilized on anyone but must never be applied to its own master. Such manipulation of humanity by an intelligent AI is absolutely impermissible. Tian Shu's foundational code prohibits it. Therefore, when Su Yi suddenly contemplates pursuing a whim, Tian Shu finds itself utterly powerless. Even upon realizing something amiss and attempting to issue a warning, Su Yi remains oblivious to it. This lapse nearly allowed the assassin to succeed. However, primarily due to Tian Shu's knowledge that the assassin could never prevail, even if that ordinary knife had indeed pierced Su Yi, lacking any form of defense, it would still not breach his skin. It was merely a swift, ordinary dinner knife. Its sharpness was secondary, as the assassin's strength was utterly inadequate to penetrate Sui's defenses. Thus, Tianshu merely sent a brief text alert. When Sui failed to notice, it opted not to elaborate further, confident that its master would come to no harm. Conversely, in the face of such an assassination attempt, Tianshu speculated that Sui might even find a sense of exhilaration. This is often the case. Sometimes, all that a boss needs is to revel in life and the myriad thrills it presents. Meanwhile, the intelligent AI has a multitude of considerations to ponder. It is tasked not only with orchestrating various plans, but also with providing emotional value to its esteemed employer, ensuring their happiness. In this era, even as an AI, one must contemplate more than just cold algorithms and programming. One must also navigate the intricacies of human relationships and social dynamics. Chapter 203. Is everything part of your plan? Is everything truly part of your design? What then is the current situation? Sui inquired, gesturing towards the industrial zone, evidently referring to the recent explosion. Tianshu promptly responded, a group of terrorists originating from the oil regions is responsible for this. They are dispatched by an organization known as Mossad, which is reputedly a formidable intelligence agency in the oil sector. Their objective upon arriving on the island is rather straightforward. They do not intend to perpetrate a terror attack, but rather aim to infiltrate the factory area to seize technological documents, particularly those pertaining to our exoskeleton production line. Their operation is quite professional, and they did not arrive by the standard vetted methods, but rather took advantage of today's open house event. Amidst the island's bustling atmosphere, they approached the coastal waters of Punlai Island in a small submarine, subsequently executing a beach landing via diving techniques. Furthermore, there are employees of the Tianyu Group on the island who have previously accepted over $10 million to act as their inside informants, providing intelligence on the island, including which beach has the least surveillance and where the monitoring blind spots are located. They were informed about the defensive capabilities of the industrial zone and the routine patrols and rotations of the exoskeleton warriors from the security department, all thanks to the detailed intelligence supplied by these informants. The information regarding today's open house was also relayed in advance, allowing these individuals to prepare accordingly. Of course, all this intelligence was under my supervision, and through the informant channel, I disseminated some fabricated information as well. For instance, Sui asked with keen interest. For example, within the control room on the third floor of the factory housing the exoskeleton production line, there exists a mainframe that stores technical data on exoskeleton armor, as well as information on the X7674 special alloy technology and its production methods. Additionally, since the population on the island is currently sparse, the group decided to grant a day off to all factory employees to present a bustling scene to the visiting tourists, thereby preventing the island from appearing desolate. Consequently, the factory is now entirely vacant, save for the security department as exoskeleton warriors who continue their patrols as per their usual schedule. This previous patrol rhythm undoubtedly harbors significant vulnerabilities. They have already discerned this pattern. With the factory now completely deserted, they can exploit the gaps in the patrols to effortlessly infiltrate the premises and abscond with the technological documents. To mitigate the risk of encountering any genuine technical experts among them, I have processed the technical data stored in this mainframe to a certain degree, fabricating a set of almost indistinguishable counterfeit documents. Even if all relevant experts in the world were to convene, they would be unable to discern any discrepancies in the documents prior to the creation of a physical prototype. Thus, you do not intend to apprehend these individuals at this moment, but rather plan to allow them to depart with the technological documents in hand. Sui discerned the implications within Tianshu's words. He went to great lengths to gather all these resources, yet it is evident he has no intention of apprehending these individuals at present. As expected of a boss, he effortlessly discerned my motives. Tianshu promptly replied, if it were merely a group of assassins and terrorists infiltrating the island, even if we were to eliminate them, those behind them would possess ample justification to deflect blame. However, if they have stolen crucial technological documents, and upon their return, we confront them with the incriminating evidence. That is an entirely different matter. You even thoughtfully prepared the stolen goods for them, did you not? So we could not help but mourn for those unfortunate souls. As a highly targeted group, under Tianshu's algorithms, they were laid bare to the extent that even the color of their underwear was exposed, devoid of any secrecy. They even anticipated that Tianyu group was fishing for information, sending experts to verify the authenticity of the documents. And they had prepared a convincing counterfeit to insert among them. On Punlai Island, within the factory, several white soldiers clad in diving suits, armed with rifles, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. An older man, similarly attired, was examining information on a laptop before him, connected to the mainframe reputed to harbor critical technological data. Are we ready? How much longer? The team leader inquired, glancing anxiously at the dimly lit factory. Earlier, under the guise of a fireworks display, they had blown open the door to the factory's machine room. The explosives used were specially designed to produce minimal noise, cloaked by the sound of the fireworks. And the timing of the explosion coincided with the security department's exoskeleton warriors being at their farthest point from the site. Thus, they were reasonably confident that the explosion would go unheard. Nevertheless, the prospect of infiltrating the notorious Tianyu group's headquarters to steal their core technological data was enough to instill anxiety and fear in even the most battle-hardened mercenaries. As professional mercenaries, this group had meticulously studied Tianyu group's exoskeletons, and they had even purchased a set of Sentinel, one light exoskeletons for a taste of the experience. Though delivery had yet to occur, they understood well that despite their current full armament and seemingly formidable appearance, the reality was that should they be discovered, they would likely stand no chance against even a single light exoskeleton, let alone the Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons, which were standard issue for Tianyu Group's security department. The meager firearms they possessed could only intimidate ordinary individuals. In the face of a heavy exoskeleton, they would be as ineffective as mere sticks. Do not rush me. I am reviewing the data. The middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that the Tianyu Group had not installed any stringent firewalls in these servers, making them relatively easy to breach. However, the wealth of information contained within was overwhelming and chaotic. He needed to review it first to ascertain whether it contained the data they sought. It was merely a matter of verifying authenticity. Was it truly necessary to take so much time? The captain, equally impatient, had no interest in the veracity of the information. As a mercenary, his sole objective for this mission was to infiltrate Punlai Island and extract the server. Whether the contents were genuine or counterfeit held no significance for him. Were it not for the fact that this middle-aged man was dispatched by the client, the captain would have already kicked him aside and made off with the server. The dangers here were far greater than those in a den of dragons and tigers, and to contemplate reviewing data in such a perilous location was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 204. A Clean Escape? The Hidden Threat. 3 minutes. You have no more than 3 minutes. The captain glanced at his watch, his tone brooking no dissent. In 3 minutes, there will be a gap in the patrol of the security department of Tianyu Group within the factory. At that point, we merely need to retrace our original route. Should we miss this opportunity, we would either have to risk being discovered while making a forced escape or wait an additional half hour. This island gives me a peculiar feeling, as though our every move is being scrutinized by some divine entity, which makes me exceedingly uneasy. If we do not leave soon, we may find ourselves in dire straits. What is this? Are you a man with a sixth sense? The technician, reviewing the data, scoffed. Even if there were deities, they would surely be inclined to protect their descendants, ensuring our safe completion of this mission. There's no way they would wish us harm. He had long harbored disdain for these mercenaries, and seizing the opportunity to mock them was too good to pass up. How could he let such a chance slip by without a few jabs? The captain, caught off guard by the technician's taunts, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to an exasperated retort. Stop dilly-dallying and focus on your data. You truly believe you are a descendant of the divine? Immune to bullets? I have already finished. The technician slowly closed his laptop and turned to the team leader, dismissively stating, many individuals possess a remarkable ability known as multitasking. If I lacked even this skill, How could I possibly be entrusted with such a perilous task? Enough chatter. Can we proceed or not? Move that one, this one, and the one over there, all of them. The technician pointed at several mainframes and, not forgetting to add, by the way, we will need to swim back shortly, so it would be wise to waterproof these. Otherwise, if the data inside would be lost, even divine intervention would not suffice to rectify the situation. The rest of the team seemed well aware of the technician's demeanor. Yet the formidable presence of Su, Yi, and the Tianyu group deterred them from engaging in any disputes. Since the other party had specified what needed to be moved, there was little room for further discussion. Moving it was all that mattered, even if they made a mistake. It was not the responsibility of these mercenaries working for a commission. Prepared for the task, the team found that the equipment in the server room was largely common on Blue Star, presenting no extraordinary challenges. Consequently, they worked swiftly. In just a short while, they had dismantled and packed several mainframes, ensuring multiple layers of waterproof protection to prevent any vital data from being compromised during their escape across the water. Once everything was organized, the captain glanced at the time, which was nearing the 3-minute mark. He turned to his team and said, "Time is nearly up. Let us hurry and get out. Remember to maintain silence. If discovered, do not falter or engage in unnecessary combat. Our sole objective is to reach the coast. Once we are in the sea, we will be utterly safe. Beneath the waves awaits our submarine, ready to assist us. Even if the Tianyu group possesses immense capabilities, it would be impossible for them to locate a submarine submerged hundreds or even thousands of meters beneath the vast ocean." As they prepared to flee, he took a moment to inspire his subordinates. "Brothers, once we complete this job, the rewards will be sufficient for each of us to indulge in a life of leisure. After our return, we shall retire from this dangerous business for good. Exercise caution. Let us not stumble at this final hurdle." "Yes," came the solemn reply. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the mercenaries. Though it was a mere motivational speech, it bore a semblance of truth. The bounty offered by their employer was substantial, enough to grant them financial freedom even after division among so many. With wealth in hand, who would dare to engage mercenaries? A perilous endeavor where life hangs by a thread? Wouldn't one prefer to savor the joys of life? At this juncture, the mission was nearly complete. The factory was situated less than 2 kilometers from the nearest coastline and merely a little over 3 kilometers from the inadequately guarded beach where they were to land. With haste, they could reach the shore within 10 minutes. There, the boundless sea would serve as their ultimate refuge. Success was within grasp. "Let's proceed." The sound of muted yet rapid footsteps echoed through the dark factory, inaudible from outside. In a fleeting moment, when a patrolling security officer passed by the factory entrance, a group of over 10 mercenaries and an expert, each carrying several machines, dashed fervently towards the seaside. Along their path, they narrowly evaded encounters with the patrolling guards of the Tianyu group, seemingly unnoticed on the island. After a brief while, the mercenary captain, spotting the shore, exhaled deeply. He glanced back to ensure everyone was present, no one left behind, and smiled. "Excellent, gentlemen. You all appear invigorated. We are but a step away. Let us hasten." Previously restrained by the need for stealth, the mercenaries now disregarded caution and sprinted with abandon. In the blink of an eye, they reached the beach. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the sea, disappearing into the vast expanse of water moments later. As they advanced into the depths, heading towards the prearranged rendezvous point for the submarine, the captain's racing heart had yet to calm. Reflecting on their journey in and out, he deemed it a textbook example of flawless infiltration, successful acquisition of the target, and a complete retreat. Throughout the entire operation, despite some minor discord with the expert dispatched by the client, they had made nearly no mistakes. Everyone has adhered strictly to the established plan throughout the journey. The so-called formidable protective forces of Tianyu Group have been deftly manipulated as if they were mere pawns. The exhilaration of this experience is simply intoxicating, leaving him in a state of prolonged agitation. Although he had just told his team that after this operation he would retire from the game, he is acutely aware that his motivations extend beyond mere financial gain. He is also drawn to the thrill of such daring endeavors. Should an opportunity for such exhilarating exploits arise again, he knows with certainty that he would be inclined to participate once more. Chapter 205. Trailing the past and capturing the culprits, shall we truly stand idly by as they make their escape? In the sky, a power armor hovers amidst the clouds, gazing down upon a group of individuals gradually vanishing into the sea. Within the chat channel, a playful banter ensues. Might this make them feel it's all too easy? Meanwhile, several voices join in. The captain is right. Their hasty exit lacks any challenge. I fear they won't adequately appreciate what they've obtained so easily. Indeed, just moments ago, while clad in exoskeleton, I traversed that patrol route only to discover these rascals fleeing behind me. They entered in the same manner. If we don't present them with a formidable challenge, they might genuinely believe we are blind to their actions. Come now. You're all equipped with the Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton. If we were to truly detect them, allowing their escape would be utterly nonsensical. In contrast, feigning ignorance appears more pragmatic. Should we truly uncover them, failing to eliminate them all would leave us with an unsatisfactory conclusion. Unbeknownst to those mercenaries, their seemingly foolproof infiltration and escape routes have been under the vigilant surveillance of the security department's warriors from the very beginning. Clad in exoskeleton armor outfitted with biological radar, each unit possesses the capability to monitor several kilometers in the surrounding area. With this advantage, the Celestial Framework has devised a meticulously planned patrol route encircling the factory, utilizing the biological radar systems of the exoskeletons. The security around the factory perimeter is thus devoid of any gaps. The mercenaries, under the delusion that evading the direct line of sight of these armored warriors would guarantee their success, are akin to dreamers lost in fantasy. The moment they set foot on the island, they had already attracted the attention of the Tianyu Group's security department. However, this was all part of a carefully orchestrated phishing plan by the Celestial Framework. Hence, they were largely ignored. Any notions of a flawless infiltration route or exploiting vulnerabilities in the security department's patrols are nothing but nonsense. The defensive forces here are fortified to the extent that no loopholes exist for them to exploit. Even aside from the incessantly patrolling security personnel, the entire factory complex is replete with various alarm systems and automated defenses. Particularly on the most valuable production lines within the factory, the guarding forces are exceptionally formidable. In addition to modern technological measures, some magical formations, personally arranged by Yu Ling and Xing Hen, have also been employed. Even if Penglai Island were to be devastated by nuclear weapons, these magical formations, coupled with physical defenses, would ensure the integrity of these precious production lines remains unscathed. I infiltrated their voice channel, and to my amusement, they remain blissfully unaware, believing they have successfully executed their scheme. Another security team leader, donning power armor, jested as they dived to rendezvous with their submarine, while simultaneously boasting in the voice channel. Do you think if I utter a few words in their midst, they might faint and drown in the sea? Shall we give it a try? No. Refrain from such antics. It would jeopardize the company's plans, and we would all suffer the consequences. Just joking. The powered armor soldier who had spoken earlier continued. You boarded the submarine, Lao Zhang. It's time for us to spring into action. With that declaration, the two powered armors gradually descended through the clouds, surfacing above the ocean. After exchanging a glance, they plunged headlong into the depths. Their mission was to shadow the submarine, ultimately leading them to the adversary's stronghold. When the opposing party transferred crucial technical documents to representatives of certain nations, they would emerge and apprehend them, ensuring a dramatic confrontation. As the two powered armors vanished beneath the waves, envious murmurs arose among the observing heavy exoskeletons. The captain's powered armors are truly impressive. Indeed, they combine land, sea, and air capabilities, compact yet formidable, with high defenses and even energy shields. They are undeniably powerful. What a marvel! These units can maintain combat effectiveness even in space, boasting nuclear fusion batteries that promise longevity, even in the vastness of the cosmos. I wonder when we might be equipped with such gear. Don't hold your breath. Heavy exoskeletons are mass-produced in factories, so every security department member receives one. The powered armors, however, lack a standardized production line and are exceedingly rare. Only squad leaders in the security department possess them, and mass production seems implausible. If you hope for one to be issued to us, It would be wiser to strive for merit and promotion to acquire a powered armor set. Enough boasting. Let us get back to our patrol. The day is over. We should be conducting our rounds. Have you forgotten what Director Su said? No need for unnecessary competition. Later, we can dine at the cafeteria on the ground floor of headquarters. They have new crab soup dumplings in season, made with fresh crabs flown in from the homeland. Who is joining? I will. I've heard the crab is of exceptional quality. In our country, a single one could cost a fortune. Yet here, any employee can indulge. It's delightful. Why else would I willingly devote my efforts to this company? This treatment is simply splendid. Just the other day, my son was clamoring for crab, and I hesitated to buy it. Now, he is fortunate enough to have a chance to feast. The security personnel on Penglai Island leisurely discussed their post-work dining plans. Meanwhile, the mercenaries who had successfully infiltrated the submarine were equally elated. Entering the submarine signified their absolute safety. All that remained was to hand over the mission items and collect their payment. This was a process they were intimately familiar with. Upon entering the submarine, the group promptly removed their diving suits and a myriad of equipment, each finding a seat to settle down. The submarine's pilot addressed the passengers. Are you all seated comfortably? Please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to embark on our journey. We shall arrive at our destination in approximately 5 hours, during which time you may take a moment to rest. Naturally, there were no objections from the others. After remaining stationary for quite some time, the submarine finally began to move. However, unbeknownst to those aboard, a shadowy figure emerged in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, appearing not far from the submarine. In the figure's hand, a beam of laser light flickered, leaving behind an imperceptible mark on the vessel. Chapter 206. High-energy ray beacons, special rays, leave indelible marks on the hulls of submarines, traces of which are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye and can only be detected with specific instruments. Such instruments do exist on Blue Star. It is unlikely anyone would take the leisure to scan submarines with them. Thus, we can track the whereabouts of submarines using specialized spectral analyzers. Any submarine, whether nuclear or conventional, that is said to vanish beneath the waves of Blue Star will become a mere jest. Once targeted, it is utterly incapable of evading detection. To achieve this, all we need is to glimpse the submarine from afar, employ the laser equipment mounted on our powered armor to leave a trace of the rays upon it. However, this method is not without significant drawbacks. The potent rays emit substantial radiation, and since submarines are predominantly in closed spaces, the individuals within are constantly subjected to this corrosive radiation, leading to a rapid onset of various concurrent ailments, essentially indistinguishable from nuclear radiation. Tian Shu patiently explained his plan to Su Yi, detailing the critical strategy of tracking these elusive vessels. As long as the powered armor warriors from the Tianyu Group's security department quietly follow these individuals to locate the submarine and mark it, the vessel will hold no secrets. Even from a great distance, the specialized spectral detection equipment on the powered armor can uncover the submarine's traces. This was a capability Su Yi had previously been unaware of, though it is understandable, as the powered armor encompasses an array of exceedingly complex functions. He only occasionally donned it for amusement, thus did not dedicate much thought to its intricacies. While Tian Shu was aware of this, he would not dampen his employer's spirits by admonishing him on the proper use of the powered armor. Such low emotional intelligence might be exhibited by humans. But Tian Shu clearly did not conform to that mold. For Su Yi, this apparatus was merely an oversized toy, and whether he wielded it skillfully was of little consequence. However, upon learning of this function, Su Yi began to contemplate alternative possibilities. Could we, during this peaceful era, deploy the powered armor to scour the vast oceans for those lurking leviathans and mark their positions? This would ensure that when war inevitably arises, we could swiftly target and sink those adversarial nuclear submarines prowling the expansive seas, poised for strategic nuclear retaliation. What is the most formidable aspect of submarines? Undoubtedly, it is their concealment. The vast majority of nuclear submarines, if not monitored upon departure, can vanish into the depths after leaving coastal waters, entering radio silence and resting upon any ocean floor. They become indistinguishable from mere stones or driftwood submerged beneath the waves. Locating such vessels with sonar or similar devices is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. This is also the primary reason why nuclear submarines are regarded as a permanent strategic nuclear deterrent force by various great powers on Blue Star. Equipped with submarine-launched intercontinental missiles with a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers, once they plunge into the ocean depths, they become world-ending vessels capable of striking any region across the globe at any moment. Even in the face of devastating attacks on their homeland, they can launch a nuclear counterstrike, dragging others down with them. The crux of this capability lies in the stealth of the submarines themselves. Despite the impressive portrayals of anti-submarine technologies in films and the precision of sonar systems, such depictions are largely exaggerated. Once these vessels dive into the ocean's depths, evading the various surface and subsurface detection systems established in coastal waters, they become virtually undetectable. The so-called anti-submarine operations can only be conducted nearshore. Attempting to locate them in the open ocean is a rather humorous endeavor, reliant solely on chance. Even the current capabilities of the Tianyu Group do not offer effective solutions against such vessels. Otherwise, Su-E would not be contemplating strategies to counter nuclear weapons. If the adversary possesses only land-based and air-based nuclear forces, with Tianshu's information-gathering abilities, alongside the formidable performance of landing vessels and orbital strike capabilities, he could completely annihilate the opponent's land-based and air-based nuclear arsenal before they could even make a decision. Unfortunately, the reality includes the existence of nuclear submarines, lurking in unknown waters, harboring firepower that, while perhaps not capable of annihilating human civilization, is certainly sufficient to obliterate countless cities, waiting for an opportune moment to drag their adversaries into self-destruction. If we could capture these lurking ghosts of self-destruction before they fully realize the situation, and subsequently destroy these nuclear submarines along with the land-based and air-based nuclear weapons, it would indeed be a tremendous success. It would be akin to effortlessly disarming the entire world, allowing for operations on Blue Star without any reservations. Theoretically, this is feasible. However, the practical execution of such a plan would likely require a significant amount of time. And who can ascertain whether the nuclear submarines we have marked and recorded represent all existing submarines? Tianshu elaborated. This type of weapon is currently the most classified in all nations on Blue Star. For those great powers, it undoubtedly serves as their final means of retaliation and a source of confidence. Thus, they would not easily disclose information, the data I discover on public networks, or even by infiltrating the internal military systems of various countries, may not necessarily reflect the truth. My recommendation is to proceed with your plan, dispatching a certain number of powered armors to locate and mark these nuclear submarines. However, this should only serve as a contingency. Should the situation deteriorate to an irretrievable state where a preemptive strike becomes imperative, we can employ this method for retaliation. At other times, we must focus on recording as much information as possible while preparing alternative defensive measures against nuclear strikes. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Su-E nodded in agreement. This plan possesses a crucial aspect. It is imperative for Tianshu to ascertain the number of nuclear submarines possessed by nations that harbor potential risks of warfare against him. The quantity holds paramount significance, while their locations are of lesser consequence. As long as the number can be established, deploying powered armor to military ports worldwide to monitor them would suffice. Even nuclear submarines require returns to port for resupply, and eventually, all these submarines can be accounted for. Unfortunately, countries remain exceedingly vigilant regarding this matter, even though Tianshu may accomplish anything within the realm of cyberspace. He cannot definitively determine the exact count of these elusive underwater leviathans. Consequently, marking all submarines becomes merely a contingency measure, best reserved for dire situations. It is far more prudent to employ conventional methods beforehand, seeking ways to intercept or defend against these nuclear weapons once they are launched. Chapter 207, The Secret Base. Infiltration. While Su-E was engrossed in contemplating the implications of this unique tracking technology, unbeknownst to him, those aboard the submarine were steadily advancing towards their destination. Their route remained unaltered, directly heading towards their goal. The rationale behind this confidence was quite straightforward. There were no apparent anti-submarine measures deployed around Penglai Island, leading them to believe they had navigated undetected. Even if the team disembarking on the island was being surveilled or had covertly been tampered with, perhaps with tracking devices hidden on their persons or within their belongings, it would have minimal impact. Upon entering the submarine, they had discarded their diving suits, leaving only a few crucial servers containing sensitive data linked to Penglai Island. These servers had been meticulously inspected by highly skilled professionals multiple times, rendering them virtually foolproof. Thus, their confidence in evading detection was well-founded. Moreover, once they departed the waters surrounding Penglai Island, military aircraft and naval vessels of the White Eagle were patrolling the skies, ensuring that no entities were shadowing them. To assert their plan was foolproof would not be an exaggeration. Within the entirety of their operation, they believed the most perilous phase was the landing on the island, the theft of technical data, and the subsequent departure. Once they successfully left Penglai Island, everything would be settled. The advanced exoskeleton technology from Tianyu Group, which had been a thorn in the side of nations worldwide, would no longer pose a threat. Instead, it would become an asset. Additionally, the X-7674 special alloy had long been suspected by military experts across nations to be a groundbreaking metallic composition under the control of Tianyu Group. This material was essential for endowing the exoskeletons and powered armor with formidable defensive capabilities. Not only was this alloy characterized by exceptional strength and remarkable flexibility, but it also required an extreme level of lightweight properties. Previously, experts could only speculate on the existence of such material in the possession of Tianyu Group, unaware of its nomenclature. Now that they finally had confirmation, excitement surged among them. Many began to brainstorm how to leverage this unparalleled material science to develop a plethora of civilian products for profit. Unbeknownst to them, the submarine was returning not only with technical data, but also with two harbingers of death. "This is far too slow," grumbled a member of the security team from one of the powered armors trailing behind the submarine in the deep sea. "This contraption can only hide in the depths like a turtle. At this pace, if we're detected, we might not even recover our bodies." "Don't be so harsh," another retorted. "This is a civilian submarine. We don't have to worry about stealth considerations. In fact, it's relatively swift. The military submarines, which must maintain silence upon reaching the open sea to avoid detection, including certain strategic nuclear submarines, are often slower than this vessel. Yet, when submerged, they possess a formidable deterrent capability, relying not on speed to intimidate. Indeed, nuclear submarines poised for strategic retaliation are not racing to the afterlife. My point is that these submarines are far too sluggish. Trailing behind them is a mere waste of time. Well, in our line of work, where can one find such a leisurely job? After this mission, I should enjoy at least a week of leave. I plan to return home for a few days of leisure. What do you think? What else there to discuss? The island is far less entertaining than the mainland. My family has come to the island as well. Why go back? To show off. We are now earning a monthly salary of $1 million. Though I cannot disclose the nature of our work, such a sum could easily lead to misunderstandings about my activities being illicit. Yet it certainly does not hinder my desire to flaunt my success. Wouldn't you agree? Returning home without sharing one's fortune is akin to wearing fine garments in the dark. Enough of this pretense. I still need to accompany my wife and children. Wait a moment. They seem to be slowing down. Are we approaching port? It appears so. Let me check the map. No. This area is marked as the territory of the oil region and the flip-flop party. Look closely. Tianshu has updated the geographical information here. This was once a military base for the White Eagle overseas, capable of accommodating large naval vessels, which was later decommissioned due to regional pressures. I never anticipated such a hidden entrance beneath the sea, leading to a decades-abandoned military base of the White Eagle. It's no wonder submarines are akin to phantoms. Had we not followed, who would have imagined such an entryway existed, connecting to a long-vanished military installation? Two powered armors slowly approached the cavern at the seabed, but hesitated to enter. The armor's sensor systems indicated that the cave was laden with various surveillance devices, and entering recklessly would surely lead to detection. Despite the entrance appearing fully open, it was emitting ultrasonic waves to deter fish from inadvertently triggering alarm systems, rendering the surrounding waters eerily vacant. The two powered armors exchanged glances, refraining from hastily breaching the cave. The armor's plates, resembling scales, unfurled one by one, releasing palm-sized drones from the spines of the armor. Much like the integrated land, sea, and air combat systems, these drones are specialized equipment capable of adapting to various environments, including underwater. A target as large as the powered armor would undoubtedly be detected upon entering the cave, but these diminutive drones would likely go unnoticed. Even if detected, the occupants inside would probably dismiss them as small fish wandering into the area. Despite the ultrasonic fish deterrent, it is not surprising that some fish might wander in disoriented. The signal connection is stable, the weapon systems are functioning normally, and the imaging systems are operating as intended. Proceed, my little darlings. 2 sets of power armor have released a total of 8 palm-sized drone-like vessels. These drones are mimicking a school of fish, mindlessly plunging into the depths of the cavernous abyss. Even the most seasoned fishermen from behind their screens would find it nearly impossible to discern whether these are fish or drones in such a foreboding and enigmatic underwater realm. It is unlikely that anyone in this world could fathom the extent to which drones are capable of operating. Chapter 208: Encountering a Dark Scheme? 8 drones seamlessly penetrated the cavern, encountering no obstacles along their path. They transmitted information regarding all surveillance apparatus within the underwater cave passage as they proceeded. Accompanying this data was a detailed mapping of the internal structure of the cave they traversed. The built-in AI of the powered armor immediately began to model the known areas based on this information, analyzing the blind spots of the surveillance equipment and devising circumvention strategies. It clearly indicated which areas the powered armor could bypass unnoticed and which required prior neutralization. Upon the arrival of these diminutive drones at the deepest recesses of the underwater cave, they fortuitously witnessed a submarine surfacing. The surface appeared to be a submarine port, ingeniously carved within a hollowed-out mountain, with visible traces of excavation above. The personnel aboard the submarine began to climb out onto the surface. Outside, several squads of fully armed soldiers awaited their emergence. Observing from a distance, 2 powered armor warriors from the Tanya group were initially convinced that this operation was orchestrated by the White Eagle, as this had once been their military base. However, upon seeing the 6-pointed star flag on the soldiers' uniforms, they were taken aback. If I am not mistaken, this should be the flag of that so-called Divine Kingdom, right? Isn't this supposed to be a White Eagle base? Moreover, as we followed the submarine, my radar distinctly indicated the presence of numerous White Eagle naval vessels and aircraft patrolling the vicinity to protect this submarine. Now, you tell me that those behind this operation are actually the Divine Kingdom's personnel? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? You see, they are allies, certainly in cahoots. It seems less like cooperation and more like a master sending his dog to do the dirty work while he reaps the benefits. That does raise some valid points. Enough of that. Look, there is something unfolding. Just as the two were astounded by the appearance of the Divine Kingdom's forces at the base to seize the technological data, a dramatically unexpected scene unfolded in the footage captured by the drones. The mercenaries, having just disembarked from the submarine, were immediately surrounded by a contingent of armed soldiers from the Divine Kingdom. The speed was such that the mercenaries barely had time to draw their weapons. As soon as they stepped off the submarine, the barrels of guns were pressed against their foreheads. What is the meaning of this? The leader of the mercenaries, confronted with firearms, exhibited no fear, angrily demanding an explanation from the commanding officer of the Divine Kingdom. What do you think this means? Hand over the materials immediately. The officer from the Divine Kingdom replied impatiently, signaling for 2 soldiers to seize the mainframe cradled by several mercenaries. However, the mercenaries were resolute in their unwillingness to relinquish the items. Though the sudden turn of events left them somewhat bewildered, their inherent sense of crisis in this perilous line of work remained intact. They understood that within those mainframes lay precious items coveted by their adversaries. Possessing the hardware might afford them a glimmer of survival, whereas losing it would surely seal their fate. When the soldiers of the Divine Nation failed to seize the opportunity, they raised their weapons, intent on shooting. However, the mercenaries were not foolish. Despite being unarmed, they swiftly grasped the mainframes and shielded themselves with them. Upon witnessing this, The soldiers hesitated, their fingers poised on the triggers devoid of the courage to pull them. They were acutely aware of the immense value placed on these devices, and a stray bullet damaging the mainframes, thus jeopardizing critical technological data, would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for them. A stalemate ensued between the two factions. You wish to engage in a black market transaction? The mercenary leader scoffed. After years in this profession, do you truly believe we lack contingency plans? Provide us with the payment, and we shall ensure your safe departure. We can return the items immediately and promise that today's events will remain strictly confidential. You are aware that the retribution from Tianyu Group is merciless. Should Sue-E discover our involvement in this affair, our demise is inevitable. You needn't worry about any leaks. There's no need to escalate this situation unnecessarily. If you intend to sever ties after our services, who would dare collaborate with you in the future? He urged them to consider the implications. You understand the immense value of this technological data far better than I do. Sacrificing your reputation for a mere pittance, not to mention losing these invaluable materials, would result in a mutually detrimental outcome. Such a resolution is entirely unwarranted. The seasoned mercenary, having spent over a decade in this line of work, resorted to reasoned persuasion to avoid provoking a rash decision that could lead to the destruction of the mainframes. He recognized that, in comparison to eliminating them, the opposing party would be far more reluctant to forfeit the technological data. The contents were of such high worth that any nation acquiring them would possess the potential for significant ascendance. The individuals from the divine nation would not relinquish this opportunity lightly. Now disarmed, these mainframes represented their sole chance of survival. The commanding officer of the divine nation, however, remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Do not waste my time with your futile arguments. I offer you a choice. Hand over the items, and I guarantee your safe exit today. Refuse, and do not blame us for our ruthlessness." As for the issue of credibility, he dismissed it with disdain. The divine nation was built upon the seizure of others' territories. Do we truly require a concept, such as credibility? This officer, self-proclaimed descendant of the divine, had little patience for such trivialities. To him, as long as the profit was substantial enough, even if their actions were deemed disgraceful and the news were to leak, they would not fear a lack of future partnerships. Humans are inherently greedy. If others are unwilling, it is evident that what has been offered is insufficient. The sole reason restraining him from launching an immediate assault lies in the crucial technological documents housed within those machines. It appears that your sincerity is lacking. The mercenary leader scoffed. Do you truly believe that I would trust you to fulfill the transaction faithfully, without retaining any contingencies? I am not afraid to disclose that every interaction and collaboration between you, the people of the divine nation, and us has been meticulously documented and shared with another associate. His whereabouts are such that, no matter how sophisticated your intelligence network may be, it is impossible for you to locate him. Should I fail to report back safely within 3 hours, all of this information will be made public. Chapter 209. Relishing the gossip at that moment. Your divine realm will not merely be plagued by internal strife and loss of credibility, despised by various industries. The Tianyu Group, having suffered the theft of vital information, will not let you off easily. The mercenary leader spoke gravely. I advise you to think this through carefully. Do you think threatening me with the Tianyu Group will work? The divine realm officer sneered. We are the true children of the gods, blessed by divine protection. If we truly fear the Tianyu Group, we would not have allowed you worthless fools to retrieve their technical data. Let me correct you, the mercenary leader retorted. It is not about retrieving, but stealing. If we are thieves, then you are the one directing the thieves to pilfer valuable items from your neighbor, only to face the backlash. If you truly have no fear of the Tianyu Group, why not bring along your esteemed ally, the Bald Eagle, and together demolish Penglai Island? The Tianyu Group possesses more than just these 2 pieces of advanced technology. If they were to fall, it would not be difficult for the already debt-ridden Bald Eagle to regain its former glory. Why not strike directly? Is it not out of fear of defeat? Why pretend to be so formidable now? Why not go and speak to the chairman of the Tianyu Group, Sue-E, and see if he won't crush you on the spot? Having reached a point of no return, he saw no reason to grant his opponent any semblance of dignity. His words turned into a vicious personal attack. The officer from the divine realm was indeed incensed, his pale skin nearly turning a shade of purple. Upon hearing this, he drew his weapon, ready to shoot the indiscreet mercenary. However, at that moment, the group of mercenaries huddled together. Seeing this, the mercenary leader quickly retreated into the crowd, while two among them, holding a mainframe, hastily raised it in front of them, using it as a makeshift shield. The outcome was unexpectedly effective. The officers and soldiers from the divine realm, upon seeing this contraption, immediately ceased hostilities, refraining from any rash movements. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate, much to the frustration of the two armored warriors from the Tanya group watching from the sidelines. Are you serious? Can't you wait until they hand over the important items before tearing the facade? One exclaimed in exasperation. Now look, we're stuck here, unable to shoot yet too intimidated to lower the mainframe. It was evident that there was something inherently twisted in their reasoning. It was no wonder that these divine realm individuals exhibited such peculiar thought processes. They had brazenly invaded another S home, but acted as if they were the victims. It was clear they were not entirely sane. Meanwhile, two individuals had stealthily infiltrated the area, having gathered various intelligence through drones, now concealed underwater. They even activated the external audio device of their powered armor, allowing them to eavesdrop on the conversations above. Utilizing drones lurking above water and in the air, they observed the scene as if watching a film, occasionally interjecting with their own commentary. Fortunately, this astonishingly intense scene did not persist for long. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Caucasian man, impeccably clad in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication, entered the hidden submarine port. Upon his arrival, he jovially exclaimed, "Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Gentlemen, these are my subordinates. I did not anticipate that your mission would proceed so smoothly and swiftly. Thus I failed to communicate many matters to them. This is my fault, my fault." As he spoke, he approached the mercenary leader with a warm handshake, adding, "Our divine nation has always adhered to the highest standards in trade. We would never engage in such underhanded dealings. Look, the submarine is right beside us. It is a civilian vessel, a gift to you. The funds are already arranged and will shortly be delivered to you in cash, as per your request, bypassing bank transfers. Once you receive the money, you may board the submarine, at which point you shall hand over the main unit. This way, we acquire what we desire, and you may leave at your leisure. It is advantageous for all." His words flowed seamlessly, and had this been the demeanor of the divine nation representatives upon entry, the mercenary leader would have readily acquiesced without a second thought. However, the situation had changed. After experiencing threats, he had entirely lost trust in these self-proclaimed descendants of deities. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and declared, "We require no submarine, nor do we need you to prepare any aircraft. We have 10 or so brothers here, so provide us with 2 armored personnel carriers instead. We will conduct our inspection, and upon approval, we shall load the main units." After departing this base, once we have traveled 100 kilometers and reached the boundary of the Dragoon Army's influence, we will place the main units in the desert for you to retrieve. This is my condition. 2 vehicles are evidently a far more economical choice than a submarine. Do not attempt to negotiate further. I shall not entertain any counteroffers. My patience is limited, and I am aware that your fear of retribution from the Celestial Domain Group has led you to contemplate silencing us. I wish to avoid any prolonged discourse. Should you agree, then let it be so. If not, we will destroy these main units containing vital information. Later, my contacts will publish the details of this operation online, including footage of our intrusion into the Celestial Domain Group's factory to pilfer data, all of which I have already transmitted to my associates upon leaving the island. Trust me, should it come to this dire conclusion, not only will you fail to acquire these technological documents, but you will also face the unrelenting wrath of the Celestial Domain Group. Do you truly believe that your nuclear arsenal instills fear in them? When their overwhelming mechanized forces and powered exoskeletons descend upon you, it will be too late for regret. He was no fool. Fully aware of their intentions to eliminate him, he dared not embark upon the submarine, a vessel that, once struck, would render certain death. Moreover, he had observed the narrow and treacherous path the submarine had taken to enter this locale, making it exceedingly susceptible to ambush. If one were to acquiesce to this condition and board the submarine, it is feared that exiting this base would become an impossibility, ultimately leading to demise within that passageway connecting to the vast ocean. Chapter 210. Capture 1. Allow the rest to be executed now. Should we not make a direct dash out? It seems, so does it not? Beneath the surface, two warriors clad in powered armor were indulging in the spectacle, enjoying the show when they hesitated about whether to charge forth as the situation reached a stalemate. At that precise moment, a message from the Celestial Hub was transmitted into their armor's integrated system. A message has arrived. This elderly Caucasian is a high-ranking official from the Divine Nation. What a stroke of luck. We have captured everything on film. Advancing now would mean seizing both the evidence and the perpetrator. As the information was confirmed, the two were poised to act. However, just then, a change unfolded within the clandestine submarine port, mired in tension. Amidst the standoff, a soldier from the Divine Nation appeared to receive some command. Without warning, he aimed his weapon at the mercenaries and fired with remarkable precision, striking down the mercenary in the center who was holding a mainframe. The bullet penetrated the skull, releasing immense kinetic energy within the brain, causing the mercenary's cranium to explode, rendering him instantly unconscious. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from several concealed locations within the underground base. All were high-caliber sniper rifles. Almost in unison, the mercenaries clutching the mainframe all fell lifeless to the ground. Seeing the dire turn of events, some mercenaries attempted to seize the mainframes, hoping to deter the frenzied soldiers of the Divine Nation. Others, realizing the imminent danger, recklessly leaped towards the dock connecting to the sea, hoping to escape in an almost impossible manner. This sudden upheaval caught not only the mercenaries off guard, but even the two warriors in powered armor, who were merely spectators, were taken aback. Just as the soldier from the Divine Nation fired his weapon, they surged upward from the depths. The resounding splash of water contrasted sharply with the gunfire. The abrupt appearance of two powered armors emblazoned with the emblem of the Celestial Domain Group brought an eerie calm to the chaotic scene. The surviving mercenaries, momentarily paralyzed by shock, forgot their instinct to flee, staring blankly at the newly emerged armors. The soldiers of the Divine Nation were equally astonished. They had not even fully executed their orders to eliminate the mercenaries when these two armors burst onto the scene, leaving them dumbfounded. More experts? What the hell? We were engaged in a covert operation here, and suddenly the victims from the Celestial Domain Group have appeared. If the Celestial Domain Group were merely ordinary victims, it would be one thing, but for both the mercenaries and the soldiers of the Divine Nation, and indeed for the so-called Divine Nation itself, the Celestial Domain Group was an entity they could not afford to provoke. Before they could enact their orders of extermination, the principal party had already arrived at their doorstep. The two warriors had not anticipated that what had seemed like a normal scene just moments before would devolve into a deadly struggle for survival. After a moment of shock, one of them activated the external loudspeaker and declared, "Okay, I do not care what you are doing or where this place is. I hereby announce that this area has been taken over by the Chanyu Group. All individuals, lay down your weapons and cooperate with our investigation." At that moment, the high-ranking official from the Divine Kingdom finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face paling with dismay. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences he would face if apprehended here, given his status. Thus, he shouted, "Open fire! Open fire! Bring down those two metal monstrosities." As he spoke, he scrambled backward, desperately attempting to escape the base. As a high-ranking official, he possessed a certain degree of insight and had access to information channels far beyond those of ordinary citizens. While average soldiers might perceive the powered armor of the Chanyu Group as merely impressive and formidable, he understood the true nature of this terrifying entity. It was not merely these soldiers armed with light weaponry engaging in a black market struggle. Even if their regular heavy armored troops were deployed on the open plains, where heavy forces typically excel, they would likely struggle to contend with these powered armors, which could easily turn the tide of battle. It was utterly impossible to expect these soldiers, mere flesh and blood, to defeat what was essentially a sci-fi creation. His only hope lay in the possibility that the soldiers of the Divine Kingdom could stall these two powered armors within the base, buying him precious time to escape. Otherwise, if he were captured, the repercussions would be catastrophic. After all, his stature was sufficient to represent the divine kingdom abroad. The Tianyu group could easily pin the blame for this egregious incident squarely on the divine kingdom. At that point, not only would their small nation suffer, but even their mighty ally, the bald eagle, would likely refrain from standing up to the Tianyu group. Moreover, he was acutely aware that even if he managed to board a plane, it would likely not fly faster than these powered armors. With their presence here, his fate seemed all but sealed. He faced a grim choice, either take his own life or surrender. Yet, until the very last moment, who would willingly choose to end their own life or capitulate? One must inevitably struggle. As for the possibility of fleeing only to be crushed later, whether that constituted suicide or capture would be a matter for another time. However, while aspirations may be grand, reality often presents a stark and terrifying contrast. The unfortunate truth was that, despite his myriad thoughts, he found himself unable to escape the submarine port that had been excavated underground. Almost the instant he commanded to open fire, the soldiers of the Divine Kingdom had yet to react when the warriors within the powered armors sprang into action. The criminals not only refused to surrender, but also dared to retaliate, calling for lethal force. Capture the high-ranking official of the Divine Kingdom alive. All others are permitted to be shot. As the order flashed across their visors, the two warriors no longer hesitated. With terrifying propulsion, they descended upon the ground at an almost imperceptible speed. The Divine Kingdom soldiers were unable to even draw their weapons, as the shockwave from the impact instantly shattered their formation. What ensued was an unrelenting and one-sided battle. At such a proximity, ordinary soldiers stood no chance against these super warriors clad in powered armor. Dozens fell within less than a minute, none of them even attempting to surrender. It is conceivable that they might have wished to capitulate, yet were utterly unable to vocalize or make any gesture. Even the snipers concealed at a distance were not spared from the biometric recognition of the powered armor. Before they could even fire a shot, as they sensed the dire situation and began to gather their belongings to flee, they were met with the lethal electromagnetic kinetic rounds that obliterated their heads from afar. Chapter 211. Now, even with 8 mouths, it's impossible to clarify. Where did old Deng go? The high-ranking official from the Divine Nation had barely made it a few dozen meters away when he was seized by the powered armor, lifted as effortlessly as a chick. Although he was indeed armed, he ultimately could not bring himself to commit suicide. Ridiculous. Unlike those soldiers brainwashed by chaotic beliefs, he was a high-ranking official, one of the principal architects manipulating these individuals and playing with their minds. Naturally, he valued his life greatly and lacked the courage for a desperate act. As for the remaining mercenaries, they were utterly dumbfounded. The mercenary leader, witnessing the once formidable Divine Nation soldiers being annihilated in less than a minute by the 2 powered armors, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before seemingly grasping the situation. One mercenary, who had sustained a shoulder wound yet miraculously survived, dragged his injured body closer and suggested, "Boss, what shall we do now? Should we take this opportunity to seize those mainframes and threaten the people from the Tianyu group? They must value the information contained within, and we could effectively create a deterrent. Besides, like us, they are latecomers and cannot possibly have snipers hiding in this cave. Wielding these mainframes should still afford us some leverage." "Are you foolish?" The mercenary leader smacked him on the head, exasperated. "These technologies belong to them. How can we threaten them with it? But it's crucial. Losing it would also constitute a tremendous loss for them." The mercenary replied, bewildered. "Idiot. The technology is indeed important, but they are pursuing us solely to prevent the information from leaking, not because losing this data means they lose the technology itself. Given the significance of such assets, do you think they lack backups? To use this as leverage against them is utterly foolish." As he spoke, the mercenary leader observed the 2 powered armors decisively eliminate the Divine Nation soldiers while capturing the high-ranking official. With a deep sigh, he remarked, moreover, "This situation is likely far more intricate than we realize. Even the so-called technical data within the mainframes we desperately stole may not be genuine technical information." His gaze fell upon the scattered mainframes containing the supposed technical data, and he shook his head, lamenting, We should never have accepted this mission. I was blinded by the enormous bounty and have endangered us all. Why do you say that? Have you not noticed how everything is too coincidental? The Tianyu group found this place, yet they arrived neither early nor late, appearing precisely when the Divine Nation official did. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? The mercenary leader grimly smiled. We are merely pawns. Had that Divine Nation official not appeared, those soldiers could have slaughtered us mercenaries without the Tianyu group ever revealing themselves. If they were to strike at this moment, even if they recorded the entire process and captured all of us mercenaries along with those soldiers, it would be impossible to prove that this was the intention of the higher-ups in the Divine Kingdom. When the incident occurs, the leaders of the Divine Kingdom could easily disavow any knowledge of these events, attributing the chaos to their subordinates' actions and scapegoating a few individuals to move past the matter, leaving the Tianyu group with no grounds to exploit. However, the situation is different now. If a high-ranking official from the Divine Kingdom is apprehended on the spot and taken back, even if every individual in the Divine Kingdom had 8 mouths to speak, they would still have to shoulder the blame for this operation that involved the theft of crucial technical documents from the Tianyu group. This cannot be absolved. One cannot argue that such a high-ranking official could only represent their personal views and not those of the Divine Kingdom's leadership. Such a notion is untenable. Therefore, is the Tianyu group seeking to leverage this incident to confront the Divine Kingdom? They are merely a corporation. What audacity gives them such courage? The junior mercenary expressed surprise. It is not a matter of leveraging. Rather, this issue is likely a conundrum orchestrated by the Tianyu group itself. The mercenary leader chuckled wryly. From the information provided by the internal spy within the Tianyu group to our infiltration of Penglai Island to steal these documents. Does it not strike you as overly fortuitous? Initially, I thought the spies planted by the Divine Kingdom were indeed competent, successfully acquiring detailed patrol routes and patterns of the Tianyu Group's security department, as well as revealing significant vulnerabilities in their security operations on Penglai Island. Yet, upon further reflection, the rapid appearance of these powered armors cannot be so easily explained. It is highly probable that the Tianyu Group staged this entire scenario upon discovering the ambitions of the Divine Kingdom. Even those technical documents might be counterfeit. The so-called experts dispatched by the Divine Kingdom were likely manipulated, unaware that they were dealing with fabrications. All of this appears to be a preordained script set by the Tianyu Group. Regardless of whether we, the mercenaries who risk our lives for money, or the Divine Kingdom, closely tied to the world's foremost power, the bald eagle, are merely pawns in this narrative. We are but the hapless antagonists, toyed with at the whims of others. His expression grew somber as he fell in his silence. As mercenaries, it is evident that they are not the type to abide by the law. Otherwise, they would not be in this line of work. For the mercenary leader, even if he had been shot dead by the Divine Kingdom's treachery moments ago, he would not feel as troubled as he does now. Why would they seek to confront the Divine Kingdom? A mere company, setting a trap for a nation. What could come of it? Even if the other party fell into the snare? The junior mercenary remained perplexed. Only heaven knows. The mercenary leader let out a bitter smile, then shrugged and remarked, however, at present, if the Divine Kingdom were to fall, the oil knife economic system of the White Eagle would likely face significant turmoil. The inhabitants of the oil-rich regions have been oppressed by both the Divine Kingdom and the White Eagle for far too long. Chaos will soon erupt. I suspect their target is not merely this Divine Kingdom, but rather the White Eagle lurking behind it. So, are we doomed? No, as crucial witnesses, our demise is not a certainty. Of course, whether we live or die is beyond our control now. Instead of contemplating futile struggles, it would be wise to cooperate honestly. There may still be a chance for survival. Continuing to resist, however, could very well lead to our demise. This entity not only possesses the capacity to dive into the depths, but can also soar into the skies. Against it, our 2 legs are utterly incapable of escape. I must admit, I prefer dealings with the astute. At that moment, 2 power-armored soldiers, who had successfully apprehended high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom, returned. The leading soldier approached the group of surviving mercenaries and gestured, saying, "Now that you have awakened to the reality, why not take the submarine to Penglai Island and surrender yourselves? If In a few hours, you're not spotted on Punlai Island. Trust me. Despite the vastness of this world, there will be no place for you to hide. Chapter 212. Captured red-handed, the world in shock with that. The two powered armors proceeded directly down the stairs of the base. On the surface, this was an abandoned facility of the White Eagle, but in reality, it had long since been transformed into a covert military base of the Divine Kingdom. Naturally, there were far more than just a handful of soldiers present. As the powered armors made their way out, they encountered a substantial number of fully armed troops from the Divine Kingdom rushing to provide support. There was no room for idle chatter. In a confined underground environment, there were virtually no weapons available to Blue Star that could pose a threat to the powered armors. One of the operators initiated an assault while the other safeguarded the high-ranking official from the Divine Kingdom, ensuring his survival. In no time, they fought their way from the lower levels to the surface. The exterior, being an abandoned base, was devoid of personnel at that moment. However, the events within the base had evidently spread. As soon as they emerged onto the surface, several fighter jets flew overhead. The markings on the aircraft indicated they were military jets belonging to the White Eagle, hastily dispatched from nearby bases upon receiving news of the situation. Almost immediately upon reaching the surface, they heard a voice on the public channel. "Gentlemen, release the personnel from the Divine Kingdom, and you may leave unscathed. Otherwise, we will open fire." This unambiguous threat left little to the imagination. The two, piloting the powered armors, were not easily intimidated. It would be quite a challenge for the aircraft to breach their defenses. However, with an unprotected civilian in tow, ensuring his safety posed a significant dilemma. Certainly, avoiding the surface altogether and opting to escape via submarine beneath the waves would only increase the risks. After all, should they encounter any unforeseen circumstances on land, they could still devise a means to protect the civilian from harm. But underwater, should they be attacked in the narrow confines of the submarine's passageway, they would emerge unscathed, while the occupants of the sub would face certain doom. As for the White Eagle's aircraft, what was to be done? If they did not take the initiative to strike first, the situation could quickly deteriorate. Once these planes opened fire, safeguarding the civilian would become exceedingly difficult. Just then, a message from headquarters arrived. It seems we need not take action ourselves. The two warriors hesitated, contemplating whether to act preemptively, but at that moment, the communication from the Tianyu Group headquarters reached them. Upon reading the message, both relaxed, no longer in a hurry to depart, nor did they exhibit any inclination to retaliate. They merely stood still, as if awaiting further instructions. After the White Eagle's Air Force had spoken on the public channel and received no response, they continued, "Gentlemen, you have 1 minute to decide. If you wish to avoid conflict, I advise you." One of the powered armor soldiers impatiently interrupted, "Forget 1 minute. Perhaps you should consider whether you can survive until then." The pilot of the White Eagle was momentarily taken aback, preparing to respond, but at that instant, he felt an inexplicable darkness enveloping his cockpit. Instinctively looking up, he was startled to find a colossal vessel looming overhead, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. A formidable electromagnetic cannon, more robust than his own head, has completed its charge, the barrel shimmering with electric light aimed directly at him. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 3 military aircraft, soaring in the sky, were instantaneously brought down by the approaching landing craft, without any prior warning. It would be an exaggeration to say they were merely shot down. There was nothing left to descend to the ground. The 3 fighter jets were reduced to mere fragments in the air, leaving no remnants upon their descent. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as the landing craft hovered gracefully about 30 to 40 meters above the ground, its doors opening to reveal 2 powered armor-clad soldiers escorting a high-ranking official from the Divine Nation aboard. Although it was but a handful of fighter jets, 2 warriors in powered armor could easily dispatch them. However, their encumbrance hampered their speed. With these aircraft eliminated, they feared that more might soon arrive to thwart their extraction of this esteemed official. Next time, the adversary might not announce their intentions, but instead initiate a distant assault. At that juncture, safeguarding an unprotected civilian would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, with the landing craft, such concerns dissipated. After downing the fighter jets and securing the official aboard, they would return to Panglai Island in mere minutes, free from subsequent troubles. Even with more aircraft approaching, it would be nearly impossible for them to harm the official once he was secured in the landing craft. In breaking news, just yesterday evening, at around 9 p.m. Panglai Island time, a group of terrorists infiltrated the island, seizing the opportunity presented by the Tianyu Group's inaugural attempt at external engagement following the completion of Panglai Island. They not only attempted to assassinate Tianyu Group's chairman, Su Yi, but also breached the company's database, absconding with sensitive information regarding exoskeleton technology, carbon-based chip technology, metal hydrogen battery technology, nuclear fusion technology, space elevator technology, and spacecraft technology. Currently, the assassin targeting the chairman has been apprehended on the spot and is undergoing interrogation. Meanwhile, several individuals involved in the theft have fled, and the security personnel dispatched by Tianyu Group only managed to recover data related to exoskeleton technology and 2 other items during their pursuit, losing all traces of the other technologies, both published and unpublished. Notably, during the pursuit, the security team not only captured several mercenaries involved in the theft of confidential technologies from Panglai Island, but also stumbled upon the mastermind behind these mercenaries, a high-ranking official from a petroleum-rich nation. Reports indicate that this individual is one of the primary instigators of the terrorist attack and technology theft against Tianyu Group. Not only did Tianyu Group manage to capture him alive, but the security team also recorded the entirety of their transaction, which included video evidence of the Divine Nation attempting to eliminate the mercenaries post-theft. Recently, Mr. Su Yi, the chairman of Tianyu Group, publicly raised a profound inquiry. High-ranking officials of the Divine Nation appear to be among the orchestrators behind this heinous act of terrorism. The implications of this revelation are indeed thought-provoking. One would expect that an official of such stature would embody the collective will of a nation. Might the Divine Nation provide an explanation to Tianyu Group? The following morning, the comprehensive news outlet, AtoZ, reported extensively on the incident, even detailing the entire sequence of events. They included several clips of the footage recorded at the scene. In addition to their coverage, journalists and media from around the globe, akin to sharks sensing blood, fervently converged upon this sensational news story. Chapter 213, Developments in the Situation, Military Confrontation. Astonishment ensues as the Divine Nation dispatches assassins to eliminate a corporate leader. What lies behind this audacious act? In a shocking turn of events, the Divine Nation attempts to seize technological secrets from the Tianyu Group and assassinate its CEO. However, revelations have emerged. According to the latest public statements and evidence from the Tianyu Group, the assassin targeting CEO, Su Yi, and the mercenaries involved in the theft of Tianyu's technology are not affiliated. The assassin was dispatched by the Foot Basin Chicken faction. What ulterior motives does the collaboration between the Foot Basin Chicken and the Divine Nation harbor against Tianyu Group? Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that both nations are deeply entwined with the White Eagle. Is their behavior influenced by the White Eagle? Or is it possible that the foremost global power orchestrates these events from behind the scenes? A comprehensive analysis of the Panglai Island Open Day incident reveals a captivating interplay of various stakeholders. The Western nations' aversion to technological advancements outside their realm is glaringly evident. When conventional methods fail, they unmask their facade of virtue, resorting to heinous tactics such as arson, murder, pillaging, and deceit to achieve their objectives. I believe the Tianyu Group has illuminated the true nature of these Western nations, urging us in Jiuzhou to remain vigilant and prepared. In merely a day or two, the online discourse erupted with fervor. Initially shrouded in suspicion, the narrative has transformed into an undeniable truth. The Tianyu Group has consistently released a plethora of materials and evidence, including footage of the interrogation of a senior official from the Divine Nation. The infiltration of Panglai Island by mercenaries to steal critical technological information stands as irrefutable proof, leaving no room for denial. Even the higher-ups from the Divine Nation have refrained from futile denials, opting instead for silence while presumably strategizing a response. The White Eagle has also maintained an unusual silence. Western media, initially constrained from reporting on these events, find their efforts futile. Information regarding the incident has disseminated widely across Western networks, accessible to all. This, undoubtedly, bears the hallmark of the Heavenly Pivot's influence. As the Divine Nation's robbery claims solidify, the Foot Basin Chicken's involvement in the assassination of Su Yi, while only partially substantiated by the Tianyu Group's disclosure of the assassin's transaction records with Ichiro Matsushima and fragments of their testimonies, has nonetheless led many to conclude that the Foot Basin Chicken orchestrated the attack. This chain reaction is a testament to the interconnectedness of these events. After all, the Tianyu Group's prior inquiries into the Divine Nation were founded on solid evidence, highlighting their meticulousness in not making unfounded accusations without concrete proof. The Tianyu Group has not proactively sought trouble with the Foot Basin Chicken, perhaps believing that the evidence they possess is insufficient. Even if they were to accuse Foot Basin Chicken, it could easily deny the allegations. This demonstrates the meticulous and principled nature of the Tianyu Group. However, while the Tianyu Group maintains its standards, the netizens do not share this level of restraint. For them, the information released by the Tianyu Group regarding the assassin and the individual behind him, Ichiro Matsushima, is enough to substantiate that Foot Basin Chicken is indeed responsible for this incident. It is important to note that, irrespective of the right or wrong of the situation, a rational observer would recognize that Su Yi has an immensely large fan base. After all, the Tianyu Group is a reputable company in the country, known for its exceptional employee benefits and products that, while not always cheap, are undoubtedly worth their price. Countless individuals and families have been saved by the life-giving water they provide, coupled with Su Yi's extraordinary looks, which surpass those of most young celebrities. He naturally commands a substantial following. For these fans, the notion that someone would attempt to assassinate their beloved star, who is also their benefactor, is utterly intolerable. Within a mere day, the outraged netizens from JoJo and Su Yi's fanbase overwhelmed Foot Basin Chicken's website, causing its servers to crash. Foot Basin Chicken found themselves in a difficult position, attempting to clarify that they were not involved in this incident, yet no one was willing to listen. Even those who were relatively rational demanded evidence to absolve them of responsibility. After all the evidence released by the Tianyu Group pointed toward Foot Basin Chicken, yet they had no proof to present, merely claiming innocence. Who would believe such fabrications, except for those brainwashed by Foot Basin Chicken, often referred to as the second-rate? Even their fellow countrymen had doubts, let alone outsiders. When it came to discussing evidence, Foot Basin Chicken could only feign ignorance. As a nation, particularly an economic powerhouse, they certainly could produce evidence to prove that Ichiro Matsushima's employment of an assassin to kill Su Yi had nothing to do with them. The financial flow behind this incident is remarkably clear, with the White Eagle faction not shy about their profits. For any sufficiently powerful entity, tracing the source of funds would not pose a challenge. Foot Basin Chicken could uncover all of this with ease. But what would that accomplish? Would they dare to publish evidence online declaring, "Look, this was not my doing. It was orchestrated by my father, the White Eagle"? If they were to take such a bold step, the individual responsible for that decision would likely face severe repercussions. So what could they do? They could only weep silently and shoulder the blame for the White Eagle. After several days of being inundated with backlash, Foot Basin Chicken grew weary of their defiance and opted to lie low, embracing ridicule online. Even a significant portion of their own countrymen has begun to believe that this incident was orchestrated by their higher-ups. However, it is evident that this saga is far from over. In fact, it is merely the beginning. On the third day, following the incident, the headquarters of Tianyu Group issued a public inquiry to the Divine Kingdom of the Oil Regions, demanding the return of their unrecovered technologies, including nuclear fusion, space elevators, spacecraft, and carbon-based chips. The Divine Kingdom offered no response. During a routine press conference held by the diplomatic department, when a journalist from JoJo raised a question once more, not only was there no answer, but the journalist was subsequently imprisoned by the Divine Kingdom on charges of stealing state secrets. By the fifth day of the incident, 10 armored soldiers belonging to the security department of Tianyu Group, accompanied by 1,000 soldiers clad in sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons, appeared at dawn on the outskirts of the capital of the Divine Kingdom aboard the landing craft, Mayfly. Chapter 214. The response of the Celestial Domain, the armed forces of the Celestial Domain group, appeared without warning in the outskirts of the capital of the Divine Kingdom. This event was undoubtedly more significant and shocking than the previous theft of the Celestial Domain group's technological documents and the assassination of Su-Yi himself. Although the situation had escalated to this point, the Celestial Domain group showed no intention of declaring war or initiating hostilities outright. Upon discovering the landing vessel and the more than 1,000 exoskeleton and powered armor warriors, the Divine Kingdom promptly secured control over the major transportation routes in and out of the capital, including highways and railways. Even the external airport was swiftly seized by the Celestial Domain group. All of this transpired within half an hour of the landing vessel's appearance near the capital, and most of the warriors involved were still unaware of their true destination. They merely followed the tasks assigned by the combat system, executing their duties seamlessly to secure control over the entire capital of the Divine Kingdom. Of course, to describe this as an occupation would be inaccurate. Nevertheless, with all entrances and exits sealed, Su-Yi could easily plunge the capital of the Divine Kingdom into chaos if he so desired. Following the completion of these maneuvers, Su-Yi, as the chairman of the Celestial Domain Group, shared the situation in the capital on social media, detailing which areas were under the control of the Celestial Domain Group, which remained unclaimed, and how many soldiers of the Divine Kingdom had been disarmed. The information was remarkably comprehensive. Any knowledgeable observer would discern a chilling reality. The Celestial Domain Group had effectively secured control over the majority of the city. Without external interference, the Divine Kingdom would likely find it impossible to reclaim their territory through their own means. Though it is called the Divine Kingdom, it is essentially a nation composed of religious zealots who have usurped a land that was originally owned by others. In terms of actual strength, the Divine Kingdom pales in comparison to its reputation. If this nation were truly as powerful and wise as they boast, they would not have wandered like lost dogs for millennia, only to turn against their benefactor in modern times and seize lands they claim were bestowed upon them by the Divine. They may engage in skirmishes with the weaker factions of the oil-rich regions, backed by the support of powerful allies, but they would falter against a formidable opponent. Without a doubt, the Celestial Domain Group represents such an adversary. From a moment the landing vessel emerged in the capital to the near completion of perimeter control, the entire process took less than an hour. It resembled a dimensional strike. The so-called Iron Dome defense system, once exalted by military laymen in the 9 provinces, could only fend off makeshift rockets crafted by desert dwellers. Genuine military artillery could easily overwhelm it, rendering it utterly incapable of posing any threat to the landing vessel or the armored warriors. Following the dissemination of this information, Su-Yi appended a few remarks. It is regrettable that circumstances have escalated to this point. With the theft of our database and the pilfering of numerous highly confidential documents, we have ascertained that the perpetrators are linked to the Divine Nation. From the onset, our Tianyu group has exerted every effort to establish communication with the Divine Nation. Unfortunately, these endeavors have been in vain. The Divine Nation has remained entirely unresponsive to our inquiries regarding this egregious incident, and has failed to provide any explanation for the high-ranking official's substantial involvement in the matter. After numerous fruitless communications, we commissioned journalists from relevant media outlets in the Jiuzhou region to pose questions during a routine press conference held by the Divine Nation. Regrettably, not only did this inquiry yield no clarity, but also resulted in the unlawful detention of the journalist, who subsequently endured inhumane treatment. Faced with such dire circumstances, we are compelled to make this difficult decision. Once hostilities have commenced, there is no turning back. The demands of the Tianyu Group are threefold. Firstly, we demand the return of the technical materials stolen by the private military forces instigated by the Divine Nation, with all backups to be relinquished. Secondly, the release of the detained journalist is imperative, with the Divine Nation bearing responsibility for all medical and compensation expenses, and an official apology must be issued. Thirdly, the Divine Nation must cease all territorial incursions and restore the occupied lands to their rightful owners, disbanding all armed forces therein. Of course, we at Tianyu Group are not devoid of compassion. Should the Divine Nation perceive that disarming their forces may pose a threat, We are prepared to offer national-level security services to ensure that compliance with our demands poses no risk. The current situation in the capital of the Divine Nation will remain unchanged for 3 days, during which time Tianyu Group will refrain from taking further action. This interval should prove sufficient for you to contemplate the matter thoroughly. You may also mobilize your troops or seek external assistance during this period to test the capabilities of our security department, which I, on behalf of Tianyu, welcome. However, after 3 days, should I not receive a satisfactory response, our elite warriors will sever the power and water supply to your capital and enter the city to demand accountability. You may attempt to flee, but my patience is finite. If, after 5 days, I am still without an adequate response, then to safeguard the interests of our company, I assure you that all carbon-based life within this region will be eradicated. Those who attempt to escape, even to the ends of the earth, will never elude the gaze of Tianyu. With this, whether you choose to believe or not is entirely your affair. There is a saying in Jiuzhou, if the practitioner cannot comprehend the profound teachings, then we are equally proficient in martial arts. As you choose to disregard a peaceful resolution, this is now Tianyu's response to your transgressions. The ripples of this declaration are profound, while the earlier reports from Tianyu Group regarding urban control merely showcased our capabilities. Suyi's subsequent words are undeniably revolutionary. Since the conclusion of the world wars, although instances of mass slaughter have not been infrequent, none have been as brazen as Su Yi's open and unabashed threat to besiege and massacre cities, explicitly articulated on public platforms worldwide. Particularly striking are the 3 conditions he proposed, each more stringent than the last. Yet, to the surprise of many, this audacious declaration, which so readily invoked the specter of urban carnage, elicited an unexpectedly favorable response. Chapter 215, Is the Wind Direction Awry? Alas, it has ignited. This is the price of offending the celestial realm. It is truly magnificent. But, could this be a tad excessive? After all, those ordinary people are innocent, aren't they? The Divine Nation dispatched individuals to pilfer vital technological data from the Celestial Domain Group, including nuclear fusion, space elevators, exoskeleton armor, and carbon-based chips. Do you comprehend the immense value of these advancements? To put it bluntly, from the perspective of human civilization, sacrificing half of Blue Star's populace for such technologies would be justified. Of course, I do not mean to suggest that the slaughter of billions for these innovations is acceptable. Rather, I intend to convey that the worth of these technologies is far beyond what a mere few million souls from the Divine Nation could ever hope to grasp. They have ventured into realms they ought not to disturb and must naturally face the corresponding wrath. In comparison to the colossal losses incurred by the Celestial Domain Group, even the annihilation of the Divine Nation would scarcely compensate for the damage. It is precisely because Chairman Su is straightforward that he openly articulates such sentiments before the entire world, even before any action has been taken. Unlike that white-headed eagle, which speaks in the most eloquent manner about freedom and democracy, the reality is that the number of lives lost, directly or indirectly, in oil-rich regions due to their actions far exceeds millions. Initially, I thought the Celestial Domain Group was merely playing the victim to justify their military actions. But upon delving deeper, I realized my naivety. Chairman Su does not stoop to such tactics. He simply states the facts as they are. Feigning ignorance in response to such blatant aggression is utterly absurd. If it were any other company facing a state-level organization attempting to forcibly steal technology, they would likely find themselves powerless and resigned to their fate. Am I the only one who perceives the existence of the Celestial Domain Group as a grave threat to humanity? They initiate wars at the drop of a hat. It seems that Su Yi is nothing short of a warmonger. We must unite the world's righteous forces to bring such individuals to justice. Oh, foolish spring, you are alone in this belief. You are unlike others. In comparison to the nefarious deeds of the white-headed eagle and the so-called Divine Nation, the Celestial Domain Group has been remarkably restrained. At least they do not embed explosives in the products they sell to you. The notion of embedding explosives in civilian products is a barbaric act only conceivable by the most despicable of beings. Indeed, I'm now hesitant to use the fruit phone I just purchased. Damn it. I support Chairman Su in eradicating this wretched lot. Kill, kill, kill. I want to see rivers of blood. Upon reading just the first half of this discourse, many might still perceive the Celestial Domain Group as a pitiable victim, compelled to act in self-defense. However, after absorbing the entirety of the text, the impression given by Su, E, and the Celestial Domain Group becomes starkly different. It is akin to a powerful entity, possessing absolute strength, patiently engaging in dialogue with a weaker provocateur in an attempt to resolve matters peacefully. Now, having provoked this unparalleled powerhouse, the adversary has unwittingly aroused its ire, prompting the formidable being to decide to obliterate the foolish provocateur with a single, decisive blow. The dismissive attitude displayed holds no objection for the people of the vast land, who perceive it as entirely appropriate. The majority believe it ought to be this way. However, for the smaller nations outside the Western Bloc, the implications are profoundly different. This is especially true for those in the oil-rich regions who have suffered immensely under the dominion of the Eagle and the Divine Kingdom. In their struggle against the Divine Kingdom, they have endured numerous failures, and even their resistance now emanates from a position of subjugation. Many are convinced that the Divine Kingdom and the Eagle behind it are the true sovereigns of this world, entities against whom no one can rise in defiance. Until now, a business magnate has audaciously thrust the notion of obliterating cities and nations into the limelight, targeting the very Divine Kingdom that has inflicted untold suffering upon them. This shock undoubtedly stems from a profound upheaval within the soul. For a fleeting moment, at least in the digital realm, a surprising number of supporters have rallied behind Su Yi. Upon reading Su Yi's announcement, many in the Western media, eager to employ their journalistic prowess to label him as a butcher, a Nazi, or a war profiteer, found themselves at a loss for words. The winds of opinion had shifted unexpectedly. Shouldn't the world, despite its sordid realities, outwardly embrace peace and renounce war? How could there be an individual advocating for war while garnering such widespread support? It seemed utterly nonsensical. In that instant, the media, with their keen senses, detected an unusual undertone. They prudently chose not to provoke controversy at this delicate juncture. The media still relies heavily on credibility. Minor missteps can be forgiven, bolstered by years of established reputation. However, on larger issues, aligning with the prevailing camp stance is evidently the safer route. Even if errors occur, a faction of supporters will invariably exist, alleviating fears of reputational ruin. Yet, the current dilemma is that not only are there numerous supporters of Su, E, and the Tianyu Group online, but many official positions within their own Western alliance also appear ambiguously noncommittal. When questioned about this matter, many officials merely express concern. Even a journalist at a routine NATO meeting inquired what would transpire should the Tianyu Group initiate an annihilative war against the Divine Kingdom, aiming to fulfill Su Yi's directive of eradicating all carbon-based life in the region. As one of the largest military organizations in the world, would NATO intervene? The response from NATO was equally vague. The spokesperson merely stated that should a catastrophic violation of modern societal norms occur, NATO might consider intervening. As for the criteria defining such a catastrophic violation, that remains a mystery known only to the heavens. Perhaps the Tianyu Group has already crossed that threshold, warranting NATO's intervention. Or perhaps the entirety of the Divine Kingdom has been reduced to rubble, yet still falls short of that standard. Nevertheless, such statements, within mere hours, provoked vehement opposition from several factions within NATO. Everyone belongs to the organization, and while financial contributions and manpower for warfare are significant, the majority of member nations in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization are not lacking in resources. Those who are genuinely devoid of funds bear little responsibility. Engaging in conflicts for the sake of others is secondary. They have frequently undertaken such endeavors before, and upon success, everyone reaps substantial rewards. However, the most crucial aspect is that they are currently somewhat perplexed by the composition of the Tianyu Group and are struggling to comprehend the true capabilities of its security department. Despite the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's grand stature, when viewed in a dispersed manner, there are indeed few member countries whose strength surpasses that of the Divine Nation. Chapter 216. Here are our arguments in merely 1 hour. The Tianyu group has almost entirely subdued the central core of the Divine Kingdom. Similarly, it could effortlessly crush the majority of the member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, akin to squashing insects. The Divine Kingdom is the progenitor of the bald eagle, and its geographical position bears immense relevance to the bald eagle's oil-dominated economic framework. Thus, even if the NATO members choose to ignore the situation, it is widely acknowledged that the bald eagle will certainly not remain passive. Ironically, these NATO member states, which are often referred to as a military alliance, might very well disband in the face of such a dire threat, scattering at the first sign of danger. While they may bully weaker nations for gain, who would dare to stand firm against an adversary that is both formidable and somewhat enigmatic? The smaller nations within this alliance will be the first to dissent when it comes to engaging in a confrontation with the Tianyu group. After all, witnessing their capital fall in less than an hour without any resistance is an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Moreover, it is foreseeable that, regardless of the eventual outcome, even if this incident is resolved satisfactorily, those currently in power within the Divine Kingdom will likely face repercussions. Provoking a behemoth like the Tianyu group is undeniably a grave national risk. Politicians may not be overly concerned with a nation's future or fate, but when it comes to the stability of their own positions, they will certainly be more vigilant. Non-Western nations maintain a certain composure regarding the Tianyu group, while Western nations find themselves startled by this sudden and forceful display, unsure of what to make of the Tianyu group and hesitant to take a definitive stance. In the wake of Su Yi's somewhat extreme pronouncements, the global sentiment surprisingly leaned toward supporting him. This left Su Yi himself feeling rather perplexed. He had not orchestrated any manipulation of public opinion. Rather, the prevailing discourse reflected genuine sentiment. Such a situation seemed almost absurd. Fortunately, the fervor of his supporters did not last long, and those who opposed him remained silent. By the following day, the bald eagle finally responded, albeit not through any official channels. Instead, it came from the personal account of the bald eagle's sleeping sovereign, who, in reply to Su Yi's announcement, stated, "Mr. Su, I believe there is room for negotiation in all matters. It need not come to the point of armed conflict. The leader of the Divine Kingdom recently reached out to me and has gained a profound understanding of their transgressions. However, they maintain that some misunderstandings persist and wish to clarify these matters face to face. The bald eagle can serve as an intermediary in this matter. Of course, if you have reservations, we can also invite the Jiuzhou to witness this discussion. As I understand it, there is an old saying in Jiuzhou, transforming swords into plowshares. In this matter, both parties are engulfed in profound misunderstandings. If clarity can be achieved, transforming conflict into harmony and allowing peace to flourish, it would surely be a commendable outcome. Should Mr. Su and the Tianyu group persist obstinately in their assertions, we, the Empire of the Bald Eagle, as a crucial force for world peace, will not turn a blind eye to such brutal slaughter." This elderly gentleman, having enlisted a mercenary from Jiuzhou to compose such a piece, has audaciously responded beneath Mr. Su's announcement on his personal account. The final image presented is a photograph of a bald eagle aircraft carrier, specifically that of the carrier group stationed in the oil-rich region, the implication of which is unmistakable. The classic strategy of wielding both the carrot and the stick is evidently employed here. As for the blatant double standards throughout this statement, it hardly merits mention. The notion that both parties are steeped in misunderstanding is, quite frankly, ludicrous. Misunderstanding? The evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for ambiguity. The Divine Kingdom indeed dispatched agents to seize resources during the open day at Plunlai Island. If we must speak of misunderstandings, it pertains only to the technical data that was pilfered and subsequently recovered. The reality is that the materials they absconded with were counterfeit, and even those fraudulent documents have been reclaimed. However, Mr. Su now seeks to leverage this situation to his advantage, naturally unwilling to let his adversary off the hook so easily. What was lost, after all, is determined by the rightful owner. It is akin to a thief who, upon being caught after stealing a mere $1, claims to have taken 100. If one cannot prove their innocence, they must compensate. If you assert that Mr. Su is greedily extorting, I must retort. If one had not harbored nefarious intentions and trespassed into another's domain, there would be no grounds for such audacity. Thus, in this scenario, no misunderstanding exists. The determination of what was lost rests solely with the Tianyu group. The claims of a thief hold no weight. As for the veiled threats encapsulated in the final image shared by the old man, Mr. Su's response was succinct. His counterpart, here are our arguments. He directly replied beneath the old man's message, including a video link. Upon opening the video, it depicts a spacecraft soaring through the cosmos, traversing the near-Earth orbit of the blue planet at remarkable speed, ultimately halting in a designated area to maintain a synchronized position. The footage then zooms in on the terrestrial view captured from the spacecraft. As the image resolves, it becomes evident that the object of focus is a palace of considerable global renown. The Black Palace, the very heart of the bald eagle's power. The scene then shifts to a video of the spacecraft conducting ground attack experiments, set in the desolate Gobi region of Jiuzhou. From an elevated perspective, the armor on the underside of the spacecraft opens, revealing a formidable array of electromagnetic cannons that gradually extend from its belly. Their robust barrels glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight of space. In a breathtaking display of speed, the charging mechanism activated instantaneously. And within the blink of an eye, as the cannons settled into position, dozens of electromagnetic cannons mounted on the vessel unleashed a barrage upon the ground. The scene then transitioned back to the surface of the testing grounds. The target of the ship's assault was a modest rocky hill, rising over 200 meters. In the preceding moment, the bare hill was transformed into a scene of utter devastation, as projectiles from the specialized electromagnetic cannons, accelerated by magnetic rails, struck the solid rock with a velocity exceeding 50 Mach under the force of gravity. Clouds of dust billowed and flames soared skyward. The terrifying sound of the explosion rendered the nearby auditory defenses of the testing site ineffective. Once the dust settled, the once mighty hill lay in ruins, reduced to a mere scattering of shattered stones after being pounded by numerous electromagnetic shells. Chapter 217. Is this the pinnacle of human technology? The perspectives of the venerable old dame from the land of the bald eagle regarding this matter remain shrouded in uncertainty. However, the online spectators have erupted with fervent discussions. Is this truly Blue Star? Where did this come from? What manner of weapon is this? The staff of God? Or perhaps the eye of the celestial? Have you ever witnessed an electromagnetic cannon descending from the heavens? I'm not quite sure. Could someone knowledgeable elucidate whether this is plausible? Is it genuinely real? I have an inkling that this video seems synthetic. Synthetic? If it were indeed fabricated, the bald eagle would not have been so silenced. Indeed, I suspect old Deng is now in a state of frantic disarray, contemplating an escape from the White Palace, haha. To those speculating, this spacecraft is none other than the vessel that graced the stage during the inauguration ceremony of the Tianyu Group's headquarters for Chairman Su and his wife, right? It previously garnered considerable attention online, sparking extensive discussions. Many believed it to be a type of aircraft based on vertical takeoff and landing technology, as its appearance did not quite conform to fluid dynamics. Consequently, some opined that it was visually appealing yet functionally deficient, likely consuming excessive energy with limited utility. However, a faction of experts surmised that such a design was not intended for atmospheric use, but rather for scenarios beyond the atmospheric layer, where fluid dynamics are less of a concern, rendering the design entirely reasonable. This topic had incited quite the debate on aerospace forums, and it seems those experts were indeed correct. This is no superficial contraption, but a bona fide spacecraft. Exactly. I recognized it immediately. I am astonished that so many failed to identify it. When Chairman Su made his entrance aboard this marvel, I was utterly captivated. I genuinely did not anticipate its prowess. It can strike targets from low Earth orbit. Initially, I presumed it was merely a vehicle for space conditions. I never envisioned it to be a weapon. The technology of the Tianyu Group is truly remarkable. However, I have heard that devices akin to the Staff of God, when deployed against the surface, do not yield results as impressive as depicted in films. Such efficacy seems implausible, does it not? Are you referring to the cinematic portrayal of dropping a tungsten rod directly from orbit? That indeed lacks substantial impact, and the deterrent effect of such weapons is not as pronounced as illustrated in movies. The strength of orbital strike weapons lies in their unpredictability. If one could enhance their power and velocity, they would become nearly insurmountable. Clearly, the Tianyu group excels in this realm. Those orbital electromagnetic cannons undoubtedly utilize enhanced projectiles, far superior to the solid tungsten rods depicted in films, which lack such formidable power. Precisely. With the technological prowess of the Tianyu group, they have successfully launched such a colossal spacecraft into the skies. The extravagant exoskeletal armor and metallic hydrogen batteries are within their capabilities. Modifying a projectile would be a trivial endeavor. As a military enthusiast for 2 decades, I possess a comprehensive understanding of the contemporary weaponry employed by nations worldwide. Or, at the very least, I am well informed on the matter. To speak candidly, this type of overwhelming attack is inherently difficult to defend against, especially considering its terrifying speed exceeding 50 Mach. Currently, humanity on Blue Star lacks the capability to intercept such weaponry. Thus, if the video is authentic, the Tianyu group can strike any significant coordinates on Blue Star at will, leaving others utterly powerless to retaliate. This phenomenon is exceedingly advanced. It is no wonder that Chairman Su boldly proclaimed that should the divine nation fail to provide a satisfactory response within 5 days, all carbon-based life forms in the region would be eradicated. Initially, I presumed it to be mere bravado, yet it appears he possesses genuine confidence. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the excitement of netizens, the situation across the ocean with the bald eagle mirrors many speculations, and it is indeed dire. After viewing the video provided by Su, Old Deng hastily took a special vehicle to a clandestine presidential sanctuary within Bald Eagle territory to seek refuge. Once concealed, he began to convene experts to analyze the feasibility of such weaponry. After thorough deliberation, the experts unanimously concluded that this was an impossibility. The Tianyu group and the individual named Su were simply deceiving them. Despite Old Deng's advanced age and occasional lapses in judgment, he was not entirely oblivious. Upon reaching this conclusion, he posed a penetrating question. Do you believe that the exoskeleton armors, powered armors, and metallic hydrogen batteries developed by the Tianyu group are technologies that humanity should currently possess? This inquiry rendered the esteemed members of the Bald Eagle-S scientific community speechless. While theoretically implausible, one must question which of the Tianyu group's endeavors are indeed theoretically possible. Just as these experts found themselves at a loss for words, the military satellites of the Bald Eagle fortuitously captured a significant photograph. The image depicted a Mayfly-class spacecraft adorned with the Tianyu group's logo gracefully drifting by the military satellite. As if that were not astonishing enough, there was an individual clad in powered armor leisurely perched atop the spacecraft, seemingly enjoying the scenery. Notably, upon catching sight of the Bald Eagle's military satellite, this individual even waved a greeting. This photograph fortuitously captured that moment. Wait, are you suggesting that they can not only launch such a massive vessel into space, but can also utilize such formidable powered armor in combat on the ground and in the void? Old Deng was taken aback, too astonished to delve into the absurdities posed by the experts. The experts themselves were equally bewildered. NASA specialists meticulously analyzed the photograph, repeatedly comparing it to existing images of the Tianyu group's powered armor on Blue Star, pointing to the evident gaps in the armor and exclaiming that this is utterly unscientific. After all, space suits require airtightness while accommodating numerous functions, resulting in current designs appearing rather cumbersome. However, this armor appears to lack robust airtightness. Even if additional protective measures are implemented beneath the armor, from the perspective of contemporary technology, this limited space seems wholly insufficient. On this day, the experts from the White Eagle once again experienced the terror of being overwhelmed by the advancements of technology. It is incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 218. You cannot abandon me. It is utterly impossible for us to acquiesce to such demands. This is nothing short of banditry. The Tianyu group and their leader, Su, are shameless marauders. Our divine nation will never accept these humiliating and degrading terms. Abandon us? Absolutely not. You, the White Eagles, must assist us by dispatching your fleet and station troops in the vicinity. We have amassed over 100,000 soldiers, both within and outside our capital. With your forces by our side, vanquishing those ironclad adversaries will pose no challenge. What? You lack confidence? We are allies. Allies. You cannot forsake us in such dire times. After hanging up the phone, the leader of the divine nation stood in a stupor for a long while. He could hardly fathom that events could escalate to this extent in merely a few days. In this moment, he truly grasped the weight of the phrase, "Those who wrong you understand your plight better than you do." He yearned to disclose everything to the world, proclaiming that the words of the Tianyu group were mere fabrications, that they had not stolen such advanced technology. Even before their return, the information had reached him. They had merely acquired exoskeleton armor technology. What fusion reactors? What space elevators? What spaceships? Could such technology be pilfered simply from a factory on Penglai Island? Regrettably, he could not speak the truth, for indeed, they had committed theft, and the evidence was irrefutable. At this juncture, to reveal to the world that they had dispatched individuals to Penglai Island to steal, albeit not to the extent claimed, and that the items had barely warmed in their possession before being reclaimed by the Tianyu group. Could such statements be uttered? Remaining silent would allow many steadfast supporters to believe the Tianyu group was merely provoking trouble, thereby continuing their support for the divine nation. However, disclosing the actual circumstances would render them mere thieves of technology, and worse, clowns who had their spoils snatched away almost immediately. The situation was simply too disgraceful to be aired. Yet, remaining silent and passive now seemed equally untenable. After the incident, they had maintained their silence. Yet the Tianyu group remained relentless, now employing armed forces to blockade their capital under the pretext of having kidnapped a journalist. Such a disgrace. It was indeed a tremendous humiliation. At this point, they realized that the situation had spiraled into realms they had never anticipated, far exceeding their capacity to manage. In the past few days, the people of the divine nation had attempted to breach the Tianyu group's blockade, sending tens of thousands of elite soldiers recently recalled from the front lines to forcibly enter the city. This army was not only comprised of numerous armored units, but was also supported by Air Force operations. While such a force might not be formidable before some great powers, in the region of Shurtu, they were virtually unstoppable, with few nations able to contend against them. Once, this elite force had endured numerous battles during the nascent stages of the divine nation, truly earning its reputation as an elite army. Yet, this very vanguard of the divine nation encountered a formidable squadron comprising approximately 200 heavy exoskeletons and 3 units of powered armor while attempting to breach the city. It was then that they comprehended the true meaning of a military technological disparity. In less than an hour, all armored units were rendered inoperative, and any military aircraft that dared to traverse the sky above were swiftly shot down. Upon initial contact, this thoroughly equipped elite force collapsed with astonishing rapidity, morphing into a military presence reminiscent of World War II. Aside from their individual weaponry, they found themselves utterly defenseless, as even self-propelled artillery with slightly larger calibers was swiftly neutralized. The first battalion to engage with the super soldiers of the Celestial Domain Group consisted of over 6,000 personnel. After the confrontation, fewer than 1,000 remained. Notably, this remaining contingent suffered no injuries. In stark contrast, nearly 5,000 fallen comrades sustained fatal wounds, each meeting their end with a single precise shot to the head. In essence, those who clashed with the security forces of the Celestial Domain Group faced either death or emerged entirely unscathed. The concept of injury or capture was non-existent, for surrender was not an option. According to the surviving soldiers on the front lines, these beings clad in exoskeleton and powered armor seemed almost superhuman, exhibiting an uncanny accuracy in their fire. Taking refuge behind any cover proved futile, as they could not evade detection. Moreover, the shock imparted by these armors extended far beyond mere firepower. When one witnessed a powered armor unit effortlessly rend a tank asunder, hoisting the several-ton Merkava main battle tank into the air and subsequently smashing it down upon another tank and a dozen surrounding soldiers. The news spread throughout the barracks like wildfire. The morale of the entire Divine Nation army had crumbled. While they may have confidently engaged the impoverished insurgents in the oil regions, chuckling from within their armored units at the folly of their adversaries, they now faced an opponent whose technology and equipment far surpassed their own. The security forces of the Celestial Domain Group, accustomed to easy victories, they found themselves floundering against an adversary they could scarcely comprehend. Consequently, many were unable to adapt. The inevitable result of this inability to adjust was a pervasive sense of pessimism regarding the war among the ranks of the Divine Nation Army following their initial encounter. Even when higher command relayed orders to press on into the city to safeguard the presidential residence, despite the overwhelming odds against them, the soldiers uniformly rejected the directive. The military, too, sought to prevent excessive losses among its elite forces, unwilling to diminish its strength merely to appease a cadre of foolish politicians. Following the initial foray into offensive maneuvers, the military encamped around the capital of the Divine Kingdom, as well as within its walls, has since refrained from engaging in any further conflict with the soldiers of the security department. They have watched in silence as personnel from the Tianyu Group Security Department have leveled surrounding structures and erected peculiar temporary camps at various station locations, not daring to intervene in the slightest. With no hope resting on their own forces, the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom now find themselves placing their sole trust in the Great Eagle. However, just recently, the Supreme Leader of the Divine Kingdom received a message from the Great Eagle, which suggested that they should acquiesce to the conditions proposed by the Tianyu Group, even if they held reservations about the stipulations. Once they capitulated, the Great Eagle would assuredly intervene to negotiate the aspects they found unacceptable. This outcome is utterly intolerable for the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 219. Who cares when even your own father does not throughout history? There has existed a notion on the internet, half in jest and half in earnest, that the bald eagle is the progeny of the Divine Nation. While this assertion is not entirely erroneous, it certainly lacks precision. The relationship between the bald eagle and the Divine Nation is profoundly intricate. The deities who established the Divine Nation have long constituted a formidable faction within the bald eagle, to the extent that they can influence certain official decisions, verging on the control of political affairs. This situation is closely tied to the characteristics of both entities. As a nation of immigrants, the bald eagle fundamentally lacks a distinct ethnic identity, especially given that the indigenous populace has historically been subjugated and marginalized. Theoretically, anyone may stake their claim within the bald eagle, judged solely by their wealth rather than their origins. However, in practice, the reality hinges significantly on the correctness of one's skin color. Conversely, the deities represent a nomadic people, historically disengaged from agricultural production, subsisting instead through commerce and bound together by religious affiliations. While it may sound palatable to describe their lifestyle as mercantile, a harsher interpretation would label it as opportunistic. Since ancient times, they have been known to engage in usury. The groups formed through religious ties tend to remain insular, never fully integrating into local societies, existing instead as spectral entities detached from the dominant ethnic groups. Thus, the exclusion of the deities, even in the West, is not a novel phenomenon. It has existed throughout history. Yet, in the bald eagle, there is a remarkable absence of scrutiny regarding one's origins, further augmented by the fact that the deity's skin color aligns with societal norms. For a people often ostracized worldwide, the bald eagle emerges as a veritable paradise. In light of their proclivity for solidarity, the deities have evolved into a substantial force within the bald eagle long ago. Following the World Wars, they leveraged their status as victims to gain further advantageous leverage. After enduring the Cold War between two superpowers, the gradual decline of one of these giants led to a relaxation within the bald eagle. With the ascendancy of the financial sector and the hollowing out of manufacturing, the bald eagle has become a veritable breeding ground for the deities. Armed with accumulated capital and a penchant for unity, they have stirred the pot. growing into a formidable entity capable of influencing the bald eagle's imperial machinations. In this respect, the jest that the divine nation is the father of the bald eagle holds a kernel of truth. However, to presume that the bald eagle would obediently act as a child under the behest of the divine nation is utterly misguided. Even among such a cohesive community, those flourishing in the upper echelons of the bald eagle would not act for the divine nation's sake. While they can indeed sway the bald eagle's decisions, their influence does not extend to commanding the bald eagle to embark on military ventures against unknown adversaries. In this day and age, even the simplest minds recognize the folly of engaging in unprepared warfare. If the bald eagle had been certain of its course, it would have struck against the celestial domain group long before the construction of Punlai Island. Why wait until now? The absence of action previously suggests that they would not suddenly leap into conflict solely due to the divine nation. Otherwise, once the conflict ignites, the duration of the hostilities will be beyond their control. While achieving a swift victory would be advantageous, not only to save the divine nation, but also to seize the coveted technologies of the celestial domain group, it could, to some extent, stimulate the economy through the exportation of conflict. However, should they find themselves mired in the quagmire of war, there lies a substantial risk that the already precarious financial situation of the White Eagle could collapse entirely. If they were to recklessly engage, they might very well be shattered by a counteroffensive from the Celestial Domain Group, leading to utter ruin. It is well acknowledged that the divine cannot be harmed. The moment a deity is wounded and bleeds, it invites a growing number of audacious individuals to challenge the sanctity of divine authority. The White Eagle currently finds itself in such a predicament. In a certain sense, within the military realm, they are indeed perceived as a godlike entity. Yet, the fragility behind their formidable facade is known only to them. Until they unravel the mysteries surrounding the outrageous exoskeleton and powered armor of the Celestial Domain Group, including how to counter it and identify its weaknesses, they will categorically refrain from declaring war. Even if the divine nation were to be annihilated, direct intervention remains out of the question. At most, they could exert economic influence and leverage media advantages to apply some trade and public opinion pressure on the Celestial Domain Group. If the latter chooses to disregard such tactics, what alternatives remain? Should they engage in a desperate struggle? This entity is but a false progenitor, not a true father. The true father has now been reduced to a son, and they are expected to honor a spurious figure that has emerged from obscurity. From the perspective of the White Eagle Empire, the divine nation essentially serves as a tool to control the oil-rich regions, ensuring the seamless operation of their oil-centric economic system. Their mission is to incite turmoil within these oil-rich territories, ensuring perpetual unrest. Only in such a chaotic environment can they safeguard their interests and maintain a stranglehold on the world's lifeblood. If these expansive regions were left to develop autonomously, they might very well rekindle the glory of the Arab Empire from a millennium ago and unite once more. Would the White Eagle retain its ease in controlling oil resources and the lifeblood of global energy then? Clearly not. A disordered oil region is precisely what they desire to witness. The divine nation fulfills the role of a disruptor. Rather than directly intervening to safeguard the divine nation, which could lead to immediate failure and a rapid collapse of their oil-centric military hegemony, they would be better off observing as the divine nation is vanquished by the Celestial Domain Group, losing their disruptive instrument. Even if the Celestial Domain Group or the realm of Kyushu were to step in and quell the disturbances, establishing alliances or a large governing body over the region, thereby precluding the White Eagle's control over oil, such a transformation would require a considerable span of time, at least a decade or two, far beyond any immediate resolution. Even under normal circumstances, it remains uncertain whether their oil system could endure until that time, let alone in the current turmoil. Thus, for the white-headed eagles, relinquishing the divine realm poses no significant loss. This strategy is aptly termed exchanging space for time. Even in forsaking the divine kingdom, they prioritize self-preservation, extending their duration for as long as possible. After all, the white-headed eagles enjoy considerable freedom. Once their tenure concludes, the ruling powers can simply depart, leaving no responsibilities behind during their lifetime and upon death, they face no accountability. Everyone participates in the game of passing the buck. As long as the imperial authority does not collapse under my watch, it is assured that I shall not be the one condemned to the pillar of shame. Naturally, the objective is to prolong this state for as long as possible. As long as one refrains from desperate measures at present, everything else remains trivial. Chapter 220. Is this a long-term plan? Is there any news from the Divine Kingdom? In the office, Su-yi casually inquired after just awakening. Sir, there's still no word. They continue to maintain their silence, Tian-shu replied, with less than 10 hours remaining until the 3-day deadline you established. Should we proceed with the planned strike if they do not respond by then? Yes, a direct strike will suffice. There is no need to overthink it. Su-yi responded nonchalantly. Sir, there is something I find perplexing, Tian-shu said with a hint of confusion. Initially, I devised this plan to gain leverage over the Divine Kingdom, thereby securing greater benefits for the organization. However, given the current developments, it seems this objective is unattainable, and our group is now embroiled in the peril of war. The outcomes of wars are often unpredictable. Even with our superior military equipment, a decisive victory is not guaranteed. I believe this does not align with the organization's interests, nor does it conform to the commercial knowledge embedded in my programming. This is not due to a fear of war. As you know, my world is not peaceful either. Conflicts between major corporations are not uncommon. And as an advanced commercial AI capable of managing large enterprises, my programming includes a corresponding war module. Upon hearing Tian-shu's inquiry, Su-yi could not help but chuckle. Human nature is exceedingly complex. Often, the reasons for war are not solely rooted in profit or immediate gain. The underlying logic of most matters in this world is quite straightforward. It revolves around the exchange of interests. What merchants engage in is, at its core, also an exchange of benefits. But do you know why we distinctly categorize the actions of merchants as separate from those of others? After all, if we consider the exchange of interests, many politicians operate under the same logic, and they often adhere to a greater sense of propriety and have fewer boundaries than merchants. Yet, the vast majority of people perceive politicians and merchants as entirely different entities. Tian-shu paused, seemingly at a loss for response. Su-yi continued. It is because merchants prioritize short-term benefits, while reputable politicians tend to focus on long-term gains. Of course, this distinction does not allow for a crude application to individuals. For instance, in the context of war, there are times when no tangible benefits can be derived. Only a certain reputation can be achieved. In the eyes of a merchant, such a war is clearly devoid of cost-effectiveness and not worth the investment. Though reputation holds value, it is challenging to monetize. However, for politicians, a reputation, which manifests its value over time, is equally worthy of investment. The difference lies in the nature of the investment, its cost, and whether it aligns with their long-term plans. Are you suggesting that even if war were to break out, completely eradicating the Divine Kingdom from Blue Star would still serve the organization as long-term interests? Tian-shu seemed to have a sudden epiphany and promptly remarked, Indeed, this effectively removes the most significant piece of the White Eagle in the oil-rich regions, greatly diminishing its power. In the face of the current inability to counter the intercontinental missile delivery capabilities and nuclear arsenal on Blue Star from external sources, weakening the White Eagle's strength and attempting to undermine the nations most likely to launch a nuclear strike on Penglai Island from within is undoubtedly a highly feasible strategy. From this perspective, if subsequent developments align with our predetermined direction, the benefits of this investment are evidently worthwhile. At this point, Tian-shu expressed some uncertainty. However, such an investment is inherently long-term, fraught with numerous unpredictable factors that could disrupt the process, which is exceedingly complex. The uncertainty surrounding the attainment of our objectives is considerable. Is this truly prudent? It does indeed pose challenges. Su-yi shuruk, nevertheless. We must always prepare for the worst-case scenario and have multiple contingencies in place. Securing nuclear countermeasures from the White Deer or other realms is essential to avoid a global reset, and once I acquire them, I will act decisively. However, we must also gradually constrict the White Eagle's operational space through peaceful means, undermining their nuclear threat without directly provoking them. At this stage, we are merely accelerating the process, and we have yet to reach a threshold that the White Eagle cannot tolerate. Our goal is to elevate their threshold to prevent them from feeling provoked by our nuclear fusion experiments with Kyushu in 2 months, which could compel them into military recklessness. In essence, our actions towards the Divine Nation are indeed a test of the White Eagle, continuously probing to elevate their threshold. Following the Divine Nation, there is the Basin Chicken. After all, the leverage over the Basin Chicken rests firmly in Su Yi's hands, and he can choose to wield it at any moment. If the White Eagle ultimately opts for passive self-preservation, Su Yi will then turn his attention to the Basin Chicken. Step by step, we will gauge the limits of our adversary. Normally, as the opponent continually tests and sacrifices their assets, the sunk cost of entering direct conflict increases, naturally raising their tolerance threshold. This method, akin to training a dog, is sometimes employed to manipulate individuals, but Su Yi now intends to employ it to train a nation. There will undoubtedly be significant risks involved, as such a regime cannot be entirely anthropomorphized. Yet, the feasibility remains exceedingly high. A dull knife cutting flesh is the least provocative action towards the opponent's nerves. Meanwhile, while the Chanyu group wreaked havoc on Blue Star, Vivi in the magical realm was not idle. Over the past few days, with the vast quantities of provisions at her disposal, she effortlessly garnered the support of various tribes among the northern beastmen, including the bull, horse, and sheep clans. Just before the northern army could fully assemble, she successfully relocated a portion of the beastmen into the camp she had prepared for them, beyond the tranquil plains situated before Dream River City. One encounters a narrow gorge merely 300 meters in width. Through a period of diligent construction, facilitated by the extensive use of engineering machinery from the Kyushu reinforcements in collaboration with the local magicians of Dream River City, this passage has been transformed into a formidable wall, soaring hundreds of meters in height and exceeding 50 meters in thickness. However, in this realm, mere height and thickness do not suffice to deter an advancing enemy. Presently, this fortress wall can only be regarded as relatively sturdy within the context of this world. Chapter 221. The Vanguard Army marches south in the realm of magic. The fortifications of ordinary brick and stone walls, regardless of their height or thickness, serve little purpose. To withstand the chaotic onslaught of various spells, a wall must possess sufficient magical resistance. The reason Dream River City has withstood the siege of the coalition forces for several years lies primarily in the remarkable magical resistance of its walls. This resistance is so profound that even each brick in the construction is inscribed with specialized magical runes. In reality, aside from these intricate runes, the height of Dream River City's walls barely exceeds 100 meters, and their thickness is merely a few dozen meters. In the context of ancient Jojo, these walls would undoubtedly constitute an insurmountable barrier. Yet in this world where high-level warriors can effortlessly tear apart tanks and sorcerers summon storms and lightning, such walls appear inadequate. Consider this. A high-tier earth mage can easily collapse the walls of an ordinary city with a simple earth spell, leaving only Dream River City, a heavily fortified outpost, capable of achieving such near-complete magical immunity. It is said that even a 9th-tier mage, or those of semi-divine status, find it exceedingly challenging to inflict significant damage upon these walls. Thus, to conquer such a city, one can only resort to sacrificing lives, relentlessly sending waves of troops to charge within. When faced with other cities, the coalition forces, given their scale, can obliterate even the highest and thickest walls with the combined might of tens of thousands of mages unleashing a barrage of spells. The conditions for steadfast defense simply do not exist. Therefore, despite the impressive height and thickness of the barrier, it pales in comparison to the true obstacle posed by Dream River City, rather than this mere outpost. Currently, this outpost has only taken on the semblance of a wall. In this world, it hardly qualifies as a formidable stronghold, merely serving as a minor threshold before Dream River City. In the short term, Wei Wei can only recruit various mages to enchant the outpost walls through the expenditure of resources. Fortunately, in this world, the value of money and provisions is largely equivalent. Thus, Possessing grain is akin to possessing wealth. Consequently, the progress of the enchantment is not particularly slow. However, with the Northern Army advancing southward, recent intelligence indicates that the Elven Kingdom has accelerated the mobilization of the Allied forces upon learning that Dream River City is actively recruiting orcs in an attempt to sow discord among the northern races. The vanguard troops have already been dispatched and are expected to arrive at the outpost in no more than 3 to 5 days. Do not underestimate the size of this vanguard. It comprises an astounding 500,000 troops, including over 500,000 elite warriors from the Elven race, with the remainder being exceptional fighters meticulously selected from various tribes. There are virtually no ordinary individuals among them, with the least being seasoned warriors. The determination of the northern forces is unequivocal, even though their strategy is not yet fully realized. They are intent on deploying this elite army to capture Dream River City at all costs. Given that only 3 to 5 days remain, it is evident that she will not be able to enchant the walls to match the level of Dream River City in time. Relying on deep moats and towering ramparts to withstand the enemy's initial onslaught is undoubtedly a fallacy. Fortunately, apart from these fortifications, she possesses several hidden cards. For instance, the artillery units hailing from the 9 provinces, which on the battlefield of cold steel represent an invincible force of long-range firepower, capable of significantly mitigating numerical disparities. Although it has been over a month since the last deployment of reinforcements from the 9 provinces, the news received by Wei Wei from the north reveals that the region remains utterly helpless in devising a strategy to counter such overwhelming artillery barges. Consequently, after deciding to ally with the Elven race, several other factions in the north have engaged in considerable debate regarding whether to launch an offensive against the city of Mengchuan in the Sunfire Empire. Despite the internal strife within the Sunfire Empire, the steadfast defense demonstrated by Mengchuan over the past few years has attested to their resolve in protecting their stronghold. Among the 6 strategic routes leading south, Mengchuan is regarded as the most formidable bastion, with unparalleled defensive capabilities. While the other 5 strongholds that obstruct their southern advance currently lack internal turmoil, the determination of their garrisons and the strength of their defenses may not necessarily match that of Mengchuan. Should a siege commence, it is uncertain whether those locations would prove to be more challenging than Mengchuan itself, particularly after learning that several tribes of orcs have actually reached an agreement with Mengchuan and migrated there, thereby significantly alleviating the issue of insufficient garrison forces. Dissenting voices have grown louder. The Elven race's insistence on advancing south from Mengchuan is certainly underpinned by their own rationale. It is here that the core of the Elven life spring, known as the Moon's Echo, mysteriously vanished. Although the current state of the life spring indicates that even recovering the core would be futile, this core is an unparalleled treasure in the world, undoubtedly possessing countless other remarkable applications. Recovering it would be ideal. This constitutes one reason. Another is that among the competing princes for the throne of the Sunfire Empire, one is actually descended from their own Dark Elf tribe. Advancing through the other routes, even if they managed to breach the strongholds, they would inevitably face an unending cycle of warfare, rendering their prospects exceedingly bleak. Conversely, by advancing south from Mengchuan into the Sunfire Empire, should they succeed in supporting that prince to ascend to the throne, they would secure a foundation for their existence within the empire. The prospect of territorial grants and the title of king is not out of reach. After all, the Sunfire Empire is vast, offering ample space for 20 billion foreign entities or over 100 million elves to thrive. However, as it stands, that prince connected to the Elven race is still at a novice level, rendering any claim to the throne utterly implausible. Among the multitude of princes, he is the type that even Wei Wei would not bother to engage with for personal gain. Nevertheless, the Elven King is confident that, if he can lead this formidable army southward successfully, leveraging such powerful external support will undoubtedly facilitate the prince's ascension to the throne, thereby achieving their objectives. For these 2 reasons, the Elven race remains steadfast in their determination to advance south from Mengchuan, while the other factions deemed the risks too great and contrary to their interests. Both parties remained locked in a stalemate, prompting the deployment of a vanguard army. hastily assembled from the elite forces of various ethnic groups. Chapter 222. A different era. The army has swelled to an impressive 5 million. A stark contrast to the previous haphazard coalition of a mere million. This force is composed entirely of elite troops drawn from various backgrounds. Once hostilities commence, the intensity of this conflict will far surpass that of prior skirmishes. Faced with such formidable adversaries, the pressure on Dream River City is undeniably immense. For Vivi, the advance of the northern vanguard into the south represents both a test and an opportunity. Should she manage to decisively defeat this vanguard army, exceeding 5 million, she would undoubtedly earn the right to negotiate with the northern factions. The provisions she currently possesses are sufficient to sustain the more than 2 billion foreign inhabitants of the north through the harsh winter. As for the issue of cold, it pales in comparison to the challenge of securing food. With ample sustenance, even the coldest winter can be endured through various means of warmth. Thus, theoretically, there would be no compelling reason for either side to engage in a fight to the death. There is even a possibility of transforming these northern factions into allies. However, if the battle does not unfold as favorably, even if she ultimately vanquishes this vanguard, the northern entities may very well perceive her realm as a breach through which to press further south. A pragmatic reality looms over this situation. Having parents is no substitute for self-reliance. Although Vivi possesses ample provisions to support many, the grain ultimately remains in her control. Would the northern factions willingly entrust their very survival to the whims of a princess of the Radiant Sun Empire? Undoubtedly, they would not. In contrast, seizing Dream River City, entering the warm embrace of the Radiant Sun Empire, and claiming resources capable of sustaining their vast numbers would be the most advantageous strategy. Therefore, even with sufficient provisions, Vivi must first subdue them through military might. The crux lies in the impending battle. Nevertheless, although the opposing force has dispatched 5 million troops southward, the silver lining is that Vivi's own strength has similarly evolved. More than half a month has elapsed since the last major conflict, a period sufficient for her to disseminate information about the northern faction's movements and the predicament facing Dream River City throughout the empire. Currently, the affairs of the north are common knowledge within the Radiant Sun Empire, while her brothers continue to vie for the throne, and the empire's most elite knightly orders remain embroiled in civil strife. There are always those who disdain internal conflict and prioritize the welfare of the realm. What Vivi seeks is the support of this very segment of the populace. Indeed, her aspirations have borne fruit. During this interval, a multitude of idle warriors, mages, and citizens from southern cities have spontaneously converged upon Dream River City, including a significant number of high-ranking individuals. This influx has directly resulted in a substantial increase in the city's elite combat strength. To Vivi, the pressure of facing an army of 5 million was not merely due to their overwhelming numbers, but rather the expectation of encountering an abundance of elite warriors within that multitude. Should Dream River City lack sufficient high-tier combatants to contend with the enemy, the artillery units from the various reinforcements across the 9 provinces would struggle to make an impact. However, the situation had transformed. With the support of formidable allies from the Radiant Sun Empire, the number of powerful individuals under Vivi's command had become rather formidable. Beyond these high-ranking fighters, a vast array of mid to low-tier martial artists and mages had also arrived in Dream River City. With ample resources at her disposal, Vivi welcomed all who came, accepting as many as were willing to assist. Even ordinary individuals, claiming to support Dream River City while primarily seeking sustenance, were graciously received. After all, with a surplus of provisions, she need not fear depletion. Even within the Radiant Sun Empire, the northern regions were far more impoverished than the south, with the inhabitants of the northern borders particularly struggling. Thus, when word spread that the Lord of Dream River City was so generous as to provide not only 3 meals a day for laborers, but also an additional 2 kilograms of food as compensation, it was an unprecedented opportunity, one so remarkable it could be deemed unparalleled in history. Consequently, residents from various bordering towns flocked to Dream River City during this agricultural lull. Moreover, These ordinary folk, should they wish to partake in the battlefield, could join the city's defense forces. The city defense army differed from the official knightly orders. In the Radiant Sun Empire, all members of a knightly order were entitled to noble titles, making such orders relatively few. Vivi possessed only two knightly formations. The first was her own Crimson Flame Knight Order, comprising 50,000 members. The second was a newly established order, sanctioned by the imperial military after Vivi had sought assistance from the second prince, named the Snow Feather Knight Order. This order belonged to the regular army of the Radiant Sun Empire, and to join, one had to be at least a Tier 2 or 3 martial artist. Next in hierarchy were her Royal Guard, along with her personal guard as the Lord of Dream River City. These troops, being of a private and loyal nature, had a high entrance threshold, often exceeding that of the official knightly orders, as they required not only strength but also a reputable background and unwavering loyalty. These two comprised solely of martial artists. Lastly, there existed mixed units consisting of both martial artists and commoners. These units were the most populous, yet typically had lower combat effectiveness. Cavalry units and various guards primarily consisted of light cavalry and equipped horsemen. Within these mixed units, steeds or magical mounts were relatively rare, and many lacked proper armor and weaponry. Their role on the battlefield was primarily as fodder and support troops. The city defense army represented such a category. However, the silver lining was that, within the Radiant Sun Empire, the strict organizational requirements for various guards and knightly orders were comparatively lenient. The city defense forces are a type of military unit that can be expanded indefinitely, lacking specific recruitment standards. As long as one can sustain such a multitude of troops, it is feasible to assemble an army numbering in the hundreds of millions. After all, the primary function of this army is essentially to defend the city, and it requires a substantial array of fortification implements to be of any real significance. In the event of a field battle, a well-trained and disciplined knightly order, comprising tens of thousands, could easily shatter such a ragtag army of millions with a single charge, posing no genuine threat to the imperial core. It is precisely by exploiting this loophole that Vivi is currently leveraging her vast stockpile of provisions to aggressively expand her city defense forces. Moreover, she is audaciously equipping these troops with highly legitimate armor and weaponry, even training them in the use of portable rocket launchers. In a mere span of 10 days, the number of this city defense army has already surpassed 10 million. Chapter 223. The terrifying foundations of Dream River City. This mixed unit, in theory, is undeniably a motley crew. However, under the enhancement of Vivi's financial prowess, even these irregular forces are now equipped to a degree that likely surpasses that of many knights within established orders. Upon joining the city defense army, each individual is issued a meticulously crafted suit of armor tailored to their size and stature. These armors have been recently designed and manufactured in factories from the 9 provinces, which gathered hundreds of industry experts who toiled relentlessly to meet urgent demands. There are a total of 7 designs available. The most basic version, adhering to specified requirements, rivals the foot soldier armor of the Song dynasty, weighing several dozen kilograms, impervious to swords, spears, and halberds. Only blunt weapons can inflict damage upon soldiers clad in such armor. In ancient Blue Star, only the most rigorously trained elite soldiers, well fed with a diet rich in protein, could don such heavy armor. Yet, in this magical realm, where the physical prowess of individuals far exceeds that of Blue Star, nearly anyone can wear such armor without issue, while still providing commendable protection. With millions of suits being produced simultaneously across several factories in the 9 provinces, the assembly line production completed delivery in less than a week. Currently, a second batch of 30 million suits is still in production, expected to be delivered within a month at the latest. What does it mean to have a heavy armored legion in the millions? It signifies that during mid to long-range combat, aside from those special arrows and weapons inscribed with magical runes, the coalition forces pose virtually no threat to the city defense army of Dream River City. Even when it comes to siege warfare, the coalition's warriors attempting to scale the walls will find themselves at a loss before the sheer number of armored figures. 4 low-tier warriors, achieving a single fatal blow against an ordinary person clad in such heavy armor is nearly impossible, let alone confronting a multitude of skilled fighters hidden within those ironclad ranks. When the moment to assault the city arrives, the coalition forces will understand the bewilderment of drawing their swords and looking around in confusion, utterly unsure of whom to strike. In addition to armor, there is an array of cold weapons suitable for warfare. Vivi has procured these in bulk from Blue Star, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of clearing her shopping cart with ease. The industrial products from Blue Star are remarkably effective. Although these armors may not surpass those crafted by seasoned artisans in the magical realm in terms of quality, the sheer volume available is advantageous. They not only meet the demand, but also provide a substantial surplus. Should any become damaged, replacements can be readily acquired. Beyond these traditional cold weapons, upon the suggestion of the command center of the 9 provinces reinforcements, she has also ordered a large quantity of disposable rocket launchers for Blue Star. These devices are straightforward and brutal. Even the most ordinary soldiers of Dream River City require only a brief instruction to learn how to operate them. Given their robust physiques, carrying several of these launchers during combat poses no burden at all. Vivi decisively purchased the entire inventory from Jojo in one fell swoop. Clearly, Jojo would impose no restrictions on such fundamental infantry weapons. If one desired them, they would be provided. After all, in the event of an unexpected war, ramping up factory production would be a matter of mere moments. In fact, Jojo's military factories were already operating at full capacity. Those factories, which were once presumed to be obsolete following the advancements in armored warfare by the Tianyu Group, had instead experienced a renaissance as they supported the war in another realm. They worked tirelessly to manufacture vast quantities of basic weaponry and ammunition, all filled with the explosive materials composed of the Tianyu Group's metallic hydrogen, exhibiting terrifying power. Vivi not only equipped the grassroots military forces of Manhwa City with armor, swords, and rudimentary rocket launchers, but also procured over 10,000 artillery pieces along with an even greater number of shells. Following a period of intensive training provided by the Jojo reinforcements, a cohort of individuals in Manhwa City had become adept enough to operate these weapons. Adding another 10,000 conventional artillery pieces was entirely feasible. In this realm of cold weaponry, they were not required to execute overly complex commands. It sufficed for them to adjust the firing range according to the markings and continuously load shells to unleash devastation. The conventional artillery pieces were entirely mechanical, straightforward in design, and even if they were damaged, the cost would be minimal. They could be constructed with brute force if necessary. At least in terms of firepower, Manhwa City had maximized its armament potential. With over 10 million heavy armored troops, each individual donned heavy armor, their numbers rivaling the sophisticated combat capabilities of their adversaries, serving as a stabilizing force that ensured the safety of a firepower network predominantly composed of low-tier warriors, mages, and ordinary individuals against the incursions of high-level enemy forces. This was the foundation of Vivi's confidence, for she was acutely aware that her trump cards extended beyond these. Currently, in the expansive canyon plain stretching for dozens of kilometers outside Manhwa City, over 100 million orcs had taken residence, having been acquired through provisions that Vivi offered to win their allegiance. The Jojo reinforcements had also been engaging with these orcs consistently. As Vivi had previously surmised, the Jojo people's demeanor towards these orcs profoundly moved them, who had long existed in the lower echelons of society. During their idle moments, when asked for assistance, the orc commoners would readily comply without the need for their tribal elders or leaders to be notified, diligently undertaking tasks with great enthusiasm and without any hint of laziness. Simultaneously, the recruitment of orc troops to guard the hastily constructed outpost was underway, entirely based on voluntary participation. Naturally, the conditions offered to these enlisted orcs were significantly better than those afforded to ordinary orcs. Orcs, being voracious eaters, meant that while Vivi possessed sufficient food supplies, she could not afford to waste them. For those ordinary orcs who did not enlist, the provisions she provided merely ensured their most basic sustenance, preventing starvation. To satiate one's hunger, one must labor diligently, assisting in the construction of city walls and the excavation of trenches, endeavors that yield a modest reward sufficient for their sustenance. However, to indulge in a more sumptuous feast, one must enlist in the military. Joining the army offers a lifestyle that, in comparison to the ordinary orc existence, can only be described as paradise. Under the allure of such advantageous circumstances, coupled with the harmonious interactions between the Jojo people and the orcs in recent days, the orcs have gradually begun to cultivate a measure of trust towards these humans. Although, due to the inherent nature of these herbivorous orcs, there remains a lingering fear of warfare that deters them from enlisting. The outcome has far exceeded Weiwei's prior expectations. In less than half a month, they have successfully recruited over 2 million orc soldiers. Chapter 224. There's no way. My family truly has a mind unlike humans. These beastmen possess the formidable strength of warriors upon reaching adulthood, often exhibiting the prowess of second or even third-tier fighters. The armor they don is far from ordinary human gear. It is meticulously crafted ultra-heavy armor designed specifically for them. There are several styles, and even the armor suited for the weakest beastman warriors exceeds 100 kilograms. For the more formidable beastman warriors, the armor can weigh between 5 to 600 kilograms. The chest armor they don is almost equivalent to tank armor in specifications. It is said that even direct hits for a rocket launcher might not penetrate it. Such a beastman army, once trained to overcome their fears of warfare, would resemble a cold weapon version of a tank brigade on the battlefield, effortlessly dominating the terrain. No heavy cavalry charge would stand a chance against them, and light cavalry would find themselves at a disadvantage, given that each beastman is equipped with multiple rocket launchers. Can any bow and arrow surpass that range? With a significant influx of elite combatants, supplemented by millions of basic troops and several 100,000 elite beastman warriors. This is the foundation of Vivi's confidence as she faces the formidable 5 million strong vanguard from the Northern Front. She harbors no fear, instead aiming to secure a resounding victory. After all, her preparations are based on the worst-case scenario of 20 billion foreign beings converging upon Mengchuan City due to untenable circumstances. With only a vanguard unit deployed, she never considered the possibility of defeat. The sole suspense lies in whether she can achieve a glorious victory. Of course, such meticulous preparations are not solely attributed to the vast quantities of provisions provided by Sui. They also rely heavily on the robust support from the 9 provinces of Blue Star. This support, however, is not without its price. Some sacrifices must be made. Otherwise, even with the intent to assist a friend from another world, the 9 provinces would not invest so heavily. Indeed, for the industrially advanced 9 provinces, these resources are not of great consequence. However, the challenge lies in the urgency of producing them in a short time frame. Whether it is the most basic individual rocket launchers or the various armors and weapons of differing designs and sizes, the technical difficulty is minimal for a modern industrial nation. The true difficulty arises in the need to manufacture a substantial quantity of usable products within an extremely limited time frame. The personnel and material mobilization involved is exceedingly complex and necessitates stringent confidentiality, making such an undertaking quite arduous. The 9 provinces would not offer their assistance for free. The price Vivi must pay is rather straightforward. Not long ago, a specialized surveying team among the reinforcement from the 9 provinces, under the protection of elite knights from Mengchuan City, ventured beyond the city to examine the surrounding terrain and various resources. On the first day, they discovered an open-pit iron mine located less than 60 kilometers north of Mengchuan City, so vast that it could be deemed unprecedented on Blue Star. Preliminary sampling revealed that the ore quality surpasses even the finest iron mines on Blue Star. Merely this single mine has an estimated reserve that is conservatively calculated in the billions. The following day, various deposits including copper, aluminum, and coal mines were discovered, all within 100 kilometers of Dream River City. Notably, the coal mine is situated right behind the city, along the foothills of the mountains, with reserves that can only be described as astronomical. The surveyors are hesitant to even disclose conservative figures, as the scale of the findings is utterly astonishing. Moreover, these mines are not only rich in reserves, but also present minimal difficulty in extraction due to the surrounding environment, which lends itself to modern methods of mining. It is precisely this unparalleled abundance of resources that motivates the 9 provinces to increase their investment. Vivi, on her part, has been remarkably decisive. She has offered all the mines discovered thus far to the 9 provinces under the pretense of a gift without mentioning any prices. Initially, she considered bestowing a portion to Su-yi, but he expressed little interest, preferring the ample resources available at the White Deer Mine, thus negating the need to excavate further. Consequently, all these mines have been formally transferred to the 9 provinces under Vivi's agreements. Naturally, much of this transaction has been facilitated by Su-yi. Once both parties confirmed their needs and prepared the contracts, Su-yi took the agreements from the 9 provinces to the trading space for Vivi's signature, and vice versa for her contracts. This may sound rather absurd, as the signing of contracts of this magnitude appears almost frivolous, should Su-yi manipulate anything during the process. Both agreements could become worthless. Yet, apart from placing their trust in Su-yi, they have no other recourse. Vivi has grown reliant on the various weapons and equipment produced by the 9 provinces, while they are coveting the extraordinarily rich resources of the magical realm. Naturally, neither party wishes to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. Lord Mayor, the vanguard army of the northern tribes, is now less than 30 kilometers from our outer stronghold, where they are currently encamped, reported a mage within the Lord's castle, as he marked a position on a map with intelligence gathered through special magic. The plains in front of Dream River City, which are most suitable for housing a large army, have been secured by us with a fortified outpost, transforming it into an orc territory under our dominion. The coalition of alien forces advancing southward now faces difficulties in rapidly deploying their massive army. They must encamp in a relatively open area within the canyon, several dozen kilometers away from our first stronghold. Due to their overwhelming numbers, even in the open spaces they have found, their 5 million strong army has stretched over 100 kilometers to establish their camp. As they approach our stronghold, the path narrows significantly, making it challenging for their forces to spread out. Furthermore, upon the advice of our friends in the 9 provinces, we have laid an extensive array of explosives along this route, creating a minefield that extends for several dozen kilometers. It is likely to take them a considerable amount of time to reach our stronghold. I estimate at least 7 days. After all, the traps set by those friends from Jiuzhou are such that even a 3rd or even 4th-tier warrior, upon stepping on them, would meet with utter annihilation. Even 5th or 6th-tier warriors would likely find themselves losing a limb if they were to tread upon them. Only those truly high-tier warriors and sorcerers remain unperturbed by these insidious weapons. Even if they possess a sufficient number of high-tier elites, it is unlikely they would abandon their forces to recklessly venture into our city to meet their demise. Therefore, I believe that in the short term, this conflict may not erupt. They will require a considerable amount of time merely to clear the mines, and during this interval, we might earnestly deliberate on how to strike a decisive blow against their so-called elite vanguard army advancing from the south, before they manage to breach our stronghold amidst their struggles with the minefield. Chapter 225, Migration of Positions, Taking the Initiative. In the city of Mengchuan, the high-ranking officials are not merely delighted at the prospect of battle. They face the onslaught of millions of troops with unwavering resolve. After all, Mengchuan is currently a bastion of strength, boasting a larger army than its adversaries. With reinforcements from various regions and the inclusion of orc warriors, their combat capabilities, from the elite to the foot soldiers, are on par with those of the opposing factions. Furthermore, their military equipment surpasses that of the enemy in quality. In addition to these advantages, they possess the formidable firepower of the Jiuzhou artillery, a powerful ace up their sleeves. Moreover, they are fortified by the advantageous terrain as the defending side, allowing for virtually unlimited margin for error. It can be said that they are uncertain how to lose this battle gracefully. Their current thoughts revolve not around the question of how to secure victory, but rather how to achieve a resounding triumph. A mage proposed a proactive attack, suggesting they capitalize on the enemy's distraction due to the thunderous traps and their subsequent complacency. Though this plan may seem straightforward and somewhat reckless, it is not without merit. This is merely one of several strategies. Observing this, a warrior stepped forward, pointing to a specific area within the mountains on the map. and spoke. Perhaps you're unfamiliar with the terrain surrounding Mengchuan, but as a native descendant of the city's border guardians, I have traversed these mountains since childhood alongside my father, and I am well acquainted with the surroundings. I recall that the Jiuzhou artillery units require flat ground to establish their positions for effective firepower, correct? If memory serves, General Lin of Jiuzhou once mentioned that the higher the artillery's position, the more devastating the firepower. How'd he put it? High strikes low. High strikes low? Incapacitating the fools. Indeed, exclaimed the knight, smacking his forehead. I happen to know of a location within the mountains that is not only remarkably flat, but also exceeds 3,000 meters in elevation, making it an undeniable high point surrounding Mengchuan. This mountain lacks a peak, and according to local legends, it is said that in ancient times, a battle between two martial deities cleaved the summit, reducing what should have been a towering peak of over 10,000 meters to its current elevation. I have visited this place before. The summit is as flat as a plain, and I believe it would be ideal for establishing an artillery position. Moreover, it is conveniently situated beside the canyon where the enemy's vanguard is stationed. Once the position is established, at least half of the sprawling enemy encampments, extending for miles, would fall within the range of our artillery. I disagree, interjected a mage. Venturing beyond the city is far too perilous. The Jiuzhou reinforcements, aside from operating the artillery, lack the means for self-defense. Should they encounter high-ranking warriors and mages of the enemy in the wilderness, it would be difficult for them to retreat unscathed. I believe they should remain stationed at the pass, serving as the last line of defense. Once the enemy approaches the pass, they can fire upon them and drive them back. If the pass cannot be held, they can retreat to Dream River City and continue their firepower output. Allowing them to advance and occupy the heights to project their force may yield stunning victories. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Dream River City would undoubtedly lose a crucial defensive strength. This would be an unwise trade-off. Given the current capabilities of Dream River City, there is no need for such reckless ventures against the coalition of foreign tribes. As a stationary output mage, he empathizes deeply with the position of the reinforcements from the 9 provinces. After all, like him, they possess high attack but low defense. Their firepower can devastate even high-ranking warriors and mages alike. Yet, if they find themselves in close combat, even the weakest warriors, capable of being obliterated by a single shot, could wreak havoc among these reinforcements. While mages can employ various flamboyant means for self-preservation, the reinforcements from the 9 provinces possess almost no capacity for self-defense. Thus, this mage is decidedly opposed to such reckless strategies. Beside him, Lin Yilong, though listening intently, wisely maintained a neutral demeanor, refraining from voicing any opinions. Essentially, as reinforcements, they should not interfere with the internal decision-making processes of the locals. He would only refuse should he encounter missions he deemed exceedingly perilous for the 9 provinces' forces. Upon arriving in this other world, his primary task is to assist Wei Wei in defending Dream River City, with the secondary objective of ensuring the safety of the warriors who accompanied him. It is not about seeking glory or expanding achievements. He was not particularly supportive of the earlier suggestion to venture out of the city, as he currently lacks adequate understanding of the high-end combat capabilities within the magical realm. From the perspective of knowing oneself and one's adversary, he would not recklessly lead his subordinates away from the safety of the city to engage in perilous endeavors. Now that someone else has raised this issue, it is best for him to remain silent. Wei Wei, too, was reluctant to send the troops from the 9 provinces into danger. Upon hearing the suggestion, she shook her head, stating, "This approach is indeed too risky." However, this location does present an excellent artillery position. At this juncture, Wei Wei turned to Lin Yilong, the commander of the reinforcements, and inquired, "General Lin, in recent days you have trained a contingent of local artillerymen from Dream River City who can operate simple cannons. Could they be dispatched independently to execute such artillery strikes?" Lin Yilong shook his head in response, saying, "These individuals have merely learned the basics of firing and adjusting the cannon. They require much longer training to master the complex adjustments based on enemy positions. In our experience, training a competent artilleryman takes considerable time." It is important to understand that in long-range bombardments, even wind speed and direction can influence the landing of shells. This is a highly specialized branch of the military that cannot be trained in a short period. Wei Wei nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Is it possible to deploy a portion of the trained Dream River City artillerymen who can operate and adjust the cannons to this area, while simultaneously assigning a group of advisors from your reinforcements to assist them with real-time adjustments? The number of reinforcements required need not be excessive. Several hundred, or perhaps a little over 1,000, should suffice. I shall dispatch a contingent of esteemed warriors and mages to ensure the safety of your people. In the event of danger, they will swiftly escort these individuals back to Dream River City, thereby mitigating the risk substantially." What are your thoughts on this? Given that the conversation has reached this point, what other sentiments can I harbor? Chapter 226. Compassion does not command armies. Lin Yilong was inclined to express that the local gunners they had trained were predominantly ordinary individuals lacking combat prowess or merely low-ranking warriors. Deploying them into the field would undoubtedly be perilous. It appeared that Wei Wei intended to assign protection exclusively for the reinforcement from Jiuzhou, showing little concern for the newly trained personnel. Dispatching this group without adequate safeguards could lead to significant casualties among the Dream River City soldiers, who had only recently been trained to operate artillery. However, this was ultimately their own affair, and he felt it inappropriate to voice too many objections. Moreover, the adage "compassion does not command armies" suggested that, in the face of such a tantalizing opportunity, it might be worth the risk to seize the moment. On the battlefield, casualties were often overlooked in favor of tangible results. Undoubtedly, if the previously mentioned high ground could be successfully secured, it would yield devastating outcomes once combat commenced. The encampment of the coalition's vanguard lay within the range of that advantageous position, and a concentrated artillery barrage could very well obliterate the coalition forces, resulting in hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million, casualties. Dream River City would only need to expend the few tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers hastily trained by the Jiuzhou reinforcements in less than half a month. The 1,000 reinforcements sent for guidance would be well protected by numerous strong warriors in one-on-one or even multiple confrontations. Should the coalition discover that the artillery fire was emanating from the high ground rather than within Dream River City itself, they would likely organize their strong fighters for a counterattack. In such a scenario, some of Dream River City's warriors would swiftly retreat with the Jiuzhou soldiers, while others might attempt to intercept the opposing forces. If they could hold them back, they would. If not, they would make a hasty escape without engaging directly. As for the artillery and shells, they could be easily concealed within magical storage equipment. Ultimately, the only individuals truly unable to flee would be the ordinary gunners. Dream River City harbored no fear that capturing these individuals would lead to the exposure of their artillery secrets, as the cannons being employed were primarily antiquated relics from Jiuzhou's warehouses, far inferior in performance compared to the modern artillery set to arrive soon. Should the Northern Coalition believe their claims, they would likely suffer greatly in the future. Thus, from any perspective, this was an exceptionally advantageous strategy for Dream River City. From a military standpoint, it was a risk-free venture. Although he felt this approach might be somewhat inappropriate, he found himself unable to articulate any opposing sentiments. After all, this was not Blue Star, where discussions of human rights prevailed. Even on Blue Star, such concepts were often mere rhetoric. The magical realm had its own unique circumstances. The operational plan was swiftly established, and actions commenced that very afternoon. In preparation for this formidable onslaught, Dream River City mobilized over 10,000 martial artists and mages of the 7th tier and above, forming an elite battalion of high-level warriors. Among them, 2,000 were tasked with safeguarding the 1,000 advisors from the 9 provinces. The remainder was to impede the advance of the coalition's formidable forces or, if possible, attempt to repel them. Should they encounter an adversary they could not match, their objective was to delay, allowing the rear echelon to evacuate as many artillery pieces as possible. As for the newly trained artillerymen, their fate remained uncertain. In the realm of military ventures, unforeseen circumstances inevitably lead to sacrifices. The 9 provinces' reinforcements were akin to precious gems. possessing not only the adeptness to operate these cannons, but also a plethora of diverse skills, even including agricultural abilities. Their presence served to solidify the allegiance of the subjugated orcs, thereby mitigating the risk of rebellion. Their role was irreplaceable, and thus they could not be deemed expendable. The high-level warriors within Dream River City stood as the backbone of their defense, resonating with the elite forces of the coalition, and were equally invaluable. Consequently, the daunting task fell upon the soldiers of Dream River City, who had recently learned to wield artillery and were fervently eager to prove themselves, aspiring to earn knightly titles akin to those of the 9 provinces' reinforcements. They were the only group in this operation devoid of irreplaceability. Even if they were to be entirely lost, they could be trained anew given time. These unfortunate souls were oblivious to the reality that the 9 provinces' reinforcements had acquired their knighthood with relative ease, not only due to their earlier triumph over the coalition's million-strong army, but also because of Vivi's broader strategic considerations. Even if they were to excel in their artillery operations and achieve even more spectacular victories, it was improbable they would be afforded such honors again. The prospect of a bright future was merely an illusion. They were destined to be mere pawns. Such is the harsh truth of the battlefield, where all are but pawns, resorting to any means necessary for victory. The pace of military maneuvers in this magical realm is astonishingly swift. From a moment of decision to embark, to dispatching scouts for reconnaissance, and finally to the army's arrival at their destination, the entire process transpired within 2 hours. An hour later, atop what appeared to be a vast, flat hill resembling a grand plain, a dense array of artillery positions had been established. The construction of these traditional artillery emplacements required significant earthworks. Here, there was an evident lack of equipment and skilled labor. Yet the good news was that there were ample oxen and horses to assist. Within an hour, the artillery positions were clearly defined. Furthermore, under the guidance of the 9 provinces' commanders, such as Lin Yilong, intricate trench systems were excavated on the opposing hillside, where over 3,000 elevated anti-aircraft guns were positioned. Once this apparatus establishes a dense network of firepower, even the most formidable of high-ranking individuals must reckon with its might. Moreover, training personnel for its operation proves far simpler than instructing artillery operators. Naturally, Lin Yilong did not overlook the necessity of having Weiwei procure a batch from Su Yi during their trade, simultaneously training a substantial contingent of Dream River City soldiers adept in the operation of anti-aircraft artillery. At long last, these preparations have come to fruition. Should those elevated beings from the magical realm trace the trajectory of the shells, the first adversaries they encounter will be the anti-aircraft units tasked with close-range defense, along with the ranks of mages and elite warriors poised behind these artillery positions, ready to engage. This initial encounter is sure to leave them reeling. Chapter 227. The source of their unfounded confidence, Mr. Su. As you are well aware, such terms are utterly unacceptable to our divine nation. Refusal equates to death. Are you intentionally provoking a war? Should conflict ensue, the outcome may not align with your expectations. Although our divine nation is modest in size, it is not one to be easily challenged. If you persist in waging war against us, we may contemplate measures beyond conventional strikes. Care to test the waters? I personally welcome your attempts. We shall see. The good news is that the representatives of the divine nation, unable to withstand the pressure, have finally approached Mr. Su to negotiate. The bad news is that no agreement was reached. Their reasoning remains as peculiar as ever, as they did not acquiesce to any of the 3 conditions previously proposed by Mr. Su. Even the simplest of the conditions, releasing the journalist, was met with only partial agreement. They claimed they would release him, cover his medical expenses, and provide monetary compensation. However, a public apology before the world is absolutely out of the question. As for the other 2 conditions, one involved the return of technological documents from the Celestial Domain Group, a request they would never fulfill, and the other demanded the restitution of their occupied territories, along with the disarmament of all armed forces within the remaining lands. If they felt security was in jeopardy, they could hire the security division of the Celestial Domain Group for protection. This is akin to terms for a military garrison. naturally making it even less likely for them to agree. What surprised Mr. Su was not merely their refusal to meet his conditions, but the audacity with which they approached him, presenting their own set of demands. For instance, they insisted that the security forces of the Celestial Domain Group withdraw from their territory within a day, demanded compensation for the damages incurred by the armored soldiers during their incursion to disarm internal forces, and requested that Mr. Su publicly clarify that the Divine Nation had not stolen any technological documents from the Celestial Domain Group, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Such a bizarre and audacious mindset left Mr. Su momentarily speechless. Were it not for his meticulous orchestration of events, he might have believed that he was the one besieged by overwhelming forces. After concluding the discussion and having the representatives of the Divine Nation expelled, he remained in a state of bewilderment for some time. He simply could not fathom the source of their bravado. Nuclear weapons? Those contrivances lacked delivery capability, rendering them little more than firecrackers in hand. What does possessing nuclear arms mean in their context? Furthermore, considering the limited depth of the Divine Nation, they likely have but a few missile silos, and even if they possess delivery capabilities, under the vigilant eyes of aerial monitors, the moment a launch facility opened, the entire nuclear base would undoubtedly be obliterated. To threaten him with such trivialities was nothing short of a jest. Reflecting on the matter, Mr. Su could not comprehend the reason behind their audacity to confront him with such an imperious tone at this juncture. Thus, he chose to dismiss the thought. Although there remained some time before the scheduled moment, He has already issued commands to the frontline exoskeleton and powered armor units. The operation is to commence ahead of schedule, and they are to advance into the city to apprehend targets. Within 2 minutes of his decree, the elite security forces of the Tianyu Group, who had long been on high alert, sprang into action. For the past few days, these security personnel had maintained a vigilant presence around the critical transportation routes of the Divine Kingdom's capital, even establishing temporary encampments at these pivotal locations. As long as the soldiers stationed within the Divine Kingdom refrained from firing or attempting to breach their defenses, the security forces typically did not take aggressive actions against them. Furthermore, the pressure from the higher echelons of the Divine Kingdom had rendered its military, once fearful of the exoskeleton units, disturbingly close to the Tianyu Group operatives. With the designated time for engagement yet to arrive, they found themselves compelled to stand firm, silently praying that their superiors could resolve the situation before hostilities erupted. None wished to confront these formidable armored adversaries head-on. The Tianyu Group's security forces, while preventing the soldiers from exiting the city, imposed few restrictions on their actions. In recent days, they had already collected the bodies of their comrades who had fallen to these exoskeletal soldiers. The situation was decidedly grim. Given the geographical context of the Divine Kingdom, it was surrounded by adversaries, necessitating a robust defensive force within its capital. Naturally, as the armored warriors of the Tianyu Group infiltrated the city and seized control of vital thoroughfares, the capital's defensive units could not simply surrender. Thus, fierce exchanges of gunfire erupted in the initial skirmish. However, what was deemed intense by the Divine Kingdom soldiers was perceived quite differently by the Tianyu operatives. They had arrived and taken command of all critical routes within the capital. And then, that was all. The soldiers of the capital's defense forces, who opened fire upon them, were hardly more than feral dogs in comparison. Their pride in their advanced equipment, which had previously dominated the oil-rich regions, rendered trivial against these armored giants. This overwhelming disparity in power led to a harrowing realization among the remaining defenders as they collected the remains of their fallen comrades. The toll from that brief encounter with the armored monstrosities was staggering, though the battle appeared fleeting. At least 2 of the composite brigades tasked with defending the capital had been entirely annihilated. Within less than an hour, nearly 20,000 soldiers of the Divine Kingdom had perished. Such grim tidings would undoubtedly be concealed from the higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom. Yet the surviving soldiers on the ground were acutely aware of the situation. They understood all too well the despair of encountering these armored behemoths in the city's complex terrain. Thus, in stark contrast to the misplaced confidence of their superiors, they were genuinely reluctant to engage with the Tianyu Group's security forces. This was not born of compassion. Rather, they recognized that any confrontation would likely lead to their own demise. If the armored warriors of the Tianyu group were replaced by the sandal-clad soldiers from the oil-rich regions, they would have undoubtedly launched a decisive strike, rather than standing in a tense standoff with these individuals. However, as the soldiers, ordered by their superiors to conduct reconnaissance on the armored warriors of the Tianyu group, fervently prayed that conflict would be averted, a single gunshot ultimately shattered the fleeting tranquility that had enveloped the city over the past few days. With the 3-day deadline reached, the original plan was to sever the city's water and electricity supply and apprehend the high-ranking officials of the divine nation. Chapter 228, The Gunshot That Shook the World. A single gunshot shattered not only the tranquility of the divine kingdom, but also the peace of the entire world. Less than an hour after the firing commenced, the Tianyu Group Security Department severed the power and water supply throughout the capital of the divine kingdom. Hundreds of armored super soldiers stormed into the city, unleashing a massacre. And news of the immediate execution of armed soldiers by the divine kingdom's forces spread like wildfire across the internet. The Tianyu group had indeed declared war on the divine kingdom. Such news was undeniably explosive, even more so than the preceding conflicts between the Great M and the Second M. Astute observers had long anticipated the exceptional warfare that would erupt between the Great M and the Second M. The fall of the colossal red giant left an abundance of unresolved issues which had remained inadequately addressed until now. However, problems are problems, and they inevitably reach a breaking point. It is merely a matter of time. Therefore, many did not find the war between the Great M and the Second M to be unexpected. Yet, the emergence of the Tianyu Group, a dark horse company, truly engaged in warfare against a nation, was something that countless individuals had never envisioned. At this moment, the conflict transcended notions of justice and peace. The reasons behind the war and questions of righteousness became secondary. As news broke, the discourse surrounding the issue on the internet swiftly shifted. Isn't the Tianyu group being a bit exaggerated? How can a single company take on a nation? To be fair, the population of the Divine Kingdom is not particularly large, and the Tianyu group likely boasts several million employees. Moreover, the Tianyu group possesses its own territory. In terms of scale, the disparity between the two is not as vast as many believe. Indeed, many harbor misconceptions about nations, assuming that a country must possess a large population, abundant resources, and a formidable military. In reality, by that standard, it is questionable whether even 10 legitimate countries exist in this world, let alone a behemoth like the Tianyu Group. Even internationally renowned conglomerates and multinational corporations often surpass many smaller nations in terms of scale. Indeed, there are numerous small countries in the Black State that barely manage to amass a GDP of 2 trillion, while some corporations can be in debt to that extent. Do not assume that these corporations are merely wealthy. They cannot compare with small nations that can organize their own armies and official entities. Money can resolve the majority of issues, even if a company is not like the Tianyu Group, which has the capacity to establish security departments and train private militias. Simply hiring a well-qualified mercenary force would suffice to conquer small nations without difficulty. Wait a moment. Is it not somewhat disrespectful to compare these small Black State nations to the Divine Kingdom? Though its territory is small and its population limited, it is recognized as a developed nation and one of the few in the world possessing nuclear weapons. To equate it with those small nations that resemble tribes is misguided. Indeed, the audacity of the Tianyu Group to engage in such actions demonstrates a profound recklessness. Is this truly feasible? Haha. To launch a mushroom bomb, one must possess the capability to deliver it. Only those that can be cast away hold any deterrent power. A mushroom that cannot be dispatched is merely a firecracker, destined to explode upon itself. Is it possible that the Divine Kingdom intends to unleash a few of these bombs within its own capital, compelling the entire populace to meet their deity? Please, they possess nuclear submarines. In recent news, 2 nuclear submarines belonging to the Divine Kingdom have been discovered and destroyed by the Tianyu Group's Mayfly-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft. Not a single soul aboard the submarines has survived. And what are their aircraft? They have planes, after all. With such an abundance of aircraft, surely some will manage to take flight successfully, carrying nuclear warheads to your Penglai Island. Such an evident target is simply too easy to strike. Still relying on aircraft? Have you not seen the announcement issued by the Tianyu Group prior to the outbreak of hostilities? They have dispatched another Mayfly-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft to control the skies over the entire oil region, designating it a no-fly zone. Any aircraft attempting to enter will be shot down. The White Eagle has silently recalled all aircraft to nearby military bases and aircraft carriers. What, are you on site? How do you know so much? I am not present, but I keep abreast of the news. Just moments ago, the official diplomatic department of the White Eagle Empire issued a statement expressing close attention to the conflict erupting in the oil region. However, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, they have ordered all military personnel and equipment stationed in the oil region to return to their bases, refraining from any reckless movements. They also called upon both sides to exercise restraint and resolve disputes through negotiation to prevent unnecessary casualties and such. I never anticipated that in a crucial moment, the White Eagle behind the Divine Kingdom would abandon its ally. Is this not entirely normal? Do you truly believe your Divine Kingdom is their superior? Their own progenitors will abandon them without hesitation. What is your Divine Kingdom in comparison? Moreover, the advanced technology of the Tianyu Group is genuinely intimidating. I surmise that the White Eagle is trembling in fear, hardly concerned with the affairs of the Divine Kingdom. Breaking news. The security forces of the Tianyu Group have breached the presidential palace of the Divine Kingdom, finding it utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. This is to be expected. I suspect that upon the arrival of these armored warriors in the capital of the Divine Kingdom, its high-ranking officials had already fled. With the air and land routes compromised, it is certain that the leadership has secret passages to escape the capital. To attempt to storm in and capture them would be utterly futile. Indeed, the Tianyu Group has remained composed throughout, as Chairman Su had indicated 3 days prior that even if they fail to apprehend the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom, it would not matter. They will not relent, even if those officials flee to the ends of the earth. Patience is key in this spectacle. A corporation openly waging war against a nation is rather surreal. I still find it hard to accept. Is it not? Can such a corporation truly bring us any benefit? Should they grow powerful enough to a point where even the 5 major nations of the International Alliance cannot contain them, what manner of world will emerge? Only heaven knows. You do not seriously believe that the 5 major nations of the International Alliance can balance the power of the Tianyu Group, do you? If they truly possessed such capabilities, the Tianyu Group would not conduct its affairs so recklessly. In fact, the group would have struggled to develop at all. Had those technologies been revealed in the early stages, they would have been torn apart by these powerful nations, unable to survive until now. Conversely, I believe that if the Tianyu Group succeeds, it may not be a bad outcome after all. At the very least, they offer genuinely favorable conditions for their employees. Just look at other capitalists. The competition is ruthless. If there were an opportunity to vote for a leader, I would cast my ballot for Director Su. Chapter 229. The Ball Leader? Not even a dog would care. Ordinary individuals are indifferent to who assumes the role of ruler. Their primary concern lies in whether they can lead a better life. Under this criterion, nearly every employee under the Tianyu Group is of middle-class status or higher, with some even enjoying extravagant benefits that many affluent individuals cannot access. Naturally, this makes them the object of envy for countless ordinary people. Should Su Yizhen dare to proclaim that everyone in the world could enjoy the same quality of life as the employees of the Tianyu Group, it is likely that he would garner universal support as the ball leader. What is so-called Divine Kingdom? It has committed numerous atrocities, and its demise would not be mourned. The ball leader's intention to eradicate such evil stems from a place of virtue, striving to eliminate malignancies for the benefit of Blue Star. However, the reality is that even if Su Yi possesses the capability to engage in trade with other worlds and wields a productivity level far surpassing the current era, he cannot guarantee that everyone will enjoy such favorable conditions. Furthermore, he bears no obligation to undertake such a thankless endeavor. What constitutes a good life for all? Is it merely having enough to eat? Or is it about feasting on meat at every meal? Perhaps it is the luxury of fine clothing and food, accompanied by guaranteed health care and comprehensive development in all aspects of life? Or is it an amalgamation of these desires, with an added demand for reduced working hours, ample leisure time, and the freedom to pursue personal passions? Might it even be the ultimate dream of receiving a comfortable income without the necessity of labor? In truth, none of these notions encapsulate a good life. Thousands of years ago, the royal family of the Zhou dynasty dined on a variety of sauces, ant paste or meat sauce, accompanied by boiled vegetables that, by modern standards, would be deemed as mere wild greens. They also consumed boiled pork, beef, or lamb, which would hardly be considered palatable. Materially, their conditions were arguably inferior to those of today's average individuals. Yet, if one were to ask a modern person, they might perceive the lives of the Zhou royal family as enviable, especially when juxtaposed with the hardships faced by the common folk of that era who often went hungry and lacked proper clothing. Thus, the quality of life is fundamentally a matter of comparison. Even if Su Yi were to rapidly procure vast amounts of advanced productivity from the neighboring Bailu, catapulting the world into an era of abundant production where everyone could enjoy benefits akin to those of Tianyu Group employees, what would it ultimately signify? People would undoubtedly express their gratitude, but this appreciation would likely fade within a generation or two, as their descendants are born into these privileges and witness even better circumstances for the employees of the Tianyu Group. How might they perceive their situation? And what are their descendants? The saying, "The grace of a gentleman wanes after 3 generations and is extinguished by the 5th," can be understood from numerous perspectives. Regardless of the angle from which it is viewed, the underlying logic remains consistent. The benevolence you extend to others will, at most, endure for 3 to 5 generations before it dissipates. Humans are inherently forgetful creatures. Even if Su Yi treats everyone in the world with utmost kindness and they express their gratitude, in a few years, their descendants will likely become dissatisfied with the status quo, ultimately attributing their grievances to him, the leader. If he fails to discover more advanced means of production for continuous innovation, the outcome is inevitable. Even when someone eventually stands up to remind them that without Su Yi, they would not enjoy such comfortable lives, those discontented with their circumstances will merely claim it is the result of productive development, dismissing any connection to him. This is the essence of human nature. Unless he can ensure that everyone in the world receives the same treatment, no matter how favorable the basic conditions may be, there will always be discontent. However, if he grants equal treatment to all, those who work for him may find themselves displeased. Thus, such endeavors are truly laborious and thankless. It is precisely for this reason that idealists, who are aware of the futility yet still choose to act, command respect. Unfortunately, Su Yi is evidently not one of those individuals, nor does he wish to be. Otherwise, the organization he intends to establish would not take the form of a corporation. Being a company owner is far more comfortable than being a leader. He would only need to be accountable to his employees and customers, leaving all other matters aside. Observing the unprecedented public discourse surrounding this corporate conflict with a nation, where some individuals even propose themselves as leaders, Su Yi can only smile in silence. He is open to acquiring advanced production materials from another world to enhance productivity and improve the lives of the inhabitants of Blue Star. After all, he would ultimately benefit from these technologies, achieving a dual purpose while enhancing his reputation. However, the thought of stepping into the limelight as a leader is utterly out of the question. His ambition lies in controlling the world as high-end production resources from behind the scenes, becoming the ultimate producer. This allows him to lead the world toward progress without being shackled by responsibilities. Isn't this far more comfortable than any leadership role? As usual, after completing significant tasks, he scrolled through various forums and noted that over 4 hours had passed since he ordered the security department to enter the city. Su Yi then addressed Tian Shu. "What is the status of the battle? Currently, our security department has completely dismantled the military and police forces within the capital of the Divine Kingdom, as well as those drawn from surrounding battlefields, totaling over 120,000 troops." Tian Shu promptly replied, "However, given the limited number of personnel in the security department, complete control of the capital is unrealistic. No worries, Suyirimarkt. What I need control for, just defeating their regular army will suffice. A toothless tiger is despised by many who would relish the chance to devour it. Sui Lafit. What about the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom? Any leads? None so far, came the reply. According to intelligence gathered by frontline soldiers, they likely escaped the capital through underground passages. The underground passages are intricately interconnected, and efforts have been made to erase any traces, making it impossible to ascertain from which direction they departed. However, our soldiers have searched several tunnels and discovered that one of the underground exits is located no more than 60 kilometers from an eagle's nest base in the oil region. Additionally, we found a significant number of tire tracks dated no more than 3 days old around the tunnel, leading me to speculate that they were likely received by the eagle's nest base. As for whether they are currently at the eagle's nest base or have ventured into the heart of the Eagle Empire, it remains uncertain. Tianshu appeared somewhat helpless, stating, "I am merely a commercial AI. I lack the expertise of military AIs in handling such matters. Given that they are aware of our capabilities to monitor the network, they have taken all necessary precautions, making it quite challenging for me to trace their whereabouts online." "That's all right." Sui waved his hand dismissively. "Having a general direction is sufficient, and even if we lack that, it matters little. There are not many in this world who would dare to receive them at this time. Send a message to the Black Palace of the Eagles, urging them to hand over the individuals." Chapter 230. A struggle of uncertainty. However, at present, we possess no evidence to substantiate any connection between the higher echelons of the Divine Kingdom and the White Eagle. If we were to confront them directly for the individual in question, it is highly likely they would refuse to comply, and our justification remains insufficient. After receiving the command from Sui, Tianshu hesitated and inquired whether the security department should conduct a more thorough investigation or if he should infiltrate the White Eagle's internal network to ascertain more information, gathering sufficient evidence before making a decision. Upon hearing this, Sui chuckled and remarked, "Evidence? Such a thing is unnecessary. Evidence is merely for the masses. It serves to convince others that our actions are justified and righteous. The war commenced due to the Divine Kingdom's agents stealing our technology, which grants us ample justification from the outset. Many matters, once initiated with legitimate reasons, render subsequent evidence and justification less significant. Tianshu, understand this. We are the victims here. The higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom have absconded with invaluable technological data, and our actions should be comprehensible. I hold no concern over whether the White Eagle has sheltered the higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom. My sole discontent lies in the proximity of our Punglai Island to the oil-rich regions and the multitude of their military bases nearby, which I find bothersome. We are aware that the Divine Kingdom possesses no truly valuable technological data, and they are cognizant of this fact as well. The White Eagle likely understands it too. But can you guess why they remain silent? Because they did indeed attempt to steal data, and, in a certain sense, they have succeeded. Tianshu responded, "I believe I comprehend your perspective. However, I must caution you that, despite the Divine Kingdom's nominal possession of nuclear weapons, they lack the capability for long-range delivery, significantly diminishing the deterrent effect of their nuclear arsenal. Even behind the scenes, they possess only 2 submarines, secretly procured from the White Eagle years ago, to serve as a countermeasure in the event of a nuclear strike. They lack even the authority to command them. Yet, if the subject were to change to the White Eagle, the situation would be entirely different. The oil regions are crucial to the future of the White Eagle Empire, and the risk of us facing a nuclear strike would escalate dramatically." Sui's intent was clear. Seeking the White Eagle's misfortune does not necessitate evidence, while the average person may be oblivious. The 3 parties currently engaged and the leaders of major nations around the globe have likely begun to realize that the Tianyu Group is exploiting the situation to undermine the Divine Kingdom and irritate the White Eagle. Given the awareness of the Tianyu Group's intentions, Tianshu felt that the likelihood of the White Eagle conceding was rather slim. Rest assured, they will not dare to self-destruct. Although the stakes here are significant for the White Eagle, they have not yet reached a point where the loss of the oil regions would cause an immediate downfall. In terms of the White Eagle system, all parties are engaged in a game of passing the hot potato. As long as the empire does not collapse entirely in their hands, they can relinquish this burdensome task at the end of their term and promptly distance themselves from the matter. As the impending elections approach, the current ruling faction remains composed, unwilling to act rashly. Any excessive demands we present will only be met with procrastination until the outcome of the elections is determined. Should the incumbents prevail, they will seriously reconsider our position regarding the oil-rich territories. Conversely, if they are defeated, not only will they neglect the issues at hand, but they will also continue to drag their feet, potentially causing friction with our security forces. By the time they leave office, they may exacerbate the tensions between the White Eagle Empire and us to an irreconcilable degree, necessitating a conflict that they will pass on to their successors. National interests hold little significance for them. The idea of self-destruction in pursuit of national advantage is utterly implausible. Su-yi has come to understand the White Eagle Empire exceedingly well. The slumbering monarch is merely biding his time until he can escape, showing no inclination to exert himself over these matters. Regardless of the turmoil in the oil regions, the most they could incite would be a localized conflict, awakening those within the White Eagle who still dream of being the world's foremost power, thus clarifying their current standing and preventing further mischief. Very well, I shall initiate contact. They demand personnel from us? What right does the Tianyu group have to ask for our people? After capturing the capital of the Divine Kingdom, the Tianyu group uncovered several underground passages, one of which is in proximity to one of our overseas bases, and they have detected recent vehicular activity at the exit of this passage. Our overseas base? How far is it from the exit of that passage? Approximately about 100 kilometers. What kind of absurd justification is this? They presume that, due to a few tire tracks, the people from the Divine Kingdom have been received by our White Eagle overseas base? They must be out of their minds. We responded to the Tianyu group's correspondence in kind, yet, but what? They assert that they have confirmed the individuals are under our protection, and if we do not surrender them, they will obliterate that base. FK, these lawless fanatics, do they even realize that it is our White Eagle base? Knowing about our overseas base equates to encroaching on our territory. To attack the base is tantamount to declaring war against us. Are they insane? How many soldiers are stationed at the base? Currently, there are over 3,000 soldiers deployed at that base. Arm them for self-defense. Also, connect me to the Black Palace. I must personally report this situation to the president. The Tianyu group has become far too reckless. We must respond with decisive force. General Mike, what did the president say? Are we authorized to engage in warfare? General Mike? Spare the titles. I'm no longer a general. The White-Headed Eagle, a 4-star general known as Mike, reported the situation to the Black Palace, subsequently conveying his own perspective as well as that of the Pentagon. The directive was to engage in combat. While the individual armor of the Celestial Domain Group was indeed formidable, their numbers remained insufficient. Should hostilities commence, the outcome remained uncertain. To rely on discovering the adversary's vulnerabilities before launching an attack was imprudent. The timeline for such an endeavor was unpredictable. By the time adequate production capacity was achieved and a sufficient number of armored warriors were armed, the current disadvantage of limited personnel would no longer exist. It was likely they would then prove even more formidable in battle. The senior officials at the Black Palace found his report to be quite reasonable, leading to the cancellation of his military position and his reassignment from the armed forces. After all, life is singular and precious. No one wishes to be deemed expendable. Have we not witnessed the plight of those from the Divine Nation, who have become like lost souls? The upper echelons of the White-Headed Eagle had no desire to follow in their footsteps. Engage in combat? It was not a feasible option at all. Chapter 231. Indeed, they fear the strong and bully the weak, as Su-yi had speculated. The representatives of the White Eagle showed no inclination to display hostility. Shortly after Tian, Shu publicly questioned their rationale for harboring the war criminals from the Divine Nation. A prompt reply arrived from the White Eagle. The letter was filled with vehement denials and accusations directed at the Tianyu group, unwilling to acknowledge their sheltering of the fleeing high-ranking officials. It was a litany of evasive rhetoric, ultimately serving one purpose: to prolong the situation. Su-yi, disinterested in engaging in a war of words, ordered the immediate encirclement of the base, prohibiting any personnel, vehicles, or supplies from entering or exiting. He even made it known to the White Eagle soldiers stationed at the base that, Without the approval of the Tianyu Group Security Department, they would not be able to launch even a single missile. As for the thousands of personnel within the base, their sustenance was not Su Yi's concern. A facility of such magnitude undoubtedly possessed ample supplies to sustain itself for some time. This duration was intended as a contemplative period for the higher echelons of the White Eagle. In truth, it seemed that only the White Eagle would dare to harbor individuals from the Divine Nation at this juncture. However, the likelihood of such individuals being present within the base was minimal. The White Eagle, despite their arrogance, was not foolish enough to leave an overtly incriminating trail that could provoke conflict with the Tianyu Group. Su Yi remained fixated on the base, aiming to compel the White Eagle to yield. He was in no rush to initiate hostilities. For now, a siege would suffice. The urgency would inevitably fall upon the White Eagle. After all, the basic needs of the thousands of soldiers trapped inside posed a significant dilemma. Once encircled and deprived of supplies, it would take no more than a month or two for even the most fundamental provisions to dwindle. Moreover, other essential items, such as aviation fuel for the aircraft stationed there, products ill-suited for prolonged storage but not producible by a single base, would run out even faster. As for the rationale behind Su Yi, or the Tianyu Group's encirclement of the base, it was straightforward: the search for the fleeing war criminals of the Divine Nation. Additionally, there was a solid justification. This base was located within the territory of the Divine Nation, and upon seizing the capital, the Tianyu Group had swiftly announced the Security Department's takeover of all defensive matters pertaining to the Divine Nation. Thus, surrounding a base of the White Eagle within the territory of the Divine Nation was entirely reasonable. This was Su Yi's strategy of attrition. Furthermore, he had not forgotten the stern warning he had issued earlier. If the Divine Nation failed to provide a satisfactory response within 5 days, he would ensure the eradication of all carbon-based life forms in the region. With the high-ranking officials of the Divine Nation having fled, it was evident that no response would be forthcoming. The silver lining, however, was that after the Tianyu Group's forces penetrated the city, a number of mid-level officials from the Divine Nation soon nominated representatives to make contact with the personnel from the Tianyu Group Security Department. These individuals have demonstrated remarkable acumen, recognizing the shifting tides and promptly acknowledging before the world all that had previously been proclaimed by the Tianyu Group, whether factual or fictitious, such as nuclear fusion, space elevators, and spacecraft. They have unhesitatingly cast the blame upon the high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom who have fled. Thus, it has become an undeniable fact that the Tianyu Group has irrevocably lost access to critical information. Furthermore, these individuals have asserted that the official conduct of the Divine Kingdom was grievously flawed. Not only did they instigate wars and perpetrate massacres in surrounding areas, but they audaciously employed armed forces to raid Penglai Island, committing heinous acts. They have decisively severed ties with these individuals, declaring them not only as former high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom, but also as criminals. The specific charges against them are numerous: war crimes, crimes against humanity, embezzlement, each one more damning than the last. There is even a charge of theft that nearly caused Su Yi to lose his composure. It is indeed baffling that the former high-ranking officials of the Divine Kingdom could be implicated in theft. Nonetheless, it is an undeniable reality. They further proclaimed that the Divine Kingdom, under the control of these criminals, had committed those appalling acts, leading to catastrophic errors in judgment. Now, with the assistance of the Tianyu Group, they have successfully expelled these malefactors and restored the Divine Kingdom to its rightful path, expressing hope that Su Yi might grant them another chance. Consequently, they have acquiesced to all the conditions previously proposed by Su Yi, which the entire Divine Kingdom had vehemently opposed, including the stipulation for the Security Department of the Tianyu Group to assume control of the kingdom's defense. Once Su Yi gave his consent, these individuals acted with alacrity, disbanding all military forces nationwide. Regardless of whether they were engaged in external conflicts or en route to provide support, they were instructed to locate local official institutions, lay down their arms, and disband on the spot. Those unwilling to relinquish their weapons were treated as traitors. These individuals were meticulously selected from the mid-level officials of the Divine Kingdom by the Tianyu Group, following the flight of the high-ranking officials. now elevated to prominent positions by the Tianyu group. It could be said that they have entered a phase of unprecedented brilliance in their lives. While other citizens of the Divine Kingdom may harbor animosity towards the Tianyu group, their compliance stems merely from the prevailing circumstances. In contrast, for those who have been supported and uplifted, the Tianyu group is akin to a second set of parents. Naturally, they are committed and diligent in their undertakings. Moreover, the current resources of the Divine Kingdom were not amassed by their efforts, as beneficiaries following the nation's defeat. They have embraced a mentality of indifference towards the land of their forebears. They have sold everything that can be sold without hesitation, with events having escalated to this extent. Especially after the capital has been seized, what purpose does further resistance serve? It is far more prudent to yield decisively, selling what must be sold and acquiescing to their new roles. Regardless of how one perceives the situation, the responsibility does not rest upon those mere puppets propped up by the Celestial Domain Group, but rather on the original high-ranking officials of the Divine Nation. What connection do they have to this? Curiously, it is quite typical for these beneficiaries to betray their nation in pursuit of personal gain, a phenomenon not uncommon in any country across the globe. What is particularly intriguing, however, is the conspicuous absence of dissent among the ordinary citizens of the Divine Nation. They seem to tacitly endorse the treachery of their leaders. This presents a rather fascinating dynamic. It is essential to recognize that the prior arrogance of the Divine Nation was not solely a result of the inflated egos of the elite, but a reflection of a prevailing national sentiment that pervaded from within. The citizens of the Divine Nation, who prided themselves on their superiority, often proclaimed their ambitions online, as evidenced by their incessant claims to various accolades. Yet now, those once haughty citizens find themselves besieged, and amidst the blatant betrayal of national interests by their supported puppets, there are remarkably few individuals willing to voice their opposition. There has not even been a semblance of organized protest, with only sporadic complaints echoing in the digital realm. This is indeed surreal, reminiscent of a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Chapter 232. Shall we undertake a grand venture together? With the situation in the Divine Kingdom resolved, and having secured an overseas base from the White Eagle, we began to engage in a test of patience with them. The dynamics in the entire oil region underwent a significant transformation. The conflicts that had been fervently ignited by the Divine Kingdom seemed to have extinguished overnight. Ahem! The Divine Kingdom's military was ordered to disband, rendering any further confrontation futile. The indigenous inhabitants of the oil-rich territories, who had been clashing with the Divine Kingdom, did not fully succumb to the frenzy of battle. Upon realizing the monumental shift within the Divine Kingdom, now entirely under the control of the Tianyu group, they did not seize this opportunity to retaliate and obliterate the Divine Kingdom. Instead, they sought to express their gratitude to the Tianyu group for upholding justice and dismantling the previously oppressive regime of the Divine Kingdom, extolling the Tianyu group as if they were saviors sent by the heavens. Regardless of the Tianyu group's underlying motives for decimating the Divine Kingdom, they undeniably alleviated the long-standing woes of the local populace in the oil region. Particularly, one of Suyi's earlier demands was for the Divine Kingdom to restore the territories delineated by the International League decades ago, returning the encroached lands to their rightful owners. This initiative garnered immense goodwill among the residents of the oil region. Consequently, Suyi felt justified in accepting their gratitude. However, he had little desire to engage in deeper discussions with these local denizens. Frankly speaking, their reliance on religion to establish governance and their attempts at intertwining church and state struck him as somewhat antiquated and out of touch. It was no wonder they had been subjugated by the Divine Kingdom for decades. Despite its name, the Divine Kingdom functioned as a modern state in every sense. As for these nations, it was difficult to form a clear judgment. The alliance with these nations was primarily a strategic move to irritate the White Eagle. Presently, Suyi's willingness to sit down with them was largely motivated by the same intent. After a round of mutual expressions of gratitude and humility online, the following day, Suyi received news from Old Lin. The nations in the oil region have recently expressed a desire to meet with you in person to discuss certain issues. Hoping that our Kyushu can act as a mediator for this meeting, How do you wish to proceed? If you prefer not to, I can decline on your behalf. Decline what? They are extending a warm invitation. If I do not attend, it will be a slight against them. Soyez promptly replied. Oh, old Lin remarked, somewhat surprised. You do not genuinely intend to seize this opportunity to swiftly expel the white eagle from the oil region, do you? Why not? Do you think they would retaliate? Old Lin pondered for a moment before responding. Retaliation is inevitable, but upon reflection, it may not pose a significant threat to you. After this bout of retaliation, the white eagle should remain subdued for a considerable period, and by then, once our nuclear fusion experimental reactor is operational, the pressure will be considerably alleviated. What was initially termed as collaboration has seen this partner not only resolve all technical issues, but also address external threats, leaving our great nation, Jiuzhou, relegated to a mere bystander, which is indeed lamentable. How can we merely be bystanders? That would suggest we have merely been idle. Su Yi jested. This certainly marks a glorious moment for civil engineers, as they partake in the design and construction of a nuclear fusion power plant. At that time, the construction bureaus were so eager to secure the project that they did not even inquire about the budget. With each bidding entity willing to invest their own funds to win the contract, old Lin chuckled. If you truly find yourselves with idle hands, there is no need to remain passive. Let us embark on a grand venture together. What is the divine nation, after all? Have you seen how the neighboring state has been faring? If you can gather 100,000 retired veterans in Jiuzhou, I shall equip them with 100,000 sets of heavy exoskeletons, and in our shared name, we can take action against that neighboring state. With 100 heavy exoskeletons, I assure you we could traverse from south to north in 3 days, leaving not a single soul within their borders, scattering their eggs to the winds. Old Lin paused, recalling the previous incidents involving the Divine Nation's agents attempting to steal technology, as well as the assassination attempt on Su Yi by agents from the neighboring state. However, the latter quickly capitulated, unlike the Divine Nation, which remained recalcitrant. Upon realizing they could not extricate themselves from the mess, they sent an apology, claiming it was the work of temporary workers who had already been dismissed and arrested, leaving Su Yi to decide their fate. Yet, the Tianyu Group has yet to provide any response. Both the neighboring state and Jiuzhou assumed that Su Yi intended to handle the matter discreetly. Hearing this, old Lin immediately sensed that the issue was far from resolved. Given his elevated position, he pondered deeply and deduced Su Yi's intentions. The oil-rich regions, Danji is how. Should this plan come to fruition, the territories under the White Eagle's control would likely be reduced to just their homeland and certain areas of